The sole officially recognized disciple of the Flame Emperor, Quan, ascended to become the third leader of the Heavenly Alliance following the Flame Emperor's departure to the vast world. Years later, Quan cultivated herself to the level of a Douluo Emperor and prepared to venture into the vast world in search of her master. However, unbeknownst to her, the external evil clan conspired with the Soul Emperor to lift the seal of the Io. Quan exhausted all her strength to reseal the Soul Emperor at the Io Square, but due to her injuries, she was unable to withstand the spatial storm. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself transported to a world known as Douluo Continent, where she became the illegitimate daughter of the Crimson Fire Sect Master. Though she had awakened innate, full soul power, her martial spirit remained dormant, rendering Quan a figure of scorn within her sect. Martial spirit? Soul skills? I am the direct disciple of the Flame Emperor. One day, I shall command the myriad fires, standing at the pinnacle of the continent, just as my master did in his time. Chapter 1. Rebirth. A piercing scream echoed through the heavens. Surrounding her was a vast expanse of snow-capped mountains, seamlessly blending into an endless white horizon. At the heart of this snowy realm lay a lake of magma, astonishingly not the fiery red one would expect, but a chilling white, its surface adorned with crystallized ice. A little girl clad in a fiery red dress curled up at the center of the magma, her presence the only anomaly in this desolate world. The searing heat and bone-chilling cold, two extremes, relentlessly assaulted the girl nestled within the magma. Quan, you must hold on. It is merely the bone spirit cold fire. You are the recognized disciple of the Flame Emperor who can command the flames of the world. Endless agony enveloped the little girl as she murmured to herself. Within the girl, wisps of icy white flames coursed through her meridians, incinerating anything that dared to obstruct their path into nothingness. Amidst this extreme heat, a chilling current coiled around the girl's veins, even causing strands of her hair to shimmer with crystalline frost. The cold current flowed through her body along her meridians, encasing them and her bones in a layer of milky white ice wherever it passed. As the flames surged, the contrasting energies of heat and cold continuously battered the girl's meridians. Should her body falter, that fleeting crimson figure would instantly vanish from this realm. Quan exerted all her formidable soul power to envelop the searing white flames within her meridians, her resolve growing ever firmer as a towering figure gradually materialized in her mind within a misty sensory interface. Master, the girl involuntarily cried out. Quan, I believe in you. A gentle and soothing voice resonated in her ears. Quan, the sole officially recognized disciple of the Flame Emperor and leader of the Heavenly Alliance, was groomed personally by the Flame Emperor Shao Yan and the revered alchemist Yao Chun to be the heir of the Heavenly Alliance. Years ago, the Soul Emperor successfully gathered the fragments of the Tuo, Shi Ancient Emperor's Jade, unlocking the Ancient Emperor's Cave and utilizing the Emperor-grade Chudens alongside the sacrifice of countless souls to ascend to the rank of Douluo Emperor. As the continent neared annihilation due to the Soul Emperor's tyranny, Shao Yan, the leader of the Heavenly Alliance, ascended to Douluo Emperor using the Iowa Square within the Ancient Emperor's Cave. The simultaneous ascension of Shao Yan from the Shao clan and the Soul Emperor from the Soul clan ignited a cataclysmic battle for the fate of the continent. Ultimately, Shao Yan, leader of the Heavenly Alliance, successfully gathered all Iowa and resealed the Soul Emperor at the Iowa Square, restoring peace to the Douluo Continent. Having torn through the fabric of reality, the Flame Emperor brought back the essence of Douluo to the continent, after which he and his master, along with his two wives and friends, ascended to the vast world. He entrusted the Heavenly Alliance he had established to his direct disciple, Quan, instructing her that once she reached Douluo Emperor, she could tear through the void and reunite with her master and the others in the vast world. From that moment forth, Quan, as the disciple of the Flame Emperor, became the third leader of the Heavenly Alliance. While diligently cultivating, she managed the alliance adeptly, harboring the greatest desire to ascend to Douluo Emperor as soon as possible to join her master and comrades in the boundless realm of flames. After many years of following in her master's footsteps, Quan finally became a Douluo Emperor and elevated her soul power to the realm of emperors. However, just as she prepared to tear through the void for ascension, the Iowa Square, which sealed the Soul Emperor, stirred with unrest. To everyone's astonishment, the Soul Emperor, once sealed by the Flame Emperor in the Iowa Square, broke free with the aid of the external evil clan. Now free, the Soul Emperor seethed with resentment and, upon breaking his seal, unleashed a wave of indiscriminate slaughter. With the external evil clan's assistance, the land of Zhongzhou quickly ran red with blood, suffused with the anguished cries of countless souls. The newly liberated Soul Emperor harbored deep resentment towards Shao Yan and the Heavenly Alliance, swiftly directing his vengeful gaze upon the alliance. To protect the Douluo Continent and safeguard the Heavenly Alliance established by the Flame Emperor and alchemist Yao Chun, Quan had no choice but to temporarily abandon her ascension, stabilizing the spatial wormhole to the vast world while confronting the Soul Emperor and the external evil clan. In her relentless struggle, Quan ultimately vanquished the external evil clan and resealed the Soul Emperor at the Iowa Square. However, she emerged from the battle gravely injured, both her body and soul suffering significant harm. Yet if she did not enter the spatial wormhole to complete her ascension now, the next opportunity to construct a spatial wormhole to the vast world would only arise when another Douluo Emperor broke through, a prospect whose timing remained uncertain. Deeply yearning for her mentors, Yuan could only venture forth into peril, unaware that she would encounter a formidable spatial storm within the confines of a wormhole. Severely injured and with her soul compromised, Yuan found herself powerless to resist. When she regained consciousness, Yuan astonishingly discovered herself in the form of an infant. After a considerable time, she came to realize that she had not arrived in the vast world, but rather in a place known as Douluo Continent. Reborn, Yuan became the illegitimate daughter of the sect leader of the Blaze sect. From the moment of her birth, she had never laid eyes upon her mother, having been raised by a wet nurse devoid of any cultivation abilities. The only source of solace for Yuan was the knowledge that all of her past experiences were not mere figments of her imagination, as her soul still retained the formidable power of the Great Perfection Realm, despite its fall. Furthermore, she possessed an array of martial techniques and the alchemical arts passed down by the Flame Emperor, etched into her very soul. Time flew swiftly, and before long, Yuan reached the age of 6. Despite her relentless practice of the burning formula, she found her strength stagnating at the fighter realm, unable to break through. Miss, today marks the day of your martial soul awakening. No matter what occurs, you must find a way to participate in the ceremony. Only by attending the martial soul awakening can you alter your current circumstances, the wet nurse advised gravely as she placed breakfast before Yuan. Martial soul awakening? Is it truly that significant? Yuan, preoccupied with her inability to advance, inquired dismissively of the wet nurse. It is indeed of utmost importance, the wet nurse promptly responded upon hearing Yuan's nonchalant tone. My dear miss, the martial soul awakening is the most crucial ceremony for every individual upon reaching the age of 6. Once you awaken your martial soul, even if it is merely at the first level of soul power, you can begin your cultivation journey and stand a chance of becoming a soul master. Upon reaching level 10, you may hunt soul beasts to acquire soul rings, officially becoming a soul master. Afterward, you can proceed to the martial soul hall to receive soul master subsidies, and your life will undoubtedly improve significantly. Should you awaken a high-level or even exceptional martial soul, you would be regarded as a genius worthy of the sect's focused cultivation. If you were to awaken an exceptional martial soul with considerable soul power, it is certain that the sect leader would no longer overlook your existence. Chapter 2. Nameless. Is the sect master my father? Yuan murmured unconsciously, a hint of derision curving her lips as she set down the bowl in her hand. Since arriving in this world, Yuan had never seen her father come to visit her for the past 6 years. She had been attended only by the nanny who cared for her and a multitude of sect disciples who had come to bully her. As of now, she did not even possess a name. Those disciples either referred to her as bitch or bastard. In contrast, her half-brother, the pride of the sect, Huo Wushuang, had once disdainfully bestowed upon her the moniker Huo Wuming, which meant nameless. Nanny, earlier you mentioned the Spirit Hall. Would you tell me more about it? Yuan, wishing to divert her thoughts from distressing matters, inquired about the news regarding the Spirit Hall that the nanny had just mentioned. Due to her status, Yuan was powerless to seek information about this world. The idea of visiting the sect's library was but a distant dream. Her sole understanding of this world came from the nanny's explanations, and it was only today, as she prepared for the awakening of her spirit, that the nanny had mentioned details about spirit and soul rings. The Spirit Hall? Ah, it is the largest organization on the entire continent. The nanny's eyes sparkled with longing and respect at the mention of the Spirit Hall. It is the faith of all spirit masters. Most of the continent's resources are controlled by the nobles of the two great empires and the sects, making survival exceedingly difficult for commoners. The Spirit Hall has provided a pathway for everyone. From the moment one becomes a spirit master, the Spirit Hall begins to offer support. Although the assistance is merely 1 gold coin, it is enough to sustain an ordinary family for nearly a month. Once one reaches the spirit sect level, while the Spirit Hall no longer provides assistance, it does offer suitable positions, ensuring that even non-combat spirit masters can find their strengths and secure stable incomes. Unlike those nobles who exploit commoners, the nanny slowly elaborated, her tone brimming with respect and yearning for the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall, then? Does that not hold a position in the hearts of spirit masters akin to that of the Alchemist Tower among pharmacists of your? Yokian mused aloud after absorbing the nanny's account. What did you say, miss? The nanny asked curiously. Nothing. Please continue. Yokian waved her hand dismissively. Oh dear, my lady. We've finished discussing the Spirit Hall. You must prepare for your spirit awakening ceremony. The nanny glanced at the time and urged her. Nanny, how does the Spirit Hall's strength compare to the Blaze Sect? Yokian inquired. Though the Blaze Sect is a major sect, it does not rank among the 7 great sects. Even the Haotian sect, one of the top 3 sects, had to retreat from the world after offending the Spirit Hall. The 7 great sects? Haotian sect? Yokian asked with curiosity, eager to learn more. Enough, my lady. These matters are not important. We must prepare for your spirit awakening ceremony, the nanny insisted. Under the nanny's continuous urging, Yokian had no choice but to ready herself for the ceremony at the sect square. Spirit awakening, huh? I hope that after the ceremony, I can uncover the reasons behind my inability to break through, Yokian contemplated as she changed her attire and made her way toward the sect square. Upon arriving at the square, Yokian found it already filled with a considerable crowd. As she entered, the disdain and contempt in the eyes of those present were palpable. Why is she here? A girl of similar age to Yokian covered her mouth and nose in disgust, stepping back as if she had encountered something infectious and vile. Little bastard, are you here for the spirit awakening ceremony too? A boy of similar age asked maliciously. What spirit could she possibly awaken? A bastard spirit, perhaps? Ha ha. The air was soon filled with a chorus of derisive laughter. Many children had gathered for the spirit awakening ceremony that day. Yet the sect disciples largely looked down upon Yokian, not out of disdain for poverty, but solely due to her status. However, Yokian had never taken these insults to heart. Having lived 2 lives, her actual age surpassed 30 years. Moreover, she had once been the leader of the Tianfu Alliance, the largest organization in the Douluo Continent, and thus found no merit in squabbling with these children. Primarily, as long as their actions were not excessively outrageous, she preferred to avoid interactions with them, believing that time spent on such trivialities was better devoted to cultivation. Quickly, the young lady and young master are coming. A child beside the boy tugged at his sleeve. Whispering, Yokian turned to glance behind her, spotting a handsome middle-aged man, looking to be in his 30s or 40s, striding forward, with his sword-like brows and starry eyes. He appeared quite striking, his fiery red hair contrasting sharply with his black attire, and a crimson cloak billowed behind him. Despite his handsome features, there was an air of sternness about him. Following the man were a handsome young man with red hair and a girl with similarly fiery locks. The man and the girl did not spare a glance at Yokian, their noble heads held high as they made their way toward the elevated platform. In contrast, the young man cast a disdainful look at Yokian, his brows knitted in irritation. Is that our sect's young master, Huowu Shuang, and Miss Huowu? A child beside Yokian expressed with envy. I heard that when young master Huowu Shuang and Miss Huowu awakened their spirits, they possessed innate spirit power of level 9. They are already great spirit masters and prominent figures in the Blaze Academy. Another child chimed in, equally envious. They then cast a scornful glance at Yokian. Those are young master Huowu Shuang and Miss Huowu. They are not comparable to some bastard. Seeing this, Yokian irritably tugged at her hair, pursed her lips, and chose to ignore the mocking remarks of her peers, moving to the back of the crowd. The sect master, Huokuan, ascended the platform and raised his hand, commanding silence. The children, who had been whispering, immediately fell silent and lined up in an orderly fashion. Huokuan surveyed the vibrant children before him, nodding in satisfaction. However, upon noticing Yokian at the end of the line, he frowned slightly. Ignoring Yokian's presence, Huokuan addressed the crowd. Children, today marks your spirit awakening ceremony. You are the future of our Blaze sect. I hope you all awaken exceptional spirits to strengthen our sect. Yes, sect master. The children below responded eagerly. I invite Elder Huiyun to assist in awakening the spirits of these children, Huokuan said to the elder standing beside him. Yes, sect master. Elder Huiyun replied with a bow. Children, I will awaken your spirits one by one. Remember, no matter what happens, do not be afraid. The elders will not harm you. Elder Huiyun smiled at the crowd. With that, Elder Huiyun produced a blue crystal ball, stating that once everyone awakened their spirits, he would infuse the crystal ball with their spirit power to record their innate spirit power levels. Those with higher innate spirit power would be allowed to enter the inner sect for training. Upon hearing Elder Huiyun's words, the children present were filled with excitement, each one eager to take their turn. Elder Hyun retrieved 6 obsidian stones from a tray held by a nearby attendant, arranging them on the ground to form a hexagram. He beckoned to the child, standing at the forefront, instructing, "Step into the formation and close your eyes to attune your senses." "Yes, Elder," the child replied. Chapter 3. Awakening of the Martial Spirit. Observing the child entering the hexagram, Elder Hyun nodded and commanded, "Martial Spirit, manifest," as his words echoed. The elder's once grizzled hair transformed into a vibrant crimson, a similar fiery hue swiftly enveloping his entire being. Simultaneously, his physique expanded dramatically, morphing from an ordinary old man into a figure brimming with muscle, exuding an aura of danger. The children gathered in the square. All disciples trained in the knowledge of soul masters felt no fear. Instead, they gazed at the 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 2 black soul rings encircling Elder Hyun with admiration. Quan, slightly taken aback by the unfolding spectacle, felt a surge of excitement within. So this world cultivates soul power. Martial spirits? Soul rings? How intriguing. I wonder what my martial spirit will be. Will I be able to find a rare flame? Is there an alchemist in this realm? Regardless of my martial spirit, with the burning decision at hand, I shall still ascend to the pinnacle of this continent. After all, I, Quan, am a direct disciple of the Flame Emperor. As time passed, the children ahead in Yochuan's line completed their martial spirit awakenings. Most manifested fire-related martial spirits, with a few possessing weapon spirits, yet the majority were beast spirits. Some children, endowed with only 2 or 3 levels of innate soul power, faced ridicule from their peers and scoldings from their parents, resulting in loud tears. Conversely, those with innate soul power of 7 or 8 levels drew the attention of the elders, eliciting envy from their companions, akin to stars surrounding the moon. An attendant placed the list in hand and addressed Elder Hyun. "Elder, the children on the list have completed the martial spirit awakening ceremony." Upon hearing this, Elder Hyun retracted his martial spirit manifestation, preparing to put away the ceremonial items. Quan furrowed her brow at this and stepped forward, stating loudly, "Elder, I have yet to participate in the martial spirit awakening ceremony." The elder, frowning, fixed a piercing gaze upon Quan. "How audacious! Whose child are you?" Quan glanced upward at Huokuan, who remained unmoved at the top, even failing to lift an eyelid, a mocking smile curling at her lips as she prepared to respond. However, Hu Wushuang, seemingly anticipating her words, interjected, "This is the sect's servant, Hu Wuming. Since she is here, I trust Elder Hyun will take care of it." "Yes, young master." Elder Hyun nodded in acknowledgement. "A servant of the sect, is it? How amusing." Quan shot a scornful glance at Hu Wushuang, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossing her eyes before vanishing. Hu Wushuang frowned but took no heed. Since the young master had spoken, she should not delay further. Elder Hyun glared at Quan, his tone unkind. Yet, Quan remained unfazed by the elder's demeanor, accustomed to such disdain due to her status as a bastard child. However, she firmly believed that one day she would stand atop the continent. At that time, these individuals would not dare utter another word in her presence. She had always held that strength begets dignity. Entering the hexagram, under the guidance of Elder Hyun's soul power, streams of golden light began to flow into Yochuan's body. Suddenly, she felt an intense warmth radiating from her right hand, which involuntarily lifted. In an instant, all the light converged upon her right hand, and a stone resembling an egg, interwoven with white and red, floated in the palm of her hand. "What martial spirit is this?" Elder Hyun exclaimed in astonishment. Quan gazed at the stone in her hand, sensing an elusive connection with the burning decision within it. Furthermore, just moments ago, she felt a slight loosening of the bottleneck in her cultivation. Could it be that I must acquire that so-called soul ring to continue cultivating the burning decision? Quan pondered inwardly. "Now, let us test your innate soul power." Elder Hyun interrupted her thoughts, handing her a blue crystal ball. Upon grasping the blue crystal, Yochuan's expression shifted to one of surprise. She had not anticipated such an immense suction emanating from a small sphere. The soul power within her surged forth as if finding an outlet. And as the crystal ball emitted a brilliant light, Elder Hyun's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Huokuan, standing upon the high platform, rose in shock, while Hu Wushuang and Hu also displayed expressions of astonishment. "Incredible. It is innate full soul power." Elder Hyun and Huokuan exclaimed in unison. Quan activated the burning decision, carefully and cautiously maneuvering the soul power within her. She could distinctly perceive the connection between her soul power, the techniques of the burning decision, and the stone now regarded as her martial spirit. "Elder, May I inquire what innate, full soul power entails? Yuquan retracted her soul power, returning the blue crystal ball to Elder Huiyun with utmost care. Her curiosity piqued. Hearing her query, Elder Huiyun furrowed his brow and asked, "Do you not participate in sect training? Do you not read?" Raising an eyebrow at the elder's words, Yuquan innocently replied, "Elder, I am merely a servant. I lack the qualifications to learn such things. I do not even know what a martial spirit is." Elder Huiyun opened his mouth to respond, but paused, casting a resigned glance at Sect Master Huaquan before explaining. When one awakens their martial spirit, not only does the form of the spirit determine its strength, but the amount of soul power is equally vital. Most individuals awaken without any soul power, particularly those from common backgrounds. Conversely, our sect's disciples typically possess some soul power. Even a level 1 is sufficient for cultivation, though it signifies lower potential for the future. Thus, during martial spirit awakening, the level of soul power is crucial. It dictates the starting point for soul power cultivation. The higher the innate level, the faster the subsequent cultivation speed, and naturally, those with a higher starting point will advance ahead of others. Innate full soul power refers to the maximum soul power achievable at the time of martial spirit awakening. After absorbing Elder Huiyun's explanation, Yuquan nodded but remained curious, asking, "Is meditation the only method for cultivation? Are there no cultivation techniques available? Cultivation technique? What are those?" Elder Huiyun inquired, his brow furrowing. Yuquan was astounded that this world lacked even cultivation techniques and found herself at a loss for how to explain, merely reiterating her question. If one's innate soul power level is low, is it not possible to improve it through medicinal pills? Upon hearing her words, Elder Huiyun assumed she was about to pose a different inquiry, only to realize she sought to utilize external means. He flicked his sleeve, reprimanding such heretical thoughts. Seeing Elder Huiyun's ire, Yuquan was momentarily stunned. Heretical? Isn't it quite normal to use medicinal pills to enhance one's cultivation physique? When her teacher was young and struggled to gather soul power, his father immediately sought medicinal pills to improve his condition. Moreover, in the realm of soul power, nearly everyone could break through their bottlenecks and reach greater heights with the aid of medicinal pills. Unless, of course, there are no alchemists in this world. Uncertain of whether I can enhance the abilities of those with discarded martial souls through medicinal elixirs, thus enabling them to commence their cultivation. Yuquan gleaned a general analysis of the continent's circumstances from Elder Huiyun's words. Chapter 4. The Discarded Martial Soul. The innate full soul power possessed by Yuquan left an indelible impression on the onlookers, with Huowu Shuang and Huowu casting complex glances at her from the stage. Huoquan's expression mirrored a tumultuous blend of emotions. He had never anticipated that this seemingly overlooked girl was, in fact, the most gifted individual within their sect. Should her prodigious talent indeed be as extraordinary as it appeared, she might one day ascend to the ranks of a title de law, thereby granting their Chihua sect the opportunity to ascend among the 7 great sects, potentially even leading the lower 4 sects. For the highest-ranking leader among them was merely a soul de law. Resolute, Huoquan decided that if Yuquan were confirmed to possess a top-tier martial soul, he would reluctantly allow her to acknowledge her ancestry and bestow upon her a name befitting her status, restoring the glory of the sect's second young mistress. With this thought in mind, Huoquan rose and addressed Yuquan from the platform, instructing her to thoroughly sense her martial soul and subsequently demonstrate it to everyone present. Curious about the man's intentions, Yuquan complied, quieting her mind to attune herself to her martial soul. "It is an elemental stone, capable of controlling fire," she replied softly. "Show us your martial soul and its abilities," Huoquan insisted once more. As Yuquan summoned her martial soul, channeling soul power into the elemental stone in her hand, she anticipated flames to emerge, yet none appeared. Surprised, she gazed at her right hand, distinctly recalling the sensation of fire moments ago. Observing her lack of response, Huoquan's tone grew impatient, his voice thick with urgency. "Huowuming, what are you dawdling for? Release your martial soul at once." Closing her eyes, Yuquan activated her burning decision, concentrating her soul power in her right hand, gathering a sphere of flame. However, an unexpected chill enveloped her hand, extinguishing the fire in an instant. Realization dawned upon Huoquan, his countenance darkening. He recalled that woman, the one from the Tianfu sect, who was also Yuquan's biological mother. "It appears that your martial soul possesses both fire and ice attributes, which are inherently contradictory, resulting in your inability to summon flames," he observed grimly. His gaze fixed on Yuquan. With a heavy sigh, he continued coldly, "In conclusion, Although you possess the innate gift of full soul power, your martial soul is rendered utterly useless. As the martial soul awakening ceremony concluded, the initially hopeful Yuquan found herself branded with the label of a discarded martial soul. Huokuan waved his sleeve and departed with Huowu Shuang and Huowu, leaving Yuquan to exit the sect square amidst the jeering of the crowd, returning to her residence. As the crowd dispersed, the skies suddenly darkened, thunder rumbling ominously as torrential rain poured down. Upon entering her room, the elderly maid rushed forward, her concern palpable. "Miss, why did you not carry an umbrella in such heavy rain? What was the outcome of your martial soul awakening? Calm down, dear maid, and sit down. I will explain everything slowly," Yuquan said resignedly, leading the agitated maid back into the room and recounting the events of the day. "I awakened a martial soul called the Elemental Stone, with innate full soul power." Innate full soul power? The maid sprang to her feet, hands clasped in fervent prayer. "The heavens have finally blessed my young mistress." Yuquan sighed, reluctant to shatter the maid's exuberant mood, yet she felt compelled to speak the truth. "Maid, please do not be overly excited. I have not finished my tale." Only then did the maid compose herself, sensing something amiss. If her young mistress truly possessed innate full soul power, even with her unique status, their sect leader would not overlook her. He would surely restore her identity and bring her to join Huowu and the others, not allow her to return alone. "Although I have innate full soul power, my martial soul is still a discarded one," Yuquan confessed. "A discarded martial soul? How can that be?" the maid exclaimed in disbelief. "Neither the sect leader nor your mother possessed a discarded martial soul. Could it be a mutation? Maid, do you know who my mother was? Where did she come from?" Yuquan inquired curiously, longing to uncover the truth of her origins and the secrets of her martial soul, despite her lack of emotional attachment to her parents. "Ah, now that you have awakened your martial soul, it is time to share the truth about your mother. Perhaps you might discover a method for your cultivation. For you indeed possess innate full soul power," the maid sighed. Yuquan remained non-committal, convinced that her innate full soul power stemmed from her years of practicing the burning decision, rather than being a gift from her martial soul or parents. "In truth, I do not know much about your mother. I was assigned to care for her for a time, but shortly after giving birth, she passed away. Seeing that you had no one to care for you, I stayed to look after you," the maid recounted. "The sect leader's wife left us too soon. I had originally thought she would become the future sect leader's wife, but after the leader sent me to care for her, she never appeared again. The woman suffered in silence, and after giving birth to you, she departed this world." Yuquan sighed upon hearing the maid's account. While she had learned little of value, it was clear that her biological parents harbored a tumultuous relationship. Her father had abandoned her mother, leading to her mother's despair and eventual demise, all while her father remained indifferent throughout the years. "Miss, although your martial soul may be discarded, you now possess innate full soul power. Once you acquire a soul ring, you will be able to further enhance your soul power. Even without offensive capabilities, you could still receive subsidies from the martial soul hall to improve your living conditions." The maid wiped her tears and urged Yuquan. Yuquan nodded, reassuring the maid, "Please go rest. I will devise a plan regarding the soul ring." The maid acquiesced, casting a hesitant glance at Yuquan as she whispered, "Miss, do you harbor resentment towards the sect leader?" Yuquan paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "Maid, I cannot say I feel hatred. To me, he is merely a stranger. As long as he does not act against me, I hold no resentment towards him." With a heavy sigh, the maid turned and left. After bidding the maid farewell, Yuquan collapsed in her bed. A discarded martial soul, devoid of attack power, incapable of summoning flames, the opposing forces of fire and ice attributes. Yuquan gazed at the palm of her right hand, murmuring to herself, "How can I resolve this dilemma? The ice attribute seems inherent, unyielding to medicinal remedies. How might I wield flames?" Yuquan began to recall her past teachings from the Douluo Continent. Bone Spirit Cold Fire. The exotic fire is a product of heaven and earth. Even if I transition to another realm, similar exotic fires should still manifest. However, I must find a way to better understand this world. Moreover, my burning decision requires the consumption of exotic fire to continue my cultivation. With a surge of inspiration, Yuquan sat upright in bed, filled with excitement. Suddenly, her spiritual senses detected an approaching danger. Instantly, she braced herself. Who is outside? Chapter 5, The Truth. After her rebirth, Yuquan experienced a significant decline in her soul realm, yet she still maintained a state of supreme perfection within the heavenly realm. Her soul perception was exceedingly sensitive. As danger approached, Yuquan glanced out the window, just in time to see a flash of lightning illuminating a tall figure standing outside. Who is out there? She thought, instantly springing to her feet and adopting a defensive posture on her bed. The figure vanished from sight, but reappeared beside her bed in an instant. Upon recognizing the visitor, Quan did not relax her vigilance, frowning as she spoke. Master Hua, what brings you here? Quan gazed at Yuan's face, lost in nostalgia, and after a moment, he slowly replied, you bear an uncanny resemblance to your mother. What surprises me even more is that your martial soul has inherited traits from your father. Hearing Quan's words, Quan felt a surge of astonishment. She had heard from the old matron that Hua Wushuang's martial soul was inherited from Quan, both being the unique horned fire explosive dragon, while her own martial soul was the elemental stone, entirely different from Quan's. If Quan claimed her martial soul was inherited from her father, then there could only be one explanation. Quan was not her father, and she was not his illegitimate daughter. What does Master Hua mean? Is my father not you? Is it because I possess a waste martial soul that you do not wish to acknowledge me? Tears welled in Yuan's eyes as she clearly sensed the overwhelming murderous intent behind Quan's nostalgic gaze. Understanding she was not his match, she feigned ignorance. Foolish child, although you possess an unusable waste martial soul, it does not diminish your innate talent. Life is indeed unfair, despite sharing the same womb. Why does he possess such extraordinary talent, while his daughter shares the same high potential? Quan spoke, a hint of ferocity creeping onto his face. There are no secrets that can remain hidden forever. If one day you were to discover this secret and grow strong enough to seek vengeance against me, what then? To prevent any unforeseen circumstances, you must die. Quan revealed a cruel smile as his wicked hands lunged toward Yuan's neck. Aware of her inferiority to Quan quickly unleashed her soul power to devise the best escape route, but needed a moment of opportunity. As Quan's hand reached out, Quan concentrated her soul power and gathered all her spirit energy into her feet. Manifesting a colossal handprint of soul energy, she struck toward Quan's head. Taken by surprise, Quan was forced back several paces, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Ignoring Quan activated her explosive steps to flee post-haste. The explosive steps were her only usable movement technique at present. By concentrating her spirit energy in her feet and utilizing the reaction force against the ground, she achieved rapid movement. Had her soul power not been so low and lacking the absorption of wind and thunder energy, she could have practiced the 3,000 thunder movements, where even Quan would have been no match for her. Quan quickly regained his composure, astonished that a mere 6-year-old girl, without a single soul ring, could wound him so severely. His intent to eliminate her intensified. 6 soul skill, fire cage. With a wave of his hand, for black soul rings illuminated behind him, alongside 2 yellow and 2 purple rings. A black soul ring flared to life beside Quan. Just as Quan had distanced herself, she found herself encircled by a wall of flames. Is this what soul skills are? How intriguing, Quan mused with a nonchalant smile. Yet she dispersed her soul energy to seek an opportunity to break free. However, bound by the laws of the heavenly Tao, although her soul energy reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, she lacked formidable offensive capability. In her original world, she could have easily crushed Quan with her soul power alone. Sensing a weakness in the surrounding firewalls, Quan enveloped herself in soul energy and broke through at the friendliest point. Puff! Just as she escaped the firewall, Quan's attack landed, kicking her several meters away. Yuan's petite figure was sent flying, spitting out copious amounts of blood. Quan, you truly have no shame. At your age, attacking a mere child in the dead of night. Are you that afraid of me? Wiping the blood from her lips, Quan slowly rose from the ground. You little beast. I should have killed you at birth, just as I did with your father. Quan's face appeared ominous amidst the flashes of lightning. You admit it? Old dog, I will remember this day. If I do not perish, I shall ensure your entire flame sect pays for my parents' deaths. There was no trace of fear in Yuan's eyes as she declared with a laugh. In that case, I can no longer let you live. Die, you little bastard. Quan summoned numerous fireballs behind him, gesturing for them to strike Quan. Although there were many fireballs, gaps existed between them. Utilizing her soul power's perception and her smaller stature, Quan deftly navigated through the openings to evade Quan's assault. As she dodged the fireballs, she made her way toward the shadows in the distance. You do possess some skill. I shall no longer play with you, but rather eliminate you directly to avoid future troubles. Quan quietly channeled her soul energy, preparing to launch an attack against Quan to buy herself time for escape. Even if the chance was exceedingly slim, passively awaiting her fate was never her style. Moreover, She had yet to become a peak powerhouse of the continent, nor had she sought her mentor in the vast world. Seeing Youquan's desperate flight, Quan smirked, ready to unleash his final soul technique to eliminate the girl before him. Just as he believed victory was assured and let down his guard, Quan once again conjured a soul handprint and directed it toward Quan. Quan's expression shifted, and he immediately began to defend himself. However, this soul power, which he had never encountered before, was not so easily warded off. After being struck by the soul handprint, Quan staggered back several steps, blood trickling from his mouth. "You little beast, I will kill you." Infuriated by the bloodshed, Quan's rage reached its zenith. Quan, lacking the energy to attend to Quan's fury, focused solely on her flight. Quan cast a mocking glance at the fleeing Quan and promptly pursued her. Just as Quan closed in on Quan, ready to deliver a fatal blow, a figure lunged at him, interrupting his attack. Quan turned to see the familiar visage and halted her escape. "Mimam." The old matron had tightly embraced Quan, her hoarse voice calling out, "Miss, run, don't look back." "Quan, your target is me. Do not harm a matron." Quan shouted angrily. "You old hag, how dare you interfere?" Quan ignored Youquan's cries and channeled his soul power, aiming a strike at the old matron's head. She dodged to the side, but Quan's hand struck her back, causing her to spit out a mouthful of blood, yet she clung tightly to him. "Miss, I can no longer care for you. You must train hard, grow strong, and protect yourself," the matron said tearfully. Before Quan could say anything further, the matron's body began to swell rapidly. "You old fool, are you really considering self-detonation? Get away." Quan lunged at the matron again. "Matron!" Youquan's eyes widened in disbelief at the unfolding events. Chapter 6, The Escape. Bang! A resounding explosion reverberated through the heavens, propelling the petite figure of Quan into the air. Fortunately, enveloped in the protective embrace of her soul power, she emerged from the tumult unscathed, despite being flung a considerable distance. Struggling to regain her footing, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Quan had grown accustomed to a life of privilege in her past life. She had been taken in as a named disciple by the young master of the Starfall Pavilion at a tender age, and subsequently became the leader of the formidable Tianfu Alliance. Having enjoyed a prolonged period of tranquility, she had forgotten that without strength, one becomes mere prey, vulnerable to the whims of others, and risks endangering those she cherished. With a solemn reverence, Quan knelt and bowed her head towards the direction of the explosion caused by the elder's self-detonation. After wiping her tears, she resolutely turned and fled towards the mountainside, knowing that once she entered the forest, she would be free. Just as she approached the entrance of the woods, she spotted Elder Huyun and a contingent of people hastening towards her. "Huming, halt! How dare you steal the sect's treasured artifact? Surrender at once and return what belongs to us." Elder Huyun's furious accusation pierced the air as he caught sight of Quan. With a steely resolve, she veered in another direction to escape. Unbeknownst to her, Quan found herself at the edge of a cliff, peering down into its unfathomable depths, where a tumultuous river roared below. She hesitated, acutely aware of her inability to fly or walk on air. A leap from this height would likely lead to her demise. The thought of seeking another escape route weighed heavily on her mind. "You little brat, what do you think you're running to now?" Quan emerged slowly, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Quan. At that moment, his robes bore signs of tattered distress, and his face was marred by soot, presenting a disheveled appearance. "You old dog, do you remember my words? I will remember every single grievance today, whether it be my parents' revenge, the elder's vengeance, or my own. One day, I shall repay it 100-fold, Quan declared fiercely, dashing towards the precipice. "Die, you little wretch." Quan channeled his soul power, conjuring a massive fireball aimed at Youquan's retreating figure. As she plummeted from the cliff, she remained unaware that at the critical moment before the fireball struck, a brilliant flame engulfed Quan's attack, redirecting its fury back at him. "What is this?" Quan sensed the imminent danger of the dazzling flame and hastily summoned his soul skill, 5th soul skill, Flame Shield. However, the radiant fire effortlessly shattered his defensive barrier, sending him crashing to the ground, blood spewing from his mouth as his chest bore the mark of charred devastation. He could distinctly feel his meridians being scorched, and if he did not retreat to heal soon, he would be utterly consumed by the flames. What in the world is this? Even that person does not possess such power. Quan's expression darkened, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Master," Elder Huyun arrived. Incredulity etched on his face at the sight of his leader's disheveled state. unable to fathom that someone could inflict such harm upon him. Surely it could not be that young girl who had just awakened her martial soul. Elder, issue a sect-wide arrest warrant for Huaming. Bring him back alive or dead. Huokuan commanded with venom. Yes, Master. Elder Huiyun complied without hesitation. I must enter seclusion for a time. The Chihua sect and Chihua Academy will be entrusted to you in my absence. Ensure strict supervision of Wu Shuang and Xiaowu's training. And do not forget to search for Huaming's whereabouts, Huokuan instructed. Understood, Master. Sister Shuang, look. There's someone here, a small girl exclaimed, pointing towards the unconscious Quan by the riverbank, calling out to another girl nearby. Has she slipped and fallen into the water? The girl known as Shuang approached cautiously, her eyes widening in surprise as she examined Quan. What terrible injuries! Yin lend a hand. Let us take this girl back home. We have some herbs that might help her recover, Shuang said, gently lifting Quan. Coming. Yin hurried to assist Shuang. The two girls, appearing to be of similar size to Quan, painstakingly carried her step by step back to their home. 3 days later, Quan gradually opened her eyes, propping herself up and feeling discomfort in her lungs, which triggered a fit of coughing. Am I still alive? How wonderful. She began to relax, surveying her surroundings. Before her stood simple furnishings. The house, albeit somewhat dilapidated, exuded a warm atmosphere. Oh, you're awake. A petite girl entered, carrying a basin. In the dim light, the girl's figure appeared particularly frail. Dressed in a faded and patched old dress, she looked exceedingly humble and somewhat timid. Upon closer inspection, her hair was slightly disheveled, with a hint of waviness, its color a dull, faded hue. Despite her slight frame and simplicity, she possessed striking beauty, though her complexion appeared somewhat sallow. Yet within her pale face sparkled a pair of lively and profound eyes. Sister Shuang, the older sister, is awake, the little girl exclaimed, placing the basin on the ground nearby, before shyly smiling at Quan and darting out. Not long after, another girl entered, followed closely by the first. Both appeared young, seemingly of similar age to Quan. Did you save me? Quan inquired with curiosity. And I found you by the river and brought you back. You were unconscious for 3 days. How are you feeling now? The girl named Shuang asked calmly. Much better. My name is Quan. May I know the names of my benefactors? Quan rose from the bed, clasping her hands respectfully towards the two girls. Oh dear, lie down and rest properly. The small girl immediately expressed her concern. Benefactors is too grand. We merely happened upon you. Shuang waved her hand dismissively. I am Bai Shuang, and this is my sister, Zhuang Yin. Quan was intrigued as to why the two sisters had different surnames. We are orphans, relying on each other, Bai Shuang replied lightly. Quan scrutinized her carefully. Bai Shuang stood before the worn wooden door, her dark eyes reflecting a tranquility and depth beyond her years, in stark contrast to Zhuang Yin's innocence. Though her short hair was not long, it was neatly trimmed, lending her an air of poise uncommon among her peers. Her light blue dress, though old and patched, was impeccably clean. Bai Shuang's brows resembled the delicate willow leaves of early spring, adding a touch of graceful beauty to her visage. Despite her youthful face appearing pale and emaciated, her beauty was still evident. She stood with a natural elegance, devoid of any pretense. Though clad in simplicity, her ethereal demeanor compelled Quan to gaze at her longer, as if she belonged to a realm untouched by the clamor of the world, embodying serenity and profundity even amidst her humble surroundings. Chapter 7. Bai Shuang and Zhuang Yin. Bai Shuang approached, examining Youquan's injuries before smiling gently. Your wounds have nearly healed, but due to your prolonged exposure to the water, you should rest a bit longer to avoid any lingering repercussions. Quan nodded, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied, I understand. Thank you. I will trouble you for a few more days. It's no trouble at all. You have been in a coma for several days. Perhaps you should eat something first. Bai Shuang lifted a bowl of plain rice porridge, which contained a few floating vegetable leaves, and handed it to Quan. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she remarked, Our circumstances are not ideal. This is all we have. Tomorrow, I shall venture to the back mountain to see if I can procure something more substantial for you. That is already quite sufficient, Quan replied hastily. Bai Shuang smiled at her, then sat down with Zhuang Yin, picking up her bowl and beginning to eat. Quan gazed at the bowls of the two sisters, momentarily taken aback. Is this all you are having? Bai Shuang finished the porridge, which was more akin to rice soup. We are still young and not skilled in farming. This rice was given to us by the villagers, who themselves do not have it easy. What they provide us is already a great deal. Although we may not be fully satisfied, surviving is what matters. Once we grow a bit older, we will be able to contribute more. And I believe life will gradually improve. despite the harshness of their existence. Quan did not perceive any hint of resentment or complaint on the faces of the two sisters, only a yearning and anticipation for the future. She placed her bowl down, feeling unable to eat. Despite only having a fleeting acquaintance, they had saved her and were now offering her their meager rations, leaving her with a sense of guilt over their own scarcity. Seemingly sensing Youquan's thoughts, Bai Shuang smiled and said, "You are the patient, and you have not eaten for so many days. Let us discuss other matters once you have recovered." Speaking of their grandmother, a shadow of sorrow flickered across Youquan's eyes. But she quickly composed herself and continued, "I heard from the elders that one can receive aid from the Spirit Hall. Why do you not seek it? The assistance from the Spirit Hall is primarily for soul masters," Bai Shuang explained, "though there are provisions for commoners. We already received aid when my sister was ill during our childhood, so we cannot claim it again. Even the Spirit Hall cannot cater to the needs of every commoner on the continent. My sister and I are both wasteful souls and cannot cultivate. Thus we cannot receive any soul master subsidies. What must one do to receive such assistance?" Quan pondered, recalling her potential to cultivate, being endowed with innate full soul power. She could certainly apply for aid from the Spirit Hall to improve the lives of Bai Shuang and her sister. "One must become a soul master, which means obtaining at least one soul ring," Bai Shuang replied, tidying up the bowls of herself and Zhuang Yinyan. She then turned to Quan, saying, "The porridge will grow cold. You should eat quickly and rest well." She then continued to Zhuang Yinyan, "Once this young lady is finished, please collect the bowls, understood?" "Rest assured, Sister Shuang." Zhuang Yinyan nodded eagerly. Quan looked at the adorable Zhuang Yinyan. Her maternal instincts overwhelmed her as she beckoned to her. "Yinyan, my health is still poor, and I cannot consume so much. Could you help me share a little?" Zhuang Yinyan's eyes sparkled, though she hesitated. "Sister Shuang said you are the patient and should eat well. But if I cannot finish it, it would go to waste." "Sister Shuang has surely mentioned that we must not waste food," Quan replied with a smile. Zhuang Yinyan hesitantly nodded, retrieving a small bowl and whispering, "Just a little bit." "Okay." Quan poured a generous portion of porridge into Zhuang Yinyan's bowl, affectionately patting her head before finishing the remainder of her own bowl. Zhuang Yinyan shyly smiled at Quan, carefully cradling the bowl in her hands as she ran outside. It seemed that she needed to find a way to obtain a soul ring first, become a soul master, and then claim the aid to improve their current living conditions, while also seeking a solution to the issue of their unusable martial spirits. Quan contemplated her next steps. The following morning, Bai Shuang, carrying a basket and holding Zhuang Yinyan's hand, prepared to head out when Quan emerged from the doorway. "Take me with you," she implored. "You are still a patient and need to rest properly," Bai Shuang replied, furrowing her brow. "I feel much better now. Please allow me to accompany you," Quan said with a pitiful expression. Sighing, Bai Shuang relented. "If you feel any discomfort, make sure to tell me immediately." "Fear not. I am aware of my limits," Quan assured her. "Let us be on our way then." Zhuang Yinyan beamed, taking Youquan's hand. "Do not call me young lady. My name is Quan, deep as in the profound, and spring as in the water spring." Quan introduced herself. "How old are you, Sister Quan?" Zhuang Yinyan inquired. "I am 6 years and 5 months old." "I am currently 6 years old and will continue to call you Sister Quan." "Sister Shuang is 7 years and 2 months old, older than us both. So you may call her Sister Shuang," Zhuang Yinyan joyfully introduced. Sister Shuang, though Quan was considerably older due to her past life, she was still a child in this one, and, out of respect for Bai Shuang, she referred to her as such. Bai Shuang smiled and nodded, and the three of them made their way toward the rear mountain. Upon arriving at the back mountain, Quan dispersed her soul power, remaining vigilant for any potential dangers while also searching for small animals to hunt, hoping to improve their meals. Bai Shuang and Zhuang Yinyan foraged for wild vegetables and herbs. Noticing a lack of useful herbs in the vicinity, Quan called out to Bai Shuang, "Sister Shuang, I will go check over there. I will find you shortly. Be careful." Bai Shuang nodded in agreement. Following her soul perception, Quan soon stumbled upon a nest of rabbits. The moment the wild rabbits spotted her, they scattered in all directions. Quickly, Quan used her soul power to encircle the area, and soon the net formed from her soul energy ensnared the entire nest of rabbits. This would certainly allow Sister Shuang and Yinyan to improve their meals, Quan thought with a smile as she gathered the rabbits. Suddenly, she glanced into the distance, a broad smile gracing her face. "It seems I found something truly remarkable." She hurried toward the sight of a massive bull. "Oh joy, we shall have beef now." Youquan's eyes glimmered with delight. However, contrary to her expectations of easily subduing a bull akin to the wild rabbits, the large beast did not collapse as anticipated. Instead, it glared at her with fury, assuming a threatening stance. "What is this?" Quan mused with curiosity, but she quickly regained her composure and summoned a sword of soul energy to strike at the bull. The bull collapsed to the ground, and Quan stared in astonishment as a white soul ring gradually materialized above its body, reminiscent of what she had seen on the fiery Quan, albeit in a different hue. She raised her hand. Is this a soul ring? If I absorb this, will I become a soul master? Feeling the stirring of the burning art within her, she prepared to harness the energy and absorb the 10-year soul ring when a crisp, commanding voice rang out. Stop. Chapter 8. The Limitations of Soul Rings. Stop. Bai Shuang shouted, halting Yuquan's attempt to absorb the soul ring. What's the matter? Quan paused, surprised by Bai Shuang's agitation. Bai Shuang stepped forward, taking a moment to collect herself before saying, You truly know nothing about this, do you? Quan scratched her head awkwardly, adopting a demeanor of eager inquiry. At your age, you can absorb a soul ring. Is it innate, full soul power? Bai Shuang asked, her expression filled with envy. Seeing Quan nod, she continued, The absorption of a soul ring has limitations. This creature is called the Mighty Bull, a rare soul beast in these mountains. It possesses immense strength, and since the villagers lack soul power, they typically avoid it. I never expected you to slay it so easily. Not pressing for further explanation, Bai Shuang recognized that everyone harbors their own secrets. It is said that the age of the soul ring affects the strength of the soul skills produced, as well as the increase in soul power, and can also affect a person's future talent. This white one is the soul ring of the 10th grade, the yellow one is the century-old one, and the purple one is the 1000-grade one. I don't know about the others. After all, I didn't have the opportunity to go to school to study. These are what I heard from the adults in the Soul Hall. I see. Fortunately, you stopped me in time. Thank you. Yuquan said gratefully. You're welcome. Although I don't know how to distinguish the age of soul beasts, I could distinguish them based on the color of the soul ring. The richer the color, the higher the age. Bai Shuang continued to say. I see. I remember. Quan handed Bai Shuang the nest of rabbits he had caught in the net. And I'll take this one for you. I'll drag the bull back, and we'll have an extra meal tonight. Can you also see if you can exchange these meats for more rice and noodles? Okay. You are really capable, Yuquan's sister. Bai Shuang smiled happily and curved her eyes, finally revealing a cute look of a child. The two of them found Zhuang Yinyin, who was struggling with the herb nearby, and the three sisters walked home together. Returning home, Quan dismembered the wild cow, keeping the edible parts and disposing of the inedible ones. Bai Shuang marinates and stores a portion of the meat, while packaging another portion to exchange for some grain. Zhuang Yinyin took the initiative to make a nest for the rabbits and planned to raise them so that they wouldn't run out of meat in the future. Ha! Yinyin, you little flower cat. Quan saw a dirty patch on Zhuang Yinyin's face, so he reached out and dipped some water to wipe her face. For a moment, Zhuang Yinyin didn't react either. When she did, she immediately let out a scream, covered her face with her hands, and ran behind the door to hide and shiver. Bai Shuang immediately ran over and held Zhuang Yinyin in her arms, comforting her softly. Sorry, I just wanted to help Yinyin wipe her face clean. Quan felt a little guilty when he saw Zhuang Yinyin's reaction so strong. It's okay, you didn't mean to either. Seeing that Quan didn't show any other expression, Bai Shuang didn't say much, just took out a bottle from his arms and applied it to Zhuang Yinyin's face. Yinyan's face, Quan asked cautiously. It's the result of the failed awakening of the martial soul. Bai Shuang sighed and explained that Yinyan's martial soul is the water cloud butterfly, a very beautiful butterfly. However, the awakening of the martial soul failed, resulting in the inability to release the state of the martial soul. Not only can it not be cultivated, but the pattern of the water cloud butterfly on her body cannot disappear. I'm afraid of being seen as an outsider, so I can only find a way to use herbs to cover up these patterns. But it looks great, doesn't it? Quan whispered to Zhuang Yinyin. Upon hearing Yuquan's words, Zhuang Yinyin lifted her head, her small hand still covering her face, and tears welled up in her eyes. Yuquan's heart is soft, protecting Zhuang Yinyin in her arms. Yinyin, the patterns on your body are so handsome. Do you know that many people are willing to use painful methods to have such beautiful patterns? But Yinyin, you already have such beautiful patterns, and you look so beautiful. Adding these patterns makes you even more mysterious and beautiful. Really? Sister Quan, isn't Yinyin a monster? Zhuang Yinyin asked with grievance. How could that be? Yinyin is the cutest treasure. Sister Quan has an elder at home, and she has blue scales on her body. She looks super cool. Her name is Qinglin, and Aunt Qinglin is super powerful. We should also learn from Aunt Qinglin. Okay. Quan thought of Qingling, a product of the snake human race and humans. She was once isolated and excluded due to her blue scales, but when Qingling became the top powerhouse on the continent, No one would say that Qing Ling, who had blue scales on her body, was a monster. They would only say that her blue scales added a touch of charm to her. But Yin Yan's martial soul awakening failed, and there is no way to cultivate. Zhuang Yin Yin said with grievance. Even if we cannot cultivate, Yin Yin can shine in other fields. We are still young, and there are infinite possibilities in the future. Sister Yuquan is hungry. Shall we go help Sister Shuang Shuang cook? Zhuang Yin Yin wiped away her tears, nodded, stood up, and ran towards the direction of the kitchen. Bai Shuang looked gently in the direction of Zhuang Yin Yin. Do you think Yin Yin is a bit childish? Yin Yin is still young, only 6 years old. I saw Bai Shuang shake her head and explain to Yuquan. Yin Yin was originally very sensible, but after the failed awakening of the martial soul, she was excluded, targeted, and insulted due to the patterns on her body. Because these experiences tormented Yin Yin, she fell seriously ill. Thanks to the subsidies provided by the adults of the Martial Soul Hall, Yin Yin survived. However, after recovering, her consciousness remained at the age of 3 or 4. But the shadow of her body patterns still accompanied her. However, even though Yin Yin is only 3 or 4 years old, she is still a super sensible and good child. I see. Can she recover in the future? Unclear. Bai Shuang shook her head helplessly. It will get better in the future. Yuquan made up her mind secretly. She must find a way to help Bai Shuang and sisters improve their lives, help Yin Yin recover, and let her show her beautiful patterns openly. I hope so. Bai Shuang let out a sigh. Yu Chuan looked at his right hand and said, we can't delay any longer. There's still a lot of time to do, and time is precious. I need to obtain the first soul ring as soon as possible and become a soul master. I also need to find a way to inquire about the whereabouts of the strange fire. Otherwise, my martial soul will only be a useless soul. I can't even summon flames. What can I do as alchemist? Without alchemy skills, how can I help Sister Frost and her team? Yuquan looked towards the direction where Bai Shuang and the others were. It was time to temporarily leave. Chapter 9. Hunting for Soul Rings. Are you leaving? Balu stopped eating and looked at Yuquan with some surprise. Then she lowered her head and continued softly, saying yes. Are you a noble soul master or a genius with innate soul power? Shouldn't you waste your time in this small village? Zhuang Yin also put the meat in her hand back into the bowl and looked at Yuquan with wet big eyes. Sister Lu, Yin Yin, I just want to obtain the first soul ring first. When I become a soul master, I can go to the Martial Soul Hall to receive subsidies. At that time, we will also have income, which can improve our lives, right? After all, we are still young, and not having enough to eat is not good for our health. Yuquan explained to the two of them. White nodded and took out a package from the dark compartment in the corner of the wall. Although you killed the bull. After all, the bull is only a 10-year soul beast. A 100-year soul beast is still very dangerous. Here is the remaining money we had last time, which we originally planned to use to save lives. Take this and go to the sub-hall of the soul hall in the town. They may see your talent and help you obtain a soul ring. Maybe you can also use it to find a job in the soul hall. If you're lucky, maybe there's still a chance to go to the Martial Soul Hall Academy. Yu Chuan held the package in his hand. The light and floating package seemed to weigh 10,000 pounds at this moment. Yu Chuan muffled and said, I will come back again. Bai Shuang smiled and said, you still have a long way to go. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Our lives are also very good. When will Sister Yuquan leave? Zhuang Yinyan grabbed the hem of Yu Chuan's clothes and asked softly, time waits for me. I'm planning to leave tomorrow morning. You can watch these rabbits eat or switch to some staple food. It's not safe for you to always go to the back mountain for a few little rabbits. With a sense of unease, Yuquan voiced her concerns, noting that neither Bai Shuang nor her sister possessed any soul power. Although the spirit beast they faced was merely a decade old, it was still beyond their capabilities, leaving Yuquan deeply worried for the safety of her sisters. As Yuquan prepared to depart, the three sisters shared a lengthy farewell. Early the next morning, before dawn had broken, Yuquan rose, carefully tucking in Zhuang Yinyan's corner and casting a reluctant glance at her sisters. In a hushed tone, she said, Sister Shuang, Yinyan, take care. I shall return. Not wishing to linger in the melancholy of parting, Yuquan seized the opportunity to slip away while the two remained asleep. Bai Shuang, upon awakening, gazed in the direction Yuquan had vanished and murmured, Yuquan, may you sail smoothly and flourish in your martial endeavors. At the edge of the Star Do Great Forest. After leaving, Yuquan arrived in a city where she used the money Bai Shuang had given her to purchase 2 maps, one detailing the route to the Spirit Beast Gathering Forest, and the other concerning the Douluo Continent. While it was advised that one hunts spirit beasts that had lived for a century in smaller forests, most of these were fenced off and required a token for entry. Not only was Yuquan unfamiliar with this process, but as a mere 6-year-old, she knew she would not be granted access. With no other options, she had to choose from the few open large forests. After a protracted journey, Quan found her funds depleted and resorted to hunting and foraging for wild fruits to stave off hunger. However, her perseverance bore fruit as she finally reached the outskirts of the Star Dogray forest. At that moment, Quan remained vigilant, searching the forest for suitable spirit beasts. A thunderous roar echoed, and she spotted a fiery red tiger not far off, growling at her. A fire type. Yuquan's eyes lit up, and without hesitation, she unleashed her soul power towards the fiery tiger. To her astonishment, the tiger evaded her strike and leaped towards her, lunging from the branch where she crouched. Quan instinctively leaned back as the tiger, adorned with red stripes, soared over her head, exposing its vulnerable white belly. Seizing the opportunity, Quan drew her dagger and aimed for the tiger's abdomen. However, just as the dagger was about to make contact, the tiger seemed to sense the impending danger, enveloping its belly in flames. The sudden surge of heat caused Quan to tumble around the fallen tree trunk and land on the ground. This tiger was far more formidable than the barbaric bull she had previously faced. It appeared to be over a century old. Yuquan's eyes glimmered with excitement. The tiger, now enraged at having missed its attack on a mere child, directed its fury at her. It opened its mouth wide, conjuring a massive fireball that descended towards Quan in rapid succession. Explosive step. Quan concentrated her soul power into her feet, skillfully dodging the barrage of fireballs. In the blink of an eye, she appeared beside the tiger. 8 extremes collapse. With her right fist clenched, Quan struck down upon the tiger's head. Although she could muster only a fraction of the full power of the 8 extremes collapse, it was her strongest attack at that moment. The tiger, several times larger than Quan, was sent flying several meters, its head tilting as it spat blood, mingled with a few of its teeth. The tiger, wounded by a child it deemed easy prey, let out an enraged roar towards Quan. Observing that her 8 extremes collapse had only inflicted minor damage, Yuquan's expression darkened. She anticipated the tiger would be so resilient. Who goes there? Show yourself. Quan called out sharply, glancing to her rear. Hee little girl. Your perception is quite astute. A gaunt man with a somewhat lecherous expression stepped forward. Uncle, please help me. Yuquan's eyes brimmed with tears as she pleaded pitifully. Having maintained her soul power's presence around her, Quan was certain the man had not witnessed her use of the 8 extremes collapse. So she immediately feigned vulnerability while testing his intentions. The man regarded her with suspicion, asking, Little sister, who injured this fire cloud tiger? I don't know. I followed a beautiful deer in here and accidentally got lost. Suddenly, this huge tiger wanted to eat me, and I was terrified. Quan lowered her head, feigning a sob. I must be out of my mind. What could such a small child possibly do? The man chuckled, turning to Quan with a predatory smile. Little sister, just come with me. I'll take you home to find your mother, all right? His gaze lingered on Quan's delicate, youthful face, and he leered. Such tender flesh could fetch a handsome price among the nobles. It would allow me to live lavishly for a time. Unbeknownst to him, Quan had remained ever vigilant, her keen senses capturing every word he uttered. As the man faced the fire cloud tiger, she quickly sought refuge behind a nearby tree. The man summoned his martial spirit, but Quan could not discern what it was. She merely observed as his body swelled, his hands cloaked in dark fur, revealing fangs. As his martial spirit manifested, 3 soul rings, a white and 2 yellow, appear behind him, indicating he possessed the strength of a great soul master. I should have a good chance to strike decisively, Quan thought, summoning her entire soul power to form a hidden blade, poised to act. As the man struggled to subdue the fire cloud tiger, he sustained considerable injuries himself. Damn it, it's a 1,000-year spirit beast. He spat, blood trickling from his mouth as he approached the tiger, preparing to deliver the final blow. Just as he was about to slay the tiger, a blade of concentrated soul power pierced through his chest. Chapter 10. Absorbing the 1,000-year soul, Ring Quan emerged slowly from the shadows, smiling as she said, Thank you, uncle. I was quite troubled about how to deal with this fire cloud tiger. To show my gratitude, I expended considerable soul power to grant you a swift end. With that, Quan plunged her dagger once more into the man's heart, ensuring no surprises remained. Seeing the man lifeless, she swiftly dispatched the incapacitated fire cloud tiger. A purple soul ring floated gently into the air. I recall Sister Shuang mentioning that a purple ring indicates a 1,000-year soul ring. It seems fortune favors me today. Quan extended her hand, and the soul ring, drawn by an unseen force, spiraled around her. I remember the last time the barbaric bull's soul ring dissipated quickly. I must absorb it at once. Quan released her soul power, confirming that no one else was nearby. before climbing a tree to begin the absorption process of the Fire Cloud Tiger's soul ring using her burning decision technique. Seated cross-legged beneath the great tree, Quan activated her burning decision, channeling it through her meridians as she unleashed her martial spirit. As the purple soul ring drew near to the elemental stone hovering above her right hand, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped her. Before she could fully react, the purple ring constricted abruptly, transforming into a bracelet-like size that encircled the elemental stone. Instantly, Quan felt as if her right hand had plunged in a molten lava, a torrent of searing energy surging through her, engulfing her body in flames, causing involuntary tremors. Fortunately, Quan had previously absorbed the essence of foreign flames, rendering this degree of heat tolerable for her. However, as time elapsed, there remained a considerable amount of energy within the soul ring that had yet to be absorbed, enveloping Quan in a crimson mist. Lacking formal education and knowledge of this world, Quan remained unaware of the maximum age limit for the absorption of the first soul ring, a fact that Bai Shuang had not disclosed to her, leading Quan to mistakenly believe that the higher the age limit, the better. Faced with an excessively aged soul ring, Quan promptly relinquished her scattered soul power, dedicating all her energy to safeguarding her meridians as she cautiously absorbed the millennium-level soul ring that surpassed her capacity. What could a child so small be doing here alone, attempting to absorb a soul ring far beyond her limits? Had she not studied the intricacies of martial souls? A girl with golden hair perched upon a branch, frowning as she observed the scene below, where Quan was ensconced in the red mist. The primary academy was backed by the nobility of two great empires, leaving common children to rely on work-study positions. However, these opportunities had become increasingly stringent, and even when fortunate enough to gain admission, they faced numerous obstacles and bullying from nobles, rendering the pursuit of education exceedingly challenging. Beside the golden-haired girl, a middle-aged man responded respectfully. "Uncle Siju, I find myself quite intrigued by this girl." The golden-haired maiden was none other than Qian Renshua, the young master of the Spirit Hall. The man who had just spoken was Siju Douluo, dispatched by the Grand offering Qian Douluo to protect Qian Renshua. Tasked with infiltrating the Heaven Do Empire disguised as Xue Qinghe to execute a plot of treachery, Qian Renshua had recently reached a bottleneck in her training, officially becoming a Soul King, and had just acquired her fifth soul ring with Siju Douluo's assistance. "Do you wish to aid her?" Siju Douluo was not taken aback. Despite his young master's noble status, she had always possessed a benevolent heart. Qian Renshua pointed downwards, addressing Siju Douluo. "Uncle Siju, observe the evidence at the scene. It is evident that this little girl must have utilized the injuries inflicted by a nefarious man on the Fire Cloud Tiger before eliminating him, thereby ensuring her safety while successfully acquiring a soul ring. I truly wish to assist her. I cannot bear to see such a talent perish, for she may very well become an asset to our Spirit Hall in the future, whatever the young master decides." Qian Renshua smiled, releasing a golden feather that drifted toward Quan. This feather bears the power of evolution, capable of aiding you in digesting the surplus soul power. The rest is up to you. However, before Qian Renshua could act, the blood droplets on Yuquan's body ceased to emerge, and the energy of the soul ring was entirely absorbed. A crimson radiance gradually emanated from Quan, encircled by a dancing ring of red flames, only to be swiftly enveloped by an icy chill, extinguishing the flames and dimming the light. Having successfully absorbed the soul ring, Quan coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed, slipping into unconsciousness. Qian Renshua gazed in astonishment at the unfolding events. A mere 6-year-old had absorbed a millennium-level soul ring and succeeded, far exceeding her expectations. Approaching the unconscious Quan, Qian Renshua cradled her in her arms and said to Siju Douluo, "Uncle Siju, we must depart. Humans and soul beasts may appear at any moment. Given your present identity as the Prince of Heaven Do, if you wish for her to benefit from the Spirit Hall's grace, it would be more appropriate to take her to the Spirit Hall's orphanage or academy," Siju Douluo advised. Sensing the girl's delicate weight in her arms, Qian Renshua felt a pang of sympathy and thought, "You must have endured much hardship at such a tender age. Fear not, I shall take you home." With a tone of unyielding determination, Qian Renshua declared to Siju Douluo, "My mind is made up. This child shall accompany me from now on." Sending her to the Spirit Hall? That would be no different than handing her over to that woman, who would then cultivate her to use against me. Reflecting on her own unfortunate childhood, which had shaped her into a more mature individual than her peers, Qian Renshua recalled the influence of her grandfather. She did not wish for this charming child in her arms to endure a similar fate. From this day forth, You shall be my sister, Qian Rinxue whispered to Yuquan. Time passed swiftly, and the following morning, Yuquan gradually awakened amidst an unsteady environment. Sensing the presence of a stranger, she instantly became wary. You are awake? A boyish voice, rich with magnetism, reached Yuquan's ears, prompting her to instinctively touch her ear. Who are you? Yuquan asked, regarding the man before her with suspicion. He had short golden hair and was clad in resplendent princely attire. I am Xue Qinghe, the prince of the Heaven Do Empire. I found you unconscious beneath a tree in the Star Do forest and feared that soul beasts or ill-intentioned individuals might harm you. So I brought you here. Xue Qinghe explained. Thank you, Yuquan said earnestly, clasping her hands in gratitude. Xue Qinghe chuckled at her gesture, then produced a plate of pastries. Beckoning to her, are you hungry? Have something to eat to tide you over. Once we reach the city, I will prepare a proper meal for you. As you appear quite thin. Thank you for saving my life. I shall repay this debt in the future, Yuquan vowed. Little did she know, only days after leaving the Qihua sect, she had already incurred 2 debts of gratitude. You are still young. We shall discuss repayment later. First, let us ensure you gain some weight, Xue Qinghe said with a smile, offering Yuquan a piece of pastry. Thank you, Your Highness. Is it now permissible for girls to become princes in the empire? Chapter 11. Xue Qinghe, Qian Rinxue. Is it now permissible for girls to become princes in the empire? Yuquan asked nonchalantly. Xue Qinghe, poised to hand her the pastry, froze momentarily, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. What is it? Yuquan inquired, puzzled by his sudden stillness. How did you come to know this? Xue Qinghe, confident in his soul-bone abilities, was curious about how Yuquan had discerned his true identity so swiftly. My soul power is quite strong. I sensed your essence the moment I laid eyes on you, Yuquan explained. I see. Did you perceive anything else? Xue Qinghe's curiosity regarding Yuquan deepened. Yuquan observed him seriously and replied, I also sensed a powerful protector lurking in the shadows, with a murderous intent toward you, ready to act at your command. Ha ha. Uncle Tsiju, you may as well come out. My sister has already detected your presence, Xue Qinghe called out, laughter lacing his voice as he addressed a direction in the shadows. A somewhat burly man, exuding an impressive aura, emerged from the shadows, bowing respectfully to Xue Qinghe before standing aside, his expression complex as he regarded Yuquan. As a titled Douluo, he felt gravely embarrassed to have been detected by a mere soul master of a few levels. How could he continue to protect the young master within the perilous confines of the Heaven Do royal family? Xue Qinghe gestured for Douluo to relax and have a seat while continuing to offer Yuquan pastries. I haven't yet asked for your name, he inquired. Yuquan, she replied casually. Do you wish to join the spirit hall? Xue Qinghe suddenly asked with a serious tone. For the time being, I have no intention of joining any sect or faction. The rules of such organizations are numerous, and I harbor a deep-seated vendetta that remains unresolved. Joining a sect would not suit my current circumstances. A vendetta unresolved? Xue Qinghe was somewhat astonished, unable to fathom that someone as young as Yuquan not only ventured forth alone, but also bore the weight of such a grudge, prompting her to reflect on her own past. Would you care to be my sister? Xue Qinghe inquired directly, raising a hand to halt the objections of the porcupine Douluo who sought to intervene. Do not be too hasty in your refusal. Yuquan is likely not your true name. Is it? I can provide you with a legitimate identity, solidifying your identity as Yuquan, seeing that you dare to absorb a 1,000-year spirit ring at such a young age. You are either foolish or lacking knowledge in this regard. I will help you enroll in a primary academy, allowing you to learn about spirit abilities and arrange for teachers to guide you. Xue Qinghe slowly laid out her terms, endeavoring to persuade Yuquan. Setting down the pastry in her hand, Yuquan furrowed her brow and asked, Your identity must be quite significant. What is the reason for such generous offers? Do you wish for my loyalty? Xue Qinghe gently patted Yuquan's head. Loyalty? Though you possess talent and secrets, what could a child such as you possibly offer me compared to an established title Douluo? I merely see a reflection of my younger self in you and wish to extend a helping hand, to accept you as my sister. Huo Wuming. Yuquan's defenses began to lower, a hint of softness creeping into her demeanor. What? Xue Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. Huo Wuming my name. I hail from the Blaze sect. I have never known my mother, and my father never bestowed upon me a name. Huo Wushuang calls me Wuming, and thus it became my name. It was only after awakening my spirit with innate full soul power that I learned I am not the child of Huokon. He murdered my father, usurped my mother, and drove her to despair. Fearing that I might one day grow strong enough to uncover the truth and seek vengeance, he attempted to take my life. It was my nurse who sacrificed herself to give me a sliver of hope. I have vowed that as long as I live, I shall one day make the entire Blaze sect pay for my parents' demise. A shadow of sorrow crossed Yuquan's face as she recounted her plight. From this day forth, no one shall bully you again, Sister Yuquan. I am Qian Renshua, the young lady of the Spirit Hall. My grandfather is Qian Douluo, the grand offering of the Spirit Hall. From now on, I shall be your sister. With me around, no one shall dare to harm you. Qian Renshua embraced Yuquan, offering comfort. Call me sister. Noticing Yuquan remained silent in her embrace, Qian Renshua teased. Sister, Yuquan murmured, feeling as though she had finally found family in this unfamiliar world. Surely, her teacher would be pleased as well. Sister, regardless of whether it is for saving my life or otherwise, I will repay you in the future, Yuquan solemnly promised. Ha ha ha, splendid. However, little Yuquan, do remember to call me Brother Taizi in the future. Before repaying your debt, let us focus on your studies, little illiterate. Xueqinghe laughed, playfully tapping Yuquan's nose. After several days of travel, Xueqinghe and the others finally returned to Tianfu City. Upon arrival, they first treated Yuquan to a hearty meal, then proceeded to the Tianfu Royal Academy. Mengxinji, this is my sister Yuquan. I entrust you with her enrollment, Xueqinghe said, gently nudging Yuquan forward. Mengxinji nodded, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he regarded Yuquan. Yes, Your Highness, this young lady seems to already be a soul master. Indeed, Yuquan has become a soul master, though we must test her level to ascertain it, Xueqinghe explained. Mengxinji nodded and produced a crystal ball. Young lady Yuquan, please place your hand upon this crystal ball and infuse it with your soul power, just as you did when you awakened your spirit, he said kindly. Yuquan nodded and stepped forward, taking the crystal ball in her hand. A flash of light erupted. Mengxinji's eyes widened in astonishment. 15 levels. What an extraordinary child. A true genius. Could you please demonstrate your spirit ability? Yuquan glanced at Xueqinghe, who looked equally curious. With a resigned sigh, Yuquan replied, My spirit is an elemental stone, but I am unable to utilize it. Unable to use it? How could that be? Mengxinji expressed disbelief. My spirit is of the fire type, but it carries an ice element, causing mutual restraint and preventing me from unleashing flames, Yuquan explained helplessly. How could this happen? Mengxinji felt disappointment wash over him, realizing that the genius he had hoped to mentor possessed a wasted spirit. Consequently, he abandoned any thoughts of taking her as a disciple, merely hoping that the prince would not compel him to do so. Perceiving Mengxinji's thoughts, Xueqinghe scoffed dismissively. Even if she sought a teacher for Yuquan, it would be her grandfather or another elder, not someone like Mengxinji, a mere soul de law. Mengxinji, regarding my sister's spirit issue, we will find a solution in the future. For now, prioritize her enrollment. Focus on cultivating soul power and acquiring foundational knowledge. Xueqinghe instructed sternly. Gently stroking Yuquan's head, she added, Sister, concentrate on your studies here. Should anything trouble you, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. Worry not about your spirit. There are myriad possibilities, and we shall find a way. You may also frequent the Academy's library. Perhaps you will uncover a solution for your spirit. Thank you, Brother Taizi, Yuquan replied sweetly. Remembering the sisters by Shuang left in the village, she said to Xueqinghe, Brother Taizi, I would like to go to the Spirit Hall to collect this month's stipend. I wish to send it to the sisters who saved me, to improve their living conditions. I will visit them after some time. Provide me with their address. I will arrange for someone to deliver it. Focus on your studies here. You are not permitted to go anywhere until you have passed the theoretical exams, Xueqinghe stated firmly. The young girl was still a child, and there was no need for her to be distracted by other matters. Her studies were paramount. It was imperative not to repeat such a grave mistake as not knowing the age of soul rings, which could threaten her life. Yes, I promise to complete the task. Yuquan responded brightly. Chapter 12, A Toxic Classmate. With Yuquan's enrollment arranged, Xueqinghe returned to the prince's dormitory. Young master, why do you place such trust in a girl you have just met, even revealing secrets of your identity to her? The porcupine Douluo expressed disapproval. My instincts tell me she is a trustworthy girl. Qian Renshu thought of Yuquan, an involuntary softness gracing her otherwise icy demeanor. Is it solely due to her experiences mirroring your own? The porcupine Douluo pondered, feeling a pang of sympathy akin to that shared by the other elders. It is not just that, but also the guidance of the angel god, Xueqinghe replied, gazing toward the direction of the Hall of Offerings. Observing the astonishment on the porcupine Douluo's face, Qian Renshu further elucidated, Rest assured, esteemed grandfather porcupine, the great angel god would not lead me astray. Since it is the angel god's guidance, I shall ensure the safety of Miss Yuquan. The porcupine Douluo pledged earnestly. Once the enrollment procedures were completed, Quan was escorted by Meng Xinji to the beginner class at the Tiando Royal Academy. Although the Soul of the Abyss is deemed a lesser martial spirit, it is noteworthy that she has already attained the status of a level 15 Soul Master. Furthermore, with the Prince Shui Qinghe's explicit directive to treat her with care, Meng Xinji has taken the initiative to enroll her in the advanced class of a junior academy. Meng Xinji addressed Miss Quan, saying, "Miss Quan, this is the advanced class of the junior academy. Despite your high soul power, it has come to my attention from His Highness the Prince that you may not possess a comprehensive understanding of martial spirit knowledge. Thus, I hope that in addition to attending classes, you will visit the educational committee after school hours, where the three of us will take turns mentoring you. You are also encouraged to frequent the library. Should you find certain practical exercises inconvenient to participate in, you may request leave to continue your theoretical studies." "Thank you very much, educational committee," Quan replied politely. Although she had never attended an academy, she had heard countless tales of her teacher's remarkable achievements at the Canaan Academy from her seniors, Ziyin and Lin Yan. Consequently, Quan was filled with anticipation for her forthcoming academic life. However, she did not lose sight of her primary objective: to familiarize herself with this world as swiftly as possible and to uncover clues regarding the bone spirit cold fire. After all, how could she call herself an alchemist if she couldn't even summon flames? "All right, you may enter and commence your studies," Meng Xinji said as he ushered Quan into the classroom. Upon noticing that Quan had been personally escorted by Meng Xinji, the teacher immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, treating her with heightened regard. After exchanging a few words with the teacher, Meng Xinji bid farewell to Quan. Following a brief self-introduction, Quan took a seat at the back of the classroom. Meanwhile, a lavishly dressed young man, who was the center of attention, scrutinized Quan with a subtle smile that held an ambiguous meaning. Sent by Meng Xinji himself. It seems she must be favored by my esteemed brother, the prince. He thought to himself, you might as well leave early. A flicker of ruthlessness crossed the young man's eyes, but he quickly masked it, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. Although his actions were discreet, they did not escape the keen perception of Quan, whose soul awareness was exceptionally strong. Encountering such hostility upon their first meeting indicated that he was likely an adversary of the prince. She was curious to see how he intended to deal with her. However, after class, Quan had already completely forgotten about the young man. She channeled her soul power with utmost intensity and even employed the explosive step technique, hurrying towards the library. For Quan, rapidly absorbing knowledge and finding the bone spirit cold fire was of paramount importance. Meanwhile, Shui Bing, who had been preparing to create trouble for Quan, watched her swiftly retreating figure in disarray. Days passed, and soon a month had gone by. Due to Yuan's formidable soul power, coupled with her daily immersion in the library, she not only passed the theoretical assessments conducted by the 3 educational committee members, but also nearly finished reading the books in the library, gaining a deeper understanding of this world. Having just completed her theoretical examination, Quan was eagerly preparing to seek out Shui Qinghe, intending to purchase gifts for her long-missed friends. Shuangjie and Yin Yan. Where in such a hurry is our esteemed classmate Quan going? A frivolous and insidious male voice called from behind her. Furrowing her brow, Quan turned around and realized it was the obnoxious young man who had harbored ill intentions since their first encounter. "How dare you, mere commoner? Do you not know to bow before His Royal Highness the Prince?" Another similarly ostentatiously dressed young man shouted, jabbing a finger at Quan. "Let us not be too harsh. We are all classmates." The young man, who was referred to as the prince, feigned a stop to his sycophant's tirade. "I am the 4th prince of Tiando, Shui Bing. As a fellow classmate, I merely wish to inquire why you never attend the practical classes." Shui Bing pulled out a fan from seemingly nowhere, effectively covering his mouth in a pretentious display. "What business is it of yours? Who do you think you are?" Quan retorted coldly. Her sister's enemies were her own, and he was merely a prince. As the former leader of the Tianfu Alliance, not even princesses or emperors could approach her without showing deference. "You insolent wretch!" barked Shui Bing's sycophant in a fit of rage. Without waiting for Shui Bing's command, he summoned his martial spirit and charged towards Quan with a clenched fist. Quan merely smirked, sidestepping the attack with ease. 8 extremities burst. She delivered a powerful punch directly to the sycophant's chest, sending him flying backward, blood spewing forth as if he were a kite with its strings severed. "What?" Shui Bing and his companions stood in shock, their eyes wide as they witnessed the scene unfold. The fan in Shui Bing's hand fell to the ground in disbelief. "What does a mere sycophant think he can do to me?" Quan scoffed. Shui Bing's expression darkened. How audacious. To act recklessly within the academy and assault a classmate warrants expulsion. As a prince, I formally notify you that you are expelled from the academy. Everyone sees this ignorant little wretch and teach her an unforgettable lesson. Xuebing thought viciously. What does it matter if she is a genius? With so many of us, how can we not overpower a mere girl? Besides, we have senior students on our side. We cannot allow the prince to gain any more talented allies. Best to dispose of her. After all, it's merely a scolding from father, and she is just a commoner. Quan merely chuckled at the prospect. At present, as long as her opponent was not a Soul Emperor or above, they posed no threat to her. Defeating her would be impossible for those at the level of Soul Master or below. Moreover, the highest among them was merely a great Soul Master. Before Quan could take action, a cold, incisive female voice halted their movements. Stop! Xuebing, are you bullying someone again? Be careful, or I'll inform the educational committee. Quan turned to see a girl with long, dark green hair appearing behind Xuebing and his group, accompanied by 6 others. However, her immediate attention was drawn to the green-haired girl, not only for her intervention, but also due to the toxins radiating from her. Duguyen, your grandfather was clearly a guest of my uncle. How can you assist the prince's people? Xuebing shouted angrily, pointing at Duguyen. Quit your rambling. I simply cannot tolerate your bullying of others, especially such a young female classmate. Apologize at once. Otherwise, I will definitely report you to the educational committee, and then you can see how His Majesty punishes you. Duguyen declared, hands on her hips, refusing to back down. Oof. A mere commoner thinks they can demand an apology from me? Dream on. Let us go. Xuebing sneered, shooting a glare at Quan before leaving in frustration. Quan glanced at the 7 individuals before her and clasped her hands in gratitude towards Duguyen, saying, thank you. You must be Quan, right? I have long heard of your great name, but never had the opportunity to meet you until now. In just a month, you have passed the theoretical assessments of 3 educational committee members. I am truly in awe. Duguyen approached and took Yuan's hand, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Thank you. Faced with the enthusiastic Duguyen, Quan felt somewhat at a loss, especially since she currently lacked any extraordinary flame to protect herself. And she felt a tinge of fear towards Duguyen, who was saturated with toxins and could not even control their backlash. Quan, my name is Duguyen. These are my teammates, and we call ourselves the Royal Combat Team. If it weren't for the age difference, we would have loved for you to join us. Duguyen sighed. A combat team? Quan inquired with curiosity. Indeed, if the team performs admirably, they may represent the academy in the grandest competition across the continent. The elite tournament of advanced academies, explained Duguyen. Quan nodded in understanding. Before she could respond, Duguyen took her hand and led her outside the academy. I heard you've been studying diligently since your arrival and haven't had the chance to explore Tianfu City. Since today is a rest day, let me show you around. Tianheng will foot the bill. The 8 of them made their way toward Tianfu City. Quan sighed. After all, she was still a child and it would be beneficial to interact more with her classmates, especially since they had just assisted her. In the prince's chamber within the Tianfu Royal Palace, Xueqinghe furrowed his brow and inquired, Uncle Tsiju, did you not say that little Quan would come to see me today? Young master, Miss Quan has been inconvenienced by the Avalanche Prince. It was the members of the Douluo family and the royal fighting team who came to her aid. They are currently enjoying themselves in Tianfu City, replied Tsiju Douluo. Well, it is essential for little Quan to make friends her age, as long as they are having fun. That is what matters, Xueqinghe remarked with a smile. However, young master, the captain of the royal fighting team hails from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If Miss Quan becomes close friends with them, Tsiju Douluo expressed his concerns. That is little Yuan's choice. Our plans have nothing to do with her. Surely, Uncle Tsiju does not intend to exploit a child to accomplish what you elders cannot, Xueqinghe had teased lightly. Tsiju Douluo chuckled, realizing he had been overly cautious. Little Quan should come to find me later. Instruct the servants to prepare a feast. Xueqinghe ordered the attendants at the door. Yes, your highness. In Tianfu City, Duguyen said to Quan, let me introduce you to our royal fighting team members. This is Yingling, the only girl in our team besides me. Her martial soul is the 9 Hearts Sea Tang, a healing type. We can often hang out together. Duguyen proceeded to introduce her teammates to Quan. This is my boyfriend, Yu Qianheng. His martial soul is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Duguyen affectionately linked arms with the handsome young man in black attire beside her. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon? The one belonging to the 3 great sects? Quan gazed in surprise at the striking young man Duguyen was holding on to. Duguyen proudly explained, indeed, Tianheng is a prodigy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan and the most likely candidate to inherit the clan. Quan mused about the number of noble students and sect members at the Tianfu Royal Academy. Which family do you belong to, little Quan? Yu Feng inquired curiously. I am merely an ordinary commoner, not affiliated with any sect, Quan replied candidly. In that case, let our boss cover all the expenses today. Let us take full advantage of the young master from the sect, Feng jested, lightening the mood to prevent Quan from feeling disheartened. Then let us dine at our usual spot. I want Quan to experience the specialties of Tiando, Tianheng suggested. All right, Feng exclaimed, excitedly leading Osro ahead. Meanwhile, Yen continued to share details about their royal fighting team with Quan. At Epine Tower, Feng whispered to Quan, "This is the largest restaurant in Tiando City. While the food is delicious, the prices are exorbitant. Thankfully, our boss is treating us today." Sensing something amiss, Quan turned on her heel, hiding her face behind her long hair as she concealed herself behind the sturdy Shijia brothers, just as they passed by a group ahead. Yu Qianheng and Yen appeared to notice something, discreetly shielding Quan from view. Someone from across noticed and turned to look in her direction. "Move aside," Yu Qianheng commanded, his gaze imperious, redirecting attention back to him. "You." The girl from the opposing group, hot-tempered, erupted at the sudden provocation. "Sister Huowu, it's the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan." A boy clad in red school uniform tugged at the girl beside him. "Little sister, let us go. We should return to school," Huowu Shuang said, glancing at Yu Qianheng, recognizing his status, and quickly calming Huowu as their group departed, no longer paying heed to Quan. Quan was unsure how to explain, but the members of the royal fighting team only smiled and engaged her, asking what she wished to eat, entirely avoiding the earlier incident. "Thank you all. I have a grudge against the Blaze sect, and simply did not wish for them to see me." Quan raised her drink in gratitude to the group. No need for formalities. Since little Quan has a feud with the Blaze sect, then Blaze Academy becomes our adversary as well. "Tianheng, let us seek out Teacher Qin Ming tomorrow and challenge them to a friendly match to help little Quan release her frustration," Yen said, crossing her arms defiantly, a look of indignation on her face for Yochuan's sake. "I appreciate it, Senior Quan responded, touched. She began to contemplate her past experiences with the elder medical sage, Xiao Yixian, from whom she had learned about medicine. Any poison was trivial in her presence, and perhaps there was a way to resolve Yan's toxic affliction. Quan found herself lost in memories. Xiao Yixian was a close friend of her teacher, burdened with the evil poison body. They had endured numerous trials to gather the necessary herbs, eventually controlling the condition with her teacher's assistance. Xiao Yixian subsequently became the foremost expert on poisons in the Douluo Continent. Just the vast collection of her toxic manuals drew countless admirers. "I should prepare some pills to help Senior Dugam manage her condition and alleviate her suffering. Once I find the exotic fire and learn to refine pills, I will devise a thorough solution for her. Thankfully, this poison is significantly simpler than the evil poison body. Otherwise, I would not know where to begin seeking a Bodhi transformation saliva," Quan mused silently. Chapter 14, Alchemy. After bidding farewell to the members of the royal fighting team, Quan made her way to the prince's chamber. "Little Quan, come quickly. I have prepared a feast of all your favorites," Shuqinghe called out with a smile from the doorway. At that moment, Quan was transported back to her days in the Alliance, recalling how her teacher and ancestors would smile and wave at her upon her return from training. Even during her time at the Blaze sect, though life was challenging, the matron would greet her each afternoon with a smile, telling her she had prepared something delicious. "Big brother prince." Quan harnessed her soul power and leapt into Shui Qinghe's embrace. "Oh, our little Quan has learned to be affectionate," Shui Qinghe said, feeling a sense of pride. As Quan appeared more mature than her age, it was rare to witness her childlike side. Quan felt a tinge of embarrassment, aware of her age. But she truly missed her family and allowed herself this moment of indulgence. "Let's eat first. We must not let you go hungry, you look thin." Shui Qinghe gently patted Yochuan's back and took her hand, leading her toward the dining hall. After saying her farewells to the royal fighting team, Quan explored the area and discovered that while the medicinal herbs here were not as costly as those in the Douluo Continent, likely due to the absence of alchemists, the variety was considerable, though still not affordable for her. To temporarily manage Yan's toxic condition, the required herbs, while not particularly rare, were still quite expensive. Yuqian pondered for a moment before speaking to Shui Qinghe. "Elder brother Crown Prince, I would like to request some medicinal herbs. Might I trouble you for assistance?" Shui Qinghe looked at Yuqian with a hint of surprise, then responded with a joyful tone, "At last. Our little Yuqian has learned to seek help from her elder brother Crown Prince." "There's no at last about it," Yuqian retorted softly, feeling a bit shy. "Why didn't you come to me when that useless brother of mine bullied you at school?" A flicker of murderous intent crossed Shui Qinghe's eyes at the thought of his inept younger brother. He had spared the boy's life to avoid suspicion. only to discover that the fool had dared to bully someone close to him. He would not have dared to bully me. Had it not been for the timely arrival of my classmates from the Douluo family, your worthless brother would have likely found himself bedridden for 10 days or more. Yu Qian explained with a cheerful smile, playfully shaking her fist. Ha ha ha, splendid. Next time we encounter him, dear Yu Qian, feel free to strike. And I shall take care of the aftermath. Shui Qinghe laughed heartily. The two sisters enjoyed a delightful dinner, and afterward, the medicinal herbs Yu Qian required were promptly delivered to her room, along with a specially prepared cauldron for brewing the herbs. As she surveyed the cozy decorations of her room, the well-prepared herbs, and the exquisite cauldron, a tender glimmer sparkled in Yu Qian's eyes. At that moment, Qianren Shui held an immeasurable significance in her heart. Thank you, my beloved sister, Yu Qian said softly, gazing out at the bright moon. For 3 consecutive days, Yu Qian remained indoors, diligently concocting pills for Douluo Yin. Due to her inability to control fire freely, the process was notably slow. As she finally beheld the 10 hard-earned pills, she glanced back at the heap of medicinal dregs behind her, feeling a bit embarrassed as she scratched her head. If it weren't for the crown prince being her brother, she truly wondered when she would ever gather all these herbs, not to mention the wasteful remnants. Her teacher would surely scorn her for such failures. Until I find a unique fire, I should refrain from recklessly refining pills. It's far too wasteful and humiliating. Yu Qian mused, a blush of embarrassment coloring her cheeks as she hastily disposed of the dregs. After packaging the pills, Yu Qian learned that Shui Qinghe had been summoned to the palace, so she left a note and returned to the Tiandu Royal Academy alone. Utilizing her spiritual perception, she found the advanced class where Douluo Yin and the others were arriving just as their class had ended. Oh, who's this little sister? Who are you here find? A roguish young nobleman smirked at Yu Qian with ill intentions. Upon hearing his lewd banter, Yu Qian's expression hardened. Get lost, little brat. You dare to be so rude? Do you know who I am? The nobleman stood upright, adjusting his lavish attire with a disdainful and frivolous gaze directed at Yu Qian. And do you know who I am? Yu Qian replied sweetly with a smile. Oh, do enlighten me, the nobleman said, intrigued. In a flash, Yu Qian appeared beside him. Her right fist clenched and delivered a powerful strike to his chest. Who am I? I am your great aunt. The nobleman was sent flying, blood spewing from his mouth. As onlookers hastily retreated, astonished by Yu Qian's display. You little wretch, I will kill you, he shouted, barely maintaining his composure. Who do you think you're threatening? A chilling female voice interjected, causing the nobleman's hair to stand on end. He turned, attempting to ingratiate himself with a sycophantic smile. Douluo classmate, you classmate. Little Yu Qian. Douluo Yin released Yu Qianheng and ran towards Yu Qian. What brings you here? I came to see you, Yu Qian replied with a beaming smile. To see me? Douluo Yin pointed to herself, then added, This isn't the place for a conversation. Let us move elsewhere. Leave this to Tianheng. Thank you, Senior Yu. Yu Qian nodded at Yu Qianheng. No trouble at all. You two go on. He waved his hand in dismissal. Once outside the lecture hall, Yu Qian handed Douluo Yin a jade bottle. What is this? Douluo Yin asked curiously as she accepted the bottle. Do you trust me, Douluo classmate? Yu Qian grinned mischievously. Douluo Yin shook her head helplessly, poured a pill from the bottle, sniffed it, and then popped it into her mouth. What is this? It's rather tasty. Like a candy bean. Yu Qian was momentarily taken aback before admonishing her. That's a pill, not candy. Keep it safe and take one a month. Once you finish, I'll bring you more. Why are you suddenly preparing pills for me? I'm in perfectly good health, Douluo Yin replied. I must return. Elder brother Crown Prince is waiting for me. You should head home early as well, Yu Qian said with a mysterious smile before dashing off. That girl, Douluo Yin sighed. Then felt a warm current in her abdomen that brought her immense comfort. What is this sensation? Remembering Yu Qian's suggestion to return home early, Douluo Yin hesitated no more, leaving even Yu Qianheng behind as she hurried home. After an afternoon of meditation, Douluo Yin sensed that the toxins within her no longer corroded her meridians and body. Her soul power had inexplicably increased by a level. Douluo Yin gazed at the jade bottle in her hand, her eyes moistening as she realized that this little girl, whom she had only met once, had prepared such a significant gift for her. Chapter 15, Douluo. My precious Yin Yin, grandfather has come to see you. A middle-aged man entered, his emerald green hair lending him an air of mystery and danger. Grandfather, what brings you here? Douluo Yin exclaimed, rushing into Douluo's embrace. Acting adorably, Douluo, who had spent his life mastering toxic substances, never anticipated that his own creations would ultimately lead to his downfall, resulting in the untimely demise of his son and daughter-in-law. Even his only granddaughter had been tainted by toxins from a young age. Despite Douluo Yin growing up and attending school, Dugubo frequently visited her, terrified of what might happen to her. However, today Dugubo was astonished to discover that the toxins within his little granddaughter had been subdued. Yin Yin, what happened? How have the toxins in your body been controlled? He asked with genuine concern. Dugu Yin poured a pill from the jade bottle into her grandfather's mouth. Knowing that her words might lead him to misunderstand little Yuqian out of worry for her. Nothing could be more persuasive than letting him experience it himself. Before Dugubo could question the origin of the pill, he felt a warm current in his abdomen. The long-forgotten sensation of warmth and comfort nearly made him moan in delight as he struggled to maintain his composure before his granddaughter. Grandfather, please sit and meditate to digest the medicinal effects. We can discuss everything later, Dugu Yin instructed him. Obediently, Dugubo seated himself and began to meditate, channeling his soul power to absorb the pill's effects. Soon, he discovered that his body, long plagued by toxins, was enveloped in a long-lost warmth, alleviating years of pain. However, perhaps due to the toxins having permeated his very bones, the effect of the antidote was not particularly pronounced. Nevertheless, the potency was sufficient to control the toxins within his granddaughter, sparing her from the torment of venomous backlash. Dugubo opened his eyes, a serious expression adorning his face as he inquired of Dugu Yin. Yin Yin, could you enlighten your grandfather as to who bestowed upon you this elixir? Dugu Yin feigned displeasure, letting out a cold huff. What does grandfather intend to do? You must not bully my friend. She acted solely for my benefit. And you have witnessed the efficacy of this elixir. The foolish girl, what is she thinking? Grandfather merely wishes to engage her in discourse, to explore whether a method exists to fully subdue the venom of the emerald serpent. Although her elixir is indeed potent, it will lose its effectiveness once you ascend to the rank of Soul Emperor. Having dabbled in toxins my entire life, perhaps together we can unearth a solution. Moreover, I possess a pharmacy. Should she genuinely assist you, I would not hesitate to bequeath it to her. Dugubo's gaze towards Dugu Yin brimmed with affection, underscored by a hint of guilt. Grandfather. The last thing Dugu Yin wished to see was her grandfather bearing such a look of remorse. The backlash from a martial soul is not something easily controlled. Grandfather has cared for her since childhood. It has not been an easy journey, and Dugu Yin has never harbored resentment towards this unfortunate elder. All right, Yin Yin, it's time for you to tell grandfather about your mysterious little companion. Dugubo chuckled, gently ruffling Dugu Yin's hair, with no choice but to share her recent experiences with Quan. Dugu Yin began recounting the events of the past few days. Quan, connected to the Blaze sect? Dugubo stroked his chin thoughtfully. Rest well. I shall take my leave for now. Grandfather, I will introduce little Quan to you when the time comes, but you must not seek her out on your own. What if you frighten her? Dugu Yin cautioned. Understood, Dugubo replied dismissively, hastening away like a gust of wind. Before long, Dugubo found himself in front of Quan. Observing the petite girl before him, he felt an overwhelming curiosity regarding how she had managed to resolve a dilemma that had eluded him. Who goes there? Sensing the scrutiny, Quan swiftly unleashed a soul imprint in defense. One intriguing method of attack, Dugubo remarked with surprise, stepping out from the shadows. Unaware of the esteemed presence of the poisoned Douluo, I apologize for the inadequate reception. Xue Qinghe rushed forward, shielding Quan behind him. The poisoned Douluo? Quan expressed curiosity. Indeed, this is Dugu Yin's grandfather, the esteemed Dugubo, known as the poisoned Douluo, Xue Qinghe elucidated. While Quan and Dugu Yin shared a bond of friendship, Xue Qinghe was wary of Dugubo's unpredictable temperament, fearing for Yuqian's safety. So, he is Sister Yan's grandfather. Quan nodded in understanding. She then addressed Dugubo. Are you here because of the elixir I provided to Sister Yan? Elixir? What elixir? Xue Qinghe inquired, puzzled. During my first encounter with Sister Yan, she helped me and even treated me to a meal. To repay her kindness, I crafted some elixirs capable of temporarily controlling the backlash from her toxic body. Quan explained to Xue Qinghe. Precisely, I have come seeking you because of this elixir, Dugubo clarified. Is there an issue with the elixir? Xue Qinghe maintained his vigilance, aware of Yuqian's alchemical skills, yet surprised it was for Dugu Yin's sake. He worried that his granddaughter's protective instincts might lead her to perceive Quan as a threat. The elixir poses no problems. Its effects are commendable. I have come to discuss with Miss Quan whether a permanent solution exists for my granddaughter's affliction. Dugubo responded, irritation creeping into his tone as he faced Xue Qinghe's questioning. However, out of concern for his granddaughter, he felt compelled to remain patient. Brother Prince, I wish to speak privately with Elder Dugu. Quan tugged at Xue Qinghe's sleeve. With a resigned sigh, Xue Qinghe retreated. Little Quan, call for help if you need anything. Rest assured, Yuquan nodded. I did not anticipate the prince would take such an interest in you, Douluo remarked, his curiosity about the young girl intensifying. Elder, I recognize you have come to inquire about a definitive remedy for Sister Yan's internal toxin. I can assure you, I possess such a solution, Yuquan stated, meeting Douluo's gaze without a trace of trepidation. Before Yuquan could elaborate, Douluo interrupted. What is your method? What do you require? Speak plainly, and I shall procure it for you immediately. Please, allow me to explain in detail, Yuquan urged, halting Douluo's excitement. Only then did Douluo regain his composure. If the toxin could be resolved so easily, it would not have plagued him for so many years, affecting so many lives. I am not only capable of resolving Sister Yan's internal toxin, but I can also assist you in controlling the toxin that has troubled you for years. Yuquan's declaration did not incite Douluo's earlier fervor, but instead prompted him to remain calm. But, Douluo inquired, maintaining his composure. Regrettably, I currently lack the means to do so, Yuquan replied with a hint of resignation. What do you require? Douluo asked. Yuquan's requests did not diminish his regard for her. Rather, they alleviated his tension. He feared that a lack of demands would render her intentions more suspect. It is not a matter of what I require. It is simply that I do not possess the requisite ability at this moment, Yuquan explained with frustration. What do you mean? Douluo questioned, perplexed. Yuquan summoned her martial soul, revealing, my martial soul is unique. It harbors both fire and ice elements, which inhibits my ability to wield flames effectively. The elixir I crafted for Sister Yan represents the pinnacle of my current capabilities. Upon hearing Yuquan's explanation, Douluo felt a mix of astonishment and disappointment, yet he remained undeterred, pressing on, since you have indicated the possibility of solution. It cannot merely be that you are entirely without options. Speak candidly about your needs, even if it requires my life. I would not hesitate if it guarantees Yan's safety. Chapter 16, The Cold Fire Python. As long as I can resolve the toxin within Yan, I would willingly sacrifice my life, Douluo declared earnestly, his eyes reflecting hope and yearning, coupled with profound affection for Yan. Upon hearing Douluo's words, Yuquan stood tall and with utmost seriousness bowed to him. Your words are too weighty, esteemed elder. I have observed your concern for Sister Yan. I have been diligently seeking a resolution to the martial soul dilemma and have now discovered a method. I humbly request your assistance. Douluo, sensing hope, gazed expectantly at Yuquan. What must I do? Speak freely. I wish to journey to the extreme north, Yuquan stated. The extreme north? That place is fraught with danger. Are you certain? Douluo asked, astonished. Absolutely. Furthermore, I would prefer that this matter remain confidential, without the prince's knowledge, Yuquan whispered, glancing toward the entrance where Shui Qinghe lingered. It is no wonder. Otherwise, with the prince's capabilities, he could easily assign someone to protect you, Douluo acknowledged. Understanding dawning upon him. Are you certain that the extreme north can resolve your martial soul issue? Douluo inquired, still apprehensive. I am certain, Yuquan affirmed resolutely. As long as I can locate the bone spirit cold fire, all problems will be resolved. If I succeed in finding the bone spirit cold fire, it would indicate that this world possesses extraordinary flames, allowing me to continue my cultivation of the burning decision. Very well, I shall grant your request, Douluo agreed, nodding. When do you intend to depart? Today. The extreme north is notoriously frigid. Are you sure you wish to set off so soon? I am fully prepared. Esteemed elder may rest assured, Yuquan replied confidently. Good, then let us depart immediately. With a grand wave of his hand, Douluo led Yuquan towards the entrance. Upon stepping outside, they were greeted by the sight of Shui Qinghe, who had been waiting at the door. Yuquan, have you come to an agreement? Shui Qinghe scrutinized Yuquan carefully, relieved to see her unharmed. We have come to an agreement. Brother Taizi, I intend to accompany Elder Douluo to his apothecary for a while. I have heard Elder Douluo mention that his shop is filled with rare and exotic herbs, which may hold the key to resolving my martial spirit dilemma. Aware of Shui Qinghe's concern, Yuquan tugged at his sleeve and spoke sweetly. Very well. Given the significance of your martial spirit issue, how could I possibly deny you this opportunity? However, you must take good care of yourself while you are there. Heed the advice of Elder Douluo and prioritize your safety. Shui Qinghe cautioned earnestly, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, Brother Taizi, Yuquan replied with a nod of compliance. Please take care of Yuquan, Elder Douluo. If she inadvertently causes any offense, I hope you will not hold it against a mere child. I will take full responsibility for her, Shui Qinghe said solemnly. Gazing intently at Douluo nodded with an air of arrogance. Having completed his instructions, Yuquan followed Douluo as they set off. Uncle Tsitan, I must trouble you to follow discreetly and ensure that Douluo remains unaware. Do not obstruct Youquan's intentions, but make certain to protect her. If any harm befalls her, I shall hold you accountable, Shui Qinghe commanded seriously. Understood, young master, Citan replied respectfully, then vanished from sight. Once they exited the city of Tiando, Douluo cradled Youquan in his arms. Why are you so light? He inquired, furrowing his brow as he measured her weight. My daughter Yin was quite plump at your age and exceedingly adorable. I have improved quite a bit, Youquan replied with a hint of exasperation. Why does everyone insist on saying I am thin? I weigh much more now than when I first met Brother Taizi. After several days of travel, the pair finally arrived at the extreme north. Youquan reflected on what she had read in books. Elder, do you know where I might find a soul beast called the Tianhan Huamong? She asked Douluo. She had read that this soul beast, known for its mastery over an extremely cold flame, resided in the extreme north. The existence of such a flame seemed fantastical, and given the beast's elusive nature, few were aware of it. Youquan had stumbled upon this information in a rather obscure ancient text. Never have I ventured here, so I'm unfamiliar with the soul beast you speak of. However, as it is a serpent-type soul beast, allow me to see if I can assist you in locating it, Douluo said, gazing down at the little bundle in his coat, quickly channeling his soul power to envelop her. Finally feeling a measure of warmth, Youquan peeked out curiously, eager to see what Douluo would do next. Her curiosity about the world blossoming. Douluo paid no heed to her inquisitive gaze, releasing his martial spirit, which elicited a small gasp of astonishment from Youquan. After a considerable time had passed, Douluo finally informed Youquan, I found it. Let us proceed. They arrived at a valley surrounded by vast, white, snow-capped mountains. Given that the Tianhan Huamong is also white, look in that direction. That is where the Tianhan Huamong resides. If one were not actively searching, it would be easy for an ordinary person to fall prey to the fire serpent's attack, Douluo explained to Youquan. Following Douluo's indication, Youquan unleashed her soul power, quickly uncovering the fire serpent hidden beneath the snow. Is this the Tianhan Huamong? Judging by its length, it appears to be just over 10,000 years old, Youquan ventured, attempting to analyze it with the knowledge from her books. Indeed, it is certainly a soul beast that has just reached the 10,000-year mark, Douluo affirmed, nodding appreciatively. Youquan hopped down from Douluo's embrace and settled into a meditative position. I kindly ask for your protection, Elder. Do not worry, Douluo replied, intrigued as to how this young girl planned to address her martial spirit issues. Youquan summoned her soul power with all her might, enveloping the realm in the formidable aura of her perfected soul force. Douluo watched in astonishment, not expecting the little girl before him to possess such terrifying mental strength, capable of enveloping the very world around them. Time slipped away swiftly, and soon half a day had passed. Youquan slowly opened her eyes, her previously serious expression replaced with one of sheer joy. At last, my efforts have borne fruit. What have you found? Douluo inquired, curiosity piqued. Without elaborating, Youquan requested, Please, Elder, take me to a specific location. Guided by Youquan, they quickly arrived at a nearby valley. Is this a cold spring or a magma pool? The upper layer is ice, yet the lower layer exudes intense heat. How peculiar that fire and ice elements can coexist. Truly, the world is full of wonders. No wonder you believe a solution to your martial spirit lies here. I initially thought you sought the Tianhan Huamong to absorb its soul ring, Douluo remarked, astonished by the sight before them. Youquan presented a medicinal formula to Douluo Elder. This contains the remedy for Sister Yan's toxic condition. While it may not provide a complete cure, it will sufficiently safeguard her throughout her life, free from the affliction of her poison. Douluo accepted the formula, perplexed. Why? If I have not emerged within a month, I ask that you return without me, Youquan said respectfully, bowing to Douluo before leaping into the magma, without waiting for his response. Little one, Douluo exclaimed in alarm. How could she have suddenly jumped in? It was clearly magma. Would a young girl survive such a plunge? Although he himself had no fear, how would he explain this to Taizi Xueqinghe? Douluo paced anxiously along the shore. Just as he hesitated, pondering whether to jump in after her, a golden figure followed suit, diving into the magma. To err on the side of caution, Douluo quickly activated his soul power to envelop himself and leaped into the molten depths. Within the magma, Douluo soon spotted the golden figure halting ahead. Following the gaze of this shimmering form, he found Youquan completely unscathed, allowing them both to breathe a sigh of relief. After exchanging a glance, they quietly returned to the shore. Who are you? Douluo inquired, summoning his martial spirit, alert and prepared. The golden figure did not reveal their true identity. They were a titled Douluo from the Spirit Hall. If Douluo were to catch sight of their appearance, the identity of Qian Renxue could very well be compromised. On the orders of the Taizi, I am here to protect Miss Yuquan. Upon hearing that the newcomer was there to safeguard Yuquan, Douluo relaxed his vigilance somewhat, astonished to discover that the Taizi had a powerhouse of title Douluo level backing him, coupled with the assistance of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. It was no wonder Xue Qinghe was willing to feign madness. However, Douluo chose not to comment further. Yuquan belonged to the Taizi's faction, and given that Prince Xuexing had previously aided him, it was best for him to remain uninvolved in this royal conflict. Though they maintained a wary stance, both patiently awaited Youquan's return at the shore. Meanwhile, submerged in the magma, Yuquan simultaneously shielded herself with her soul power while fervently searching for the presence of the bone spirit cold fire. After an extensive search, Yuquan finally beheld a colossal skeleton, seemingly the remains of some soul beast, amidst which flickered a diminutive flame of ethereal white. At last, I have found you, Yuquan exclaimed with fervor as she gazed at the pulsating flame before her. Approaching the bone spirit cold fire, she meticulously enveloped it with her soul power. Closing her eyes in supplication, Master, may you bless your disciple with success. Upon completing her prayer, she abruptly opened her eyes, filled with unwavering determination, and swallowed the bone spirit cold fire whole. As the white flame entered her body, Yuquan instinctively sealed her mouth, and in that moment, it felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her body trembled violently, her once rosy complexion paling to a ghostly white. Fortunately, she had initially shielded her heart's pulse with her soul power. Otherwise, the moment the otherworldly fire entered her, she might have been reduced to mere nothingness. Enduring the searing pain within, she kept her eyes tightly shut, gradually descending into her inner self. The once singular bone spirit cold fire fragmented into countless tiny white flames, darting about her meridians like mischievous children, delivering a cataclysmic assault upon her fragile human channels. The excruciating heat of the foreign fire scorched her meridians, rendering her face crimson and contorted. Before she could acclimatize, a chilling sensation enveloped her, a stark contrast to the previous heat, causing her meridians to feel as though they might shatter at any moment. A piercing scream reverberated through the air. Douluo and the porcupine Douluo, who had been vigilantly monitoring Yuquan, immediately rose, anxiously observing the magma. What on earth is she doing? Douluo fretit, pacing nervously. Perhaps we should descend and check on her, suggested the porcupine Douluo, uneasy at the prospect of something befalling their young master. Let's wait a moment longer. Going now would not assist her, Douluo calmly countered. The two titled Douluos remained tense, fixated on the magma, only finding solace when they sensed Youquan's life force. Within the magma, Yuquan continued her fierce struggle against the bone spirit cold fire. You must persist, Yuquan. It is merely the bone spirit cold fire. You are the esteemed disciple of the Flame Emperor, who commands all fires. Endless agony enveloped the young girl, who murmured encouraging words to herself. Yuquan exerted her formidable soul power to encase the searing white flames tormenting her meridians, her resolve solidifying. In the hazy realm of her senses, a magnificent figure gradually emerged in her mind. Master, the girl involuntarily exclaimed. Yuquan, I believe in you. A gentle, soothing voice resonated in her ears. As if awakening from a dream, Youquan's consciousness sharpened. Struggling to sit upright, she took a deep breath, concentrating as she attempted to refine the bone spirit cold fire coursing through her meridians. However, her initial attempts met with failure. Yet, Yuquan refused to surrender easily. If the foreign fire could be so effortlessly refined, it would not bear the title of the supreme of all fires. One failure, two failures, three failures, time slipped away, and Yuquan lost track of how long she had endured, vaguely aware that she had faltered countless times. Nearing a state of numbness, she suddenly felt a jolt of excitement during another attempt, quickly steadying her mind. To her astonishment, the previously erratic foreign fire began to follow her lead along her meridians. Sensing this shift, Yuquan meticulously controlled her soul power, guiding the foreign flames to flow cautiously through her channels. Within her battered meridians, a strand of white flame meandered, leaving a trail of white mist that gradually coalesced into shards of ice, only to be swiftly melted by the foreign fire's intense heat. Yuquan maintained her clarity amid the extremes of heat and cold, diligently refining the bone spirit cold fire. After successfully guiding the bone spirit cold fire through a complete circuit of her meridians, her right hand instinctively extended, causing the elemental stone to levitate in the air. The original patterns upon the stone were replaced by intricate white designs, as the ethereal white flames danced around the egg-sized stone. Before she could revel in her success, Quan resumed her focus, leading the bone spirit cold fire through the incantation of the burning technique. As the flames were drawn into the technique, Quan understood that the ensuing moments would determine her fate. Today, she would either perish alone in this magma, dissolving into nothingness, or successfully absorb the foreign fire, thereby obtaining her passage to strength. As the burning technique activated, the once subdued bone spirit cold fire seemed to sense its impending loss of freedom, erupting into a frenzied blaze that seared Yuquan's fragile meridians. Drawing upon her prior experiences of refining, Quan remained resolute. No matter how violently the foreign fire raged, it could not escape the web of her soul power. Through the agony, she gritted her teeth and persevered. In the prolonged struggle with the foreign fire, her once fiery red hair gradually transformed into silver-white strands, her previously crimson soul power morphing into an ethereal white. The conflicting fire and ice elements within her began to harmonize, heralding a transformation akin to a phoenix on the verge of rebirth. Chapter 18. A Sudden Leap Forward. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Douluo, who had been waiting anxiously by the shore, could no longer contain himself. I must ascend and check on her. She told me to wait a month. The time has come, and I am genuinely concerned. Rising to his feet, he prepared to plunge into the magma once more. The porcupine Douluo concurred. I will accompany you. Just as they were about to immerse themselves in the molten depths, a column of fire erupted skyward. As the flames receded, a luminous orb of white fire floated in the air. Is that Quan? Douluo exclaimed in astonishment. There sat Quan, cross-legged within the orb of flames, as the bone spirit cold fire coursed slowly through her meridians. The foreign fire within her no longer emitted the terrifying heat or bone-chilling cold it once had. Instead, it had become remarkably gentle. The cool flames flowed along Yuquan's meridians, which, though previously ravaged, began to rejuvenate, unfurling like parched leaves encountering a life-giving spring. The meridians, tempered by the bone spirit cold fire, eagerly absorbed the vast energy contained within the foreign flames. The restoration and enhancement of her body not only fortified her physique, but also elevated her soul power to level 20. Had she absorbed a soul ring, her level would surely have been even higher. After 3 days, Quan finally opened her eyes, having absorbed the orb of flames enveloping her. Seeing the two figures waiting below, she activated her explosive step and appeared at the shore. My apologies for keeping you waiting, esteemed seniors, Quan said, somewhat bashfully clasping her fists toward Douluo. You had me worried sick, child, but thankfully you are unharmed, Douluo replied. Although curious, he refrained from probing further. I am relieved that you are safe. I can now report to the Crown Prince. The porcupine Douluo interjected before Quan could respond. Understanding that the true identity of my esteemed brother, the Crown Prince, must remain a closely guarded secret, I nodded in response, expressing my gratitude. Thank you, my lord, for your concern. I apologize for troubling the Crown Prince with my worries. The porcupine nodded, wary of revealing his identity to Douluo, and after offering a few words of caution to Quan, he vanished in a flash. Your soul power seems to have increased significantly. However, it is perplexing that even I, with my rank of title de law, cannot discern the extent of your strength. Douluo remarked, observing Quan with curiosity. Please take a look, senior, Quan said, extending her right hand to summon her martial soul. The elemental stone that once existed had vanished, leaving behind only a ghostly white flame. Douluo gazed at the flame in Yuquan's hand, acutely aware of its high temperature. Yet it emanated an aura of chilling danger. This is an unusual fire, revered above all others. Born from the essence of the heavens and the earth, it is immensely powerful yet perilous. Its name is Bone Spirit Cold Fire, existing solely in frigid realms, often accompanied by soul beasts wielding similar flames, Quan elucidated. I see. The world is indeed full of wonders. I had not anticipated the existence of such a treasure. No wonder you claim to have found a solution for your martial soul. With this flame, your future is bound to be limitless, Douluo exclaimed in admiration. I shall forever remember your kindness, senior, Quan responded with a formal bow. I merely act for the sake of my granddaughter. As long as you can genuinely resolve Yinyan's affliction, all will be well, Douluo replied with a smile, then turned to Quan. Now that your martial soul issue is resolved, can we return to assist Yinyan with her poison? Certainly, but I have now reached the 20th rank. Might I request you to wait while I obtain a soul ring first? Quan inquired of Douluo. Oh, a soul master at the tender age of 6? You might surpass even the youngest genius, how you know? of your, Douluo remarked, astonished by Yuquan's prowess. Had it not been for the high age limit of the heavenly cold fire python, it would truly be a perfect match for you. It is not too high. It is my goal, Quan declared, her gaze fixed on the mountain ahead, where she sensed the presence of the heavenly cold fire python observing her. The second soul ring can only absorb those of a century level. You passed the theoretical exam at the Tianfu Royal Academy. How could you not know this? Douluo questioned disapprovingly. Quan released her martial soul, and a purple soul ring floated beside her. Rest assured, my first soul ring is of the millennium level. And for the second, I aim to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. I possess ample confidence. She continued, the difficulty with 10,000-year soul beasts lies in their soul fluctuations. Only a soul master who has reached the soul king level possesses sufficient mental fortitude to resist them. However, this challenging soul fluctuation is trivial before me. Douluo, recalling Yuquan's formidable mental strength, could only nod in resignation. Very well, as long as you are aware of your capabilities. With that, Douluo swiftly summoned the heavenly cold fire python before Quan, using his soul power to suppress it, rendering it unable to resist. Just stab it in the 7 inches with your weapon, he instructed immediately. Quan was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected Douluo to so easily capture the python. Initially intending to take on the task herself, she decided not to squander his goodwill. She promptly retrieved a dagger from the soul guide prepared by Qianrenshua and plunged it fiercely into the python's vital spot. As the python succumbed to death, a black soul ring coalesced above its carcass and, drawn by Quan, floated to her right hand. Senior, I am ready to begin, she announced to Douluo. With that, Quan activated the burning decision, and the soul ring of the heavenly cold fire python transformed into a black light, enveloping her. The immense energy of the 10,000-year soul beast surged toward Yuquan's body, only to be intercepted by the bone spirit cold fire. Confronted with the energy of the 10,000-year soul ring, the bone spirit cold fire surged forward, as if seeking nourishment, and swiftly consumed the dark energy. Suddenly, an icy yet searing sensation washed over her, a feeling that resonated from the depths of her spirit. Yet this overwhelming contrast of heat and cold, which could drive an ordinary person to madness, was trivial for Quan, who had refined the bone spirit cold fire. She immediately unleashed her vast soul power, and the soul fluctuations from the heavenly cold fire python met the formidable soul power of Quan, who had reached the pinnacle of her realm. Like a pebble cast into the ocean, stirring no ripples. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed, and Douluo, who had been vigilantly observing Yuquan's condition, finally felt at ease. As Quan absorbed the entirety of the soul ring's energy, she successfully surpassed the barrier of the 20th rank. The immense energy from the 10,000-year soul ring, combined with the residual energy of the bone spirit cold fire, propelled her to the status of a 24th rank Great Soul Master. After circulating the burning decision 1 complete cycle, she opened her eyes, realizing that her rapid advancement in power necessitated an urgent need to refine her combat skills and enhance her practical abilities. However, the immediate priority remained to fulfill her promise and assist Douluo and Yin in overcoming their poison backlash issue. Senior, I am ready. Let us return to address the poison backlash for Sister Yin and yourself, Quan said to Douluo. Let us head directly to my pharmacy, where you'll find rare herbs that might be of use. Should you require anything, I shall procure it for you. Douluo replied upon learning that Quan would assist Yin with her poison issues, promptly lifting Quan and soaring toward the direction of the Sunset Forest. Chapter 19. The Method of Poison Pills. Senior, to completely resolve the poison backlash, there are currently 2 methods, Quan stated. Oh, Douluo expressed curiosity, surprised that there were 2 approaches. One method involves consuming a pill that entirely neutralizes the toxins within. However, this would render you and Sister Yin incapable of utilizing your poison abilities, Quan explained while seated atop a rock formation. My abilities, as well as Yin's, rely on poison. If we eliminate our poison capabilities, would we not be akin to the incapacitated? Douluo frowned, expressing his disagreement. The second method involves utilizing a rare treasure as a medium, combined with a pill and my guidance through the unusual fire, to consolidate all toxins into a single entity, forming a poison pill. The advantage of this approach is that you will retain your poison abilities, and your strength will also improve due to the pill and the rare treasure, allowing you to control the toxins within, Quan explained. Surely it cannot be that simple. If it were, you would not have mentioned the first method, Douluo inquired solemnly. Indeed, the drawback of this method lies in the stringent conditions for the rare treasure, which is difficult to find. Moreover, and most importantly, it requires me to guide you with the unusual fire. This means introducing the unusual fire into your bodies to refine the medicinal properties and aid in the formation of the poison pill, Quan stated. Meeting Douluo's gaze with unwavering eyes, Douluo fell into deep thought, remaining silent. Quan understood that placing one's life entirely in the hands of another warranted careful consideration. Should they choose neither method, she could still concoct pills to help them manage their poison, ensuring they would never again suffer for backlash. Younger girl, why not take me on as your master? Douluo suddenly proposed. Upon hearing his words, Quan was momentarily taken aback before smiling and responding, I apologize, senior, but I already have a teacher. Gazing at Quan with a mixture of longing and reverence, Douluo could only express his regret, saying, what a pity. However, I truly envy your master for having such an exceptional disciple like you. Quan stood tall with pride. Being the sole disciple of the Flame Emperor was her greatest honor in life. I have made my decision to employ the second method. I trust you. However, I must ask you to conduct the experiment on me first. Once successful, you can then assist my granddaughter, Yin. Douluo spoke earnestly. Very well. However, the rare materials necessary still need to be prepared by you, senior. Quan shrugged her shoulders as she was currently devoid of resources and in dire straits. Do you have any suggestions, little girl? Douluo inquired, as he was unfamiliar with the materials required. After a moment of contemplation, Quan replied, I recall reading in a book that there exists a soul beast known as the redwater orca. Upon its demise, it produces a gelatinous substance that, when consumed by humans, can enhance physical attributes and even extend the absorption period of soul rings. It seems such a thing exists, Douluo pondered, responding, are you suggesting the substance is viable? It should be, or perhaps soul bones could also suffice, Quan answered. In this world, soul beasts do not yield crystal cores, but instead produce soul rings and soul bones. I remember the text mentioning that soul bones could serve as a medium for condensing poison pills. Both of these items are difficult to procure. Which do you think is the better option? Douluo asked, naturally wanting to reserve the best for his granddaughter. I would recommend the gelatin produced by the redwater orca as the medium. This would also enhance Sister Yenzi's constitution, which is beneficial regardless of whether she specializes in control or brute force. If we were to use a soul bone, it would be rendered useless as a medium for the poison pill, effectively wasting a soul bone slot. Quan meticulously analyzed the two options for Douluo. Very well. I shall procure the items you mentioned. The rest you may prepare. I have set up a poison array outside the apothecary, which will prevent ordinary soul beasts from entering. You can focus on your cultivation here. Feel free to utilize any herbs you desire, but some are toxic, so please exercise caution. Douluo advised Quan with great care before promptly setting off to gather the material she needed. Once Douluo had departed, Quan began to explore the apothecary. She discovered an abundance of medicinal herbs, many of which were scarcely found even in the Douluo Continent, as well as some astonishing herbs that even she had never encountered before. I should refine some commonly needed pills to keep on hand, Quan resolved, quickly gathering the necessary ingredients and preparing to begin the alchemical process with her exotic fire. This long-awaited sensation filled her as she gazed at the familiar cauldron of exotic fire, ready to refine the herbs, channeling her soul power and embarking on her alchemical journey over the coming days. Perhaps the materials required were too rare, for half a month passed without Douluo's return, leaving Quan to cultivate alone in the apothecary. Due to her rapid increase in soul power, she had refrained from further enhancing her soul abilities during this period and instead began practicing various combat techniques from her past life. Through this month of practice, Quan had prepared numerous essential pills for herself, including chi recovery pills, hemostatic pills, dragon power pills, wind speed pills, and explosive pills, among others. She had also mastered techniques such as the absorption palm, fire blowing palm, lion tiger shattering gold chant, earth flame barrier, and the mountain splitting seal from the imperial seal technique. The rigorous requirements of the imperial seal technique meant that without her formidable soul power, she might never have learned the mountain splitting seal. Even now, its use would deplete her soul power, making it her greatest trump card. Additionally, Quan had long wished to learn the 3,000 thunder movements, but the lack of thunderstorm weather had hindered her from refining the power of wind and thunder. She resolved to seek assistance from Yu Qianheng upon her return. Quan planned to find a flying soul beast next, to develop a flying combat technique. Traversing without the ability to fly was truly inconvenient. Just as Quan became intrigued by her soul abilities and prepared to experiment, Douluo returned. This was exceedingly difficult to find. I managed to acquire a millennium-grade specimen. This will be reserved for Yin, while I shall use a soul bone, Douluo announced, handing Quan a jade box containing a deep blue gelatinous substance. Quan accepted it, glanced at the sky, and said to Douluo, Senior, please take a moment to recuperate and restore yourself to your peak condition. Tomorrow at noon, when the yang energy is at its zenith, we shall commence. Very well, you should also rest early. Douluo nodded and retreated to his secluded cave for meditation. Chapter 20. Condensing the Poison Pill. The following day at noon, Quan and Douluo arrived beside the hot and cold springs. During Douluo's absence, Quan had discovered the miraculous properties of this spring. The abundant fire element of the hot spring greatly benefited her cultivation due to the unique characteristics of her martial soul and bone spirit's cold fire. Moreover, the ample fire elements in the hot spring countered Douluo's snake poison, making it an ideal location for condensing the poison pill with remarkable efficacy. They settled cross-legged on the rocks by the hot spring. Senior, please relax. First, I need you to fully release your innate snake poison. Do not worry about it harming me. Next, I will use my exotic fire to force the toxins toward your right arm bone. This process may be somewhat painful, but you must endure and refrain from using your soul power to resist. If this step fails, we will be unable to proceed, and we may suffer a backlash. Quan instructed earnestly, her expression serious. Douluo nodded solemnly. Do not worry. This level of pain is insignificant to me, as long as we can thoroughly resolve the poison backlash. Enduring some discomfort is a small price to pay. Proceed. I have faith in you. Taking a deep breath, Quan readied her bone spirit cold fire. Senior, we begin now. In an instant, Douluo activated his martial soul, and Quan felt as though her mentor had transformed into a cold, massive python, exuding a palpable danger. She steadied herself, enveloping herself in her bone spirit cold fire and soul power to prevent being poisoned before controlling the toxins. As expected, Douluo unleashed his innate green scale, Snake Emperor poison, enveloping the surroundings in a verdant haze. However, the moment this poison encountered the bone spirit cold fire, it was incinerated into nothingness. Seeing this, Douluo finally felt at ease and was filled with confidence for the forthcoming actions. Quan concentrated deeply, extending her right hand, fist clenched and fingers poised as a cold white flame took shape at her fingertips. With a determined gaze, she swiftly pressed her fingers against Douluo's back, and hissing white smoke began to rise. Douluo involuntarily let out a muffled groan. The emerald green snake poison erupted violently, and Douluo's previously normal complexion transformed into a shade of green, his features betraying the pain and struggle he was enduring due to the backlash of the green scale Snake Emperor poison. Time was of the essence. If Quan did not swiftly contain the toxins, they would infiltrate Douluo's lungs, placing him in grave danger, even as a title de law. Quan inhaled deeply, unleashing her soul power to safeguard Douluo's meridians and heart, while the cold white flames surged forth, enveloping Douluo entirely. Hiss! After the flames enveloped Douluo, the rich emerald green snake venom erupted with a hissing sound, as if encountering something feasible, and then retreated like lightning, all of which rushed into Douluo's body. Senior, follow my strange fire to activate your soul power. Slowly gather the poisonous gas in your body into your soul bones, and then condense the poisonous gas into pills. Quan spoke out loud. Okay. Douluo calmed down and focused all his attention on the meridians of his own body. Following the guidance of the strange fire of the secluded spring, and activated his soul power, forcing all the poisonous gas in his body to the soul bones. After running for 1 week after another, he finally gathered all the poisonous gas in his body at Douluo's soul bone. With the bone spirit cold fire of Quan blocking it, all the Bailin snake venom in Douluo's body gathered at the bone of his right arm, making Douluo's right arm look green and swollen, very terrifying. Senior, after taking this pill, immediately enter the nearby medicine barrel and absorb all the medicine in the barrel. Then, I will remove the bone spirit cold fire. Senior will fuse the medicinal power with the toxic gas, and the power of this pill will help you condense the poison pill. Quan took out a medicine bucket from a soul guide, which contained the medicine she had prepared in advance. Okay. Douluo immediately took the pill and then dodged into the wooden barrel. With the continuous absorption of the medicine, Douluo's vitality, which had been eroded by snake venom, was instantly restored. Senior, activate soul power, combine medicinal power, compress toxic gas, and form a poison pill. Feeling the mutual erosion of the medicinal power and the poisonous gas in Douluo's right arm, Quan immediately said. Douluo didn't even have time to speak, so he immediately began to compress the poisonous gas according to Yochuan's instructions. The green poisonous gas spun at high speed, forming a vortex of poisonous gas, and the prototype of the poison pill gradually took shape. It's finally safe and sound. Quan felt that everything was going smoothly with the formation of the poison pill in Douluo's body, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, withdrawing the strange fire. A feeling of fatigue surged in Yuan's heart. Although her soul power was strong, it was still very low. She helped the powerful Douluo level to condense poison pills. But using the strange fire to guide, this left her exhausted. Although everything is progressing smoothly, in order to prevent any accidents from happening, Quan still insists on observing Douluo's state. 3 days later, Douluo finally condensed the poison pill into shape. And once the toxins that were eating away at his body were eliminated, coupled with the residual medicinal power of the pill, Douluo's soul power unexpectedly loosened after a long time. Douluo broke through with all his might and only woke up 3 days later. Seeing that Douluo was safe and his strength had improved, Quan finally calmed down and fell asleep on the side. Douluo traveled thousands of miles to help him obtain the favor of Bone Spirit Coldfire. After such a long time, he finally paid it back. Quan fell asleep from there. Douluo looked at the exhausted little one and smiled, shaking his head with a hint of love in his eyes. Although you may not have the fate to become a master disciple, from today on, you could be considered my granddaughter, as important as geese. I won't let anyone easily bully you, not even the Flame Sect. Remembering what Yin said, Quan and the girl deliberately avoided the people of the Burning Fire Academy. And a hint of forest-killing intent flashed in Douluo's eyes. Douluo carried Quan back and placed him in a comfortable bed, allowing him to sleep comfortably. After sleeping for a day and a night, Quan finally woke up and his condition recovered. Are you awake? Do you want to take a break for a while? Douluo walked in with a food box, which he had specially bought for Quan in Tianfu City. I've already rested well. Thank you, Senior. Quan felt a little embarrassed. Ask Senior to see more people. Just like geese, just call me Grandpa. Douluo brought the food to Quan and said with a smile, Okay, Grandpa Douluo. Yuan smiled and replied, Grandpa Douluo, I've rested almost. When will Yinzi come? I should have gone back early. Otherwise the Crown Prince would have been worried about me. Take another break. I'll go pick up Yin tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 21, Fire Young Beal. A few days later, Quan finally solved the snake venom backlash problem between Douluo and his grandson completely. Douluo also improved her soul power by 2 levels due to successfully condensing poison pills. After practicing the Ice and Fire 2 instrument eyes for a period of time, Quan stabilized his suddenly increased soul power and set off back to the Heavenly Palace. Do you know to come back? Shueching his face was cold. Looking at the returning Quan with a somewhat serious expression, Quan knew that the thorny dolphin Douluo must have informed Qian Ringshu about his reckless trip to the far north. Quan took out a delicate jade vase, approached cautiously, and coquettishly shouted, Sister Shui. Qian Ringshu Yuan's originally cold face instantly crumbled, and he sighed helplessly. I'm not angry that you haven't replied for a long time. I'm angry that you didn't say anything and would rather trust an outsider you've only recently met to take you to that dangerous place than tell me and ask for my help. Since I consider you as my sister, it is my duty as a sister to protect you. You should not distrust me. Looking at Qian Ringshu's slightly injured expression, Quan immediately explained, No, Sister Shui. It's not that I don't trust you. Just because I care, I don't want you to worry. My soul power is too low to absorb strange flames, and even with the high ranking of Bone Spirit Coldfire, I will die for a lifetime. I don't want you to worry. Okay, let's forget about it once it's over. We can't do this again in the future. Qian Ringshu couldn't bear to question Quan again as she looked at her self-blaming expression. What are you holding? Qian Ringshu asked curiously. I found some good things in Grandpa Douluo's pharmacy, specially prepared for my sister. Quan handed the jade bottle to Qian Ringshu. Pill. Qian Ringshu looked curiously. Would using elixirs to enhance affect the foundation? In the history of Douluo Continent, almost no one has ever used external substances such as elixirs to enhance their strength. For them, enhancing external substances is detrimental to their foundation and is a sideline. I don't know, this is not meant to enhance soul power. It's best to cultivate one's soul power steadily and solidly. Quan poured out a golden elixir from the jade bottle. Sister had to disguise herself during the day because she had to fight the Crown Prince all day long, so she had little time to cultivate. She could only cultivate at night. However, Sister, your angel martial soul has both fire and sun attributes, which is more conducive to your cultivation during the day. This Fire Yang pill can provide the sister with the essence of the day when she practices at night and help her practice. Is it so miraculous? Qian Ringshu looked at the Huiyang pill in her hand in surprise. Sister, just give it a try and you'll know. Yuan smiled and said, Okay, I'll give it a try tonight. Qian Ringshu smiled and touched Yuan's head. Yuan thought for a moment and said to Qian Ringshu, Sister Shui, I'm going out to find Sister Shuang and Sister Yin. They saved me back then, and now I have the ability to repay them. I want to go back and see them. Well, being a good person requires repaying one's teacher's kindness. But next time you come back, you should study hard and cultivate well. You are still young. Don't waste the golden time for cultivation. Qian said seriously. Got it, sister. Yuquan immediately promised. Qian Ringshu took out a token from the soul guide, which was engraved with 6 groups: a sword, a hammer, a crown, a dragon, a chrysanthemum, and an incomplete human form. This is a papal decree. Holding this token is tantamount to possessing the authority of an elder within the spirit hall. Keep it well with it. You may exercise the rights of an elder at any spirit hall branch across the continent. Yuquan received the papal decree from Qian Ringshu, scrutinizing the intricate designs emblazoned upon it. The symbols depicted the 6 formidable spirits of the continent. The 7 killing sword of the esteemed elder sword Douluo Continent from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. The Haotian hammer, the innate spirit of the Haotian sect, the blue lightning tyrant dragon of the blue electric tyrant dragon sect. The mystical chrysanthemum of the spirit halls Ju Huiyuan, and the ghostly spirit of the ghost elder. The crown represented the supreme authority of the spirit hall. As explained by Qian Ringshu, Yuquan nodded, securely stowing the token away. Though she would refrain from recklessly utilizing the connections of the spirit hall to avoid arousing suspicion about her own ties with it, and thereby risking the exposure of Qian Ringshu's identity, she felt compelled to safeguard this token, a testament to Qian Ringshu's heartfelt intentions. After bidding farewell to Qian Ringshu, Yuquan joyfully purchased numerous gifts in Heavendo City and hastened towards the location where Bai Shuang and the others were gathered. Upon her arrival at the village where Bai Shuang and her companions resided, Yuquan was met with a sight that filled her with dread. Flames soared into the sky from distance. Sister Shuang, Sister Yen, Yuquan exclaimed, instantly activating her explosive speed to rush towards the village. However, the raging inferno obstructed her path. Get out of my way, Yuquan bellowed, unleashing her bone spirit cold fire, which commanded the flames to bow before it and gradually dissipate. Sensing the presence of living souls within the village, Yuquan felt a surge of hope and swiftly made her way towards them. She discovered that the villagers were imprisoned within a building. Had she not arrived in time, they would have perished in the flames. Yuquan forcefully smashed the lock, liberating the villagers. With little time to acknowledge their gratitude or their cries of relief, she diligently searched for the figures of Bai Shuang and Zhuang Yinyan, yet to no avail. Where are Bai Shuang and Zhuang Yinyan? Yuquan inquired anxiously. Before anyone could respond, an irate man shouted, "Who are you to seek that witch? It's her fault we suffered, leading to our village being engulfed in flames." Silence. What wrongdoing have those 2 girls committed? An elderly man rebuked sternly. Why should I be quiet? If it weren't for that which Zhuang Yinyan, we'd have never faced such peril. The man retorted defiantly. With a resounding thud, Yuquan struck the man, sending him flying several meters where he collapsed, spewing blood and falling unconscious. I saved you from the inferno, and I can just as easily send you back. Now, tell me everything you know without omitting a single detail. Should you dare to speak ill of Sister Shuang and Yin Yin again, do not expect my mercy. Yochuan's gaze turned icy, her aura as a soul master causing the powerless villagers to tremble in fear. You all may leave. I am the village chief. I will speak with this young lady, the elder who had defended Bai Shuang asserted to the crowd. Terrified of Yuquan, the villagers scampered away at the chief's words, leaving only a husband and wife with their 2 children, who remained out of concern for both the chief and the sisters. Yuquan ignored them and listened intently as the village chief recounted the events of the past few days. Chapter 22. Frost and Yen in Peril. 3 days prior, Bai Shuang had received gold coins and provisions sent by Yuquan, yet she had refrained from using them, only resorting to them when food was scarce. However, while gathering herbs on a mountainside, they inadvertently provoked a frightened soul beast. Fortunately, Bai Shuang, being experienced, managed to evade the attack. But Zhuang Yinyan was startled and developed a high fever that persisted through the night. Full of concern, Bai Shuang hurriedly took the gold coins Yuquan had sent and rushed with Zhuang Yinyan to the nearest town for treatment, only to find that the soul physician was absent. Resolute, Bai Shuang rented a carriage and journeyed to the nearest city, Oakland, with Zhuang Yinyan. Upon reaching Oakland, Bai Shuang finally located a clinic to treat Zhuang Yinyan. This young lady has previously experienced a similar high fever due to shock. The doctor inquired after examining Zhuang Yinyan. Yes, Bai Shuang confirmed with a nod, her worry palpable. Doctor, how's my sister? She will be fine, but she may gradually remember things she has intentionally forgotten. If those memories are distressing, you must be sure to comfort her. She is still very young, and extreme emotional fluctuations are detrimental to her well-being, the doctor reassured her. My sister's mind has regressed to that of a 3 or 4-year-old due to previous events. Is there any way to remedy this? Bai Shuang implored. If she can recall those memories peacefully, she may recover gradually, though she might remain somewhat more innocent than her peers, the doctor advised. Thank you, Doctor, Bai Shuang said, kneeling in gratitude, her face streaked with tears. There is no need for such gestures. The doctor quickly assisted her to her feet. You two sisters should rest here for a while. It would be dangerous to remain outside. Thank you. Doctor, here is your consultation fee. Bai Shuang presented a small cloth pouch containing the gold coins sent by Quan. Settle the bill at the counter. If you have any excess funds, it would be wise to purchase some supplements to nourish yourselves. You appear undernourished, which makes you susceptible to illness, the doctor advised, noticing their frail figures. Hearing the doctor's words, Bai Shuang promptly procured some reasonably priced supplements for Zhuang Yinyin, while she herself subsisted on a single bun each day. Fortunately, the clinic's proprietor took pity on her and provided an extra meal during mealtimes. On the second day of their stay, most of the clinic staff were summoned away, and Zhuang Yinyin suddenly spiked another high fever, murmuring incoherently. With the physician absent, Quan could only follow the instructions of a young apprentice, using cold water to soak a cloth and wipe Zhuang Yinyin down. As Bai Shuang tended to her, the butterfly patterns on Zhuang Yinyin's skin began to emerge. Just as Bai Shuang was focused on cooling Zhuang Yinyin, a commotion erupted outside. Do you know who my young master is? Hurry and summon the doctor. If his treatment is delayed, you will pay dearly. A sharp, contemptuous voice rang out. I apologize. Our doctor has been called away, the apprentice replied, trembling in fear at the sight of the finely dressed intruder. Get out of my way. The arrogant attendant kicked the apprentice aside and strode into the inner chamber. Upon pushing the door open, he was greeted by the sight of Zhuang Yinyin lying on the bed, with Bai Shuang attending to her. Fixating on the butterfly patterns adorning Zhuang Yinyin's skin and the beauty of the two sisters, the attendant's gaze widened in astonishment. What are you doing? Bai Shuang immediately covered Zhuang Yinyin, glaring at the intruding attendant. Misunderstanding, the attendant chuckled, his eyes leering at the sisters before he retreated. Bai Shuang successfully calmed Zhuang Yinyin and approached the door, peering cautiously through the crack. She observed a lecherous attendant whispering something into the ear of the wealthy young master of the household. To her dismay, she noticed the young master casting a malevolent glance in her direction. Sensing imminent danger, Bai Shuang hurriedly gathered her belongings, and upon the physician's return, she briefly explained the situation before hastily departing with the doctor's prescribed herbs to return to the village, initially believing that their troubles would cease upon returning home. Zhuang Yinyin gradually began to recover. However, 2 days later, a formidable band of individuals arrived in the village searching for the two sisters. The visitors were numerous and imposing, led by a soul master. When an elder of the village merely inquired about their purpose, he was brutally killed by the leader. The butterfly demoness has offended my young master. We have been commanded to capture the demoness sisters and bring them back, the leader sneered. A kind-hearted villager rushed to inform Bai Shuang and her sister, urging them to hide in the mountains for a while. Unfortunately, she was discovered and met a tragic end, while Bai Shuang and her sister were knocked unconscious and taken away. To prevent any negative reputation from spreading about their young master forcibly abducting village maidens, the captors gathered all the villagers in one place, preparing to burn them alive. The village chief recounted everything he knew about Bai Shuang to Quan. Master, Soul Master, if you have a means, please save these poor sisters, he wept. Upon hearing the chief's words, Quan was consumed with rage. The priority was to rescue the Bai Shuang sisters as swiftly as possible. No one could predict the horrors they might endure if time were wasted. Quan produced a pouch of gold coins from her soul guide and handed it to the village chief. I'm grateful for your care of the Bai Shuang sisters during this time. Please accept these coins to help rebuild your village. Many in this village harbor resentment towards them for the misfortunes inflicted upon it. If possible, they will not return, aside from paying respects to the departed. This is also a token of appreciation for your kindness over the years. Without waiting for the chief to refuse, Quan turned to leave, for it was imperative to locate the whereabouts of the Bai Shuang sisters. The village chief, feeling the weight of the coins in his hand, found himself at a loss for words, relieved that the sisters had rescued someone who was grateful and would ensure a better future for themselves. However, he wondered if this young girl, merely 6 years old, could truly save the Bai Shuang sisters. Quan hastened to Oakland City, and upon her arrival, she discovered that it was far larger than she had anticipated. When she sought information, the townspeople disregarded her, dismissing her as just a small child. In desperation, Quan clutched the Pope's decree given to her by Qianren Shui. Sister, I can only utilize the influence of the Spirit Hall through this decree. I hope it will not bring you trouble, she murmured, gazing at the decree in her hand. Chapter 23. Reunion with Frost and Yin disguised with a mask. Yuquan made her way to the Spirit Hall branch in Oakland City. As she arrived, she was immediately stopped by the guarding knights. This is the Spirit Hall. Unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter. Yuquan altered her voice to sound hoarse and replied, I have urgent matters to discuss with your branch's bishop. Only those with proper clearance can meet the bishop, the knight rebuked. Without further ado, Yuquan produced the Pope's decree. Upon seeing it, the knight immediately knelt. Greetings, elder. Take me to your bishop, Yuquan commanded. Yes, elder. The knight respectfully led her through the halls. Elder, this is our bishop, Bishop Harris, the knight introduced. Greetings. Elder from the Spirit Hall, Bishop Harris bowed deeply, pondering the purpose of such an esteemed elder visiting the small Oakland City. Bishop Harris, my two saviors have been abducted by the local nobility. I implore you to investigate swiftly so that I may rescue them. Time is of the essence, Yuquan urged. Yes, I will attend to it immediately, Bishop Harris replied promptly. After handing over the matter to the Spirit Hall, Yuquan anxiously awaited within the branch. Approximately 2 hours later, Bishop Harris returned. Elder, I have discovered that your two benefactors were taken by the young master of the House of Habsburg. This young master is the spoiled son of the Earl, and his mother is the younger sister of the city lord's wife, which grants him considerable arrogance in Oakland City. He is known for his lasciviousness. Bishop Harris glanced at Yuquan. What does he desire? Yuquan inquired hastily. He has a penchant for collecting young girls who have failed their soul awakening, particularly those who cannot revert from their beastly forms. And he has a particular interest in children under 10 years old. Rumor has it that several young girls' corpses have already been removed from the Earl's estate. Bishop Harris's voice trailed off, realizing the grave peril facing Yochuan's benefactors. Upon hearing this, Yochuan's eyes blazed with fury. Give me the address. Quickly, elder. The Earl's estate is guarded by at least king-level soul masters. It would be too dangerous for you to go alone, Bishop Harris cautioned. I demand the address. Yuquan insisted. With no choice left, Bishop Harris reluctantly provided the location of the Earl's estate. After noting it down, Yuquan set off immediately. Bishop Harris paced anxiously, aware that offending the nobility of Tiando could be detrimental, but with an elder bearing the Pope's decree encountering trouble on his territory, his own life was at stake. With a heavy sigh, he followed after her. As Yuquan reached the Habsburg estate, night had fallen. Standing atop the roof, she unleashed her soul power to sense the whereabouts of the Baishuang sisters. After a brief moment, she finally detected their location. You filthy Earl's estate. Did you ever consider that the flames you ignited in the village would come roaring back to engulf you? With the bone spirit cold fire dancing in her hands, she declared, Go forth, let chaos reign in this Earl's estate. With a flick of her hand, the bone spirit cold fire descended, igniting the estate in a raging inferno. As the front courtyard erupted in flames, the inhabitants of the estate rushed to extinguish the fire. Seizing the moment of chaos, Yuquan hastened towards the back courtyard where Baishuang was being held. You little wretch, serving me is a privilege, and you dare to resist? SoulLand struck Baishuang down hard. I will stay to serve you. I beg you to spare my sister, Baishuang, recognizing her hopelessness, pleaded humbly. The little butterfly? Apologies. Even if I wish to spare her, she cannot escape. SoulLand smirked, gazing at Baishuang with delight. What have you done to my sister? Baishuang demanded angrily. SoulLand clapped his hands, and several guards brought in a tall cage. There, Zhuang Yinyan was suspended, her back adorned with a pair of water-blue butterfly wings, their patterns shimmering faintly in the light, a sight both beautiful and haunting. However, Zhuang Yinyan's complexion was exceptionally pale, as if she were on the verge of vanishing. Yinyan. Upon witnessing Zhuang Yinyan in such a state, Baishuang immediately called out, She ought to be grateful to me, were it not for my administering the specially concocted medicine. She would never have had the chance to witness her martial soul manifest. Ha ha ha. The audacious SoulLand laughed boisterously. You will face retribution for this, Baishuang cursed vehemently. I curse you with my life and soul. May you meet a wretched end. You little wretch, tend to your own affairs first, SoulLand replied darkly, striding toward Baishuang. Ignoring her fierce resistance, he callously tore at her garments, and Baishuang's desperate struggles were met with merciless slaps. Behave, and I might spare your life, SoulLand leered, lecherously surveying the trembling Baishuang. Kneel and apologize, and I may grant you a less painful demise. A chilling voice emanated from behind Yuquan, a frigid hand resting upon SoulLand's neck. Hearing the familiar voice, Baishuang's once vacant eyes gradually regained their spark. Who are you? Do you know who I am? Haosalan inquired in terror. Sister Shuang, you must get up. Quan did not release her grip on Haosalan's neck, instead offering a cloak to Bai Shuang. Relieved she had arrived in time. Only a portion of Bai Shuang's clothing had been slightly torn. You've come. Bai Shuang's voice trembled with indignation and fear. Yet, upon seeing Yuan's thoroughly disguised appearance, she refrained from revealing her identity. Quan released the howling Haosalan, who grew ever more arrogant. Leering at Quan, a little girl delivered right to my door, though I do wonder about her appearance. If she is ugly, even if she offered herself, I will not be interested. Haosalan remained blissfully unaware of the precariousness of his situation, boasting instead. Sister Shuang, how many times did he strike you? Quan asked leisurely. Countless times, Bai Shuang replied coldly, her gaze filled with hatred as she glared at Haosalan. Then let us strike until he breathes no more. Quan concentrated her soul energy and struck Haosalan with fierce blows. Just 2 slaps, and he fell to the ground, spitting blood and howling in pain. Quan, wishing to avoid further sulliance of her hands, unleashed the bone spirit cold fire, using her soul power to control the strange flames as they engulfed Haosalan. As the flames consumed him, Haosalan's cries of agony echoed, pleading for mercy. Though he was nearly burned to nothingness upon contact with the strange fire, Quan deliberately tormented him slowly for the sake of avenging Bai Shuang's sister. Had she not arrived in time, the outcome would have been unknown. Chapter 24, Choice. Sister Shuang, do you wish to kill yourself? Today's events had irrevocably altered the lives of the Bai Shuang sisters. Quan bestowed the choice upon Bai Shuang. Regardless of the path she chose, Quan vowed to protect the sisters, for a life-saving grace is deserving of such loyalty. Yes, if I do not kill him myself, my nightmares will never cease, Bai Shuang replied earnestly, nodding. Gripping the dagger handed to her by Quan, Bai Shuang trembled as she stepped forward. To prevent the strange fire from harming Bai Shuang, Quan withdrew it, seeing that Haosalan was utterly defenseless. Bai Shuang shut her eyes tightly, plunging the dagger down with ferocity. Haosalan's anguished screams filled the air. However, the entire room had been sealed by Quan's soul power. While the servants of the House family were preoccupied with the uncontrollable blaze in the front courtyard, Bai Shuang withdrew the dagger, a surge of vengeful exhilaration washing over her, and a smirk curled at her lips. It turns out killing is not such a daunting task, akin to slaughtering a chicken or pig. With that, Bai Shuang drove the dagger in again, stabbing repeatedly until she exclaimed furiously, "Beast, you bullied me and my sister." Sister. Bai Shuang instantly snapped back to reality, discarding the dagger and stumbling toward the cage that held Zhuang Yinyan. As she beheld Zhuang Yinyan suspended, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Quan, witnessing this, quickly stepped forward to rescue Zhuang Yinyan. Bai Shuang hurriedly cradled Zhuang Yinyan in her arms, only to discover that she could scarcely sense any life within her. Frightened, Bai Shuang shook Zhuang Yinyan, yet she showed no signs of awakening. Bai Shuang hastily laid Zhuang Yinyan on the ground and knelt before Quan. Miss Quan, I know you possess great abilities. I implore you, save my sister Yinyan. I have nothing to offer in return, willing to be your servant. Just please save her. Bai Shuang, seeing Zhuang Yinyan in her current state, cried out in despair. Quan promptly helped Bai Shuang to her feet. You have saved my life. Such talk of servitude is unnecessary. It is too perilous here. We must leave at once. Rest assured, I will not forsake Yinyan and will do everything in my power to save her. Bai Shuang felt a glimmer of hope as she quickly lifted Zhuang Yinyan, preparing to carry her on her back. Quan took Zhuang Yinyan from her. Allow me. Quan secured Zhuang Yinyan on her back, leading Bai Shuang out of the Hao's family estate. As they glanced back at the still-burning inferno, Bai Shuang seethed with vengeance. The indignity of the Hao's family estate today shall be repaid in full. Under Yuan's guidance, the three arrived at the branch of the Spirit Hall. Haosalan's corpse was set ablaze by Quan, and with the disappearance of her son, the Hao's family would undoubtedly suspect the missing Bai Shuang sisters. Haosalan's mother had ties to the city lord. Within the entire Orank city, only the Spirit Hall remained sanctuary. Bishop Harris, who returned with Quan, promptly prepared a quiet courtyard for the trio. Quan instructed the attendants to gather medicinal herbs, while also directing the maidservants to prepare hot water. Quan, do you have a solution? Bai Shuang inquired anxiously. Sister Shuang, do not worry. I have a way to address Yinyan's condition. Quan assured as she administered a pill to Bai Shuang, who was far too tense and needed proper rest. After consuming the pill, Bai Shuang fell into a deep slumber. Quan then ordered the maidservants to carry Bai Shuang to bed. After carefully examining Zhuang Yinyan's condition, Quan furrowed her brow, contemplating The only way to resolve Yinyan's current predicament is to completely awaken her martial soul. We must also guide soul power into her body to fully address the issue. However, due to those markings inflicted by that beast Haaslin, even with a complete awakening, the markings will not disappear. For now, we must prioritize survival. Having made her decision, Quan retrieved the medicinal herbs freshly prepared by the spirit hall and began concocting a remedy. Approximately an hour later, Quan distilled a pure medicinal liquid, carefully pouring it into a jade vial before adding 2 drops into the hot water prepared by the maidservants. Observing the water transform into a vibrant green hue, Quan gently placed Zhuang Yinyan into it. Subsequently, a flicker of strange fire ignited at her fingertips. Enveloped by her soul power, she cautiously directed it into Zhuang Yinyan's meridians. Under the guidance of the strange fire, the medicinal liquid gradually integrated and was fully absorbed. As the liquid continued to be absorbed, the water in the tub grew increasingly clear. With renewed determination, Quan harnessed her soul power, manipulating the strange fire to thoroughly clear Zhuang Yinyan's blocked meridians. At that moment, Zhuang Yinyan transformed into a soul master with level 1 soul power. Her once magnificent butterfly wings retracted, leaving only her frail body in the tub. Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief, adding more restorative herbs to the tub, ensuring to instruct the maidservants to add hot water to prevent Zhuang Yinyan from catching a chill. After a night of toil, Zhuang Yinyan's pale visage finally regained a rosy hue. Only then did Quan gently lift her from the wooden tub, dress her, and place her beside Bai Shuang. Exhausted from the night's labor, Quan, still a child at heart, found herself utterly spent, her frail body yielding to fatigue. With a resigned shake of her head, Quan sought out a quiet corner to succumb to slumber. The trio slumbered for an entire day and night, and it was not until the following dawn that Quan awoke first, venturing out to prepare a meal. Soon after, Bai Shuang stirred, her mind racing with memories of the previous events. Anxiously, she searched for Zhuang Yinyan, only to find her nearby, her complexion rosy and breathing steady. Lost in a peaceful slumber. Relieved, Bai Shuang lay back down, staring vacantly at the ceiling, tears unconsciously trailing down her cheeks. Quan entered with a food box, noticing Bai Shuang's alertness, and inquired, "Sister Shuang, come and have something to eat. Yinyan is fine now, merely recovering from her exhaustion. Once she awakens, she will be well. Do not fret." "All right," Bai Shuang replied, wiping her tears and rising from the bed. Sensing Bai Shuang's distress, Quan sighed deeply. Once Bai Shuang finished her meal, Quan spoke, "Sister Shuang, do you wish to grow stronger?" Bai Shuang, initially downcast, lifted her head at Yuan's words. "Is that possible for me?" "Certainly. While you were resting, I examined your body's meridians. The solution is not insurmountable, though the process may be somewhat agonizing," Quan elucidated. Without hesitation, Bai Shuang rose from her seat, kneeling before Quan. "Lady Quan, please assist me. I never wish to endure that night again. In this realm, only by becoming powerful can one avoid being preyed upon and protect those we cherish." Quan quickly helped Bai Shuang to her feet. "We are sisters. Since I call you Sister Shuang and you have saved my life, there is no need for such formality." "Thank you, Sister Quan," Bai Shuang gratefully nodded. "Then let us commence today," Quan declared, seeing the anticipation in Bai Shuang's eyes. "Yes," Bai Shuang eagerly agreed. Quan instructed a maid to prepare a wooden tub and hot water, while she herself began concocting a specialized elixir tailored to Bai Shuang's condition. Once everything was ready, Quan added 3 drops of the prepared liquid into the tub, watching as the hot water transformed into a vibrant green hue. After the potion had sufficiently diluted, she instructed Bai Shuang to disrobe and enter the tub. "Sister Shuang, I will utilize my otherworldly fire and soul power to clear your meridians. The process may be painful, but it will greatly enhance your potential, far superior to absorbing the medicine on your own. After enduring this phase of suffering, you will attempt to absorb the elixir under my guidance and establish a connection with your martial soul to harness soul power." With a flicker of pale white flame igniting at her fingertips, Quan addressed Bai Shuang. "Are you ready?" "I understand. I fear no pain. You may proceed, Sister Quan." Bai Shuang resolutely affirmed. "All right, prepare yourself. I shall begin." As Bai Shuang closed her eyes, Quan's fingers trembled, sending a slender wisp of ancient cold fire into Bai Shuang's skin. Under the guidance of Yuan's soul power and otherworldly fire, Bai Shuang's obstructed meridians began to reshape. The agony of this transformation nearly drew cries from Bai Shuang. Yet she understood that perseverance was essential to seize her destiny. She would never become a mere plaything of others. Observing the blood seeping from Bai Shuang's tightly clenched lips, Quan felt a pang of compassion and instinctively released more of her soul power to alleviate Bai Shuang's suffering. Time flew by, and nightfall soon enveloped them. The once vibrant green elixir in the tub had turned a murky black. Quan promptly ordered the maid to prepare clean buckets and hot water. Upon seeing the uncleanliness of the tub, Bai Shuang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Do not worry, Sister Shuang. This is merely the impurities expelled from your body after the cleansing. You are now a soul master and can begin your training, Quan assured her with a smile. Soaking in the clear hot water, Quan raised her right hand, incredulous at the thought of being able to cultivate. Let's give it a try. I wish to see what your martial soul is, Sister Shuang. All right, Bai Shuang responded. Nodding eagerly, she unleashed her martial soul, revealing a somewhat ancient yet exquisitely crafted mirror that floated above her palm. Surrounding the mirror were intricate golden patterns of roses and vines, strikingly beautiful. Bai Shuang gazed at the mirror in awe. This mirror seems more exquisite than before. Perhaps it is no longer a useless martial soul. Its true form has been restored. Martial souls are indeed marvelous, Quan mused, before inquiring, Sister Shuang, what type of martial soul do you possess? After a moment of reflection, Bai Shuang replied, it is now called the Illusory Spirit Ancient Mirror. The Illusory Spirit Ancient Mirror? It seems to be a martial soul capable of creating illusions. This gives us a goal for hunting soul beasts, Quan contemplated, adding, however, we must test its attributes to determine the appropriate techniques for your cultivation. Relying solely on meditation would be too slow. Despite being at level 1, Bai Shuang felt bolstered by the prospect of training. Rest assured, Sister Shuang, although your soul power is currently at level 1, with my assistance, you will catch up swiftly, Quan reassured her, assuming Bai Shuang was troubled by her low soul power. That is not my concern. The ability to cultivate is already a blessing. Thank you, Sister Quan. Bai Shuang finally revealed her first genuine smile in days. Quan felt a momentary daze, as if she were witnessing the girl who radiated light under the sun on that fateful day. Sister Shuang, your smile is truly beautiful, Quan complimented sincerely. You little rascal. Bai Shuang blushed, playfully splashing water at Quan in response to the unexpected praise. Sister Shuang, Sister Quan. A delicate voice called from behind them, just as Quan prepared to retaliate with a splash of her own. Both turned to see Zhuang Yinyin, now off her bed, her eyes glistening with tears. Yinyin, you are awake, they exclaimed in unison, delight evident in their voices. Zhuang Yinyin approached and embraced Quan, her voice thick with emotion. Sister Quan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have perished. Foolish child, why such formality? Quan gently stroked Zhuang Yinyin's head, smiling as she asked, Yinyin, your martial soul should have fully awakened by now. Let's see what it is. Sister Quan, Sister Shuang, I am now a soul master too. My martial soul is the water cloud butterfly, Zhuang Yinyin exclaimed, releasing her martial soul as she spoke. A pair of water blue butterfly wings sprouted from her back, adorned with a mesmerizing blend of blue patterns that shimmered softly in the light. As Zhuang Yinyin extended her right hand, delicate water blue butterflies fluttered from her palm. How beautiful! It seems your patterns are even more stunning now, Quan marveled. Yinyin, what abilities does your martial soul possess? Bai Shuang inquired with curiosity. It has offensive capabilities, and the dust from the water cloud butterfly's wings also possesses hallucinogenic properties, Zhuang Yinyin explained. The water cloud butterfly? Is it of the water attribute? Quan asked, intrigued. Seeing Zhuang Yinyin nod, Quan continued. Water and ice share a common lineage. While water possesses limited offensive capabilities, one can seek out ice attribute soul beasts with hallucinogenic abilities when hunting for soul rings. Quan pondered whether she had ever collected water attribute techniques in her previous life. I recall that, back in the day, the Ice Valley, Wind Thunder Pavilion, and Heavenly Dark Sect formed an alliance specifically targeting the Heavenly Capital Alliance. After my master successfully absorbed the pure Lotus Demon Fire, this alliance was annihilated, and everything from the Ice Valley was confiscated by the Heavenly Capital Alliance. I remember having once perused the Ice Valley's treasured technique, the Celestial Ice Heart Method, Quan murmured softly. Quan had always possessed an extraordinary memory. Although she had never formally learned the Celestial Ice Heart Method, she could still recollect it, along with numerous combat techniques from her past life, which bolstered her confidence in surviving in this world. Bai Shuang looked at Quan with curiosity. Quan, what are you saying? Quan shook her head and replied, it's nothing. Sister Shuang, Yinyin, you may begin your cultivation now, though your soul power remains quite low. I will prepare pills and elixirs to assist your training. While they cannot directly enhance your soul power, they will accelerate your cultivation pace and lay a solid foundation for the future. We will listen to Sister Yuquan. Zhuang Yinyan obediently responded. Ultimately, this is not a place for prolonged stay. Although I arrived just in time to save the villagers, their homes were burned down, and many nearly lost their lives. Most of them harbor resentment towards you sisters. Perhaps the Count Hosberg's men are still lurking nearby. So, are you willing to accompany me? Yuquan contemplated the matter carefully before seeking her sister's opinions. Chapter 26, Hope Bibi Dong. So, are you willing to come with me? Yuquan asked earnestly, gazing at Bai Shuang and Zhuang Yinyan. Bai Shuang looked at Zhuang Yinyan, seemingly waiting for her response. Sister Yuquan, Yinyan wishes to stay with you, and Sister Shuang always. Zhuang Yinyan declared earnestly, grasping both Yuquan and Bai Shuang's hands. Very well, we shall remain together, Yuquan said joyfully as she held their hands. Let us rest for today, and we shall depart tomorrow. In less than 4 months, the Dionia had completely conquered the entirety of Puchedi, which was perhaps for the best, as too many lives had already been lost. Zheng Xiujing had been pregnant for quite some time, her belly growing day by day. Upon seeing Zheng Xiujing, Zhang Xiuyan exclaimed something that vexed her for quite a while. Cheng Xuan was taken aback, but remained pleased with the ongoing effects of his preparations. The Dionia, however, were relentless, following up with another round of javelin throws. At such a close range, the lethality of the heavy javelins was astonishing. Additionally, due to Hong Jun's influence, countless masters of the creation realm had perished in the endless star domain, many of whom were entangled with various forces in the central region. Should they venture there and provoke unnecessary troubles, it would not bode well. Though with Mingi's current strength, he was not afraid of troubles, they would still consume his time. Within his Demon Master Palace, he possessed a fragmented version of the celestial star formation that not only could absorb some star energy for his cultivation, but also bolster the palace's defenses. Now that the complete celestial star array had emerged, the incomplete version within Kunping naturally reacted as well. Consequently, Ba Xiao whispered a few words into Zheng Xiaomei's ear, causing her face to first display shock, followed by a hint of regret. However, during their subsequent tea-drinking session, she refrained from continuing her role as a matchmaker. The demolitions expert could manipulate flammable and explosive gases, while the meditation master controlled the errant energies of the universe. In essence, both professions were ranged attackers, akin to mages. As she slowly opened her eyes, she encountered a complex array of emotions: anger, heartache, and reluctance. Fortunately, as the two fought, they gradually distanced themselves from the city, lest the remaining citizens suffer further calamity. Even a cow would hesitate to stand directly in such an icy expanse, for the power of these ice crystals was tremendous enough to pierce its body, leading to a tragic end. Of course, it was curious why Lin Feng's skill scroll sealed a jumping skill, yet allowed him to continue casting. This was an unintentional discovery during its creation, and could be considered a remarkable feat of his. However, Shen Muyu had previously witnessed Fat Tiger's transformation and was not overly surprised. The two traversed the vast and boundless underworld, pausing intermittently to eat or collect precious herbs. You two miscreants, the third master exclaimed. All my life's work has been squandered by you. If I do not cripple your martial arts today, who knows what troubles may arise in the future? The master trembled, clutching a dagger. The corpse guardian, what should be done? It was evident that the Tianxia company intended to reduce him to 0 level, even driving him to despair in hopes he would quit the game. However, he was not one to give up halfway. Since the Tianxia company sought to suppress him, he was determined to battle these shameless individuals to the bitter end. Come, kill me, and no one shall ever know that the pure and ethereal fairy's body has been seen by a man, Emo Yang coldly stated, still with his eyes closed. The power of his palm strike was truly astonishing. The elder's puppet, despite its strength, could not withstand Xiaoyan's blow, which was almost unbelievable. Had it not been witnessed firsthand, one could hardly fathom such terrifying divine power exist in the world. Chapter 27, Closed Door Cultivation. Sunset Forest. Yuquan brought Bai Shuang and Zhuang Yinyan to the Eye of Ice and Fire. This place is so beautiful, Zhuang Yinyan exclaimed. It is perfect for closed-door cultivation. Let us first cultivate to level 10, and then we shall hunt for soul rings, Yuquan suggested. All right, we will follow your lead, Bai Shuang nodded, never having imagined she would one day cultivate and become a soul master. This is a senior's pharmacy. He and his grandson. Scar mouth twitched. Having not spoken for a long time, I am truly hungry, he muttered, abandoning them to follow the aroma to the kitchen, where the food had just been prepared, and the chef was likely at the dining hall. He stuffed the delectable morsels into his pockets and even took a large basin of soup when he left. Apologies, but if you wish to eat, you'll have to cook again. As a white divine dragon fully entered Long Tongue's body, An imposing voice resonated within his soul. After all, Tianfu dance was Long Tong's first love, and without understanding the situation, he could not truly accept the phoenix's affections. Long Tong also realized that the phoenix was the vermilion bird, and since he had indeed acquired a dragon's form, they were a match made in heaven. Thus, he contemplated clarifying matters with Tianfu dance before accepting the phoenix's feelings. Though the bone dragon's magic flowed freely throughout the entire crypt, directly leading Grandma, there should be more advantageous. Luo Nen stepped outside, and upon returning with takeout, he found Feng Sini sitting back on the sofa, lost in thought. Yes, her eyes, large and filled with warmth, bore a striking resemblance to Mei Qingli, though Mei Qingli's gaze was rippling and seductive, while hers, though beautiful, lacked any divine essence. Uncle. Upon spotting Yijixin, who was vigorously downing drinks at the banquet table, Han Shui excitedly rushed over, calling out. The four figures of Poison God, Ghost King, Yangzi, and Mrs. Samyao strolled toward them, trailed by nearly 1,000 followers of the demonic sect. Though the insidious Yuqin had anticipated this outcome from the start, she still gritted her teeth, feeling an immense disdain for Chu Rant's actions. Ha, it truly suits you, a man remarked, bridging the gap between them with his words. With a swift motion, the edge of the hooked carpet was violently torn apart, the high-quality flying carpet racing towards the core of demonic energy, its conduits severed, igniting an inferno in an instant. The two on the carpet wasted no time, clasping their heads and leaping into the abyss below. The two sentences left the crowd momentarily stunned, as Yin Kai dashed forward, appearing beside the fallen stone steps in an instant, muscles bulging as if possessed by Xiang Yu. And he hoisted the stone steps with fervor. After listening to Sylvanus' report, the Sun King nodded in silence, aware that the beautiful and dutiful Ranger General spoke nothing but the truth. Naturally, the magical cannon was left with Gadamai, as carrying it was utterly impractical. After much deliberation, Gadamai reluctantly decided to bury it deep with his capable subordinates. What sort of immortality is this? Yin Kai thought to himself, shaking his head in derision, only to suddenly freeze in place. Entering the city of the dead, he found a tea house, ordered a pot of local herbal tea, and began his wait. The apothecary Do felt something sinister about Chu Yun. With a guilty conscience, he dared not linger and concocted an excuse to depart early. The threads of their thoughts intertwined, helplessly confronting the sharp blade of harsh reality. Uchiha Izumi widened her eyes, instinctively covering her mouth with her hands as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Is this what you mean by your body being healed? Lu Wu crouched before her, asking in a low voice, gently wiping her tears away with his calloused hand before producing a handkerchief to clean his hands. The two harbored no taboos, so she brought along some red peppers, washing and chopping them into fine pieces. After hanging up the phone, I sobbed uncontrollably, too afraid to make a sound, fearing the aunt or Zhao Yara would hear, and dreading the mention of uncle. Chapter 28, Changes. Sister Yuquan, what level are you at now? Dugian inquired curiously. Level 26. Truly impressive. You're almost catching up to me, Duguyan exclaimed. Do you two sisters have any plans for your future cultivation direction? Duguyan noticed that Bai Shuang and Zhuang Yinyin were shyly following her, so she turned the conversation toward them. My martial soul is the illusory ancient mirror. It seems suitable for support and control, Bai Shuang analyzed. You expended considerable energy casting this formation. If I were to strike now, you would likely have no chance of survival. Chu Tian chuckled. Weren't you studying day and night for over a month? How do you still have time to delve into the affairs of the Student Council and the Burial Snow Society? Ye Feng wondered. At that moment, several scattered immortals appeared behind Chu Tian, and a sword materialized in the air, glowing with a wooden radiance, upon which sat a young man. With a punch and a kick, he activated a sweeping mode, sending figures flying and crashing to the ground, inciting another wave of screams. Chu San halting his steps, suppressing his fury, and spoke in a sarcastic tone. Are you suggesting that all those people down there have the means to pay over 100,000 golden leaf herbs? Gushing asked. A golden crow descended from the sky, showering endless light, its brilliance transforming the entire sea of clouds into a golden ocean. Thus, the onlookers realized the exceptional prowess of Chun Tang's musical talent. Just as Chu Tian intended to tease his opponent, Gui Linglong unleashed fiery flames in all directions, instantly conjuring an underground city. Gui Yuan lowered his head, staring at his bleeding chest with a bewildered expression. He had been keenly aware of Wang Fan's presence behind him, but still could not escape. Ziyu's head was buried in the mud, her severed neck bleeding profusely into the earth, leaving a large pool of blood beneath her. Upon stepping into the entrance, a faint sound resonated, and suddenly, how you felt a surge of brightness as the area ahead was illuminated by flames, revealing another stone chamber, significantly larger than the one outside. Ever since Yu Jianxiang entered this luxurious private room, Bian Bian had already recognized his identity. Upon hearing Mu Yin's call, Wu Yu, who had long contemplated retreat, sighed deeply, swiftly appearing before Hao Yu and delivering a punch. The spirit and pride of a soldier are their hallmarks. Even after leaving the ranks, that essence remains etched within them, an indelible part of their being. To achieve great deeds, one must uphold great righteousness. And to uphold great righteousness, one must undertake great deeds. To do what others refuse to do, and to raise banners that others cannot bear. Before Yu Jinxiang could disembark, all 7 members of the Seven Wolves Mercenary Corps had already dispersed into various corners. The next day, Bian Yuanhang used the last of his funds to purchase a plane ticket back to Qianjiang City. The moves may appear splendid, but their effectiveness remains uncertain. Once the fuse was lit by Qin Han, the situation did not settle until December. However, Chun Ming Hui and his companion, wary of Bai Yolan's poison, both sidestepped, falling directly into Bai Yolan's trap, precisely what she had intended. Dong Zhi's heart trembled as he scrutinized Cheng Lingyu, discovering a ball of lightning forming in his palm, rapidly expanding and brimming with terrifying power. Upon seeing the disappearance of Shi Yu's figure, Bai Yulan realized she might have miscalculated. Yet she had no intention of offering an explanation. Spurred by this surge of energy, the colossal sword in the void emitted a piercing shriek. The convoy departed from Taiping town, settling down early at a grand estate further ahead, allowing the people to gradually unwind. Chapter 29, The First Ring of a Millennium. 6 months later, Bai Shuang opened her eyes, filled with joy. After half a year of effort, she had finally cultivated to level 10. Once she acquired her first soul ring, she would officially become a soul master. Surveying her surroundings and finding no one else present, Bai Shuang called out to the sky. Quan, Yin Yin. A bolt of lightning appeared in the air as Quan, carrying Zhuang Yin Yin, materialized before Bai Shuang. Sister Shuang, you've broken through to level 10. Quan exclaimed. Li Laoban's incessant muttering made the long-haired youth's scalp tingle, a sense of dread creeping into his heart as he involuntarily looked up, only to be met with Li Laoban's fearsome visage, especially when the heavy truck representing the major pillar played various pieces composed by Zhang Yingxia at each stop. All right, as you wish. Han Baohua eventually nodded, solemnly swearing an oath of poison, leaving Sichuani at a loss for words. Even if I can't escape, I must give my all. Lu Xiaodian gasped as he dragged his gun along. It was no lightweight. He truly wished to toss it aside. But having carried this iron beast for so long, he couldn't help but run with it, though it was no easy feat in the realm of the bipolar dynasty. It has now fallen under the dominion of the Tongtian dynasty. Currently, the offensive has commenced from the territory of the bipolar dynasty, resulting in the acquisition of 1/10 of the land. There exist a total of 100 pathways leading to the summit, with Yan Yu Ming being one of the uninhabited locations. Rest assured, old man, my friend and I will be staying together tonight. You may return to your quarters. Xixian stated. Sensing the efficacy of his performance, the fox spirit, feeling emboldened, feigned innocence once more and even swore a venomous oath. Meanwhile, the other 2 doctors in the lounge were deep in slumber, evidently exhausted from the night shift. Very well, Qin Di remarked, adding more twigs and grass to the fire before reclining against a stone and succumbing to drowsiness. Shortly thereafter, he drifted into a hazy sleep. Fu Yun raced downward, gazing at the 3 distant universes arranged in a triangular formation, eliciting a smile. Bang! Before his words could fully dissipate, a resounding crash echoed as Li Yin cleaved the coffin with an open palm. Before anyone could regain their composure, the fastidious air, plagued by obsessive cleanliness, shockingly extracted the charred and grotesquely odorous remains from the coffin. This was also the reason why Ruan Jun, despite his formidable reputation outside, displayed utmost respect and deference towards his 2 elder sisters at home. The region known as Guanzhong, also referred to as the 800 Li Qin Xuan, is enclosed by 4 passes. To the east lies Hanggu, to the west is Dajin Pass, to the south stands Lan Pass, and to the north is Jinsua Pass. Within these 4 passes, Guanzhong boasts fertile fields, prosperous citizens, innumerable war chariots, thriving commerce, and vast expanses of arable land, making it the backbone of the Great Qin's ambitions to conquer the world. Whether due to habit or sheer dominance, the elder remained oblivious to his actions, mysteriously signaling silence. Before Zhou Su could react, the elder placed a hand on his shoulder, lifting him effortlessly into the air and silently leaping onto a nearby rooftop. No more. Upon seeing Yi Yuan extend his hand, Zhou Xian hastily intervened, pushing between them to prevent Yi Yuan's approach. Of course not. If he comes again, he will surely suffocate. Bai Liu Exin shouted coldly, her piercing gaze directed at him as if attempting to unravel the depths of his thoughts. Suddenly feeling a constriction in her chest, she staggered slightly and collapsed to the ground. In a world governed by martial prowess, with a strong prey upon the weak, the ideology of survival of the fittest had undoubtedly risen. The more one displayed weakness, the more one invited bullying. It was evident that their experiences were too scant for them to grasp this reality. Not only had her sleeping arrangements changed, but she also noticed a large stone propped up nearby, upon which lay some wild fruits and various unnamed items. Chapter 30, The First Soul Skill. Dugu Yin was the first to open her eyes. Grandfather, Sister Yuquan, I have succeeded. My third soul skill is the Azure Phosphor Purple Poison, a wide-range attack soul skill that is difficult for ordinary individuals to resist. Dugu Yin exclaimed joyfully. What about Xionghuang? Yuquan inquired. Huh? Dugu Yin suddenly froze, uncertain of how to respond. The single snake venom Xionghuang could easily be dispelled, unless one were to attain the level of someone like Grandfather Dugu. The moon shyly concealed itself behind the clouds as the wind howled, causing the flowers to sway and release their fragrance. Once they sensed the absence of their presence, Shun Bai Yuan emerged from the shadows, hesitating at the sight of the slightly ajar door. I shall indulge in a hearty meal, change into a new outfit, and then hire a carriage to the capital to report Sister Xiaolua Kuei for kidnapping my sister, ensuring she serves her sentence. And if Chu Liufei denies me rest, I shall also bring charges against him. Xiao Mulan thought fiercely as she ran. Tian Chuan walked over obediently, crouching down to assist Huang Yi with her clothing, while extending the account book high in her other hand toward Miss Chu. This piece of wild mountain ink, acquired by Fong Tingxian for 90,000 stones, had now fetched a price twice its worth at auction. Naturally, the auctioneer, Duo Heir, would receive an even greater commission, a fact that could not help but excite her. Opinions varied widely. Many of the scholars' parents present were influential figures in the court or business world. In the wake of such events, some displayed a flicker of intrigue in their eyes, while others wore inscrutable expressions, each harboring their own thoughts. This visit not only allowed them to witness Bai Li Wujio's dire situation, but also garnered news of Mo An's intent to finalize the transaction for the other courtyard, yielding substantial rewards. Chun Yuhan sighed softly at his expression of helplessness, pondering that anyone in such a predicament would likely find it difficult to be joyous. Yun Xiangu shed her thin veil and donned a crimson robe, the vibrant hue strikingly reminiscent of blood. After her hair dried, she tied it into a neat ponytail. When Lu Li entered the bedroom, Lin Yi was already curled up in bed, facing away from the door, seeking a position of safety. Nestled against his chest, Lin Yi surely understood the implications of his words. However, what could she possibly respond? She had made it abundantly clear from the outset that she could not provide him with what he desired. Just as lightning struck the ground, splattering like raindrops, his fingers crackled with violent, thunderous energy, swirling forth like a tornado. Despite hearing Luo Qingtong's proposal to recruit these martial kings as servants, no audible gasps of surprise emerged. Bai and Ko shifted restlessly, her understanding of Lano Da's words elusive. Yet she instinctively sensed that the topic at hand was not one that would bring her ease. Kui Er sighed in resignation, pulling a blanket from his spatial bag, perhaps having foreseen such an occurrence, which is why he had wanted Woken to keep his sword close by while leaving the spatial bag with him. Song Yuqing furrowed her brow, pondering how to articulate this suspension of position in a letter, feeling it far more substantial to address it in person. Previously, He Luo had considered Yi Qing Tian to be benevolent and admirable. However, upon the appearance of Yuan Jian, her perspective completely shifted. Beside her, Wei Qi Junling was acutely aware that everything must have been arranged by her father, and that Marshal Fei Luo Gu had certainly suspended Song Yuqing's position. Yet what puzzled her was who was that luminous figure within the arm, and what was the nature of that glowing object. Behind the box lay an expanse of endless crates, the contents of which remained a mystery. Initially, she intended to open a box for inspection, but feared that the noise might attract unwanted attention, thus abandoning the thought. Chapter 31. Returning to the Fiery Sect. Dugu Bo observed that the hour was growing late and proposed, "Little girls, as the evening has drawn on, why not return directly to Tiando City?" Reflecting on her earlier conversation with Dugu Bo, Yuquan realized it was time to return and arrange her grandmother's belongings, to erect an honorary tomb for her. Had she been alone, it might have taken her considerable time, yet now that she had assistance, it would be unwise to leave her grandmother's spirit to linger in solitude at the fiery sect. The Huangqiu clan felt a headache coming on. They could not afford to retreat lightly, for should the demon tribe pursue them relentlessly, they might not even reach safety before the entire party scattered. Feng Yong nodded in agreement. This place indeed resembles an asylum. It certainly will not disappoint. With that, Feng Yong's fist surged toward Zhonglang. The force of his punch causing the air to slice through, stinging Zhonglang's skin even before impact. Upon casting her gaze upon the bracelet, Mei Zi's eyes brimmed with a fervent possessiveness. She longed to adorn her wrist with it immediately, yearning to seize all of Shue's mother's possessions. Yet, she was constrained to mere observation, unable even to touch them. They dared not contest with Mu Hong, for they lacked the audacity to risk their lives. Mo Qingyan wore an expression of urgency, glancing sideways at the unsteady Yu Ruo, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. The adage, an inch gained is an inch strengthened, rang true as the chains of smoke and rain danced in the air. Their short weapons could not reach, rendering them incapable of striking at the vital points of the smoke and rain. In mere moments, two among them had sustained injuries. The hovering vehicles, both flying cars and motorbikes, though not technologically advanced, serve as remarkably beneficial means of transportation, significantly alleviating the congestion of streets. Over the past 10 days, although Bai Yunfei had not stepped outside, her mental acuity absorbed the conversations around her. While she seemed to address everyone, her gaze was fixed upon Lu Qinxiu. Lu Qinxiu replied, "They await an opportunity." Li Shui inquired, "What opportunity?" She wished to continue her questioning, hoping to engage Lu Qinxiu in conversation indefinitely. A voice, laden with age and authority, resonated throughout the arena of combat. The Lord of Bone City stood upon the platform, his expression devoid of warmth as he regarded the two adversaries below, exuding an air of impartiality. The spectators fell silent, their bloodthirsty excitement palpable as they awaited the impending clash. After slaying Zhu Hao, Bai Yao had no intention of further violence, merely chuckling vacantly as he allowed the palace attendants to restrain him. I Dream had restored itself before awakening in the Vine Palace. Fortunate that XIG confirmed no issues with I Dream, and the base's inspections cleared it of any wrongdoing. Otherwise, I Dream would have had to accompany the Vine Palace's inhabitants. Lin had returned. Fujin recognized Lin Chong, easily deflecting even the kinetic projectiles they despised, and aside from Lin Chong, were there others? Zhao Kai and Shanhai's plight had been reported to the TPC headquarters, yet the only submersible capable of reaching such depths, the Dolphin, had already been taken by them, leaving them powerless. The Tyrannosaurus halted in its tracks, refraining from charging forward. As a dragon's eye reflected the white figure before it, which stood motionless, facing its prey. The molten golden gaze locked onto it, each eye mirroring the other's essence, one filled with fear and timidity, the other with calm indifference. It turned out she had repeated those words countless times, seemingly compelling Ding Lin to accept the matter. At this proclamation, the assembly erupted in astonishment, all eyes converging upon Shaoran. Other long-lived elders were either ascetic in nature, maintained healthy lifestyles, or resided in nurturing environments, each possessing their own rationale for longevity, which echoed the principles of health preservation. Chapter 32, The Red Lotus Ring. "This is my ring," Ong Liang exclaimed, astonished as she beheld the exquisite red jade ring nestled within the box. This red lotus ring was a welcome gift from her master, Yin Emperor Xiaoyan. Upon accepting her as his named disciple, the red jade was selected due to her fondness for red dresses, and her master, along with her ancestor, had gone to great lengths to procure it, intricately carved with her master's unique technique, the Lotus of Buddha's Wrath. Quan had aptly named this ring the Red Lotus Ring. His retreating foot halted, and he raised his gaze toward the tumultuous storm, akin to a ferocious beast brimming with peril, as if it could strike at any moment. Speaking of which, Shu Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort within her heart. The Mu and Chu families had been close allies for generations. She and her siblings were well acquainted with the Chu siblings, having grown up together in camaraderie. Thus their bond was anything but ordinary. "No, do not go." The not-so-wise Wang Fujin grasped Xiao Yingdi's wrist tighter, refusing to allow her a single step forward. Shaking her head incessantly, her expression a complex weave of fear, hatred, and determination. At that moment, Master Wu, wielding his blade, arrived at Zhou Jigun's headquarters of course. He would not recklessly charge in, but instead instructed the guards to announce his presence. The star map sword technique, Reynolds had only mastered 3 forms, and now he had exhausted them all. If he did not escape soon, he would find himself in an even more precarious situation. Noticing Lu Xingyu's furrowed brow and composed demeanor, Fan Yi could not help but feel concerned. Lu Xingyu was the prince personally recommended by Fan Yi, and she naturally wished for him to secure his position as heir and ultimately ascend to the throne. Yet at present, both within and outside the palace, numerous factions thrived, leaving the prince vulnerable and his chances of success uncertain. Princess, despite your displeasure, the thought of being unable to venture out freely in the future left her feeling stifled, and she could only depart with the reluctant 15. I said I'm good friends with her, believe it or not. So, what do you say to the conditions I just proposed? The handsome man inquired. Father. De Bowen rushed in, hastily supporting him, his heart sinking at the sight of the copious blood. Shu Yuan turned to the princess. What do you say? She and Jin Xingye were first attacked by the heir's men, and now the heir has personally intervened, a matter that initially had nothing to do with her. To endure hardship together, but not share prosperity. Such occurrences were all too common. Yin Luan had to admit that the myriad races were now united solely due to a common enemy, one so formidable that it would not accept surrender. Otherwise, what might the myriad races look like today? Yin Luan was unwilling to speculate. As the battle commenced, Xiang Weibing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the data displayed on the panel. Duan Ile had dispatched Luo Jiawa in a mere 6 seconds, showcasing an overwhelming display of strength. Yushi's form surged skyward, transforming into massive crimson ribbons, each spanning 100 meters, plummeting towards the ground. After dinner, they sought out an inn. Initially, Zhao Yi intended to secure 2 rooms, but due to overwhelming demand, many inns were fully booked, leaving even a single room unavailable. However, 6 months later, he recalled that incident and realized it was entirely his fault. She had not cared for him, and her empire had not provided him with a direct teleportation array to Earth. He felt he could only blame himself. Upon hearing this, Meng Yi experienced a flicker of understanding, as if the elder were not from this realm, but rather from another continent. Regarding the situation in the Divine Weapon Continent, Meng Yi was arguably the most knowledgeable at present. When did this happen? The Onmyoji's eyes widened. Chun Xingxin had been standing there, yet suddenly appeared behind him, and so silently. It may not be recognized, but if it were, it would surely create a sensational news story back home. Alas, the world's events cannot always be predicted or unfold as planned. There are far too many unexpected occurrences. Though impulsive, he did not regret his actions. Chapter 33, The Offering Hall. Yu Lingfeng draped a towel over the edge of the tub, meeting Wen Yu's gaze as he slowly shed his garments. Stepping into the bath before embracing her waist from behind, Zhang Shuer, who had just been brimming with pride, found herself blushing furiously at the mention of 4th brother. Even with her brows knit together, she appeared to cradle the moonlight, the youth exuding an ethereal beauty, with a hint of naivety in his demeanor. As the crowd engaged in a lively exchange of words, some cast sympathetic glances towards Qin Dong. Mu Zexi, understanding the unspoken sentiment, rose to fetch the nearby cushion, gesturing for Gu Qingbai to sit upon it. At that moment, Nangong Qinyu recalled how, upon their collision, his first instinct had been to push her aside to shield her. Perhaps he harbored some feelings for her after all. For what else could compel one to risk their life for another? Having tidied up, he gazed at the figure on the bed, eyes tightly shut, lost in a dream, and softly sobbing in distress. And Luo Qiana suddenly felt as though she might truly be ensnared in this predicament. Undoubtedly, the Tianfu sword represented a martial art of such terrifying caliber that it chilled the heart. Most who had encountered it had met their demise, had it not been for the intervention of a formidable warrior in years past. The lineage of the Tianfu sword would have undoubtedly stood alongside the Imperial Dao as a titan of swordsmanship. The Korean man, having been neglected for some time, held a disdainful view of these soldiers, shamelessly asking him for money, yet outwardly adopted a demeanor of profound humility. With unclear objectives, how could she be expected to accomplish her tasks? Nangong Qinyan was taken aback. She had intended to call Nangong Qinyu for assistance, but the clan leader had expressly forbidden seeking aid from any personnel within the company. Thus she abandoned the thought. Titi also lifted her gaze, although she could not discern the sky behind the flames. The old-fashioned jet patrol boat responsible for maintaining order in Emerald City descended with a thunderous roar from its anti-gravity thrusters, easily audible to all. Meng Zurian turned and spotted Wu Chuan. To be frank, he held a disliking for Wu Chuan, although initially inclined to welcome him for his guidance. His association with Yun Gu caused Meng Zurian to frown at his presence. Zhao Guoda, this lad, relished meat, fish, and noodles, yet had a distinct aversion to vegetables. Prior to the era of reform and opening up, only 3 nations possessed a comprehensive industrial system. One was the United States, another the Red Empire. and the last was our own country. Very well, here is our food allowance. Gregor produced 4 orange crystals from his pocket and presented them to Ed. Throughout the day, Donald assisted these human children in settling down, while Una and Layla followed suit, offering their help. The dimensional barrier is imperceptible to the naked eye. To the eyes of a god king, it appears as a layer of energy, remarkably conspicuous, thus revealing its flaws. However, as technology advances, alchemists possess great confidence in enhancing it, ultimately elevating it to the god king level. For the 12 alchemical departments, Atlantis, the undead empire, and numerous other alchemical research institutions selected relevant elites to dedicate their efforts to the study of the divine light brain. After tossing 9 balls in succession, Li Qiu caught 3, Park Shichong caught 3, and Jingjinga caught 3, but alas, none of them managed to secure a single catch. As the referee's command echoed, the first 2 teams on the 2 stages immediately showcased their abilities, engaging in a fierce battle with all their might. Chen Ao's eyes brightened. The Sanxi was the Minister of Finance, a notch above that fellow with the surname Cheng. If he could forge a connection with this individual, it would undoubtedly facilitate his endeavors. With a sharp, commanding cry, that charming figure spun around. In the scarred-eyed man's gaze, a nearly 2-meter-tall giant stumbled back. Had it not been for the terracotta warrior's steadfast grip on the battle axe, he would have surely fallen in disgrace. At this moment, Xiao Zhan's mind was flooded with thoughts, clearly envisioning how the white-faced skeleton ensnared its victims. Suppressing his growing frustration, Guan Ping forced himself to return to the Liang Manor. Upon entering, he expelled a mouthful of congealed blood. The surrounding guards hurried to support him into the main hall. This time, after Zhang Xiaofeng and Xian's relentless efforts in crafting instruments, the massive undertaking of forging protective talismans for over 1,000 disciples of the Demolition Gang finally reached a successful conclusion. From a distance, the city gate blazed with light, guarded by more than 20 uniformed policemen standing watch alongside local ruffians. Upon witnessing the emergence of this hero, the crowd of players erupted in cheers. For Yasuo was an extraordinary character, seldom seen even in competitions. Unexpectedly, just as she was filled with anticipation, news arrived that Jia Min was en route to Ningguda. Subsequently, news of a final destination to Bukue followed. Wu Wei smiled, waving farewell to her. Upon descending the stairs, he did not board the military vehicle arranged for him, but instead leapt over one wall after another, making his way directly to the gathering spot in a straight line. It was a large sports arena in the city center. Evidently, the Alliance's treatment had improved considerably. Who dares to harm the Chun family science? Kill them. Su Hai had no time to intervene, as tragedy had already unfolded. Since Yunmeng Jinren was aware of the calamity awaiting the Jiu Huang Society in Jingzhou, did that not imply that the poison afflicting Jiu Huang was not without remedy? Upon the cold, blue stone, Sun Yuan's pallid visage was nearly translucent, with bloodstains at the corners of his mouth, raising concerns that he might vanish from the mortal realm at any moment. If this were 5 years ago, or even earlier, when Wang Peng had just begun his career, he would have dismissed Jiang Yishan's behavior with disdain, perhaps even commending himself inwardly. Hopeful, he gazed at the person lying in bed, wishing for them to awaken. However, after observing for a considerable time, the figure in bed remained unresponsive, as if the crease in her brow he had just seen was merely a figment of his imagination. Let us return. Allow the fairy to rest well. Feng Yufei smiled gently at Xiener before leading the way out. Chapter 34. Master Xiaoyan. Qian Renshue introduced the various offerings to Yuquan one by one. The junior Yuquan politely saluted each offering in respect. Good child. No need for excessive formalities. The grand offering waved his hand dismissively. Grandfather, I have significant matters to discuss with you upon my return. After concluding the introductions, Qian Renshue promptly shifted the conversation to the crux of the issue. What's transpired? Qian Douluo inquired with curiosity, eager to know the details. Do you intend to kill me? The elegantly attired young man, accustomed to a life of luxury, had never encountered such an imposing presence, and upon being intimidated by Steward Pei, he immediately halted, afraid to move even an inch. He bellowed, raising his hand before him, assuming a standard combat stance, a powerful aura radiating from him. Yet, the smirking Qi Su retorted coldly. How could the sharpness of the Qiuhong sword be withstood by mere flesh? Ah, it is Lady Lin Xiao. May I inquire why you have come to Fylian Mountain so unexpectedly? Wu San feigned enchantment by the alluring fox demon Lin Miaoyin, asking with a hint of infatuation. After running for approximately half an hour, the trio finally arrived at the eastern city gate of Jinling. It was just past the hour of the rabbit. and the two guards at the gate appeared visibly drowsy, slumbering while clutching their long spears. Even the transcendent beings are human, not machines. The fatigue from daily training accumulates, and occasional relaxation is beneficial for future training. It was not that she was indifferent to Meng's fate, but rather that she had somewhat exaggerated. Ever since Baby joined the battlefield, it had become the last straw that broke the camel's back, instantly disrupting the balance of power. And this was a straw weighing over 30 tons. Bang! Zhang Yu turned, instinctively swinging his blade in the direction of the stirred air. Showing no change in expression at the ambush. For him now, there existed only those who could be killed and those who could not, rendering everything else utterly irrelevant. Certainly, such a statement is inherently incomplete. It can only be said that the combat capabilities are equivalent under equal conditions. That sword, which has remained dormant in the Qing Mountain for millennia, made its first resounding descent after following Fong Chun down the mountain. 1 or 200 million, perhaps. For the Sri Lankan family, it amounts to but a drop in the ocean. Wei Chong chuckled lightly. I have heard that the Qi family seems to be attempting to awaken Qi Miling through surgery. Luo's father mused thoughtfully for a moment before exhaling a profound statement. The new recruits erupted into a flurry of commotion. After all, it was unprecedented to hear that soldiers would need to learn to read. Since the dawn of the Ming dynasty until now, this truly is a novel affair. Although they yearned to be literate, their confidence in their ability to learn was severely lacking. Naturally, the individual she clung to the most each day was her brother Zi. Whether it was upon waking in the morning or just before sleeping at night, Qingqing sought out Zi without fail. As for the golden dragon robe suggested by Roger, it was promptly dismissed by Luna without hesitation. The footsteps outside, laden with frustration, receded, and Qing Lianzi released the pulse from Qin Mohan, gently exhaling a sigh of relief. Beside her, Zhu Fugui and Lin Yu observed as the ink in Ling Xuxian's cup dwindled, their expressions growing increasingly animated, particularly Zhu Fugui, whose gaping mouth seemed large enough to swallow a duck egg hole. Wen Ran playfully scolded, tossing her clothes aside as she sat up and embraced a cushion. After 10 days of travel, they finally arrived at Dojia Village in Wenshan County. In terms of scale, it could indeed be considered a town. The entire settlement was surrounded by stone walls, which were not particularly high, standing at just under 3 meters. The village boasted 3 grand gates, with the Zhuangfu located within. The ghost lantern ranks 5th among the 13 sacred artifacts of the Blood Clan. Once ignited within the light's reach, a person's consciousness and actions would be controlled by the ghost lantern, ultimately leading to the extraction of their soul. However, employing the ghost lantern necessitates a specific secret technique, which is the black sorcery that Mo Feng has been desperately seeking. Chapter 35, The Light Feather Douluo. 3 months later, time flies, and in the blink of an eye, Yuquan has been in the offering hall for 3 months. After 3 months of dedicated cultivation, Yuquan has finally elevated her soul power to level 30. A soul master under the age of 7 is a first for me. Even if Schwerer had a natural, full 20 levels of soul power. She was not under 7 when she became a soul master, Qian Daolu remarked in admiration, subsequently feeling a twinge of envy towards Yochuan's teacher. It was merely a stroke of luck after all. Indeed, you order the Margaret. Zhen Kaisen's memory is remarkably sharp. She was confident she wouldn't make such a blunder. Lu Shizi, it's not that I intend to make it difficult for you, but the matter is of great significance. I must take the person with me. How about this? Once you successfully establish your foundation, come to Amei to retrieve them, and at that time, I shall not hinder you, Gui Yunying stated. What does it mean to be merely a second? Does being second render one inconsequential in her eyes? Yi Liangyan paused, momentarily taken aback by the words, lifting her gaze from the art book to the man beside her. Aries, you are truly foolish. If you were really me, you would not contemplate how much Yi Zhiqiu should receive, but would surely solemnly declare that all the gold belongs to me. And she's entitled to nothing more than 50 cents to buy a lollipop. Lu Ran's tone shifted once again. Are you saying that the noise we just heard was the sound of you fighting with the murderer? Yang Luer inquired with confusion. Ming Yihan lounged languidly in the front row of the performance stage, dressed casually in a white shirt and khaki straight-leg pants. Yet, the strong aura emanating from him effortlessly distinguished him from those around, attracting countless gazes. Uncle and aunt, along with their entire family, and even the elder of the Mo family, were all individuals she had encountered before returning to Song Tianma's side. Qi Manqing hesitated for a long while before she could not restrain her curiosity any longer. Lu Ran, what exactly did you say to my father? She jested with a playful tone, so even though Yimeng Lu found the words quite uncomfortable, she could not express her anger. After all, one should not strike a smiling face, and that ring was originally a fake. If word got out, Yumeng Lu would undoubtedly be humiliated. What was said rings true. Yet when I spoke with the old man earlier, he did not convey it in such a manner. He mentioned that Gu Renfeng is cunning and that Chu Yun is merely a pawn he uses against Shuehua. He would never willingly relinquish her to Jiang Jinyan. After several rounds of team battles, skirmishes, and resource competitions, both teams operated at nearly equal levels. Even though SKT possessed an abundance of experience in major competitions, they found it challenging to gain any advantage over the Fengyun team. It wasn't until the 30th minute that the economic lead of Fengyun team suddenly stagnated. She felt a pang of sympathy and intended to call out to the child, but reconsidered. It was already promised, and besides, sharing a meal and watching a movie was nothing to fret over. Man Sheng complied and rose, but had little appetite. She ate a bit before heading to the morning hall to keep vigil. Dressed in a low-cut black gown, she stood quietly, her long, alluring legs subtly visible beneath the hem, exuding an air of temptation. At that moment, she was enchanting, sensual, yet exuding an air of mature allure. Qianlong entered the third prince's chamber with Xiao Yan. The moment they stepped inside, a strong medicinal scent assailed their senses. Xiao Yan, with her keen nose and knowledge of pharmacology, immediately discerned that the third prince was consuming inferior medicinal materials, causing her to feel both alarmed and enraged. A wave of sorrow slowly rising within her. The truck driver seemed startled, emerging with a flashlight to survey his surroundings, even preparing to make a phone call, presumably to report something. To my surprise, he hadn't fled. I immediately graded humanity's nobility. This was indeed a driver with a commendable moral compass. Chapter 36, The Heavenly Goose 9 Wings. Qian Daolu and the others arrived just as the two began to fight, astonished by Youchuan's abilities. The demon subduing Douluo had ceased to be a threat, and Qianjun Luo inquired, "It seems that Yuquan did not employ a soul ring skill to defeat the fifth. Was it your self-created soul technique?" "Sixth grandfather, you overestimate me. I hardly possess the ability to defeat fifth grandfather. If he had truly exerted even a fraction of his strength, the mere aura of a title de law would render me immobile." However, all visiting guests, regardless of status or background, were uniformly denied entry at the gates of Taiping Mansion, with the reason being, the princess is gravely ill and cannot receive guests. After hearing his neighbor's words, Zhao Gang smiled in reply, then followed the direction indicated by the neighbor back to his home. He had yet to consider the matter of retirement. Just as he finished this thought, a distant, ethereal voice transformed into the familiar voice of Yi Gyuk he had heard on the plane during the day. Dozhong held the pillow for a moment before placing it behind him and lying down directly. The ground was adorned with a soft carpet, and as spring had arrived. Sleeping there for a night posed no significant issue. Yet at this moment, this power was insufficient for him to perceive it as a catastrophic dilemma. Rather, it was that of a formidable warrior, a person who had been silent for too long. Xiao found it somewhat perplexing. Could it be that Haniut was truly, as rumored, the clan that revitalized the demon race? At this moment, the other party released their spirit, a black Nyola with a pair of white claws and a red tail. The couple is likely at the nascent stage of their business, gradually expanding their endeavors, and it is only in 2008 that they will experience betrayal. Contemplating this, Lu Chang feels compelled to assist them. At this moment, a throng of hunters is gathered around, with many more approaching from a distance, drawn to this rare spectacle. Father-in-law, the members of the Serpent Spirit possess exceptional martial prowess. Thus, prior to any investigation, we must be thoroughly prepared, Zhang Lin cautioned, as he wished to avoid being kidnapped or assassinated once more. Jun Weiao's robe billowed in the night breeze, shimmering under the moonlight, as his gaze fixated on the fleeing figure ahead, evoking an oddly familiar sensation within him. "You go and inform her that the crown prince is present, and that elder sister will no longer belong to her," Lu Zhuang said with a smile to Lu Jing. Two ranks of official titles may seem trivial. Even without them, no one in the court would dare to oppose him, and as for his salary, it is of little consequence. Upon checking her phone, she was surprised to find a call from Li Qian. Since their last encounter, their relationship had been frozen, and Li Qian only called when absolutely necessary. The late-night call could only signify a grave matter. After some contemplation, Chunin deduced that there must be a trader in the village who had disclosed the status of his vegetables to the bandits, allowing them to steal and sell, thus enabling the insider to partake in the spoils. Bound and frightened, Qing Lao had not anticipated the young master's appearance here. A chill shot through him. Had he not agreed to undertake such tasks for the mysterious figure, he would not find himself in this predicament. If even those of a higher cultivation level could not escape, How could Su Yan, whose soul scarcely qualified as true? In order to allow everyone a better view of the black box, Yu Chuan turned to face the crowd and gently opened the wooden box with the key. The enemy forces were drawing near, adjusting their formation. The Macedonian phalanx also altered the direction of their spears, striving to achieve optimal penetration upon engagement. The archers drew their longbows, calculating their range. The Macedonian formation was compact and formidable, while the Armenian offensive was wide, intending to encircle. Chapitre 37, Conduit. The little girl observed the man's complexion improving and wiped her tears, uncertainly asking, "Sister, is my father going to be all right?" Yu Quan shook her head. "The poison has infiltrated his lungs and harmed his heart. Although I have neutralized the toxin, his foundation has been severely compromised, leaving him with at most half a month to live. Even with proper care, he may only have a year left. Is there no other way? I beg you. I would do anything to save my father." It was more than just laughable. Mu Qiongyu, still groggy, yawned and then rose to leave. Xiao Xia quickly nodded, recalling that she had just been poisoned, which reminded her that Ouyang Nuo had not drunk any water. Decades ago, Luo Haixing and his wife, Wen, through diligent effort, established Shengshi Real Estate Company, limited with a capital of 50,000, thus forming the embryonic stage of Shengshi Group. "Very well, let us have breakfast first. And after we finish, we shall go see the child together," Shi Jinfeng said as he returned to his seat, as always accompanying Xia Anning for breakfast. If he were to admit that he was Ming Yang at this moment, given 17's temperament, even if this matter were resolved, he would still return. The curtains in the room were drawn, yet the splendid weather outside still seeped through, filling the space with an exhilarating atmosphere. She had no intention of acknowledging them. A few disrespectful remarks were all she would tolerate. Everyone was searching for his name among the densely packed inscriptions on the Chincoin stone tablet, making it difficult to locate him at once. "Qian, I entrust you with this task." Li Weidong did not forget Qian's vendetta. This fate must be understood by him alone. We lingered at the edge of the forest, and Arya ordered her people to prepare a meal. Once our bellies were filled, we abandoned the carriage and walked into the woods, declaring that we would push on through the night without rest to reach our destination. Yi Lingfeng carried her back to the room. The two were engulfed in passion, at which point Yi Lingfeng began to pursue Lu Haimei, who felt as though she was about to soar. "White Qinglong, consider yourself unfortunate today, as you shall bear the brunt for the temple of the evil god." Li Weidong discarded the evil god aside and pointed at the trembling Qian while addressing White Qinglong. One by one, the travelers were thrown into a panic. Such highway robbery occurrences had become exceedingly rare, only manifesting in desolate regions. At that time, Jin Yin was merely 10 years old, and she could not fathom that Qian Shaoqing harbored such feelings for a child of that age. This simplified matters. I felt a surge of joy and immediately signaled to Arya's subordinate, who understood and skillfully withdrew the magazine from the gun, handing the unloaded firearm to the burly man, who subsequently collapsed to the ground. Could there be someone coming to assist Lu Yi? Ouyang City Lord murmured, equally astonished. However, Yi Lingfeng's divine firepower remained unabated, not due to anything else, but because he was a true immortal. In truth, he had yet to voice a half-sentence. "Do not provoke a righteous person, for they will make you comprehend the essence of despair. Do you not have work today? The time seems about right." Shanya suddenly recalled a brilliant excuse, inwardly urging, go on, go on. "Once you leave, I can finally dispose of this." And Ruichi gazed intently at Ndingwa, noting his graying hair and the deep creases etched across his face. Though he did not appear decrepit, he had certainly lost the vigor of his youth, and a wave of emotion washed over him. Not wishing to burden Ndingwa further, he nodded in silence. "Not good." Wei Zifeng and Ji Yuanhan exclaimed in alarm. The myriad of lightning bolts, each possessing the power to injure a star warrior, would leave them gravely harmed if struck by a dozen or more. 5 or 6 methods, most of which were derived from ancient dragons or self-created and improved upon, were said to even be capable of refining extreme imperial weapons. Chapter 38, Fire Phoenix. "I demand you join the Spirit Hall and pledge everlasting loyalty." The resounding declaration from the light feather momentarily stunned Kong, Nan, and his daughter, leaving them momentarily speechless. "Are you saying that Yuer has the chance to join the Spirit Hall? May I inquire as to your esteemed identity?" Kong Nan cautiously inquired, his demeanor growing increasingly respectful. "I am one of 5 offerings of the Spirit Hall, Light Feather." "Greetings, esteemed offering." Kong Nan hastily guided Kong Yuer in a bow. He naturally believed it. As once Mama, who departed, Xia Mo lay down, instructing Dujuan not to attend to her, but to find a way to bring Luo Fuling into the estate. While in the carriage, Naylan noticed Hong Li pick up the painting tube, realizing he suspected something amiss within it. Consequently, he unrolled the painting. Yet he had no knowledge that the true secret lay deep within, in the least conspicuous place. Xiao Mo was also anxious. The emperor lay unconscious in the Xiao residence. Should even a whisper of this incident escape, the entire Xiao family would face dire consequences, and if the empress were to learn even a hint, how could she possibly spare the Xiao family? There were chili peppers, and the inhabitants here had never tasted anything spicy. Perhaps some would adapt, while others would not. Just as they managed to escape peril, Fenghua disrupted their plan. Indeed, it was not merely a simple volcano, was it? Upon witnessing the enigmatic smile upon Mu Tianhan's countenance, Gu Xingyue felt a surge of vexation within her heart. She struggled vigorously to break free, yet found herself ensnared by his grip. Although these cloaked figures had come due to Li Sangxiong, and she too was a victim of circumstance as the chaos at the city gates unfolded. The fact that Li Sangxiong had so fervently protected her truly sent tremors through her heart. Her eyelids grew heavy, and Qinshuan felt as if her entire body were rendered weak and limp, like a marionette with severed strings. The steep descent of Luomapo at night was shrouded in an uncanny aura. The winding path was treacherous, flanked by dense trees casting dark, oppressive shadows that danced like malevolent spirits when stirred by the wind, leaving one's heart in a state of heightened anxiety. Observing the two ants growing increasingly engrossed in conversation, and a multitude of curious gazes directed towards Qin Shijin, as if he were a rare specimen on display in a zoological garden, Lu Zhanyan instinctively stepped forward, distancing herself from spectacle. She harbored no desire to resist, for she understood the futility of such an endeavor. She could not sway the opinions of others. The smiles of her classmates as they counted their tickets filled her with a profound sense of sorrow. The last time Tang Xun and his companions visited the royal palace, they had directly sought out the national master before proceeding to the main hall. They had never ventured into the kitchens of the Camelot Palace, which was hardly surprising. Who would casually intrude upon a palace merely to explore its kitchens? The crowd, upon hearing this, nodded in solemn agreement, their faces betraying their shared sentiment. At this juncture, the Black Panther sought not merely survival, but rather a death that would not be excessively painful. Lowering his gaze towards Xingyue, Tang Xun beckoned, causing the faceless man to startle, bending almost painfully to evade a fleeting glint of cold light. The cold light vanished in an instant, leaving even the faceless man unable to discern its nature. Though merely 11 years of age, Zhong Yaohuan appeared to possess the stature and visage of a young woman of 17 or 18. Thus Zhao Jian felt no trepidation regarding accusations of child abduction. Otherwise, he would scarcely dare to roam the streets with Zhong Yaohuan in such a manner. As the tiger ambled along, a rabbit unexpectedly leapt into view. It posed no significant threat, easily subdued. With this thought in mind, Su Mo resolved to rest for the night, intending to explore the situation further on the morrow. Even for a deity who had lived once before, uncertainty loomed large, rendering reckless action inadvisable. You shall perish, Hu Qing lamented in frustration. The seemingly ordinary Huang Xiaotian had revealed an astonishing combat prowess. Chapter 39, The Journey Back. I detest phoenixes, Yu Quan remarked with a disdainful twist of her lips. Oh. Guangling regarded Yu Quan with curiosity. Upon noting her lack of intention to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. With Yu Quan's consent, Guangling set forth, determined to capture the fire phoenix for her. Fifth granduncle, do not harm the fire phoenix's wings, Yu Quan cautioned. Wearer, the little phoenix is on the brink of death. Prepare your weapons. She sensed the urgency of the situation. The two approached Shu Wanyang, lightly touching her abdomen, both frowning at the stark contrast between her usual appearance and the current state of her emaciated form. Master, the enchanting lady acknowledges her fault. It was not her intention. The white fox spoke, her words laced with an alluring charm. I intended merely to return to the cave for rest when I encountered a large group at the Dantang Cliff, which led to my discovery of such matters. Finally, it had arrived. Mingzhu felt a jolt of apprehension, but resolved to remain steadfast, awaiting his words. The grand vessel sailed through the depths of the Sea of Death, enduring several tempests, and half a month slipped by in silence. No need for that. Xiang, select a few of the third tier to assign to menial tasks outside. Let them handle the rough work, while the first and second tiers can be drawn from your ranks. Yin Fuxiao instructed casually, suggesting several laborious assignments. The leaves, once transformed into sharp blades, encountered an unexpected resistance upon touching the water's surface, suddenly floating atop as if hindered by an unseen force. Since the Ming dynasty, Jiangxi has been a populous province, boasting over 20 million residents by the late Ming period. Each year, countless inhabitants of Jiangxi migrate to the regions of Hunan, Guangdong, Fujian, and Zhejiang. Upon this realization, Qianjiao's subordinates grew increasingly autonomous and audacious. In truth, the elder brother could achieve what Emperor Shizong could not. Mu Yongling believed that Shizong, as a time traveler, possessed remarkable capabilities. Had he lived a few more years, perhaps the Great Zhou would not resemble its current state. However, she was curious as to how he, as a time traveler, had raised his son, given that the High Emperor seemed to oppose him at every turn. The two guards stationed outside the estate swiftly advanced to block her approach upon seeing her figure. Hun Tiandi, gazing at Gu Shao before him, shuddered at the chilling laughter that escaped his lips. Enough. Rise. The medicinal elixir, by Yu Duan Sudan, has already been sent. Today's visit is primarily for Yun Shi to meet this Yi Yuan, the second prince declared. Lin Cixi set down her phone and leaned against the car window, her brow furrowing involuntarily. Many were discussing the sudden financial turmoil, their words tinged with fear. In terms of height, Zhou Heiyu surpassed Su Ku by half a head. Yet as he gazed upon her beautiful face so close, Su Ku displayed no sign of retreat. Rather, she met his gaze unflinchingly, as if the incident of being knocked aside had never transpired. The law enforcement hall was situated between Jinghong Peak and Qinghan Peak, and typically the practitioners of the law enforcement hall were dispersed across various peaks, convening only for discussions or missions. From clear skies to an overcast gloom, the transformation occurred in less than a minute. Despite having witnessed it more than once, Shinatian could not help but sigh. The meal remained largely untouched, and to discard it thus was a true pity. Without this visage, how could one sway the hearts of many? Deprived of all cultivation, how could one stir up chaos? Mother, allow me to show you. Sima Yue approached Shui Qingman, reaching to take her pulse, only to have her hand grasped in return. Kalen Quieter, recognizing the futility of the situation, could only sigh as she grasped the crystal orb in the center of the captain's chamber, activating the ship's magical core. Young Master Zhao, Kong Ming, the monk, exclaimed in fury. Had Zhao Yuani not been present, he would have struck Zhao Letian down with a single blow. However, while the spiritual form may endure for centuries, the physical body would decay within mere decades. Now, having arrived in the Zhuxian realm, he sought to acquire some Taoist techniques to prolong his mortal existence. Qin Chao observed the myriad creatures surrounding the airship, their hungry eyes fixated on the vessel, seemingly poised to launch a ferocious assault to devour their prey. Although uncertainty lingered regarding whether those selected for direct contact with chaos would undergo mental mutations. The escalating conflict between the native populace and chaos rendered such protective measures seem utterly futile. Miss Xiao, if you possess a means to counter this poison, I implore your mercy. The entire village of Chunjia would be most grateful. Chen Yunlong's expression grew increasingly grave as he knelt before Yu Qianqian. From the moment Shan Xingyun stepped into the school, she noticed an unusual wave of popularity. Every encounter along the way was met with curious glances and whispers. Several players, instinctively recoiling from the lifeless body of Yuriko, presumed that the grotesque entity was a hazardous artifact summoned by the Torture Knight. In the life of the paladin, Jean, she had likely never encountered an adversary as wicked as Huang Loxi. For a fleeting moment, her countenance flushed crimson, her emerald eyes brimming with indignation. Yet this fury dissipated swiftly upon her realization that, despite the coarseness of the opponent's words, they encapsulated the events that had transpired in her own life quite succinctly. To be candid, Deadpool was far from flawless. A glance at the disheveled fool in the film, rambling incoherently, reveals how the amalgamation of various abilities had adversely affected his psyche. Ah, what truly admirable and endearing youths they are. Old Ben harbors a genuine affection for them. Initially, he had arranged to meet Ding Zhen for a discussion concerning the SLET liaison office's affairs. However, a decade had elapsed, and Ding Zhen had not forgotten Lan Yue's birthday, surprising her with a grand gesture. Shi Xiaofeng executed the golden snake coil technique, bringing Gojio's massive form crashing down, unleashing a flurry of powerful strikes. Gojio's brow fractured, blood oozing from his eye sockets, as he emitted a feral, anguished roar. He brandished a dagger concealed within his boot, preparing for a desperate struggle. This news filled the capital with jubilant fervor. Relatives in the military busied themselves, inquiring about each other's well-being and the nature of their military exploits, while others calculated the timing of the emperor's enfeoffment of the East Palace, pondering how to present themselves favorably during the offering of military accolades and captured enemies to the Prince Zhao. Wei Dongliang and I, both unarmed, could only rely on our bare hands to engage in combat. As I approached the vehicle, I discerned it to be a police car, seemingly occupied by someone inside, who had ceased their movements upon noticing my approach, rendering the atmosphere eerily silent. Chapter 40, Birthday. After several days of arduous travel, the group finally arrived at Tiando City. Is this Tiando City? Truly magnificent, Kong Yuerer exclaimed, captivated by the bustling splendor before her. When you reach Wuhuan City, you will discover a grandeur unlike any other. Although it may lack the opulence and hedonism of Tiando City, it offers a distinctly different ambience, Quan remarked to Kong Yuerer. Really? Could you elaborate? Kong Yuan quailed. Having felt somewhat guilty already, now you had exacerbated the situation by delivering a kick to their lower back. What more could be said? The fourth round proceeded in similar fashion, as Jiang Yi, relying on his abundant energy, began to demonstrate his prowess, eliminating his opponent. Mid-sentence, the 10th prince suddenly covered his mouth, glancing nervously at the 9th prince. Had he inadvertently let something slip? What if the 9th prince discerned something? Would it jeopardize Lung Yu? At that moment, she was right before him, an elusive fragrance wafting through the air, reminiscent of his memories, stimulating every nerve within him. He could no longer restrain himself. If this continued, he feared he might truly lose his sanity. His body was adorned with grotesque, pitch-black demonic patterns, resembling tendrils of infernal flames dancing upon his skin, thrashing violently. I demand that you articulate everything clearly, piece by piece. He commanded, veins bulging on his forehead, his dark eyes glistening with a chilling intensity, compelling her to lower her gaze and recount the events of that night. Upon hearing of Sima's treachery and the surrender of the city gates, a wave of darkness enveloped him, nearly causing him to topple from his mount. The deeper he ventured, the heavier his heart felt. He beheld Liang Manru, Tong Hampong, Chun Chong, and Lin Shasha donning their wedding attire. Hand in hand, as they walked deeper inside, with the photographer trailing behind, capturing their every moment. Someone stepped back a pace, nervously swallowing, mentally chastising themselves for their own self-deprecating remarks. Though aware that the situation was inherently flawed, the necessary actions should be clear to everyone involved. Otherwise, how could the outcome of this matter be articulated? The gaping maw stretched a staggering 5 to 6 meters high, capable of accommodating multiple individuals simultaneously, exuding an extraordinary spaciousness. The colossal beast, its upper half cleaved in two, finally collapsed to the ground, while the gunfire from the refuge gradually dwindled. I require the assistance of this individual named Lu Meng for a brief period, and I shall return him to you in 10 days, the venerable elder stated nonchalantly. Moreover, every day, upon opening her window, she was greeted by vibrant roses and the melodious chirping of birds. Bai Yuntao also respectfully clasped his hands, yet after a lengthy wait, there was still no sign of movement ahead. You commanded them all to be slain? Su Qian exclaimed, her heart filled with dread upon receiving this news. She had never imagined she would become embroiled in murder. Regardless of the circumstances, he had emerged as the ultimate victor, with his current prowess. The entire heavenly court bowed to his will. Who dared to question him? Becoming a mother had rendered her even more susceptible to emotional turmoil. Shui Yin was consumed by relentless longing and worry, her days spent weeping. She endeavored to support Su Li in adjusting her mood, while also conveying the gravity of her previous actions. What are you afraid of? Xiaoruoxin leaned against the support behind her, feeling the strain of constant tension weighing heavily upon her. I know what must be done, Gu Ziming declared succinctly. Upon noticing Qin Yang's gaze, Zhuo Pei felt her cheeks flush, casting a fierce glare at the corpulent middle-aged man. If she truly recalled the past, perhaps she would not suffer so acutely. Yet, in her present state, even the desire to remember evaded her grasp. Previously, Su Di had explained that it was to cultivate high-tier taskers. But surely not every completed task warranted such a significant elevation. Chapter 41. 5 years later. Qian Rushua gently caressed Yochuan's hair, softly stating, "You need not place excessive pressure upon yourself. Even without a battle team, I would not concede an inch to that little fox. Sister Shui, you and the Pope?" Quan was unsure how to broach the subject, and upon speaking, felt it inappropriate, hastily adding, "If it's inconvenient, please disregard. Regardless, I will always stand by your side." There is nothing inconvenient about you. Whether intentional or not, they all donned loosely fitting attire, their faces blooming like peach blossoms, alluring décolletage on display, utterly dismissing Hong Wan, expressing their dissatisfaction. After several breaths, a profound silence enveloped the gathering. Just as the crowd prepared to mock Yi Yanqing, a pillar of light shot into the sky. and the gem transformed in color from purple to indigo, then blue, before beginning to shift once more, ultimately turning red. A chorus of astonishment erupted around them. Did you not witness it just now? What are your thoughts? Dong Ling retorted, questioning what constituted a serious injury among those skilled in martial arts. Furthermore, this situation was inherently Xiao Yunqi's fault. There was no need for him to offend his wife in an attempt to assist his good brother. After all, a wife holds precedence over a brother. Who says I need protection? They are merely some malefactors wreaking havoc on my beloved streets. I shall simply obliterate them. Xiao Hui remarked, while his bodyguards seemed to have lost their composure, their exaggerated expressions fixated upon him. The medical prowess of the Shun family was beyond reproach. That very night, young Master Shen administered an ice cicada to Wan Ting, assuring everyone that by dawn, she would awaken. Shun Junyi, feeling the incessant patting on his shoulder from Xia Chuqiu, was already aching all over from the pressure exerted by Qi. Now, grimacing in discomfort, he noticed Qi casting a glance in his direction and managed to muster a smile. After Dongling finished speaking, she turned her gaze towards Yi Yulin, who seemed to have received the most inheritance from the Yi family. Once trusting of Yi Yulin, she now found herself filled with suspicion. Dongling had seldom wandered through the night market. Her hurried journey back from Yongla town had afforded her little time to experience the vibrancy of such a bustling locale at night. Lu Chuan, esteemed senior, you have misunderstood. I have come to express my gratitude. Without your formidable assistance, we would never have achieved this victory and resolved our crisis. Qingqing Aoshue proclaimed as she clasped her hands in a gesture of respect. She soared through the air, adeptly evading the onslaught of white light, sword blades cascading towards him like waves. He was acutely aware of his mission and would not squander energy on Kente. After circumnavigating a considerable distance, Kente finally expended a burst of divine energy and plummeted towards the ground, to stand shoulder to shoulder with Ling Xiefeng in battle. Even if merely to tackle a dungeon, surely delighted the cat god, did it not? At this moment, he emerged from the kitchen, donned in an apron, carrying dishes. Placing the steaming spicy twin flowers on the table, he inquired. Xiao Yuner, who had been suppressing her emotions, finally broke into tears. Genuinely frightened by the prospect of him leaving her, she had been too afraid to entertain such thoughts. Ultimately, he voiced his perplexity regarding Yuan Xiao's unusual actions, hoping Su Shu could provide some analytical insight. Since you, General, have spoken thus, I am entirely at ease. Lu Chuan nodded in agreement. However, before I could make a move, Qini Hung had already seated himself and, using the speakerphone, dialed a number on the table. In mere seconds, by Kai's voice, shrouded in secrecy, emanated from the device. Having acquired the brown fire, the foremost action was undoubtedly to eliminate Zhao Buqiuan. Lu Chuan recalled vividly the disdainful look on his face when he attacked him with the heavenly flame. Now, unafraid of the brown fire, would he still fear the heavenly flame? Chapter 42, Discovering Clues. Brother, have you truly decided to permit the girl from Yuquan to commence work here? Jean Edaw was aware of the grand offering Qiandoliu's reverence for the angel god. They all shared this sentiment. Yet he did not anticipate that he would agree to allow an outsider to excavate in a place under the angel god's protection. Indeed, this girl is quite sensible. Were it not for something of great significance, she would not have spoken up. Considering all she has done for Schwer, what harm is there in merely excavating here? Qian Dao remarked. This time, their sect leader personally entered to rescue the senior brothers who had ventured inside previously, which evoked both gratitude and concern among them. Uncertain if those who had entered were still alive. Were he in his prime, Lin Keqing would have had no choice but to retreat into the spatial realm. Yet now, he was merely a dim-witted zombie with drastically diminished cultivation. Indeed, if the rolling stone technique could utilize plastic molding, it would undoubtedly lighten the weight of the vehicle. Blake interjected. Meng Xiao maintained a nonchalant expression, seemingly indifferent, while Li Yin scoffed. Young master, this Buddhist doctrine is inherently tedious. Let us depart. We could spend this time more enjoyably shopping. With that, he grasped Li Xiang's hand, preparing to leave. At 10 o'clock in a bustling metropolis, although it was not excessively late, it marked the twilight of nightlife. Fortunately, the restaurant on the second floor remained open due to its delectable offerings, drawing a significant crowd, with occupancy levels maintaining a robust 40 to 50%. Very well, I shall take my leave now. You should all rest early. There is no need for night duty tonight, Mo Yao remarked before hastily departing. He could not help but feel vexed by his own carelessness. Merely glancing around the entrance, without considering that there may have been surveillance cameras along their route, they collectively breathed a sigh of relief, lazily reclining beneath the trees. Even innate experts could not withstand such a demanding journey. Moreover, many who were entirely unfamiliar with or only vaguely knowledgeable about commemorative coins found themselves inexplicably stirred, joining in loud cheers. Though autumn had arrived, the midday sun remained harsh, and he toiled outside the palace, drenched in sweat. Not only, but also the Minister of Rights and the Minister of Personnel were similarly perspiring profusely, as he assumed the odor was emanating from the two of them. As a multitude of ghosts descended upon Xian Xiaozhan, the Ghost King suddenly elongated his form, leaping from Xian Xiaozhan's body. The sky filled with dark mist. The formation wavered violently, and a vast expanse of flowers and grasses withered instantaneously. Xia Shiha's dark war spear expanded dramatically in her grasp. As she stomped her foot on the ground, she propelled herself like a cannonball towards Qi. Anbai rummaged in her pocket, retrieving her phone to review the call logs from the previous night. As soon as Ji Bai departed, Ji Mingyuan, in a fit of rage, smashed everything in the hall to smithereens, leaving the gathered crowd too frightened to even breathe. Capital, you are nothing but a rogue. Xiao Limo ruthlessly chastised Lu Hongwei. Should I send him a message? With this thought, Xia Shiha felt her cheeks involuntarily flush. She obediently followed him to his room, and upon witnessing this, Xian Yi's expression darkened. He wished to express anger, yet lacked the grounds to do so. He wanted to scold her, but feared that it would only lead her to ignore him further. Grinding his teeth, he hurriedly followed, squeezing in just as he closed the door, nonchalantly taking a seat. After a considerable time, Su Man finally opened her eerily cold eyes amidst waves of pain. And upon recognizing the man before her, she managed a strained smile. Lan Sihui agreed, about to say more, when suddenly footsteps emerged quietly from the tent nearby. Zhou Yu ignored the two and declared, "Let them in. It was my oversight not to welcome my guests." With that, Zhou Yu turned his attention to the fields. Were it not for Su Chun, they might still be eagerly awaiting meager provisions from the Iron Bulls. Murong Shui's face beamed with delight. She had long been concerned about Luo Shuiying's matters, and to her surprise, Yang Fan resolved it so effortlessly. In the blink of an eye, dawn broke and, thankfully, the surrounding mist began to dissipate with the light of day, though visibility remained only slightly improved from the night before. Who was knocking at the door? A resonant and commanding voice echoed from within the crimson door, growing closer. Frankly, while Jiandan could be a bit wild at times, she was undeniably beautiful. More so than Wang Han, and she had an eye for fashion, adorning herself in a stunning black outfit with sheer elements that revealed her exquisite collarbone. I hope that when we engage in battle, you will exert your utmost effort. This is my sole request, if you would oblige, Miyamoto Musashi implored, looking at Kurumi Tokisaki with earnest eyes, wishing for her not to refuse. It is feasible, yet Arya scrutinized the two burly guards, pondering to herself. No, this won't do. Killing the two most trusted bodyguards of my master would surely incite his wrath. How would I explain that? This is indeed Yi Tian's secret weapon. Yi Tian would never employ it unless he was absolutely certain of success, lest he arouse the opponent's suspicion. He has only just acquired this skill and cannot yet wield it with proficiency or frequency. Had it not been for this arrogant individual charging recklessly towards him, he would not have found himself in such a fortuitous position. Now, witnessing Daenerys descend from the heavens upon her dragon, landing in the very center of the archery competition, and subsequently entering the castle accompanied by her master, ultimately being courteously invited into the tower on the island in the lake, Arya is genuinely feeling a pang of anxiety. Well then, the matter has been addressed. Can we dine now? I hastily left after merely sipping a bowl of soup, Yi Zhuxing remarked. The king has clashed with the young king and princess of the most powerful tribe in the southern regions, provoking the tribe to dispatch troops to the Heishan province for an explanation. The forces in Pingchuan City seem to be maintaining a semblance of civility for the king's sake, but it is likely that the situation at Guan City has already escalated into conflict. Zeiss's expression shifted dramatically, scarcely able to believe such a ludicrous farce could unfold. Guo's demeanor appeared rather dismissive, yet Xiao Han could discern an urgency in his eyes. Feigning indifference, he inquired, "Where in Shangxi?" The muddy mountain, traversed barefoot by the guiding ascetic, was approached step by step, with the dignified sage now splattered in yellow mud. Atop the mountain, a robust middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing the unfolding scene. Chapter 43, The Fallen Heart Flame. To his astonishment, he discovered a labyrinthine passage beneath. Qiandao Lu gazed in disbelief at the maze-like corridor before him. Yu Quan, surveying the winding passage, unleashed his soul's power to perceive the correct path leading to the fallen heart flame. A fireball ignited in his hand as Quan ventured into the pitch-black passage, followed by several acolytes who ceased their chatter and trailed him inside. Illuminated by the cold fire of Bone Spirit, the group finally discerned their surroundings. After the battle, everyone received their due accolades before retreating to their chambers to cultivate and recuperate. Even Pang Shijun and Lu Miling, who had been attempting to approach Wang Tong, found themselves unimpeded, drawing nearer to the location where the chess pieces had fallen. However, why must the wealthy not only donate their riches, but also don work attire to sweep the streets? It is neither for show nor for fame. What then is their true intention? When he refrained from disclosing any news I wished to hear, he incessantly babbled about matters I had no desire to inquire into. Ma Yang had also heard of this incident. Although he did not grasp the character of Shermeng, he felt it was advantageous for Wu Hai to leave a legacy for the Wu family, thus preventing the old matron from pressuring them regarding the elusive future promised by the false Wu Mountain, a matter that weighed heavily on Ma Yang's mind. The Nobel Prize from 2 years prior amounted to 9 million Swiss francs. This Ming has struck it rich, Huang Jingjing from the lower bunk remarked, her tone dripping with envy. Su Jia remained silent, merely glaring at him, her mood inexplicably buoyed by his flustered expression. Are you all right? How are you? The man offered a friendly and gentle smile, akin to the playful blush of dawn breaking through the forest, casting down upon the grass like shattered crystals, imbued with just the right warmth. In contrast to his smile, his voice remained notably cold, as if it were simply his nature. He had long recognized her stubbornness. She would never yield until she was left with no other options, exhibiting an astonishing obstinacy. However, whether or not they listened was irrelevant. Should they present him with fine items, he would naturally forge superior equipment and elixirs. Yet, if they only brought him mediocre materials, he could only lower the quality in kind. An invisible sharpness suddenly erupted, surpassing the ferocity of Hong Ye's sword light by tenfold, a profound and indescribable sword intent swirling in tumult. The creature's mandibles flailed rapidly, yet they always fell just short of grazing the soft, ample belly of the pup. Beside its enormous compound eyes, a zombie stood, Master Ku Ron wielding a hefty bone staff, striking with reckless abandon at the creature's left eye, while Sang Sang clawed furiously at its right eye. She cast a glance at the Wuchang sword. Perhaps through this blade, as Liang Xiao had claimed, she could indeed traverse to other worlds. To escape? Enough with the pretense. Find a safe place to hide. I must attend to my business. Mu Shitzi grasped the fiery whip in her hand, hastily uttering this phrase, her gaze flickering as she darted into the battlefield. Should she manage to create a bit of trouble for Lin Ji during the fray, it would be even better. Later, she could claim he nearly bested Lin Ji. Thus, this avatar of his was condemned to endure torment, residing in the celestial realm, becoming a demon god, while his true self lurked in the shadows. That would be splendid. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to seek my assistance within the bounds of my capabilities. What is your mobile number? Let us exchange digits for future convenience. Xiao Yi inquired, his tone obsequious and ingratiating. Qin Shui's heart turned cold. She understood better than many how arduous this task truly was. Lu Xinyu gazed at the standard red, behind which were inscribed a few words, Lu Xinyu's restaurant. Upon seeing these words, Lu Xinyu suddenly looked up, his expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 44. Successful Fusion. The fallen heart flame, having developed a modicum of sentience, split into several clusters of heart fire surrounding Quan. The lava surged, countless bubbles boiling and exploding, releasing waves of fiery toxins and searing heat. I apologize, fallen heart flame. Though you have gained awareness, I must have you as my own. Quan exhaled deeply. From within Quan's being surged a great quantity of bone spirit cold fire, which inherently ranked higher than the fallen. Damn it, I just remembered I have something to attend to outside. We shall discuss that thing later. No matter how much Lu Wanming stomped her feet, Lu Fei dashed out. Had he been even slightly slower, he would have been forced to consume that substance. Reflecting on it, he truly felt quite unfortunate. The earth shattered, transforming into a charred pit. Qin Yin lay within, lacking even the strength to move a finger. Lu Fei's countenance turned frosty. Indeed, there were countless individuals seeking their demise in this world, with a nouveau riche daring to be so brazen. Carlos's fury was uncontainable. Levi was a subordinate he valued greatly, possessing considerable talent and unwavering loyalty. Now, with his life extinguished, if Carlos did not seek justice, perhaps Levi's soul would never find peace. Establishing a kindergarten must be approached step by step. There is no need to rush, Shilin. I shall buy you a few sets of clothing. Anyo proposed. There were also those with formidable talents who immediately began to refine. barely coaxing a flicker of flame to return slowly to their presence. Thus, Lin Yifan fulfilled his promise, toppling Anshi onto the floating ring before beginning to shower her with fervent kisses. As the troupe of musicians, stilt walkers, and those disguised as various deities approached, the onlookers grew even more frenzied, disregarding the fearsome scar-faced nobleman entirely. "You bastard, if you dare lay a finger on me. Our Wei family will never let you off the hook. Even if you flee to the ends of the earth, we will find a way to bring you to ruin." Wei Qingxue threatened. As she ambled along, pausing intermittently, Shan Yuechen found herself somewhat disoriented, unable to discern the cardinal directions. The whispers of those around her stirred a myriad of emotions within her heart. Yet it was the celestial beings from the Jiejiao that were truly astounded. They were well aware that Li Changfeng had recently ascended from the mortal realm, and within a mere century, he had remarkably achieved the rank of Celestial King. Such prodigious cultivation talent was nothing short of astonishing to them. "My mother passed away shortly after giving birth to me," Feng Ruhuang confessed, gazing into Wu Ma's eyes. She had already mentioned that she had never met by Meng Yao, but only heard tales of her. This seemingly straightforward process was fraught with significance. Any misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. Mining was entrusted to two robotic entities, while Lu Tianwang, in the throes of learning, exhibited an insatiable curiosity about the unknown, observing meticulously and studying earnestly. The youth turned, clad in crimson, resembling a blood-red rose blooming in the sunlight, her visage framed by the petals, strikingly beautiful and captivating. The military, police, and national security personnel had sealed the hospital with impenetrable vigilance, armed troops stationed throughout. Bai Mu furrowed her brow in contemplation, surprised to find no pain in her head, which deepened her reflection. Why was that? Recalling her mother's words about cultivating a tail to grow wiser, she pondered whether she had indeed become more astute. A sudden thought struck her. Was she on the verge of developing a third tail? So much wealth. This must be the entirety of the water domain's assets. The scattered immortals turned to gaze in the direction Li Changfeng indicated, suddenly realizing the presence of 34 scattered immortals. Chapter 45, Farewell. Grandfathers, I've reached level 49. Zuquan et Galim Zoi Fu Li. What? Level 49? I recall you only obtained your 4th soul ring 6 months ago. Guangling Duo remarked, astonished, for he had accompanied her during that acquisition. Why can't we sense your soul power fluctuations anymore? Qian Dalu inquired, curiosity piqued. Grandfathers. This isn't a place for conversation, she interjected. The morning sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting a rare brilliance upon the clearing. In that feeble light, they discerned the form of the beast coiled upon the ground. To say it was dead would be inaccurate. She was not merely traversing realms, but rather experiencing a fusion of memories, soul, and emotions. Zhang Yu, however, resolutely shook his head. His trust in Chunbei was not born of mere blind faith. Lin Xiang stated, "You owe this, you owe that. But who owes you and repays you? If it weren't for your current state, which causes all who understand you to feel heartache, do you think we seek your happiness?" This chapter concludes here. The author must attend to assignments QAQ. Should the homework be completed early, perhaps another chapter may follow. It seems that all these years, Gunya's ability to navigate interpersonal relations and read emotions has not significantly progressed since a decade ago. Witnessing the affectionate display between the two, Song Shan could only glare disdainfully at Chun Bei before forcefully scooping a hefty bite into her bowl. In that moment, Wang Yu felt as though he had moved his meager belongings twice today. It was as if someone was subtly reminding him that today he was merely a pawn. This scene was the most challenging segment of the script, thus reserved for the finale. The actors were now deeply immersed in their roles, with heightened insights that might yield a better outcome on screen. Could this cinematic piece be uncovering the roots of the explosive events through repeated cycles? Or perhaps it sought to unveil the reasons behind the perpetrator's descent into such heinous malevolence. Is this the true significance of the narrative's inception? Within the chamber, Jiang Qiansong sat cross-legged, hands forming a sword gesture, one inverted and the other upright across his chest. Lu Shang Mo Wu stood vigil beside him, the purple sword unsheathed, with the time marking the Jiazi outside and the hour of Jiawu above. I also feel deeply apologetic towards you and the grandparents. You have raised me, yet I cannot accompany you in your twilight years. I am unable to return, so I hope you can provide comfort to the two elders. Letian swallowed a drop of spiritual liquid, dispelling the immense spiritual energy. His pale visage gradually regained its color. The azure dragon behind him flickered, enveloping him in azure light, leaving the water in the tub untouched by his form. A helicopter descended upon the helipad of the new city military district. Several guards escorting a middle-aged man clad in military attire. Ouyang had evolved from being unable to throw a knife beyond short distance to hitting targets with 5 knives within 30 meters today, though the distance was modest. It marked significant progress. "Han, why won't you grant me any opportunity?" Shang Shui exclaimed, somewhat frantic. She merely wished for a family meal, yet he remained ungrateful. A jolt ran through Li Hai's heart. Alarmed, he realized that a mere waste without connections had somehow become the treasured disciple of that old man. Before long, the dishes and the sacred spring jade liquor that Letian desired were served, and he eagerly took a sip. "It appears you have accepted your fate," a soft, melodious voice floated from behind him. As tranquility descended, Yifeng raised his gaze, observing turbulent air currents ahead, the atmosphere still thick with a violent essence. Just as Xiao Lingyin was about to step into the rain curtain, a nightmarish voice, echoing in her ear for 3 years, suddenly emerged. Chapter 46. Reunion of Sisters. After spending several days imparting a portion of her heart fire to Kong Yuerer and a few other devotees, Quan set off with Guang Ling Douluo, laden with a bounty of soul guide food and beautiful garments. Thanks to her flight abilities, Quan reached Tianfu City in just a few days. "Sister Shuang," she exclaimed, launching herself at the long-lost Bai Shuang, who was equally overjoyed, and the two embraced in an excited reunion. "Haha, that's nonsense. You're likely just too sensitive." Lei Hao chuckled, shaking his head in denial. Observing that there was still some time before the mountain spirit cold pool would open, Lei Hao and his companions found a clearing to sit, sharing laughter and conversation, quickly becoming the most harmonious and serene spot within 100 zhang. Drawing curious glances from passers-by, some even casting hostile looks. "Bad guy, did you kill those who attacked us?" Xiao Manqian suddenly inquired as they ascended the stairs. "Gentlemen, please sample our restaurant's specialty dishes," Wu Ji urged, having paused only briefly, allowing them to salivate in anticipation. Naturally, Wu Ji would not neglect them, and he cheerfully invited them to partake. After stepping aside, Li Shishir faced Wu Ji alone, evidently nervous, her body trembling slightly. Wu Ji raised an eyebrow and slowly extracted another written page from the brown paper bag, handing it to Zhu Wu. At the center of 2 hovering stone platforms stood an imposing statue over 3 meters tall. The figure depicted was clad in armor, wielding a colossal sword. With brows like sharp blades and eyes like bright stars, exuding an air of majesty that instilled awe and reverence in those who beheld it. Across from the Dawn photography base, a black sniper rifle was securely mounted on a tripod atop a skyscraper. As I gazed through the scope at those squinting eyes, the Nighthawk had unexpectedly reappeared in this very place. From his posture, it was evident that he intended once again to assassinate Shen. Ultimately, in this era, there remains a lingering disdain for merchants. Within the hierarchy of scholars, farmers, artisans, and traders, merchants occupy the lowest rung. With deeply ingrained notions of no merchant without deceit firmly embedded in the minds of the populace. A peculiar sound echoed, a clang that was not the collision of fists and feet, but rather the clash of hard objects. In that instant of impact, Mu Binglin's face contorted in agony, and she could not suppress a muffled groan. Simultaneously, Beihai, besieged, fragmented into chaos. The raging flames of battle throughout the city were abruptly disrupted by a violent tremor, halting all combat. Why had Su Qian not departed the capital, daring instead to investigate Emperor Yuan Jing in private? It was precisely because he had the backing of these 3 formidable figures. Although he was known as the Grand General of the White Tiger Kingdom, with the White Tiger being the national divine beast. After sensing for some time without any discernible outcome, Mo Zahan finally opened his eyes and voiced his bewilderment. Initially, Zhang Mingsheng did not harbor any particular affection for Bai Qianji, yet he was far from disliking her. He realized that since she had divulged even the Chun family's secrets to him, the forthcoming revelations would undoubtedly be significant. It seemed that the esteemed Su Yinluo, feared by the court of Defeng and revered in the martial world, was rendered inconsequential in his eyes, floating like a phantom within the tunnel. Mo Zihan distinctly sensed that he was progressing unknowingly, while the destination loomed ahead, shrouded in an unsettling heartbeat. Otherwise, given the temperament of the second master, he would have certainly rushed forward to hurl insults and perhaps even resort to physical reprimands to deny the matter. Today, he was driven to the brink of insanity. After calling her, he found her phone switched off, and upon returning home, he discovered she was not there. Ren Tian had scarcely entered the residence when someone brought in garments, instructing him to wash up thoroughly before donning them. Understanding that he must adapt to the customs of the palace, Ren Tian took the attire and proceeded to the bathing area. The following morning, Quan awoke early, casting a glance at the still sleeping Qianrenxue, and cautiously exited her chamber. Uncle Siju, Uncle Shi Mao, Quan called softly at the door. Miss Quan, Siju and Shi Mao promptly appeared. Do you typically handle the affairs of Tiando until such late hours? Shui? Quan inquired, furrowing her brow. The two exchanged glances, yet remained silent. Zhu Tiansong's sinful hands roamed over Zhang Ling's figure, causing him to sweat profusely as he helped her remove her garments. He understood that one must seize the moment with such a girl. Otherwise, she might come to her senses by morning and retaliate. This ancestral principle had indeed proven true, as the shopkeeper recounted a tale from the family lineage that spoke of an event occurring over 5 centuries ago. After long, Tianxiang entered. Jean retrieved his phone, muttering a few words before stepping through the door. It was only after arriving at the hotel where Yang Hai was hosting a party that she realized she was overdressed compared to everyone else. Hey, Luo Bingyu. How could you seduce my future wife and utter such lewd words? Xian Yuanyu's face darkened immediately, his eyes radiating murderous intent as they locked onto Luo Bingyu. Following this incident, Ning's standing within the Star Alliance was firmly established, and the alliance he founded grew increasingly robust. After 2 more rounds, the outcome was finally determined. Lian, in the final round, predictably rolled a 30, while Haizi, trembling hand betraying him, managed merely 3 points. 30-27, after over 20 ties. Lian had finally emerged victorious. Zhu Tiansong disregarded Zhang Ling's protests, continuing to playfully unfasten her clothes. Some matters were beyond explanation, although he lacked absolute certainty. If even streptomycin could not remedy the issue, it could only mean that Xuanzhu's lifespan was at an end. Her hair, of moderate length, cascaded to her shoulders, voluminous and wavy. When a gentle breeze swept by, it danced as if it were waves upon the sea. I respect your age, and you respect my cultivation, was a thought that suddenly sparked in Li Hai's mind. The audience below, unfamiliar with Feng Ruohua, held no particular thoughts, merely teasing their idol as they felt he had somewhat faltered in presence. A surge of determination washed over him. All resentment was cast aside as he focused solely on grasping that elusive thread drifting away. At present, this child's form was even more exaggerated than that of a flower-feathered bird. Up close, she exuded an undeniable charisma, her body ablaze with fervor, feathers vivid and distinctly defined. Keen-eyed players discerned the nature of her ensemble. When a passerby spoke, the crowd instinctively recoiled, as if daunted by the aura of power she emanated. Bai Xiao had witnessed death before and understood that life was as expendable as grass within the palace. Yet, seeing it firsthand left her mind in a tumult. Countless grains of sand erupted outward, and with a chilling scream, Wen Chong fell, bloodied and mangled, crashing to the ground. Initially startled, Tina Sha contemplated fleeing. However, Lu Bai's hand gently brushed the area where she had been struck, inquiring softly. He gazed quietly, his cold, distant eyes gradually warming, the corners of his mouth curving into a tender smile. Shang Wanyu responded affirmatively, then took a seat at the first chair beneath the right hand of the Dowager Empress on Yuan, simultaneously instructing someone to invite Tang Luer to the second chair. The elder Chun, originally seated in the first chair, had already moved to the third chair of his own accord. Xia Qingcheng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Qin Huan to know the reason he disliked fish. The elder had nearly retched from disgust, promptly requesting Chang Sheng to tell him a story. Wishing to ignore his childish and shameless son, that evening, Cheng Yinbin visited Xian Yuan, where he and his brother Cheng Yinyuan slept soundly, devising strategies to uncover evidence before drifting off. Just as an ordinary person might envy someone wealthier than themselves, they would never harbor envy for figures like Bill Gates or Jack Ma, for the heights they have reached are perhaps unattainable, rendering any jealousy futile. Qin Zhoga refrained from summoning the other Blood Qin divine guards. After all, within the Sword Mountain, eyes were ever watchful, and Qin Zhoga wished to avoid alarming the snakes. Truly seeking death, do you not realize that the Imperial Gate houses over 100 formidable cultivators? Wu Tong scoffed. Do not harm Luo Wuxing. Shang Wu gazed steadfastly at Fifth Mo, determined not to miss a moment that could reveal Fifth Mo's cunning deceit. Pei Yurong reconsidered, shaking her head with a smile. It was still not yet 9. The time agreed upon by Boss Su and the others was 11, leaving ample time. He was not one to turn a cold shoulder. If someone faced difficulties, he would assist as long as it did not violate his principles. Everyone advised her to focus solely on her studies, disregarding everything else, with the sole aim of excelling in university entrance exams. They had even pooled together funds for her tuition. Eagerly awaiting the day she would enter university and bring glory to their family, allowing them to bask in her success. My residence is merely a street away from here. Should you require anything, feel free to seek me out. I shall take my leave now, said Zhou Qi. Meanwhile, Victor approached Yi Qi, informing him that the 3 strands of essence within him had stabilized, and his body had returned to its peak condition. He had already reached Xie Lu Jing, his hand poised to strike at Xie Liu Jing's chest, with no time for deliberation. Due to psychological barriers, Bai Shui's performance during the World Championship was less than satisfactory. To avoid hindering her teammates' performance, Coach Wang had no intention of having her play. Zhou Fan felt a twinge of regret at this moment. He also sensed a pang of hunger. Upon opening the food delivery app, he noted that they remained outside the delivery zone, and the few available options appeared rather unappetizing. She stifled her discomfort, striving to maintain her composure as she endeavored to pacify Xia Siki. The entire Blackbeard pirate crew was a malevolent amalgamation, and Hunter could not help but admire such individuals destined for success. Despite their despicable and ruthless nature, one must acknowledge that this represents another facet of humanity. The only surviving member of the Blood Clan on site might be Peiji, who had been severely battered by Ace Yiglu, but still exerted all his strength to keep his body upright. Chapter 48, Shrek Academy. Upon hearing that Ning Rongrong aimed to form a battle team to participate in this year's Continental Advanced Academy Soul Master Elite competition, Yu Quan felt a stirring in his heart, unconsciously nurturing a sense of curiosity. May I call you Rongrong? Yu Quan extended his goodwill amicably. Of course. Ning Rongrong replied with a smile. You mentioned you were seeking a suitable academy? Given your attire, I would boldly surmise you hail from certain sect or family. I'm off, Quattro declared as he exited down the stairs, vanishing into the woods beyond the cabin. Much like Chen Wei's taunts on the field, it evoked a similar effect, albeit without the harsh words. Nonetheless, it was rife with tension. Upon arriving home, Li stood in the yard, unleashing a torrent of curses, not specifying names, but simply venting her frustrations. Fei Lai glanced sideways before approaching and lifting the prone Mao Lin, giving his back a firm pat. This morning, Chun Xian had relied on the secret treasure at his brow to counterattack 2 cultivators, his body moving entirely at his will. Now, this sensation, was it not a backlash from the treasure? Jiang Tao jolted in pain, instinctively seeking to evade something, but it was already too late. I smiled warmly. Never one to be obstinate when it was my fault, having just dug into a fine barrel of wine. The Detsi seemed perplexed by my words, nodding and saying, It's all right. These days have been quite bearable. In truth, she harbored no profound hatred for Ling Chongfeng. It was merely a result of their recent quarrel. Jiang Yi scrutinized the 2 formidable figures at the late-stage perfect circle, one being Su Hao and the other Wang Yu. Frankly, their cultivation was commendable, and the spiritual power they unleashed was certainly not something ordinary late-stage cultivators could possess. Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? You truly are the cleverest, dear sister, Han Mushuan said, retreating indoors to fetch money before heading out to procure some food. Soon, the fight would commence, he called out to Feng Yun, laughing at the 2 remaining cards that had plummeted. After Zhang Ke responded to the previous question, another reporter swiftly posed a new inquiry. If what Guiying Wu claimed was true, then he might indeed have awakened multiple superpowers all at once. During this period, Kakarov and the fairies engaged in lengthy negotiations. The fairies never anticipated that this wizard possessed a keen understanding of economics, a stark contrast to other wizards who struggled with simple conversions. As Murong Yin observed the dual strikes approaching, she quickly focused her thoughts, moving accordingly, already circling behind the horse. It seemed I had truly misjudged the situation. Nian Mo gazed at the 2 droplets of blood in her bowl, lost in deep contemplation for an extended period. What can be done? I was born human, and lately, I have sensed my spiritual power growing stronger. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the dark mark on her wrist. With a soft chime, Su Cheng closed the observation sword, gently caressing the engraved sheath, his face gaunt, yet his eyes gleamed with clarity. Han Shurui's lips moved without sound. She merely nodded vigorously. Regarding the matter of immortals, she contemplated concealing her true identity, but found herself inadvertently transformed into one, which was quite disconcerting. My apologies, classmate Yi. Your hand startled me, she remarked, initially believing that Qi Gong was rather mystical, only to discover its profound reality. Earlier in the day, her mood had been dismal, but now that she radiated joy, he decided to take charge, ensuring she could indulge to her heart's content, releasing all her pent-up negative emotions from the day. With pure energy coursing through him, it was evident that after a single strike, two gray-clad assassins charging with knives were sent flying by Yi in the blink of an eye. No one had ever survived within his flames. Since no one could endure, naturally, no one could retaliate. Qin Miao was momentarily stunned, as the words of the god of love felt oddly familiar. Lowering his gaze, he noticed Li Yinyang grinning mischievously. Observing Lu Luyan turn to leave, Yi Chao immediately felt anxious, swiftly positioning himself once more in front of her, effectively halting her departure. Should Lu Luyan be allowed to leave so easily? How could he rely on his charm to win her heart? Having learned the technological forging techniques of this world alongside Brother Pan in the Dream Realm for countless years, dismantling numerous classic flying cars, he was finally presented with an opportunity to put his skills to practical use, igniting a surge of passion within him. The passage of time, akin to clouds and the sea, had transgressed countless years as the two individuals, traversing through layers of time, exchanged glances. Yun Zijing mischievously pondered. If Gong Wuxia were to see her in this state, would he still possess the courage to approach her? Alas, if only Shui Xiaohong were present. They could have indulged in some mutual praise. In truth, many surrounding Qi Hao were aware of his preparation for the Level 3 examination, and Qin Yu was no exception. Wan Min's eyes quivered, her heart racing at the eerily familiar voice, her lips parting slightly, yet unable to articulate her thoughts. Meanwhile, those less worldly were utterly astounded, their spirits taut with tension. The mere thought of this outcome tightened her heart with pain. She genuinely wished to avert such a scene, yet sometimes, certain events were beyond her control, and acceptance was her only option. Heaven spoke. Do you wish to know what transpired? He directed the starwood frame towards the sigh of the past, as the frame melded into the dark form of the past, instantly granting him a fragment of memory. Very well. Lu Dan dismounted the carriage, inquiring with a passerby for directions to the general's residence, and promptly set off toward it. What? You all? Mu Ziyun exclaimed in astonishment, at a loss for words, realizing that the dreams from many years past were not mere coincidences. Wish to escape? Zeet waved his hand gently, and the strange bird unfurled its wings to soar. However, just as it ascended 5 meters into the air, its form plummeted back to the ground. In astonishment, it attempted to take flight once more, yet, like before, it barely lifted off before returning to the earth. In a moment of indecision, Su Tao found himself filled with ambition, uncertain whether to open the door and continue his exploration. He resolved instead to revisit the 2 rooms that had not been thoroughly searched. Observing Zhang Han's shameless pretense of innocence and his specious arguments, the countenance of Yin Cheng Kongwu darkened further, his seething anger nearly overwhelming him, on the brink of a furious outburst. The following day yielded no significant results aside from recommending a candidate to the provincial team, a player with a potential score of 88 points, who was of international second-tier caliber. Indeed, once Guo Zizhao crossed the central marker at 25 meters, his father distinctly sensed that Guo Zizhao had begun to sprint. Chapter 49, Xiao Xiao and the Three-Life Soul Cauldron. As the evening sun cast its golden glow upon the furious face of the little girl, her long, dark green hair was woven into delicate braids that cascaded gracefully beside her porcelain-like ears. Adorned in a light, flowing skirt, the hem swayed gently with her nimble movements, resembling petals unfurling in a soft breeze. Her petite and exquisite form seemed akin to that of forest sprite, and her gaze, directed at the 2 men before her, reflected not only anger and irritation, but also an unsettling gravity that belied her tender years. Upon stepping outside, Tianci called Tang Yin to inquire about their whereabouts. Tang Yin informed him that the 3 of them were still outdoors having fun and suggested he join them for a meal outside. Why? Why had Su Qing become like this? Tianci found himself mentally repeating the question, engulfed in profound heartache and regret. Why had he abandoned Su Qing? What had led her to this state? What sins had he committed? Unconsciously, his eyes began to glisten with tears. During her time as Mu Yi, she had only encountered Nangong Jinghong a couple of times, yet he had seen through her character with remarkable clarity. Truly, he was worthy of being the young master of the Nangong family. When the blanket was lifted, I dreamily beheld Jiang Tsun's strikingly handsome face, though his expression was far from pleasant. This formation, known as the Dragon Gate Array, was the ultimate skill of Shui Renge, causing Ranmin to exhaust his strength, forcing him to charge out alone, unable to rally his troops, leaving the over 200,000 soldiers of Shiliang stranded. The 3 elders simultaneously changed their expressions. Unable to remain seated any longer, Yu Lingbo's words had crossed a line. A figure emerged from the thicket, though the light was dim. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon recognizing it was Wu Xiaoming. Mo Shibai's visage had regained its former composure, his gaze toward her still imbued with affectionate warmth. Yet despite this, Yu Ying could still sense the undercurrent of concern lurking in his eyes. This was dire. Lin Feng, who was currently cloaked in invisibility, paled at the sight and quickly dispelled his concealment, rolling to evade. Swift wind step. Two Lin Fengs materialized simultaneously, a mere afterimage resulting from his extraordinary speed. The lava giant descended from the heavens, its malevolent aura clashing with that of the angels, and without hesitation, the two engaged in battle. At this moment, those who, like him, comprehended the unfolding circumstances also gaped in astonishment, rendered speechless. Dr. Yang, perhaps you should take a rest? Wang Jian's head peeked around a corner. Concern etched across his face. Xiao Yu's gaze was peculiar. It was not due to physical discomfort, but rather because the binding of his spiritual power by the nine-tiered pagoda had abruptly vanished after the bloodline entered his body. Was it fair to say that the enemy's cleverness had unwittingly benefited him? Her urgent implementation of the plan stemmed from these two unexpected developments. When she had first heard Yuan Shiro speak of it, she had been skeptical, but only now did she truly believe that Su Minghan and Yao Lin indeed had two 5-year-old children. Is this even a question? This is my office. The guard who first discovered the body is named Lu Lei. You can ask him if he was playing mahjong with me at the time. Chen Song retorted with a defiant expression. With a sense of foreboding, Zhang Chuyu patted her chest, letting out a sigh of relief. The maternal affection of her mother was no jest. It was, after all, she who had emerged from her mother's womb so many years ago. Yet her mother exhibited no awareness of this. Zhang Fengxian clenched his fists, torn between the urge to act and the inability to do so. His face contorted and his body spasming in pain. Sun Jiashi had certainly noticed the group, hastily setting down the eggplant and striding over to greet them. His shoes still caked with mud. After taking a sip of water, Lane continued to probe. I distinctly heard you discussing something regarding a target earlier. When she awoke, they had already been conversing, and in her dazed state, she hadn't comprehended much, but she had clearly caught wind of their intentions, suggesting that someone might be targeting Yang Nuo, or perhaps them. Chapter 50. The Mysterious Xiao Xiao. After summoning Xiao Xiao to her side, Quan extended her right hand, a swirl of milky white flames dancing in her palm. Gazing at the trio of Old Goose, a murderous intent radiated from Quan as she spoke slowly. Since you are unwilling to depart, then you shall remain here. Ha ha, do you really think a few little kids can challenge us? Old Goose scoffed, disdain evident on his face. Quan remained silent, descending from the carriage and approaching Old Goose with a sweet smile. Above in the void, the stars shimmered brilliantly. The celestial power of the Milky Way cascading down upon Yang Chun, continuously accumulating upon his form. And what do you have to say? Were you not just feeling of someone's chest muscles? Yin Hao feigned bashfulness, shooting a glare at the other party before glancing at the onlookers surrounding them. Reflecting on the recent failure, the reasons were none other than Cao Cao's benevolence. Yet perhaps it was his compassion, along with his uncommon mindset, that had afforded him such stature, drawing numerous capable warriors to serve him diligently. Li Jixing, stationed at the core of the formation, changed countenance upon hearing the sound, recognizing it as the shattering of the formation's banners. The celestial generals, in a frenzy, erupted from the warship, swarming into the fray. With a sickening thud, two bizarre vines, as resilient as diamonds, pierced through Tang Fei's back and into his heart, extinguishing his life. Yishio had previously been concerned that the obstinate Kai Yuan Long would persist until the end, insistent on setting sail in search of an island. Now, however, Yishio felt a wave of relief. The strength of these 5 individuals was commendable. The weakest among them possessed the prowess of a 3-star warrior, while the captain's strength reached a 6-star level, placing this team among the ranks of the mid-tier competitors in the entire tournament. Oh dear! At that moment, the vibrant giant tiger suddenly rose, approaching Wang Luojia and gently nuzzling her with its furry body, a gesture of warmth and friendliness. Of course, the streamer thrived on this. Human nature was indeed such that it might not warrant excessive condemnation. With a flicker of insight, Zhang Tiansheng identified his target for attack. He had to eliminate one enemy first, namely, the mechanical dog whose tail was flashing ominously, clearly plotting another strike. It appeared that as the current head of Tianfu Academy, this senior sister, Shui Wei, indeed wielded some authority, which was quite commendable. Oh no, Lin Fan observed Luna's health plummet below 500 within mere seconds. She was indeed not invincible. Should she perish, it might take days for her to resurrect. Although I possessed a certain understanding of demons. aware that they are creatures capable of turning against even their kin in a frenzy. Witnessing their behavior on the battlefield was nonetheless profoundly shocking. The scorching wind dispersed the curtain of rain, and the fierce flames caused the raindrops to evaporate. A colossal dragon, larger than the ravaged male dragon below, descended upon a hilltop, surveying its unfortunate kin with an air of indifference and no intention of offering assistance. In my previous life, having bestowed all the treasures within the game upon Tianyao, I found myself swiftly relegated to mediocrity. Perched atop a mountain peak, a young man clad in black robes leisurely sipped tea within an ornate carriage. After much wandering, the comrades of the underground party finally located Lei Ming's place of confinement, which turned out to be in Yen City. Surely this cannot be. Li Zi was at the pinnacle of entry-level prowess, while the bronze insect was merely at a mid-level stage. Yet, why was Li Zi utterly defenseless before the bronze insect? Easily sent flying by a single punch? Cowardice? Impossible. We shall proceed as Ma Haodong suggests. Wu Yaoyong, concerned about being underestimated by Guruyan, spoke with a forced bravado. Do not kill them just yet. Let the old man poison them, inflicting unbearable suffering upon them. The old man spoke ominously. She continued to play this melody, evoking sorrow and emotion in all, yet remained unmoved herself. Typically, one must first touch their own heart to move others, but her feelings appeared unchanged. Perhaps her heart had turned to iron and ice, or perhaps she simply had no intention of appreciating the moment, waiting solely for his arrival. As for what should be known and what should remain unknown, Lin Feng believed that Li Zhong would have a clear understanding. So, it was indeed the Sungama family that initiated the violence? Liu Yi observed the trio of old and young, each with their arms crossed, reveling in the unfolding drama. And when they caught Liu Ye's displeased gaze, they reluctantly lowered their arms, feigning innocence. Wang Xian looked up, slightly taken aback. For all the cultivators bore injuries. Helian Sheng had lost an arm, Zhu Gehong had a broken foot, Wang Zhu had lost an ear, Bai Qi was similarly disfigured, and Lung Lian had severed several fingers, with Guyu also suffering a similar fate. That is not certain. The immortal clan is undoubtedly doomed. However, to whom this wedding gown is intended remains uncertain. Lin Sheng remarked nonchalantly, his tone imbued with an overwhelming confidence. Gu Zhan cast a glance his way, but said nothing, only gazing quietly ahead. Through the misty haze, Shi Zhong could not discern clearly. As they approached, a striking fragrance wafted towards them. Shi Zhong remembered this scent, which surrounded Wei Lu when he appeared at the market. Meanwhile, in Zhu Lingqi's courtyard, many corpses lay charred by fireballs or transformed into crystalline forms by a colorful spray. Oomph. You come and tell me you're going down the mountain. Haven't you? Bai Fuling pouted. Unforgivable. No one may toy with her emotions. Those who deceive her will meet a dire fate. Yet, with such deep affection for him, what was she to do? Haven T, I just landed a white-collar job. It's best to keep a low profile. Lin Feng felt no surprise at Su Rong's astonishment, merely smiling as he explained. Following the solemn ceremony, the game's segment commenced, requiring the groomsmen and bridesmaids to form pairs, passing cards to each other using only their mouths. Only Jun Yifeng grasped the underlying implication of Xin Yueheng's words. To fight alongside the Wing King and serve the nation, rather than to join the Wing King and myself. The nuance of this distinction made his brow furrow deeply. Yi Qingqing stuffed the tear of the angel into Ayersur's pocket before rescuing him. However, Ayersur could not escape a moment of selfishness. Chapter 51. Xiao Zhao's Memories. How pitiable Xiao Xiao is. Despite being a twin martial soul and a genius, her talents were completely overshadowed to highlight the protagonist. Xiao Xiao's martial soul was exceptional. Her identity must be remarkable, yet she became mere cannon fodder. Did the many instructors at Shrek Academy not realize the consequences of hastily adding a soul ring to a dual martial soul? Yet, she chose to preemptively add a soul ring for a collegiate competition, thus exhausting her potential. Over 1,000 members of the Fanjian sect relentlessly hurled high-grade spiritual treasures into the Blood Lake, the onslaught akin to a torrential downpour, wave after wave, seemingly unending. Naturally, the other 5 major factions were equally opposed to Lin Shua joining the Heavenly King sect. Upon seeing Long Yinxiao object, they immediately echoed his dissent. Allowing their bodies to fall freely, Han Ning and Li Qingyun emerged from the lengthy cavern. The moment they touched the surface of the lake, Han Ning lightly stepped upon the water's surface and made her way to the shore, followed closely by Li Qingyun. The cloaked figure, startled to see his spell dispelled in an instant, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a master would be concealed within this thatched cottage. Otherwise, How could Bu Qingyun possess such extraordinary capabilities? Alas, I am of an age where retirement looms next month. What future remains for me? I merely wish to live quietly in Shanghai, Li Yuan remarked dispassionately. The first call he made was to Ni Xiansen. He knew that, as an elder in the municipal office, Ni Xiansen would be all too familiar with this call. However, this was merely a common perspective. For Tanka, his thoughts and considerations transcended the ordinary. Old Fu and Old Jiang looked over, where several elongated boxes lay, alongside an object resembling a large harpoon displayed outside. Through the glass of the command cabin, everyone noticed vehicles that did not belong to this era on the ground, evidently belonging to modern individuals who had traversed the dimensional gate. Amaphia's challenge level soared to an astounding 251, where he a deity. His challenge level could effortlessly reach 280. How has school been? Have you made any good friends? David inquired further. A massive man charged out, intercepting the juggling professor before he could strike the performer, delivering a resounding slap that left the professor's handsome face swollen. I apologize for taking your motorcycle, child, but I meant no harm. Damon, sensing an intense alarm, stiffly raised his arm, returning the jade slip to Qin Yuzhou. He retrieved other blank slips from his spatial pouch and inscribed the revised cultivation techniques upon them. Gu Junshan's explanation succinctly severed the connection between himself and Bai Qing, and this only serves to illustrate her indifference towards all that once was. Contemplating this left a bitter taste in his heart, deeply unsettling. Xing Bao approached the large suitcase at the side, joining forces with the two to unzip it and stuff the white moonlight princess inside, securing the zipper. Murong kikasta fleeting glance, scrutinizing the menacing yet unfamiliar faces before him. The imagery depicted the entrance of Nanjing University's School of Arts, where people joyously welcomed the performer into the campus. Their phones held high, capturing every moment. Strangely, these spirit beasts were ensnared within a crimson blood formation, trembling as if some terrifying presence lurked nearby. In recent days, Wang Juankai's mood fluctuated like a roller coaster. The day before, he had joyfully prepared many things for her, yet the following day, he hesitated over whether to accept another man's confession. Watching the words lying in the chat box, a pang of bitterness settled in his chest. How much better it would have been had he not seen her inquiry. With a palm, he shouted at him, but before touching Li Mingzhu's hand, he felt a slight dizziness in his head. His eyes slowly closed, and he passed out. Chapter 52, Rose Hotel. The next morning, after a night of rest, the three of them from Yuquan were all full of energy. Yuquan Xiao Xiao. It seems that tomorrow is the registration time for Shrek Academy. Why don't we take a stroll around Soto City today? Ning Rong proposed. I'm fine, where is Xiao Xiao? Yuquan looked toward Xiao Xiao. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Xiao also nodded in agreement. The three of them immediately put on their clothes and prepared to go shopping together. Upon regaining the Yang Zun sword, Zheng Chun was also filled with excitement. Taking advantage of the opportunity to rest, he once again chatted with the dragon soul inside the Yang Zun sword. Don't move. Put down all the guns in your hands. If you dare to move, I'll shoot him. The criminal's expression remained calm. He didn't find it difficult to deal with Yan Huyan, but what made him very angry was that during the confrontation with him, this fat woman only knew how to run away blindly. Moreover, the thin man was thousands of kilometers away from Zheng Chen's position, so he didn't know whether to kill Yan Huyan first or directly help his senior brother kill Zheng Chen. Compared to Hollywood, there's a significant gap in both technology and talent for Chinese language films. It's not wise to release both at the same time, let alone compete with super IPs. Do strategists have 5 strategies? Or the 4 conspiracy? If you don't plan for yourself, are you a strategist? If you plan for yourself, you cannot wholeheartedly devote yourself to the Lord. I don't want to clarify. I can't go either. Ziasu Deeply, Don Fanyan's face turned red with excitement. He never expected that his primordial body would really lose to Lin Hai's hands. He was both ashamed and angry. Now, Lin Hai is humiliating him again in front of many envoys. How can he bear it? Ado was taken aback, not waiting to speak yet, when he saw the Lord and A San, both with sinister smiles on their faces. This year, the program team has done a great job in equipment, throwing all the money earned last year into promotion and adding several singing sections in all directions. Upon seeing this name, he felt a great deal of certainty in his heart. His right hand shone with golden light, covering and lifting it open. Can't this prove anything? Do you need me to provide further proof? Gu Qinyan's mouth curved abnormally. After all, he was the Jin Xian of Jijiao at that time, and his taste was indeed not comparable to ordinary demons. This cave is filled with exotic flowers and plants, and animals such as elk are also kept in captivity. Shang Guanchun thought about many answers from Lebing, but none of them came up with this one. He didn't know how to continue for a moment. Although Mi is already a top-notch golden immortal, her cultivation level is 2 heavens higher than Shen Xinyang's. Because she has treasures in her body, Shen Xinyang doesn't care. It wasn't until he saw the long gun in his hand that his expression became stern. He spoke casually, but the few people present listened attentively and wanted to take every word from Zhu De to heart. The waiter was taken aback, Master, looking at Fang Zheng. In her eyes, Fang Zheng is just an ordinary person, unable to remember his appearance, and also unremarkable. Most importantly, he is definitely not a monk or Taoist. Xinglian had heard that the beast soul beads inside her body were covered by 2 beast pets that consumed her mind and spirit. Since she came down the mountain, she insisted that they stop. If any beasts were attracted, she could just fight back. If she injured the elemental gods of the 2 beast pets because of this, she would be even more reluctant. When Yao and Wan had no hidden intentions, anyone could see clearly, let alone now that she was facing Zhu. Everyone is aware of the quality of the 3rd-class constables and the Minzhuang team training. It is okay to oppress the good, but it is not enough to fight more or less. If there is a bloody life and death battle, it is not enough. The only exception is when the Tartars come to defend the city, concerned about the survival of their homeland and themselves. Everyone really wants to fight, but they dare not do so. But the void heart-trenching flame is not so easy to deal with. Just a roll of flames wrapped the escaping ghost gas like a big hand, under the burning of the flames. The ghost gas made painful cries like ghosts crying and wolves, and finally twisted into nothingness. Chapter 53, Battle. Xiao Wu's temper was hot, and when she saw Dai Mubai provoking her, she was about to rush forward. Tang Sanyi grabbed Xiao Wu's shoulder and said, "Let me do it." Ning Rongrong looked at Yu Quan and then at Xiao Xiao. Seeing that neither of them had any intention of leaving, he could only sigh. He didn't expect Yu Quan to look so calm as a sister, and couldn't help but watch the excitement. The 3 of them watched the commotion from the side, and saw Tang San and Xiao Wu arguing for a while before finally coming to an end. To fight, there needs to be a strategic deployment, clear division of labor, and efficient execution. Now, that Wei Supervision has reported this matter to the higher authorities. It seems that there will be a response soon. Zhao Zilong's roar was like a rolling thunderbolt, finally awakening Dong Lianzhu from her stunned state. The group returned to Zhang Chuanqing's mansion in a grand manner the next evening. When they arrived at the center of the lobby, everyone saw a scene that made them feel different. Damn it. Yi Yanqing was caught off guard and retreated repeatedly, but was still hit by several swords. Moreover, the fire dragon also took advantage of the situation to attack Yi Yanqing. This time, Yi Yanqing had no time to defend and was directly burned by the fire dragon. Su Tai withdrew his hand and looked towards the shore, realizing that he couldn't fly this distance with light skills. Watching Wanting take big breaths as she prepared, Su Tai had to obediently support her and try not to touch her sensitive areas. Thinking of this, Su Tai couldn't help but blush a little. "What are you trying to say?" The 9 Lives demon cat looked at Han Bing, and at that moment, Han Bing felt a powerful spiritual oppression. If it weren't for the presence of the demon dragon, this glance would have been enough to kill him. The gray-brown soil was dyed red by his blood, and the green leaves were also soaked in blood, looking terrifying. The leading obese man was beaten with bruises on his nose and face. Although he was unwilling to accept it, he was more afraid. Hurriedly getting up, "Wait for me. I remember your appearance. Just wait and collect your own body." Afraid of continuing to lose face, the leading obese man cursed loudly but fled in the opposite direction. Zhao Zilong continued to pretend to be deaf and mute. He would not easily make a statement until he understood the meaning of these 3 old foxes. However, when Long Tao was about to attack Hu Fengji, a man with a gentle and feminine appearance stopped him with just 1 strike. His back of his hand emitted 5 black and gray bloodline patterns, which were a vision of the ugly cow bloodline. A young man wearing a white gown was sitting on the hospital bed, watching the TV in the ward, but tears couldn't stop flowing down his cheeks. At this time, in addition to Han Xiuling and his team, as well as the high-level members of the Wuling Alliance, there were several unnamed martial arts sects in the main hall. "My, did you poison it?" Yuding's face turned pale, and a black poisonous gas appeared on her pretty face. After all, she was captured by the Great Consuming Clan, and only she knows what she went through in the Great Consuming Clan. It's normal for her to be particularly scared at this moment. After all, she has been captured for many days. Dragon King glared at him. As the strongest of the 5 heavenly kings, he had no choice but to deal with Ouyang Yan, and the others had no more illusions. Jisoo Jishou Jing, do all things work together? I observe and restore. All things return to their roots. In the final analysis, it is called stillness, which means returning to order. The restoration of command is called Chong, and the knowledge of Chong Yuanming is known. Not knowing what to do, acting recklessly, knowing constant appearance, Appearance is public. Public is complete. Complete is heaven. Heaven is the way. And the way lasts for a long time. Without body, there's no danger. The arrival of the crown prince is merely a trivial matter. It is not as though the emperor himself has graced us with his presence. Hun Tiandi regarded the disheveled messenger with a mocking smile, casually clapping his hands. Lu Kuan intended to sell a portion of his materials in Lingming Square. Should he return to Yang Square and attempt to sell materials worth 7,000 or 8,000 spiritual stones at once, he would undoubtedly attract unwarranted complications. Hu Changji could not help but chuckle. It seemed these individuals mistook the thieves for Ackerman's subordinates, and he relished the opportunity to observe from a distance. Chapter 54, From Shrek Dai Mubai. The battle commenced. Dai Mubai was never a patient individual. On the contrary, he was rather conceited, akin to the character of Quan. Although he understood that Youchuan's earlier remarks indicated the individual was formidable, the opponent had yet to unleash their martial soul and appeared to be a frail young girl. With his martial soul bestowing upon him considerable confidence, Dai Mubai extended his massive claw, its sharp talons reaching out toward Quan. The turbulence of the financial crisis brought upheaval within the gaming world, prompting nations to stake their claims on the Azure Dragon continent, with Chinese players bearing the brunt of the fallout. Zhao Chongqing's father now shared the position of deputy commander in the Black North Military District alongside Yu Yuan's father, and the two families had a solid rapport. As long as you spare Aunt Sue, I promise to be your pawn, Yin Shijuan stated, locking eyes with him, enunciating each word deliberately. Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback, a fleeting yet intense emotion flashing across his face, his hands clenched into fists. Yet he chose silence and ultimately departed with a flourish. Upon hearing Sister Liang's words, Bing Bing's face flushed even deeper, and she retreated to her room. The performance of innate Dan Yang instantly froze the smile on Mu Chen's face. He scratched his head, opening his mouth, yet finding himself at a loss for words. Could you offer me a suggestion? What do you think I should demand? Ouyang Jin fixed his gaze upon my face, his eyes penetrating. Suddenly, my foot stumbled upon something, causing me to lose my balance and tumble down. I rolled down the slope through the woods, each jolt sending pain coursing through my body. When I finally came to a halt, I lay on the ground, battered and devoid of strength, my head spinning violently. After the examination, I finally exhaled in relief. She had taken traditional Chinese medicine, which posed no threat to the fetus. Aside from the wealthy woman who had previously offered to teach him how to sell clothes in the marketplace, Rin Sinian was the only customer willing to impart knowledge. Just as I was at a loss for what to do, I suddenly discerned the faint sound of hushed voices at the door. Though soft, I could still hear them. For some reason, I felt that ever since my soul had departed from my body, my senses had grown increasingly acute. Lanling Wang pressed a kiss to her forehead, his hand not resting where Ruan Meng intended, but rather gliding along her thigh, lifting her nightgown. He set down the luggage in his hands, cradling her face with both hands, planting a tender kiss upon her forehead before releasing her. She was, in truth, unaware of the true danger posed by Lord D. Why did these individuals tremble in his presence? Although she knew Night Cloud Sky would never engage in such behavior, Ling Long could not suppress her discomfort. In a single statement, he not only left the individual utterly speechless, but also nearly drove them to the brink of exasperation. Who seemed to intuitively grasp the thoughts of the Bodhi, yet chose not to expose them. This is it. Murong Ichu turned around, staring blankly at the basketball bouncing beneath the hoop, murmuring in disbelief. Though Anna had shown no fear in the face of Yiling, she was not so audacious as to recklessly charge into battle with the enemy. Nan Gongshuang noticed Wang Ling's unwavering gaze upon Zui Yi, and without sparing her a glance, lowered her head, feigning ignorance. Less talk, conserve your energy. Gao Muqing frowned, observing the blood that gushed uncontrollably from her abdomen. The condition of the road ahead was woefully inadequate. The mountainous dirt path was far too narrow, and the Dongfeng military truck was too wide to pass, leaving the soldiers with no choice but to resort to alternative modes of transport. Upon seeing the newcomer, Yi Shanghan initially appeared perplexed, then recalled that the individual had purchased super tomatoes the previous day. Chapter 55, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Exiting the Rose Hotel, Yu Quan and her companion strolled through Soto City, indulging in exploration. Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment before inquiring, Yu Quan, why did you provoke that blonde man during your battle? She was meticulous in her choice of words. To irritate him? Yu Quan smiled, noticing Ning Rongrong's curious gaze, and proceeded to explain, there are two reasons. Firstly, since we intend to join Shrek Academy, money is not an issue. What matters is that you approach the task decisively. Mao Ishi's sharp gaze fixed upon Brother Wang. Lin Hanshi felt her head growing increasingly heavy, What are you planning? Where are you taking me? Held tightly in Yefeng's embrace, she, already intoxicated, felt an overwhelming heat enveloping her, her expression turning adorably charming. He hastily redirected the conversation, recounting his encounter with Changsun Wugo, who had met with Chai Xiao and Yang Xian's son, Yang Rong. Look at my mind, I'm completely flustered thanks to that oaf Dainyu. Gao Jun remarked, patting his forehead. Meanwhile, Zhai Fong appeared to be in agony, her eyes tightly shut. She struggled momentarily, calling out, Li Hao, before closing her eyes once more. Observing Zhai Fong's condition, it was highly plausible that she had been affected by the medicine from Scarface. Beyond the battlefield, the Goryeo allied forces, witnessing the perilous situation faced by Yulji Diak, felt a surge of urgency, eager to rush in and unite with him. At this juncture, the Goryeo allied forces were all in, fully aware that if they could not overcome Zhang Shutua's army today, they would lose all hope of victory once the Sui reinforcements arrived that evening. Just then, He Jiajun felt a surge of life energy rapidly radiating from his chest to his entire body. The pain gradually subsided, and his senses began to sharpen. At this moment, Yu Ming had taken a seat but felt a slight pain in his chest, likely due to having exerted himself too vigorously earlier. The Empress, with her compassionate heart, would undoubtedly earn Mayor's gratitude in the future. Zhu Bai comforted the Empress beside her. Initially, her mood was not particularly favorable, having been infuriated by Dongfang Yinan's remarks about her age. The eastern skies gradually cleared, revealing a brilliant sun rising above the mountain's edge, presenting a magnificent sight of the morning sun treading upon clouds. Dongfang Yinan swiftly turned, his finger darting out to strike the necks of two bodyguards, who immediately collapsed without a modicum of resistance. The entire sequence unfolded in an instant, executed with exquisite precision. What on earth have you been doing? The family has been frantic with worry. After this, Dongfang Yinan awoke and turned around. Su Shiqiang, pale with fear, nearly struck Wang Caixia across the face, fearing the wrath of the heavens. Good grief, if I were even slightly closer to my grandfather, the Zhang family would deem me ambitious and eliminate me at any moment. Do you understand? That is precisely why I willingly went to Huqing, enrolling in the agricultural academy, to keep my distance from the powder keg. Zhang Yang felt a pang of guilt, as he suspected that if he were to reveal that the medicine was given to him by a classmate, cold Xianping would likely hurl the cup's contents into his face. The restaurant was modest in size, and, after just a few steps, we arrived beside the person who had just shouted to stop us. Most alarming was the presence of the revered Dugu Changkong, often referred to as the heart's flesh of the elder Yuan Shan, among the group, which momentarily dissuaded them from their intent to ambush. However, upon learning that Lin Shun and his companions had encountered the legendary messenger, Xiao Shenghu and his associates entirely relinquished their rationality. Finally, when the last, slightly larger crystal illuminated, I found the person I had sought on this journey, Linda Hai. After pondering for a moment, they could not contain their frustration, and their expressions betrayed a hint of helplessness. Such is human nature, often self-righteous and oblivious to their own excesses. Chapter 56. The Strange Shop and its Owner. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tang San, and my martial soul is Blue Silvergrass. This is my younger sister, Xiao Wu, whose martial soul is the soft-bone rabbit. Tang San gently pulled Xiao Wu, eager to rush forward behind him, and introduced himself politely. Blue Silvergrass? Since you're preparing to enroll in Shrek Academy and have just faced that individual head-on, you must possess the strength of a great soul master, Ning Rongrong remarked, inspecting Tang San with astonishment. Indeed, Tang San nodded, smiling as he confirmed. Blue Silvergrass as well. Individuals like Tong Hua, with exceptional combat skills, often lack training in faith and psychological resilience. Humans are inherently emotional beings. After years of following someone as stunning and virtuous as Rong Shun, how could one not develop a bias? As Jianxin exited the teleportation array, he fortuitously encountered Yin Ao and the representatives of various factions entering the business alliance, returning just in time. The twins, displeased by the remarks of the beautiful elder, complained to their parents about the eldest sister. The beautiful elder thought to herself, once father is gone, I shall surely deal with these two mischievous rascals. Since that person abandoned her mother all those years ago, she felt no desire to seek him out. Yet, over the years, as she matured, she recognized that he was not an ordinary individual. Although Yang Huili always maintained an air of a modest gentleman, after some time, he could not help but express subtle discontent regarding Yin Man's blatant affections. With a gentle squeeze, Lin Long's wrist suddenly ached. The lamp was seized and smashed to the ground, and in a swift motion, he pinned her beneath him. Since a person was the objective, matters became much simpler. They could cordon off a vast area, ensuring that as long as Wang Bing did not succumb to asphyxiation, Jiang Xian would inevitably return to the surface. This was their opportunity to launch a counterattack and reclaim Wang Bing. Yi Jiaro and her companions had no choice but to haul their luggage along a lengthy mountain path, and when they pushed open the door, dinner had yet to commence. However, certain truths were understood but left unspoken, including by Xue Tinglan, who seemed unable to grasp the underlying circumstances. The young women could choose to entertain clients or not, and the overseer of the flower house could not enforce compliance. You dedicate both dawn and midnight to practicing swordsmanship? When do you find time to rest and contemplate? In a moment of desperation, Shangguan Hongyan supported Su Qinyang's head with one hand while the other gently helped him regulate his breathing. Just then, a cerulean vortex materialized in the distant void, prompting Xiaomu to turn and gaze, while Long Kuei had anticipated this and had already noticed the anomaly. The demon lord has yet to intervene. Do you truly believe you can obstruct me? Guo Huai bellowed, brandishing a flying knife in his hand, an excellent choice for confronting the demon clan. Send word, have Mo Wuer hold the line. I shall lead my troops to his aid. Ulian calmly issued his command. Chu Yuan leapt into the air, swiftly stowing away the floating ship, and pressed himself tightly against the side of the pirate vessel. Time seemed to freeze, only to resume its flow as the colossal form of the howling moon tiger gradually tilted towards the ground. Powerful vitality seeping from the deeply embedded wounds. After exiting the Wood Emperor Tower, utilizing the temporal tunnel of the teleportation altar and the transcendental abilities of the Wood Prison's warden, the two traversed the chaotic sea for 3 months before finally arriving at the Zhangyan realm. The cavalry soldiers, akin to practicing equestrian skills, charged into the arc-shaped formation, discarding their hoes, only to return and soon litter the ground with them. I find myself a loss, unsure of what to do or where to go. With no one to turn to, I thought of my sister. Hey, Bai Chao Dilong, what brings you here? Gue Yuzhong exclaimed, his demeanor brimming with arrogance as he deliberately provoked Bai Chao Dilong. Inside, Bai Yu sensed the commotion at the entrance and had already made his way there, opening his arms to embrace Feng Yuetong as she drew near. Chapter 57, Arrival at Shrek Academy. After stepping out of the shop, Ning Rongrong inquired, Sister Yuquan, what did you mean by your earlier remark? Did you not realize? He was trying to assert his dominance over us. Yuquan elucidated. Assert his dominance? Ning Rongrong asked in astonishment. I can sense it too. Xiao Xiao nodded, affirming Yochuan's words. He overheard everything we discussed inside the shop, including our somewhat lukewarm attitude towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. There were also angry reprimands, almost as if he wished to press a knife to Yi Chu's throat to coerce an update. In his previous life, he had been a remarkably handsome young man in his 20s, having worked for a period. Upon successfully reaching Milyang, they temporarily descended to the ground at a distance from their coordinates. Qinsho stowed away the helicopter and retrieved a vehicle for their land journey. Now, all who had gazed upon the stars felt utterly disillusioned, even wishing for Yi Chu to silence the stars and continue the tale of Do Pe. Yet often, some individuals refuse to heed the boundaries of propriety, believing they can directly inflict harm upon others. Once a laggard in the heavens, a mere commoner, who had once endured 9 years of compulsory education, now faced a near-fatal suicide attempt. Unfortunately, there was another equally bruised and battered disciple waiting for him to deliver medicine. Lin Jinghe learned that the 2 maidservants hailed from Lin County and had offended the local gentry, now that the young noble's people had found their way to Qinghe County. He immediately understood that the situation could not be resolved amicably. At that time, Ziyuan had thought that only the great demon clan could attain such honors, only to realize that even in dealings with goblins and wolfkin, Lin An's attitude remained unchanged. The Dock City's scope was limited, unlike Huajun, making it relatively straightforward to locate a target from a helicopter, provided they were not deeply concealed. Given that the company had been performing well lately, adding a few ice cream machines would not seem out of the ordinary. Current records still indicated that the dragon race possessed astonishing defensive capabilities and immense strength, coupled with their bloodline advantages. It could be said that in a one-on-one match within the same realm, no individual or race could defeat the dragon race. In truth, wealth meant little to Yu Haoran. The Haoran group was merely a whimsical venture he had established, initially believing he could share a tranquil life with Li Mei on Earth. Little did he anticipate the outcome would unfold in such an unexpected manner. The clash between true energy and the great city gates produced a deafening explosion, sending clouds of dust billowing and shaking the mountains. Many soldiers stationed on the walls were directly thrown off, meeting an untimely demise, while anguished cries echoed, sending chills down the spine. Li Rong, upon hearing these words, inquired with genuine concern. Although the other parties spoke so lightly, she was aware of certain matters regarding Chang'an, understanding that the situation was of great significance. Xian Wujia was instantly filled with a surge of excitement. After all, this black wolf had entrenched himself here for many years, amassing considerable wealth. His storage ring would surely be insufficient. Furthermore, if there truly existed a starstone mine, it would be a remarkable windfall. Are you hungry? Would you care for something to eat? Afterwards, we can ascend to the upper level to discuss the plans for the next few days, the tree man stated as he closed the door. Zhuge Xuesong informed everyone of the weaknesses of these puppets. The group promptly severed the designated parts and extracted the control crystal that governed the puppet, making the task significantly simpler with Zhuge Xuesong's probing array. Yes, General Liu, came the immediate response as soldiers swiftly subdued the others upon hearing Lu Bu's command. Spirals of wind coalesced around the meteor hammer in an instant, while searing flames erupted from the tips of the two iron spheres, intensifying with the gusts. That song is indeed quite good. Yes, I was referring to the lyrics. The driver chuckled, though a hint of bitterness lingered in his expression. His face bore a slight surprise, and a glimmer of a mischievous smile flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "If you wish to avoid being regarded as a monster, it would be prudent to change in a Qin attire post-haste." It was then that I realized the peculiar gazes of those around me. If I did not change my clothes soon, I might truly be captured as a monster. Chapter 58, Doubt. Tang San and the others, prompted by Yochuan's remark, made their way to the back of the group. At that moment, a father and son ahead were engaged in a discussion about Shrek Academy. When the boy's mother uncertainly remarked, "Is it possible that this is the academy that claims graduates can become barons of the empire?" The boy's father replied hesitantly, "This is what the Spirit Hall representative said. It should be accurate, but this academy appears rather dilapidated." At the time, he was merely mumbling, and I misunderstood. Feng Xian said somewhat sheepishly. Meanwhile, on another front, the brute bid farewell to two dogs and embarked on the journey, knowing that life and death were fated. Biscotta had slain the king, and the body was disposed of by Carcina. Li Tianyu did not look back. He did not wish to see Xia Qishi's expression, fearing that his heart might soften and he would be unable to act. After all, had it not been for Xia Qishi, he might have been brutally slain long ago at the Southern Immortal Sect. Sister Luo, should we inform the master about this matter? Mu'ea, having clarified that Murongji was aware of Liang Yu's departure, felt it necessary to communicate the ordeal they had inflicted upon her. Neither Ding Hua nor Satan wished to be disqualified from the competition. Thus they exchanged glances of mutual defiance before departing the arena. Satan's whereabouts became a mystery, while Ding Hua returned to the fourfold mountain hall of Dragon Pearl Mountain. For Chu Xiaonan, he was not merely an accomplice to Liuli Manor. Gu Huai had sought more than that when he introduced him to Murongji. Gu Huai hoped for Chu Xiaonan to become Murongji's ultimate yet most lethal arrow. Yet she had always regarded him as her most amiable and gentle brother. The Firebird and the giant turtle ceased their assaults, releasing mighty roars. The Firebird's voice was crisp and piercing, as if it could rend the very heavens, reaching beyond the cosmos, while the giant turtle's roar was deep and resonant, akin to a bell tolling. Aji, Qing Ruifan, suddenly stepped forward, bending slightly, his hands resting on the edge of Murongji's blanket. His waist sinking as he raised his head, his eyes fixated upon her. Who on earth is that fellow? Ge Chao's mind raced, continually analyzing numerous matters. They had already engaged in combat, yet he remained ignorant of the person's name, origin, or intentions. Everyone learned from Degu that Juejing and the others had returned from the Great Tunnel with a highly corrosive white mist, which preliminary deductions suggested could be the source of the acid fog. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the adept practitioners from the Great Xia Nation in the cabin could not help but burst into laughter. He simply cast aside the shovel, seemingly aware that it was utterly ineffective against these corpses. I wish I could, but I had a fan signing event early this morning and couldn't leave. I just finished and came here to sit for a while. Zhao Mengfei, elegantly attired in a deep red long dress, faced Xiao Lu. Gao Qing sighed in relief, turning to survey the spot where the shadow had vanished, still devoid of any movement. He dared not cease his murmuring of those words, fearing he would forget the other person, that he might fail to retain their memory in his heart. He was once afraid of possession. Now he feared loss. He had lost so much, and he was truly weary, longing to sleep without a care. He Yifeng silently observed them, uttering no further words, gazing for long, while before slowly turning and lifting the boxes behind her as she walked behind the curtain. Are you saying that initially 3-star selection realm practitioners passed through, yet only one returned? The elder inquired. At that moment, Luo Tianjiao genuinely wished to deliver a severe beating to her opponent. Although she might not necessarily prevail, she would prefer to be injured by him than endure his incessant chatter. Chapter 59, Registration Test. After Tang San finished speaking, Ning Rongrong looked at him in astonishment. Noting his simple attire, as a young lady of privilege, she was aware that such behavior was inappropriate, yet she could empathize. Tang San clearly did not come from nobility. So how could he express such sentiments? Xiao Zhao's expression dimmed. Although her parents had illustrious backgrounds, they had been murdered by enemies long ago, and her life had been fraught with difficulties. After her reincarnation, she had relied on the Spirit Hall's subsidies to remain intact. It was known that many individuals labored a lifetime without such opportunities, let alone achieving such status. One crew member, perhaps startled, launched the harpoon he held, which struck the evil demon Orca directly. Aside from the pustule-riddled, grotesque figure of old Master Du Tianhan, few could rival such a sight. It was also due to the fact that, in this era, few chose divorce, making any occurrence of it remarkable. Deep down, she understood that even if Huang Dongshang killed Chu Fei, he might not spare her and her son. Lu Hai was the first to lift Yu Yu from the ox cart, with Zhao Wanqing following closely behind, not forgetting to bow and thank Zhang Lao-san with a smile. Many of these foolish gangsters possessed little intellect, frequently indulging in substances that clouded their minds, leaving their brains in a state of utter disarray. Meng Yejuzuo was filled with rage. Outside, the combat raged on, and he laughed in his fury, striding towards Yuan Shimu. Thus at that time, Luo Feng had indeed contemplated ending the life of the ghost doctor who could not be harnessed for his own use. Gazing at Li Moran's icy visage, Ai Xiaoyao felt a twinge of fear, yet upon seeing him return home, her heart swelled with joy. However, the blade's glow was feeble, merely slicing open the opponent's garment. Xiao Ran pondered this question earnestly, realizing that the vast world was fraught with obstacles, leaving him with no sanctuary. The thought of her father possibly ignoring her again tightened her heart in anguish, a pain almost unbearable. She was acutely aware that a young lady had been silently observing all their actions. There's no need for you to be anxious. A thick ice does not form in a day. This requires your earnest comprehension. Come, extend your hand, and I shall illustrate to you why this 5th layer remains insurmountable. With that, the celestial being of clarity extended his palm. Lin Feng nodded and offered his left hand. As he gazed at the hefty silver notes in his palm, Xun Ming experienced, for the first time, the stark contrast between the affluent and the impoverished. Elder Lu's right hand was poised to retrieve the train ticket when it suddenly froze. His movement was instinctive as he patted his jacket pocket, his gaze settling on Feng Cheng's face. I implore you, young Master Qin, to honor your promise. Cui Jinlong yielded and divulged a secret known only to him within the mountain guarding sect. He beheld the grand entrance of the peach blossom garden, suddenly surging like a tempest, with countless streams of vital energy swirling within, akin to a dragon in flight. Of course, this youthfulness is relative. The lifespan of demonkind typically surpasses that of humans, often requiring a century to attain enlightenment for cultivation. Many demons have practiced for hundreds or even thousands of years, which is equivalent to the age of a mere adolescent among human cultivators, and this is hardly remarkable. Subsequently, the Dragon King's form fully returned to the throne, and after a moment of stillness, his legs, which had transformed into claws, gradually reverted to their original state. When confronted with an adversary positioned at a challenging angle, with aerial support absent and infantry artillery falling short, and given that the opponent's fortifications were sufficiently robust, rendering even mortars ineffective, the soldiers of the National Defense Army could only brave the hail of bullets and the unpredictable mortar shells, dispatching engineers to plan explosives for demolition. Tang Zeng was undeterred, for he discerned that the explosive force was not substantial. At most, it caused the bricks to tremble slightly, and the shrapnel that struck him elicited no pain. However, the group had not yet regrouped, and a squad continued to charge toward the southern heavenly gate, their bodies stained with blood, evidently having slain numerous foes. At that moment, the mountain guarding senior brother rushed over, shouting to report the situation, and it was then that we realized the enemy was vast in number and had come with premeditated intent. Huameyer sensed that Lianyun's city was scrutinizing her. She slowly raised her head, but said nothing. It was old Du, typically so eager, who remained silent. Bingya pointed toward a distant cliff, where a featherless chick was helplessly chirping. Nevertheless, the foundation of the 7 Stars sect was not lacking. Qi Feng and others vaguely understood that within the sect resided 4 Taiji Xianxian cultivators, including 2 peak experts of the 9th level. Xie Yida nodded, refraining from comment. Soon, 2 experts proposed differing therapeutic approaches, and the group expressed their opinions, during which Xiao Xiaohua remained silent. Wu Jingfeng observed him comparing the pre-injury and post-injury mental imagery models provided by the 19th Bureau, his brow furrowed. This must be the mud from the Yin River, he remarked. However, it had long since dried. Qin Yiheng clapped his hands. Now, let's examine those that have yet to be opened. The others, though not in unanimous agreement, displayed expressions that indicated their approval, as if someone had finally voiced their innermost thoughts, allowing them a sigh of relief. Such creatures are known as sirens, originally appearing in ancient Greek mythology. They possess a beguiling ability, often targeting sailors aboard ships, inducing hallucinations that compel them to leap into the sea. This idle chatter was indeed trivial. The afternoon was bright and pleasant, and the informal discussions between teachers and students should have been delightful, yet it now felt burdensome. At this point, Professor Ye's demeanor abruptly turned stern, and before her startled students could regain their composure, her tone softened as she resumed speaking. Are wardrobes diminishing? I initially thought he meant many wardrobes were being purchased by antique dealers for collection, thus becoming increasingly scarce in the market. After nodding, I realized he clearly had another point in mind, his expression somewhat peculiar. Observing for a moment, I found it improbable, even if features could be altered. One's physique could not lie. Ling Xiao decided against returning, opting instead to sit on a bench in the square. As the weather turned cold, the sun shone brightly today, warming her thoroughly, alleviating her anxiety slightly. Feng Junyao and Yu Liushang indeed possessed martial prowess far exceeding her own, yet in mechanisms and formations, they were vastly inferior. It would be arduous for the two of them to infiltrate the Demon Palace without detection. Chapter 60. Oscar the Sausage Seller. Witnessing the prowess demonstrated by Yu Quan, the previously composed elder suddenly stood up, his excitement palpable as he gazed at Yu Quan, a 12-year-old soul master. And at level 29, Dai Mubai was equally astonished, taken aback by Yochuan's remarkable soul power and talent. It was no wonder he had defeated him that day. Tang San and Xiao Wu looked on in astonishment at Yu Quan. Tang San inwardly mused, fortunately, he is a fellow academy member, otherwise with such talent. Chen please do not frighten our dog, Chen Huan remarked to Chen, who recognized the reporter as Zhao Xian but refrained from greeting her, considering the inappropriateness of the moment. Turning his gaze behind him, he noticed a massive old tree requiring 2 people to encircle. He could not forget her voice, her skin, and her water-like, clingy gaze. She was puzzled, recalling how last night Yu Xingchen had seemed on the verge of severing ties with Chu Shanhai. Why was he now at the Chu family's Quanren? The belt was raised high and fell heavily, causing even the air to ripple, a gust striking Feng Jinsheng first, cold and painful. Diadong was both bewildered and furious. But upon recognizing Su Jiejun's face, he realized the police were present. However, the moment for such an action was fleeting. Even professional players could not guarantee success every time. The school was relatively considerate, reserving a front-row seat for Yin Zhe, who, unhurried, contemplated making a grand entrance after everyone was seated. A soft popicode in the air as Li Ruolin etched a red imprint within her palm, while Zhuhua was forced back 3 steps by the palm's power, his right arm becoming numb. He had been enduring the onset of fire poison while attempting to strike, and the opposing force had exacerbated his internal injuries, causing a tumultuous sensation in his chest. Throughout the past month, Lin Wei had attempted to accept new external tasks, only to be informed that the academy had no new assignments for the next 6 months, even with the system indicating his imminent journey to Hogwarts for magical studies. Linen's life remained largely unchanged. Ling Xiao had already retracted the dominant's martial soul, surveying the surrounding devastation with a heavy heart. Along the way, numerous individuals had verified Lunsa Xiu's identity, while Lin Wei remained taciturn. Lin En felt a surge of anger from missing this opportunity. His hand, previously gripping the edge of the armor, was now ensnared by the newly formed armor, and despite his efforts to extricate it, he found himself unable to do so. As the Lord's voice strained to a hoarse shout, the counterattack from the human side commenced, with explosive arrows and elemental magic erupting in the air. The scene appeared somewhat balanced, yet the number of participants was insufficient, with the main forces still stationed further back. Upon the elevated platform, Severus Snape was struck by Lin's disarming spell. However, prior to being hit, he successfully cast his own silent disarming charm. Lin, observing the spell hurtling toward him, chose not to evade it, even noticing its slight inaccuracy and deliberately adjusted his position to confront the spell head-on. The colossal figure, adorned in hues of crimson and black, emitted a low growl as its hands gradually spread before its chest, forming a vast black and red halo. Subsequently, with its left hand extended forward and the right hand raised above its head, it ultimately formed a cross in front of its chest, unleashing a long-accumulated beam of energy. Kibier had donned a pristine wizard's robe, though the sleeve on his right arm remained conspicuously empty. Let us directly capture a few prisoners to interrogate. I am certain our methods will compel them to divulge everything, he suggested. The guards stationed inside the door were members of the Palace Guard, overseen by the Imperial Household Department, while those outside were part of the Palace Justice Department, supervised by the Ceremonial Office. With 2 sets of personnel overseeing a single city gate, she would need to provide explanations to both sides upon her departure from the Xiang Gate. Chapter 61. Stringent Conditions. As the sausage was consumed, Xiao Xiao and Ning Rongrong began to grasp the formidable nature of Oscar's sausage spirit. Ning Rongrong looked at Oscar in astonishment, asking, "Oscar, what level are you at now?" "I am currently at level 29, Oscar replied. The moment Oscar realized that the goddess was conversing with him, he became bashful, overwhelmed with emotion as the 3 beautiful women showed no disdain for his spirit, nearly moved to tears. Food system, level 29, 14 years old, Ning Rongrong Moset. Meanwhile, officials from various towns had arrived early, mingling with familiar colleagues from the county before the meeting commenced. He approached the entrance, presenting the token given to him by Ji Bang, causing the guard to panic and grant him immediate access. Hearing the matters concerning family from a Ma family made her feel genuinely connected to this place, realizing it was not merely a fleeting dream of her southern coup. And Shiyu speculated that her current body's mother had taken a liking to her uncle, and fearing familial disapproval, orchestrated this entire affair. This was akin to reconstructing and consolidating the body of a deceased rat that had been crushed, aiming to restore it to a more normal structure. Zhao Guangyuan felt a twinge of regret that the splash did not occur, but did not dwell on it. It was to be expected. No practitioner of the nascent soul had ever contemplated engaging in combat using their own nascent soul. Rather, each sought to protect their own at all costs. The proprietress seemed to have anticipated this, knowing that a simple display of affection would not suffice, and promptly pecked at Wang Qingfeng's lips. Never mind, after all. The state minister is a significant figure in the Yi Kingdom and is unlikely to take any action against me, Chen Yi thought, striving to maintain his composure as he followed the footsteps of the individual before him. Outside the window, the ominous rumble of thunder resonated, prompting her to glance toward the balcony. The world beyond appeared shrouded in a gray haze, with a white dress gently fluttering in the wind. Hua Yuexin turned to look at Hua Yuei, whose expression had returned to normal, albeit veiled, rendering any emotional fluctuations imperceptible to Hua Yuexin. Zhang Zheng's reasoning was not without merit. After all, the conditions aboard the ship were exceptional, offering privacy that made it an ideal location for interrogating Luan Feijia. The skeletal remains differed from the others scattered about. It sat cross-legged at the center, adorned with a beautiful white flower blooming from its skull. Every move made by Shirpan and Xiang Yinxia fell under the vigilant watch of Min Ziguan, who dared not make a move despite Shirpan and Xiang Yinxia entering the cave. Zhuge Ming further inspected several plates, pots, and various utensils, all revealing no signs of poison. Kai Firen felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty even in breathing, as though an invisible hand were mercilessly constricting his throat, intent on bringing him to his demise. The hallucinatory mist released by the pike fish before its death, though not lethal, acted as a cursed aphrodisiac. Inhaling this miasma, if one did not find a partner for coupling within half an hour, would lead to a fiery demise. Although it may seem slow, it was merely a matter of 4 or 5 seconds. Once Gong Qiming hid behind the table, the two groups were effectively separated by these barriers. The jailer appeared momentarily stunned by O'Connor's request, staring incredulously before shaking his head and repeating O'Connor's words to the warden in a high-pitched tone. One recalled that she had not shared her previous suspicions with Qianshan, thus recounting the events leading up to her return to the capital, alongside the matter of the Empress Dowager's curse. Approximately 20 minutes later, sounds emanated from Tianxi's room, prompting Tang Yin to realize that Tianxi was awake. She knocked on his door and walked in directly. Tang Yin and Yi stood taken aback. Had they not agreed on a profit sharing of 30%? That would amount to 260,000. So how had it escalated to 400,000? At this moment, a middle-aged man who had been following Tang Yin approached, and the usurer bowed to him. Chapter 62. Soul Sage Zhao Wujia. Currently, there are 3 of us, including myself, studying at the academy, Dai Mubai lamented. 3? Everyone at the venue gasped in unison. Dai Mubai chuckled at his own predicament, stating, in the entirety of Douluo Continent, we can be considered the only academy where the number of teachers exceeds that of students. Tang San directly inquired, if that is the case, how will the academy survive? Without students, there should be no income, correct? That is indeed the case. Assistants? So, you were also involved in the assault on the Dragon City Lord? Qin Zhao's smile turned icy, sending a chill down Wu Mo's spine. Subsequently, a shadow of a fist approached, gradually magnifying in Wu Mo's view. He seized the opportunity, launching a thunderous counterattack at the moment Zhuge Wu struggled to retract his attack. Once still as a maiden, he now moved with the speed of lightning, aggressive as fire. As expected, the wheel spun rapidly, suddenly bursting forth with a resounding crash, shooting into the endless void, escaping Wu Tian's control. Lu Cheng chuckled upon hearing this, exclaiming, then eat heartily, drink deeply. The current wine is even weaker than the beer of that era. I cannot get drunk. Luan recalled this object from before, having seen Hong Wan fiddling with it behind the screen. With a flick of his sleeve, a white jade bead appeared in his hand, as his magic surged. The bead emitted a beam of white light toward the void ahead. Amidst a ripple of blue water, Yu Yen rode his spirit boat into the azure waves, vanishing from sight. Lin Darren was particularly fond of showcasing his audacity. Many referred to him as Brother Lin, Lin Gu, or Lin Yi. But hearing the term daring was a first, and he found it quite gratifying, wondering why he had not noticed it before. Thus it must be. Both the Cloud Emperor and the Azure Emperor struggled to suppress their inner tension, although they could not distrust the domain lords. They had learned too well the tenacity of Qin Shao. They had experienced the previous ordeal at Qinghe Palace. Luan did not manage to infiltrate this time. It was evident that Princess Yu had already vacated this place, to where Luan did not know, leaving him somewhat at a loss. My abilities are limited. That large fellow is overly vigilant, and I have not found an opportunity. However, judging by their demeanor, it seems they pose no threat to you. So I will let him approach the entrance first, Sun Yen elucidated. On either side of the corridor, every 10 meters or so, there hung a magical oil lamp designed for illumination. However, Fang Yin chose not to ignite them this time, unlike during his previous visit. Given the urgency of the situation, sure you did not linger. The Vice Dean, aware of her pressing matters, reiterated everything that needed to be conveyed before entrusting Cheng Yinxiu with her departure. Could Zhu Cheng's new cancer-fighting drug, which normalizes malignant cells through an alternative approach and subsequently allows for the surgical removal of proliferative tissues, truly come to fruition? Zhu Cheng, of course, was not providing technological aid to Gates. He merely sought to protect him, wishing to prevent his life from being prematurely extinguished by others. Huang Sanjun took the initiative to approach Tu Tong, grasping his flailing arm to evade the interference of the dagger, and applied the ointment to the position among the crowd. Moments later, a dog and 9 soldiers departed, the gates of the barracks closing behind them, and the laboratory door once again receded into the wall. Only after sensing the complete disappearance of the golem's aura did Fang Yin finally exhale in relief. However, the urgency to leave this place intensified within him. Zhang Huan's words dripped with sarcasm, indicating that he had indeed seen through Fang Yan's pretense, shedding all reservations as he prepared to strike down Tianyan Laozu and then capture him alive. At this juncture, Lin Kong abandoned his facade. With a resolute clench of his jaw, he produced an object and advanced without hesitation. He polished the tip of his firearm, rendering the red-tasseled spear gleam brilliantly, the chilling aura almost causing a tightening sensation around one's neck. Chapter 63. The Trial from the Immovable King. Upon concluding Zhao Wuji's introduction to the 4th trial, Dai Mubai's expression shifted as he contemplated speaking. Yet, recalling that Quan had already attained the rank of Soul Master and recognizing his own inability to match that prowess, he refrained from further folly and dutifully lit a stick of incense. Noticing that Zhao Wuji had settled into a nearby, reclining chair for rest, Dai Mubai approached Tang San with a grave demeanor, cautioning him and the others, "Be wary, I cannot assist you this time." I did not foresee Zhao's capabilities. The first time he was referred to as a celestial spirit envoy occurred on the back mountain of the Thunder Spirit Temple, when he encountered the remaining essence of the vengeful Master Qiu Hai. "Let me witness the power of fate," he declared. Luoge's avatar aided Carter in utilizing so-called divine wonders to draw in an ever-increasing number of followers from all directions. Rest assured, I'm not an unreasonable person. I hold no intentions toward those not related to the He family, Chen Anha stated calmly. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Chen Anha, accompanied by King Kong, drove a nameless Audi slowly out of the He family estate. Guanshan, Old Cat, Old Ben, and Poison Flower also followed suit in another unregistered Audi, trailing behind Chinanha as they exited the estate. You have observed that I harbor numerous mysteries. However, what you see is merely the tip of the iceberg. I am neither capable of recounting nor desiring to deceive. Regarding your exquisite feelings, I am filled with guilt, yet find myself unable to articulate it, Li Wooding confessed, his voice tinged with emotion. Without pausing on the second floor, Tang Yong hurried directly to the third floor, where his eyes were immediately drawn to a fully armored figure. Of the three fillings, she favored them all. If she had to rank them, the corn and pork would take first place, while the others would share second. Thus, upon receiving news from Ji Li, the cunning fox personally took action, summoning the most elite shadow guards from the Shadow Monitoring Agency, determined to capture Yu Huai, acquire the roster, and uproot the Western Zhou's covert connections. Several sisters and brothers, including Bai Jingxian, joined in to assist, distributing flyers with targeted intent and elaborating on the intricacies of the milk tea to customers. Otherwise, if any lingering side effects or irreversible health issues were to arise, it would indeed be a grave matter. The cleaning lady hastily apologized, flustered, wishing to wipe Lu Xing down with a towel, but hesitating as it had just been used to clean the floor. Sana, upon seeing Su Zhe accept her friend request, was instantly filled with excitement and bombarded him with a series of emoji. Yet after waiting for a considerable time, he failed to respond. Furthermore, the forbidden powers of Tianzong City and the all-consuming force of the Black River were also imposed upon the soul reflection of the Mother of Insects by Mulin. The second prince's coup d'etat implicated a significant number of officials, destabilizing the court and leaving remnants to stir unrest behind scenes. In other words, at this moment, the Methria sect effectively equated to a faction under the command of Andakon, leaving Ho Rong unperturbed by the Tatar cavalry. Now, even the reverse threefold had shifted from an active pursuit of knowledge to a passive acceptance of Lu Jin's requests. Meanwhile, his manager was belting out a 20-year-old Cantonese oldie. Though his pitch was accurate, it struck an oddly discordant note. Regardless of whether it pertained to this world or Mu Lin's proficiency panel, the principle of energy conservation governed all, necessitating Mu Lin's absorption of energy to gradually elevate his magical and physical cultivation. We shall offer you some compensation. I genuinely apologize. He reiterated, there are a total of 100 lamps. Once they are all extinguished, the power system will be restored. The keyboard chimed in, exclaiming a surprising number of words in one breath. By the way, I have another question for you, Long Tiani interjected, as if recalling something. The person paused. Hold on a moment. My uncle said I cannot disclose anything, but what I can share is that I am the Chengzi from Yiwu, Zhejiang. Where do you work? He concluded with a grin directed at Wang Jian. Chapter 64. Yochuan's first team collaboration. Zhao Wuji's initial assault on Ning Rongrong was interrupted by Tang San and Xiao Xiao. However, as Tang San guided Ning Rongrong to evade the attack, they experienced a brief moment of suspended vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Wuji unleashed an air fist towards Ning Rongrong. Observing the air fist, which sliced through the air with a piercing sound, hurtling towards them, Tang San swiftly released blue silver grass to bind the nearby structure, preparing to use it as leverage to pull himself and Ning Rongrong to safety. Just as Zhao Wuji's air fist closed in, she furrowed her brow, about to step forward when, at that precise moment, the seemingly passive youth abruptly turned his face, revealing a visage so familiar it sent her reeling back in shock, her expression a portrait of disarray. In hindsight, the primary objective of the heavenly brain was to gather soul power, thereby diminishing humanity's overall strength, with the secondary objective being merely ancillary. Characters such as Ro Ro, Yang Guo, Duan Yu, Zhou Kai, Xie Feng, Zhang Jing, and Xiao Er had all encountered their respective soulmates, many of whom would go on to pen their own legendary tales, these narratives echoing alongside the name of Dian throughout the vast expanse of the land. The red envelopes around the necks of several men began to glow, pulsating as if blood would soon emerge. At that moment, one of the men struck down with a shovel, producing a creaking sound as he could dig no further. All present comprehended Jiang Ruan's warning, and subsequent inquiries adhered closely to the public's concerns. The gentle caress of the wind, the soothing embrace of water, and the majesty of the mountains transformed into vivid trails that danced within my mind. Night sighed in resignation, ultimately halting before a classroom door. Apart from the sign designating the student council office above, there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Yet, one could argue that such a sign alone was sufficiently extraordinary. Perhaps it was the chill that stirred his senses, allowing the once chaotic thoughts to settle, gradually bringing to mind the events of this afternoon. He exerted considerable effort to organize these thoughts, yet some individuals seemed to delight in playing by their own rules, disrupting his meticulous calculations. Just as Tashushu approached, a streak of dark energy hurtled towards him from the aerial cityscape. Behind her, Xiao Shun ambled out leisurely, upon spotting Ling Shichuan blocking the path. His phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, yet he chose to ignore her and continued towards his residence. Lin Shengnan called out, and a youth clad in white entered, his left hand gripping another youth by the neck while a dagger pressed menacingly against the latter's throat, advancing step by step. Wang Xuanyi sat astride his horse, surveying the surroundings. Aru, why do I feel that something is amiss? They exchanged glances, instinctively directing their gaze towards the frail and elderly Emperor Wan. I shudder to imagine what might happen if Xiaqi were to provoke Jiang Qingwan. Would he Junqi resort to violence? Meanwhile, Lin Rongshan had already departed the room. The maid informed me he awaited my arrival downstairs. Upon reaching the ground floor, I found Lin Rongshan in the car, and without uttering a word, I opened the door and took a seat. Lin Rongshan noted how beautifully I had adorned myself in such a short span of time. Whether it is you or I, she regards us merely as friends, Luo Hong remarked with a sense of resignation. Takuya had chosen the very place where Teru had once instructed him in martial arts to rendezvous. In this era, high-quality iron was exceedingly rare, and skilled blacksmiths were even scarcer. Suddenly, his ears perked up, detecting an unusual sound. He discreetly lifted his head to peer outside, only to discover yet another group of cloaked figures encircling the sand pit. Do you think there's a restless spirit beneath this construction site? The portly fellow speculated. Chapter 65, Tang San's Hostility. Once Zhao Wujuan became serious, he completed the martial spirit embodiment in the blink of an eye. Following this transformation, Zhu Zhuqing's attacks could no longer leave a mark upon him. Her sharp claws merely grazed his outer garment as if striking against steel. Xiao Wu launched another assault on Zhao Wujuan. Yet no matter how forcefully she struck, she could not budge an inch. Yu Quan prepared to wield the mysterious powers once more. The closer they drew to the Xianbao royal city, the more monstrous beings appeared both above and below, evidently intent on seizing this densely populated metropolis. Oh, feeling shy? He jested, surprised to see the typically stoic expression on the other's face. With their ears faintly tinged with red, Xiao Wuxin momentarily paused, watching the figure that had vanished from sight, and instinctively crunched down on the candy in his hand. Chuckling softly, "No, I oppose this list of combatants," Lu Xiang exclaimed, observing Han Li's narrowed eyes, eager to clarify. Moreover, grandmother hailed from Hunan while grandfather was from Hebei, which imbued their family speech with a unique charm. The ability to fly had long been a dream of humanity, and now, after 6 evolutions, Su Yihan finally attained this coveted skill. Chang'an had been oblivious. Zhao Qinghong had never regarded himself as a prince upon entering, referring to himself as I rather than this one. Eavesdropping outside, Chusu's eyes gleamed with intrigue upon hearing her words, and she smiled knowingly. Su Yihan's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Although the towering giant remained still, exuding no presence, he felt certain that the being still lived. In a chaotic universe, the Qing Emperor had once aided Gu Changtian, and now, with the Qing Emperor's inexplicable disappearance from the imperial domain, could it not imply some form of action? Get lost. I warn you, do not utter such nonsense again, or I shall pluck your eyes out and brew them in wine, Gu Chan retorted fiercely. While Chu Xiaodian basked in his moment of triumph, he had not anticipated that Su Zheng still possessed the strength to counterattack. Caught off guard, he was sent hurtling through the air, plummeting towards the ground. He had once followed his clan uncle Li Zicheng in rebellion, not out of mere discontent, but due to a profound disdain for the corruption rife among officials and gentry. It is no surprise that one Qianqian, a real estate heiress, would harbor such sentiments. Li Xiang's wedding banquet could undoubtedly be deemed the most vibrant and extravagant in Lu City, unmatched in both scale and grandeur. This peculiar sensation was akin to the irony of punctuality at work yielding no reward, despite diligent workers adhering to their schedules. The payroll offered no recognition for full attendance. It seemed inevitable. She intended to raid Wang Tianxiao's abode tonight to redistribute wealth, but first, she needed to hone her archery skills to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. Nevertheless, Lin Yuming found himself hesitant to engage with his topic, puzzled as to why the chairman would confide such matters to him, which sharply contrasted with his long-held perception of the chairman as an unwavering stronghold. Aunt Lu numbly raised her right hand, gazing at the sword within her grip for a moment before suddenly casting it aside. For instance, tax reductions and the ease of bank loans along with interest adjustments are tangible benefits, and these opportunities are fleeting. To forfeit them would indeed be a grave loss. The three of them had yearned for this day, and the ceremonial preparations had long been completed, merely awaiting the appointed hour to depart. Only Ouyang Shenmu remained at the back of the gathering, his piercing gaze fixated on Chunyu without wavering. He was resolute in his intent to seek justice upon entering the ancient tomb. Chapter 66. Yuquan vs. Zhao Wujuan. Sensing Tang San's sudden hostility, Youchuan's heart sank, becoming alert. Zhao Wujuan remained oblivious to the undercurrents between them, smiling as he addressed the crowd. Do you still refuse to concede? Tang San entrusted Xiao Wu to Ning Rongrong's care. Could I ask you to look after Xiao Wu for a moment? The battle was far from over. Ning Rongrong, Xiao Xiao, and Yuquan still remained on the field, each retaining their combat capabilities. However, today was a rare occasion when Lu Qianqian expressed a desire to stroll in the courtyard. Though the Kuan-Ning Palace lacked the grandeur of a royal garden, it was still vast enough for someone like Lu Qianqian, who had no work and was plagued by a severe case of laziness. Should a lowly blood beast manage to consume a living being, the stronger and more intelligent the being, the greater the benefits accrued by the blood beast, potentially allowing it to ascend from a lowly creature to a formidable blood beast overnight. The Tuoba clan was renowned throughout the Lingzhou continent for their formidable body refinement techniques. And Tuoba Lin's extraordinary spiritual prowess at such a young age was indeed a rare gem. The door to the cold palace was forcibly flung open by several robust men. With Chang Xiao leading the charge into the courtyard, their eyes wide in astonishment at the bizarre scene before them. This led to the majority of Qi Huang alchemists dedicating themselves to pill concoction, nearly neglecting their mastery of Qi Huang's techniques. The two children completed their schoolwork in no time, and Yin Xiansui instructed Chenmama to take them back to their room for sleep while she stepped outside to summon Fu Ziki to the main chamber. As he pondered upon this, the scene of that fateful departure resurfaced vividly before his eyes, where numerous villagers knelt in supplication, beseeching him. No, not a single word should be omitted. Convey my message to the Queen Mother, Qin Feng instructed him. It was only then that she realized her garments had been thoroughly drenched by the sea, and before her stood an ethereal figure, causing her to instinctively draw herself tightly together and scream. Shanghua had also been navigating this industry for several years after hearing Luo Yang's words. He could not help but concede the truth of the matter. Zhao Yuheng was not foolish. He remained steadfast in his own ways, smiling lightly and disregarding the urging of those around him. However, since Jingzhou was the stronghold of Zhou Bao, to avert any unforeseen circumstances, Li Kefu ordered a direct advance eastward into Binning Town, subsequently heading south to Bianzhou to secure provisions from a court during the festive season. Why is my sister not here to keep company with Uncle Li? Meng Zhijin elegantly settled into her seat, casting a glance at the beaming Li Yun, unable to discern her intentions. With unwavering resolve, Luo Yang drove to pick up Jiangwan. The house had already been rented, and tonight he would accompany her to the supermarket in Songjiang to procure daily necessities. The two families were to wed tomorrow, and many were secretly scheming. It is worth noting that in the original game, events such as weddings and birthday banquets were veritable feasts for onlookers. It was rumored that they had gone to a certain location for clandestine training. Baiju had gathered the intelligence. Yet, only Zhang Jin remained, day after day, steadfastly positioned in the court, close enough to her to touch. Chun Xianlai tested a crossbow, aiming at a thief in the distance who was dragging a wolf's carcass. The wind howled fiercely, leaving little confidence. Should he fail to deliver a fatal blow, it would surely alert the other brigands. Wait, you need not inform me of such matters, Tang Wakshu exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock, her voice rising instinctively, nearly losing her composure. Her heart raced. Xiao Mingqian's hospital room was on the third floor. As we ascended the staircase, we noticed the number of police officers increasing significantly. Upon reaching the door of Xiao Mingqian's room, however, there was only one officer standing guard. Ninglu instinctively reached up to touch her face, but her wrist was seized, and she was turned around, her chin lifted. The bundle contained several garments of fine materials, though predominantly in hues of gray and brown. Feng Miao had left the palace to recuperate and seek blessings, akin to a hermit in training. Naturally, the attire from her days in the palace was no longer suitable. It was thoughtful of Yu Xing to consider this, for otherwise, entering the temple would indeed pose a hassle. Chapter 67. Passing the assessment. The first soul skill. Quake of the Cauldron. A golden cauldron materialized before Zhao Wuji, temporarily halting his advance towards the abyssal spring. Step aside. Zhao Wuji blocked in his path, grew irate and swatted the golden cauldron aside with a forceful slap. Unwilling to back down, Xiao Xiao again summoned her soul power, the second soul skill, rocking the cauldron. 3 golden cauldrons encircled Zhao Wuji, the 3 lives, soul, calming cauldrons swirling around him. Zhao Wuji. Chao Yu inadvertently toppled a cup of hot coffee, quickly jumping back and turning his head, only to find a lazily grinning figure merely 30 centimeters away. Who else could it be but Sun Xian? Waisul, greetings. I hear you've been doing rather well lately. What a coincidence that we meet again. The figure outside the window fell silent. Yet another individual, half smiling, entered through the door. Yu Fong, followed by the sullen-faced Chao Jin. Yi Chun could only summon the Holy Flame set, encased in intricately crafted, magnificent platinum armor. Impervious to the biting cold, with his current physique, he felt no chill from the temperature, thus he paid it little mind. The eyes blinked rapidly, golden rays shooting forth towards the divine vessel of heaven, tearing apart the surrounding space, causing the recently stabilized spatial jump passage to collapse violently. After surveying the first floor, feeling elated, he turned and dove into the hold filled with salt bags, for salt was the primary protective item for this mission. Perhaps he could uncover some clues from here. Quite right. Every time I'm with Deputy Town Head Wang, I gain a wealth of knowledge. Wan Fong remarked with a smile. When facing such an opponent, the only fitting response was to exert all efforts and strike him fiercely, as that would be the greatest form of respect. A gunshot rang out as a Chinese exchange student finished shooting at a dummy, cheerfully declaring, KO, approaching Zhao Yun. He slipped him 20 euros. Ventilation ducts and elevator shafts are off limits. Do not even think about it. You still have time. They're sealing the floors from below, so you should sabotage the surveillance and sensors from above. How many patrol teams do they have? The patrol teams are tasked with pursuing the enemy within the unsealed floors. As he sprinted away, Huang Yu was startled, feeling the scenery on either side blur past. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the 1,000-meter-long street, and as they passed 2 zombies crawling on the ground, without any gesture from Yi Chun, the zombies' heads exploded like watermelons. Now, Zhu Wushi had to expend most of his spiritual energy to suppress Chao Zhengxuan's internal force. Jiang Yin found it exceedingly easy to deal with Zhu Wushi. Gu Xian was brave, yet he was no match for this top-tier general. Huang Zhong did not wish to suffer losses at such a critical moment, especially not of his beloved generals. From various signs, everything appeared ordinary. Yet why did the memories of the Emperor leave Can Daozi utterly shaken as he gazed blankly at Qin Yu, somewhat at a loss? A formidable energy coursed rapidly through Lin Hai's body, far surpassing his strength before the tribulation. I Zhao Kuan just now recognized the Hua. In a fit of anger, I rushed over, but what was I actually rushing for? He had not contemplated this, and now, upon being questioned by Song Qin, he found himself at a loss for words. Had it not been for Lu Fan, Zhou Cong would have already been among the yellow turbans, living in constant fear, unable to harbor his own aspirations and goals as he does now, gazing at Tang Rui, who lay quietly in her coffin with a serene expression. Li He shook his head and pursed his lips, stepping aside. Master, the blood oath has concluded. Congratulations on the rise and fall of you and the Soul Master sect. Dinyo turned to Qin Yu. Even Lin Hai was taken aback. The other ordinary disciples were rendered speechless by this scene, too frightened to breathe. Their gazes towards Gong Ning filled with awe, falling utterly silent. Yet, Mu Shui was undoubtedly unaware that for Fu Wen, her silence represented the most dreadful of emotions, as he had no means to decipher her feelings from her reactions. Shall we go? Let us venture out for a meal together. It's just the right time for lunch. Emma touched up her lipstick in front of the mirror, tossing her hair back with a gracious invitation. Focusing his mind to lock onto a direction and activating the launch with his mental power, the Golden Clan as particle cannon was remarkably advanced, striking the Vice Clan leader's back with precision. Despite having burned herself with a branding iron before leaving the interrogation room, Gan Rui still noticed it. Daoist Yan's good intentions are appreciated. Zhao expressed her gratitude. Shi Zhao nodded slightly, thanking him with sincerity, accepting the courtesy without an ounce of pretense, intending to return it in due time. They did not comprehend the concepts of home and country, nor the greater good of the nation. Yet they had certainly learned the essence of righteousness. Wang Sisi, once I finish slurping this last noodle, I'll rush over to give you a beating. The individual leaned closer to Shi Yushi's ear, just as she was about to explode in anger, when she felt a cold object pressed against her waist. Lu Yi's voice bore a certain frailty, for he had long since emerged from that state, the demon having inflicted irreversible harm upon him, nearly dragging him along as if he were a mere specter. In stark contrast, Ji Juer's attire exuded an air of elegance, the purple silk shirt perfectly accentuating his physique, snugly enveloping his pert posterior. The silver gauze draped over him floated gracefully, imbued with an ethereal essence, exuding an aura of refined opulence. Meanwhile, news spread online of Xia Shibei's ascent through the resources of a wealthy benefactor, a rare occurrence indeed. Even Tang Yueying and Zhou Huan, in their exchanges, perceived Zhou Huan treating her as a peer rather than an elder or something else entirely. When the gun was aimed at her, Qi Shibei felt a jolt of alarm, her instincts kicking in as she instinctively rolled aside. Chapter 68. The Heavenly Douluo. After successfully passing the entrance examination, Quan and others, under Oscar's guidance, arrived at the girls' dormitory. Following Ning Rongrong's relentless charm offensive, it was ultimately decided that Ning Rongrong would share a room with Quan, while Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Xiao would reside together. Upon returning to the dormitory, Quan felt a pang of concern for Xiao Zhao's injuries, acknowledging that she had sustained them while bravely obstructing Zhao Wujia's advance to buy time for her. Quan fetched hot water and concocted remedies to aid in her recovery. "You child," murmured Zhou Zhiyun, but before she could formulate her next words, Nana coldly interrupted her. "Are you worried about those two brothers, playing a game of Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole, behind with me?" Lu Ran inquired. Shen Wei was touched. Her heart ached as she looked at them, pressing her hand to her chest before moving to the sofa to embrace her son. Yet, the two women were oblivious to Ling Fei's thoughts. If just moments ago, she was uncertain about the sounds of gunfire, she now grasped some understanding. Wu Zhi felt a tinge of melancholy. As a prince of the Wu kingdom, he found himself helplessly resorting to seeking assistance from outsiders to oppose his brother. Du Bo felt goosebumps prickling his skin, realizing he had indeed pushed his luck, while Ming Yihan, usually amiable during their playful antics, would not hesitate to retaliate if anyone crosses boundaries. Li Chunwu had just emerged, his expression still dazed, seemingly haunted by the threats from the Night King. Since Taiyun Peak is under the control of the Heavenly Falcon, how could he possibly consent to your search there? However, these were merely the voices of inexperienced young disciples, while the seasoned sect leaders and elders remained silent, evidently harboring their own reservations. Jin Shizao, rumored to be one of the primary herbs for concocting foundation-building pills, was exceedingly precious. A single specimen could fetch an astronomical price. Such herbs, 5 millennia ago, may not have been considered top tier, but were undoubtedly of superior quality. Gu Wanhai then inquired, "Did you slander Lin Feng because he uncovered something? And is my disciple among your victims?" Gu Wanhai understood that while his servant Xian Ke was unwaveringly loyal to him, he was ruthlessly unyielding towards others, hence his probing. "No," Mo Ran replied indifferently, "please do not leave my side anymore. I truly wish to stay with you." After uttering this, she leaned in to kiss him, only to be firmly rebuffed. "Please fetch me some milk." At this moment, Gao Xueqing had little appetite for breakfast, merely wishing to sip some milk to stave off hunger and maintain her strength. Why the delay? Upon seeing Liao Jinghong return, Zhou Dong's displeasure significantly dissipated. "I don't need to compete. Sons naturally favor their fathers." Yang, he blurted out, causing all three adults, including the mother, to freeze in astonishment. "What's the matter now?" "It's time to eat," she called after Chao Meichong, who had already vanished up the stairs. Observing the furious retreating figure, Yi Xiaomei scoffed lightly, choosing to ignore it and continue her slumber. With a resigned sigh, Xiang Tiantian walked over to her vehicle, extracted the key, secured the doors, and then headed towards the elevator. Thus, over time, the name of the ghost doctor spread across the realm. Though it bore the character for ghost, it was devoid of any derogatory connotation, rather resembling a title of respect, commending his remarkable medical prowess in reviving the deceased. Fang Cheng's actions posed a formidable challenge to the entire ruling class, hence no one intervened or obstructed him. "I shall wait for you at the tea restaurant by the intersection. I will go nowhere else. Just here," she declared with a sweet smile. After hanging up, she glanced at the sunlight streaming down, realizing that summer had indeed arrived. The population of the Jin Yao kingdom had nearly reached 6 million, rivaling the fallen Hundred Chariots dynasty, and among the many races in the land of the Indus, the Tamils were notably combative and martial. Chapter 69. Xiao Zhao's Thoughts. Quan watched as Tang Hao decisively pummeled Zhao Wujia, after which Tang Hao instructed the two to take good care of his son, Tang San, before vanishing from sight. Zhao Wujia could barely maintain his stance with Flinder's support. "Flinder, you truly lack loyalty. If not for His Majesty Hao Ian's benign intentions, I would likely have met my end." Zhao Wujie muttered in complaint. "What do you understand? If he truly harbored ill intentions, then brother, that statement is rather misplaced. I am merely acting in accordance with others' needs, fulfilling their desires. I am simply a living Lei Feng, Hua Gongshi self-proclaimed. But I'm not the logistics minister. Cheng Mujiang hastily interjected, realizing that following him into the field required an abundance of caution, lest he be ensnared by his schemes. The 8th-level demon lord from their Fire Rhinoceros clan had also seen an elder breakthrough, but what good was that? In the face of a 9th-level Baifeng emperor, an 8th-level demon lord was utterly insignificant, which explained why all remaining races sought to unite. Feeling the violent tremors beneath his feet, Yang Guang nonchalantly pressed his hand against the corridor wall beside him, effortlessly breaking through the wall that would be deemed exceptionally sturdy by ordinary individuals. So, the reserves of helium, 3 on the moon, are sufficient to support Earth's current energy consumption for at least 10,000 years. Yang Guang was not in Myanmar to participate in any jade auctions, but rather to resolve the aftermath brought about by Na Kanba. He had learned the intricate details of diving into water from a discussion on Guoqian after the Olympics, where netizens analyzed the techniques employed by the Chinese team. Big brother. Sister-in-law, Happy New Year. Chu Jiang cheerfully switched into indoor slippers, joyfully placing the New Year's gift beside the shoe cabinet. The discerning critics in the audience appeared utterly on the brink of collapse, their eyes beginning to glisten with unshed tears. Yet, in the realm of ancient martial arts, many customs harken back 1 or 2 centuries, and while they were connected to the secular world, life here was one of conservatism, a primitive backwardness. After Jean Gang departed, Ito Miling, suppressing her fear, rushed over and raised her hand, enveloped in white light, towards the demon. Mei Er, feeling curious, hopped into the basin and walked around, pondering how the Azure Dragon had managed to conceal itself within for so many years. Fei Yu's chest heaved as she bit her lip tightly, contemplating why she should revere a soul that had long been lost to oblivion. Even while she lived, she deemed her unworthy of respect, let alone in the present moment. As he spoke, he gradually closed his eyes. The restless energy surrounding him began to ebb, and a crystalline luminescence started to coalesce within his gaze. Contemplating whether to employ the art of Yang release to heal Sasuke, a shadow swiftly emerged from the forest, immediately spotting the fallen Sasuke and rushing towards him. Mao Mao was left behind in Yuzhou, while Jing Tian promised to reunite with him after retrieving the 5 spirit pearls and his magic sword. The second brother fell silent, casting a look of grievance at Wang Qingshan, embodying a desire to retort, yet lacking the courage to do so. As Luo Chenxi propped himself up from the bed, he realized he was lying on an unfamiliar mattress. At that moment, Xia O and Rachel had just arrived at the side of Prince Dior, who had tumbled down the cliff. Our fates are so ephemeral. I've spent decades in the upper realm, merely crossing paths with you twice. Yet you have always treated me with indifference, never truly gazing upon me with sincerity. And you wish to enter tranquility for a decade? After all, the hour is late, and it is prudent to arrange for everyone to settle in, allowing for a moment's rest. Prince and Feng Xiqing are sworn adversaries. It would be normal for her to exchange pleasantries with him if they happen to meet, expressing a semblance of camaraderie. After pondering for a while, Bu Linglong marked out the spicy hot pot and milk tea shops, both of which are low-cost yet lucrative, accessible to both the common folk and the affluent gentry. The current situation remained as tranquil as ever, devoid of any unexpected occurrences. Shang Guansun was rendered speechless, while Zhang Yunyang beside him, her face pale, clung to his arm, whispering weakly. Previously, he had only witnessed his capabilities in the kitchen, agriculture, military affairs, inventions, and strategic discussions. Little did he expect that his greatest talent lay in discerning people's true nature and influencing the emperor's opinions. The power of angels is overwhelming, and the demon lord has never practiced. He is utterly incapable of wielding such strength. The Birmingham, having failed in their offensive, retreated half a field once more, while Zhao Yuyuan charged into the penalty area as per the pre-match strategy. Their village is not far from here, and upon reaching the village entrance, he heard a heart-wrenching wail. Others in the hall were watching the commotion, initially mistaking Mu Ziqian's entrance for that of the legendary Cinderella seeking the CEO. Harboring a sense of amusement, standing tall, Shun Yunyu cast a somber gaze towards the room where the shadow resided, determined to create chaos for the shadow. Shun Yunyu strode purposefully towards the room. Each day and night, she was forced to live under the scrutiny of others, consumed by the fear of whether she would have food the following day. Such a life, even now, when Shun Yunyang reminisces, fills her with a bitterness that makes her grit her teeth. Ultimately, she had underestimated her standing in Uncle Han's heart. Whether the 5 retired soldiers provided by Chu Hong Tian could rival these 20 martial experts remains a mystery. It truly is the fault of this humble servant for alarming the emperor and empress. Upon Zheng Guifei's arrival, she hurriedly sought to atone. Currently, there is no scarcity of spiritual artifacts. What is lacking are merely supplementary items. Zhang Yang glanced at his spiritual artifact, frowning as he spoke. While waiting at the traffic light, a driver witnessed a BMW motorcycle racing forward at a staggering speed of 380. And before he could discern who possessed such prowess, a fleeting shadow vanished around the corner. Chapter 70, Dean Flander. After everyone had finished breakfast, Dai Mubai addressed the group. There is still some time before class begins. Let me introduce you to the Academy's rules and curriculum. Noticing everyone's attention drawn to him, Dai Mubai cleared his throat, retracting his gaze from Zhu Zhuqing, and began his explanation. The Academy has no particularly stringent rules. To put it simply, one cannot take advantage of one's soul power to seize others' possessions, yet engaging in combat and gambling is encouraged. Quan remained silent. And as he began to cast his spell to sense Zhu Gaming's location, he realized that because he had forged a contract with Zhu Gaming, he could sense him at any moment. He was aware that Gu Xiaobei had been in the hospital for several days, teetering between life and death. Yet he lacked the courage to even glance in her direction. This formidable individual was, surprisingly, filled with fear. Rest assured, she has merely been struck by a tranquilizer gun and is not in any life-threatening danger. Tung Liangfeng hurriedly clarified. Fear not, I cannot die, Lu Hao said, embracing the dieless beast, entirely disregarding the impending shockwave and heatwave, instead smiling leisurely. Warm tea was poured into the cup. With jade-like fingers, he gently blew on the teacup, causing the tea to emit steam, the water gently swirling as if boiling. As Lu Hao anticipated, the Godslayer's call was ensnared within the Five-Realm seal, breaking free in no time, yet it had already allowed him to prepare a more formidable attack. Just as Lin Shifan stepped out of the hotel, he spotted a super-luxurious bus parked at the entrance, emblazoned with the words Lin family troop on the side. Brawn without brains, Lin Feng explained. He knew that this individual was undoubtedly doomed, yet in our grasp, those underlings would not dare act recklessly. But should he shout, urging them to disregard his life and simply fire, how many of us could survive? Beidou calmly nodded, then withdrew his gaze, growing vigilant. If there was anyone she needed to guard against this time, it was only He Yan. Others might be oblivious, but He Yan's cultivation surpassed hers. And, as the Grand Elder of the Lanling sect, he was certainly not an ordinary individual. This is a magic crystal card. There is no limit on the total funds, with a daily cap of 1 million. From today until the conclusion of the crown battle, whether for equipment upgrades or purchasing potions, any expenditure related to the crown battle can be freely utilized. As Jin Yang opened his eyes, he scrutinized the bracelet closely, finding no changes. The resplendent bracelet remained as dazzling as ever. 3 individuals formed the spearhead, leading 5,000 cavalrymen, sweeping through like a tempest, annihilating all soldiers under Huaxiong along their path. Upon reaching the eastern camp gate, they found Sun Jian and Huaxiong already locked in combat. Alas, Sun Jian wielded only an ancient ingot sword which, compared to Huaxiong's large saber, left him at a disadvantage, and he was becoming increasingly flustered. This secret, known only to warriors of emperor rank or higher, held significant allure for the surrounding summoners and warriors. Thus, when Klaus and Anthony recounted their experiences in succession, not only their summoners, but others nearby listened intently. Vacuum array. The array utilized a vacuum to shield both himself and Xianglan, believing it might temporarily deter Malim. However, should the populace migrate south, the defensive capabilities of northern cities would inevitably diminish. During the spring and autumn and warring states periods, even with a rear guard, most generals would never permit the populace to evacuate. Yet the ancient trees before Jin Yang were indeed extraordinary, worthy of the term magnificent, in height, volume, and overall form. They far exceeded anything he had comprehended over the years. Chapter 71, Quan's scheme against Ning Rongrong. Upon hearing Quan's inquiry, Flander frowned, glancing at him with impatience. Mobility skills? Do you wish for the Academy to distribute soul bones to them? Do you understand how rare soul bones are? Only by enhancing one's physique and endurance can one possess the capability to escape in times of peril. Flander disdainfully curled his lip and continued to address Quan. Surely you are not so ignorant as to underestimate the value of soul bones? How dare you question the decisions of this esteemed dean? As Flander spoke to you, a carriage traversed the bustling streets, entering the apothecary street, where the unique aroma of medicinal herbs wafted into the carriage. Bailey Alfing had no desire to ponder why Han Ning had forgotten about the holy sword, nor did he wish to contemplate why those around her had failed to inform her. he only recognized that fate had bestowed upon him a splendid opportunity. Naturally, this was under the condition that Lu Ming faced an adversary devoid of any defensive artifacts. He remained uncertain whether he could deliver a fatal blow should the opponent possess treasures of the true spirit weapon tier. Consequently, she stood upright, positioned the individual against the wall, and with decisive grace, struck the wall with her palm, creating a resounding crack. Qin, he felt a deep sense of emotion, offering a faint smile as he patted Su Da's shoulder, signaling him to remain composed before stepping before Hu Fei, transforming the atmosphere into one of palpable tension. Although hasty, it was not possible for Lian Yi to evade the bullet with its marked trajectory. It seemed to possess a locking mechanism, homing directly in on Lian Yi without relent. After all, given that she was cradling a fragment of Kori, her movements were somewhat constrained, and thus Lian Yi fell victim to the shot. The self-detonation of a soul from a 9th-level beast realm master promised to be a spectacle of grand proportions. The entire dragon-slaying city would undoubtedly be reduced to nothingness under such overwhelming energy, with even the weaker masters within perishing in the ensuing annihilation. "Let's dine," Yin Wan remarked, glancing at the sky. Caught between breakfast and lunch, she resolved to forego her morning meal. Madame Gu, the attentive Xian Chowling, seated in the forward left position, waved as Gu Shibo approached. "That will not be necessary. It is merely a matter of some inquiries." The two hesitated to descend as the sight of the crimson liquid unsettled them. As the words of the Lord of Chaos fell, 2 chains of soul energy suddenly shot from his eyes, and Lin, she could even sense an aura of enslavement emanating from them. "Grandfather, rest assured, I shall fulfill your wishes. I have already sent some elixirs with my cousin to be administered to our maternal grandfather's family, and I have also entrusted my brother, Sima Yongla, with some for the Sima family. Trust me, I will ensure your old friends remain by your side." Ling Chun spoke earnestly. Thus, even the immensely wealthy president of the Star Group, Jin Guangping, displayed utmost reverence when confronting Wang Ku, simultaneously activating his mastery in mathematics and computer science. Duan Yun commenced an upgrade of the artificial intelligence system, with the fierce flames of molten magma spewing from the rear of the craft. The dark golden Duan Kuan surged forward like a divine arrow. "What on earth is happening? Do you really believe they can recover?" Sima Yongla inquired. Qiyu, disinterested in the Sandman's continued ramblings, instantaneously teleported before him and delivered a powerful punch. Regardless, whether one was well-versed in this historical account or not, all gathered gradually ceased their discussions, eager to hear how Zhang Can would recount this tale. Xiao Xiu surveyed the interior of the establishment known as the Crescent Moon Tavern, where tables, barrels, cups, and oil lamps were all present in abundance. Chapter 72, Explosive Steps. What if it were the Spirit Hall Academy? Quan fixed his gaze intently on Ning Rongrong, solemnly inquiring. Ning Rongrong was momentarily taken aback by Youchuan's question, unsure of how to respond. Had she been an ordinary person, she could have readily acquiesced. However, she was not. As the young lady of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, her stance represented the entire sect, and she could not make such a decision lightly. "I am sorry, Sister Yuquan, but Qin Tianxi and Gu Liang Najiji, bearing the 2 Tsongyuan divine swords, rested and recuperated within the vanguard camp of Guaxi. They anticipated departing once Gu Liang Najiji's injuries improved. Yet they remained perplexed as to the whereabouts of their true nemesis. Fortunately, the emotional turmoil of Heir Lu Ji did not linger long. As the knock on the courtyard door resounded once more, the young man, appearing 16, was clearly of far greater age than his appearance suggested. I estimated his age to be at least a decade older, calculating him to be around 6 years old. Luo Ran welcomed Xiankong into his quarters, while also accepting invitations to visit some of the outstanding disciples born from the demonic sect during the period of isolation. Luo Ran established many regulations regarding the powers of the demonic sect, yet he never relaxed his commitment to laying the foundations of the righteous teachings. After the gentle waters of the moon, summer arrived, marked by heat and rain, an unfavorable season for travel. However, due to Yang Gong's lingering thoughts, my spirits lifted considerably, and I prepared to continue my ascent, only to sharply sense a pair of eyes fixated upon me from a distance. Even though the previous battle at Muku Mountain with the Fish Princess had diminished his power significantly, leaving him with only the strength of 6 profound realms, Muku Mountain still hesitated to return. After all, the might of Luan Fei and the entire leopard camp was undeniable. One could even assert that their combat prowess ranked among the very best in all of the Song dynasty. "Ah, so you're an old acquaintance of my master," Gua Hongwei expressed in astonishment, reflecting on their 30-year acquaintance, noting the depth of their relationship, though his mentor had never mentioned this individual. In the previous scene, Hill poured leeches on his Savi's abdomen, yet in the next, the entire scene transformed to crimson as he raised his right hand toward Hill. Shun Tong concealed himself in the shadows, waiting for the guards to pass before proceeding, and after navigating through layers of defenses, he finally reached the core of the dungeon. In the fleeting moments when the sea serpent's hands grasped Shi Xiaofeng's ankles, the weight of 1,000 pounds activated, anchoring Shi Xiaofeng's feet firmly to the ground, rendering the sea serpent utterly powerless to budge him. Yijin deemed it acceptable. After all, with nothing pressing in these years, remaining idle was insufferably dull. "Young master," he called out, as two middle-aged men emerged from a thatched shelter by the stream, donning straw hats and brown ponchos, their bare feet exposed, resembling fishermen. Meng Long thought to himself that it must be an excellent spot for fishing. Huan Mountain, lacking a major river, did not appeal to him, and he did not question the host's arrangements further. "In this battle, we can only win, not lose. I am willing to personally investigate the latest movements of the Chu army, assess the terrain, and propose strategies to overcome the enemy," Bai Yuan declared. "Where is this? Why have you brought me back?" "No, I must go save Wanner." Saying this, he alighted from the carriage and yanked Wang Yin out, attempting to take the driver's seat, only to be pushed back into the room by Ivan. To avoid direct capture by Qin, they opted for a roundabout escape, detouring through the land of Wu Xian and Yong, skirting the edges of the Divine Dragon Ridge before re-entering the territory of Ba. The boatman rowed as the black awning boat glided gently beneath the stone bridges, soon completing the journey, while Jiang Shan seemed to desire more. It sounded grandiose, yet in reality, it was quite frugal. In such a remote countryside, what could one possibly spend? She moved toward the northwest of the garden, and those voices became increasingly distinct. In truth, sending a message from Jiangnan to the capital was not too far. However, it was likely that her grandmother wanted the seventh prince to deliver it, primarily to keep it from her family's knowledge. Chapter 73. The Contest. Nightfall descended. Ning Rongrong was awakened by hunger. As she opened her eyes, she found herself submerged in a wooden barrel, the water tinted with a faint green hue. The weariness from a day of running and the emptiness from the depletion of her soul power had completely vanished at that moment. Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through her body. Awake? Yuquan entered, holding a food box, with Xiao Xiao trailing behind her. "Sister Yuquan." "Xiao Xiao." Yang Jingyu had not considered anything else. All he knew was that Su Xiangming had returned from a perilous experience, and he felt compelled to visit her. Yang Jingjia, having gained additional experience, pondered the implications of being captured by a flower thief, something Yang Jingyu, in his panic, might overlook, but she considered with caution. Lin Jingyang had participated in culinary competitions in her previous life, yet the contests in the studio paled in comparison to the intensity of the current one. As the judges gradually approached, she could not help but feel a surge of nervousness. I, alongside Wang Xiaohua, clutched a chicken wing, pulling it towards myself with all my might, while she stubbornly tugged it back in her direction. Among Lin Xiaoyan's group, apart from Lin Xiaotian and the Ghost Hand, all were brawny men from the Russian Empire, their muscles bulging, exuding a fierce aura that immediately drew the attention of the two opposing factions. Observing the parents of both families exchanging pleasantries nearby, Qiaowan and Zhao Fei exchanged knowing smiles as if they had found kindred spirits. "She's my sister," I blurted out. Although I was not particularly afraid of these individuals, I certainly wished to avoid trouble. After all, it was the enticing aroma of the food that had lured me in. Chung replied. Sunlight bathed the exquisite features, casting a dreamy glow. The enchanting figure wore a satisfied smile, her long lashes casting a delicate shadow on her face, her cheeks adorned with a hint of pink, and her naturally rosy lips glistening with moisture, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss them. Clearing her throat, Lin Jingyang endeavored to explain what advertising truly was. Yet, despite being surrounded by an overwhelming onslaught of advertisements in her past life, she could hardly grasp the essence of it. You cannot possibly use dragon power? It was well known that the 9th Prince Mu Junmo was unable to wield dragon power. But why? Big brother to Shu, please enlighten me. As soon as the words left his lips, Long Yuan dashed towards big brother to Shu, intending to seize the initiative. The dozen or so figures were unmistakable to Yihan. They were the infamous 9 thieves of Judo Mountain, whom he had encountered previously in the dilapidated temple, yet he had not anticipated their presence here. Ere long was kicked aside, stumbling backward, just as he struggled to regain his balance. A pair of powerful hands pressed against his back. Speak at length if you have something to say, or keep it brief if not. to evade the wandering Norman adventurers and the Central Plains army scattered across the desert. The group traveled by night, following the treasure map to locate the supplies of the late emperor. Nearby, Zhou Yuan's mother, Qin Yu, had covered her mouth. Stifling a heart-wrenching sob, Yihan gazed quietly at the Qing emperor, believing his power to rival that of a great Luo golden immortal in the realm of the primordial world. However, the shadow seemed to have sensed impending danger. At the moment Ling Hong's divine light pointed towards it, it inexplicably withdrew some of its force and retreated swiftly. Since that is the case, I shall retreat to seclusion for cultivation. Also, the empty bamboo flying sword is completely gone, Lin Feiyu remarked with a resigned smile. The alliance of the two formidable factions was formidable enough. Yet if it involved the royal family, the matter would undoubtedly become complicated. At the moment the groupings were announced, the crowd of cultivators erupted in fervor. Some were even baffled by how the divisions had been determined. Pang Tong had long recognized that Lu Yu was no great talent. Assisting him would be futile. It would be wiser to seek out a renowned leader now, rather than waste time here. Let us go together, Zhen Tong. After all, we also wish to visit the hospital to see June. Cheng Yisen's mindset mirrored that of Cheng Yiben. He held a far greater fondness for Pei Jinting than for Tang Yeshi. Thus he would often create opportunities for him and Cheng Xian. What decorum! I shall forego the kneeling. I implore you to continue calling me Xuan, that way we remain close. Otherwise, it would be an attempt to sever the bond of brotherhood. And that is unacceptable, Pang Tong declared angrily. Another clap of thunder resounded, the air gradually cooling as torrential rain poured down. The raindrops fell from the eaves, pooling larger and larger, flowing through the corner's drainage outlet. Pei Shirin paid no heed to He Yunjia's malicious and triumphant expression at that moment. She was utterly focused on Ning Minyua's actions. Furious, Lu Chun was about to throw a punch, but just then, the sound of a baby's wail echoed from within the room, capturing everyone's attention. Zhou Ran awoke from his slumber, stretching before making his way to the bathroom for a quick wash. He selected a gray shirt from the wardrobe, donned a deep blue suit, and after inspecting himself in the mirror, snapped his fingers, revealing a bright, sunny smile. In John S.'s right hand, he clutched the axe stolen from Jenny S.'s courtyard, its blade smeared with blood. The femme fatale had once said that in the realm of martial arts, there are always greater mountains beyond the mountains, and skies beyond the skies. True masters exist, and there are no invincible warriors or gods, only the names one earns through battle. Su Jiangji sobbed, her petite frame trembling, her bosom rising and falling, her pert nose and cheeks flushed with color. It seems that apart from a main quest that must be completed, side quests, and maintaining her persona when necessary, she had the freedom to express herself otherwise, such as deciding what to wear. While gazing at the live broadcast, she awaited the spectacle of the Dragon Kingdom, Russia, and Baton being engulfed by the Beast Tide or annihilated by the armies of the 7 great nations. The Special Affairs Bureau in B City promptly dispatched 5 senior players for round-the-clock protection of the elderly lady, and they would also be responsible for assisting her in leveling up. Little did he expect that during his unexplained disappearance, he would not see Li Jin for the last time. The sword Qi gathered before him, weaving a shield of blurred sword energy just in time. Fu Yan, clad in dark garb, was no longer the lofty figure of the past. His narrow, elongated eyes were clouded with mist. Yet, Chenju now possessed the dragon god's yin-yang technique, making him more formidable with each battle and capable of enhancing his soul power level. Within a magic circle, a red beam of light, approximately 7 to 8 meters tall, emanated, seemingly concealing something within. Tang San's rebirth was not one of reincarnation, but rather an overtaking of the native Tang San's body, a true case of possession. Only Zhao Yun maintained a semblance of decorum, sitting cross-legged at the dining table, his hand propped against his forehead, breathing evenly as he slept. Can you fathom my feelings when I cannot find you? Qin Chuan whispered in her ear, his voice low and strained. Chapter 74, The Decision to Depart. Tonight, the location of your first class is right here. Flender halted, pointing towards a tall building not far ahead. As he gazed at the brightly lit structure, Dai Mubai's expression shifted slightly, and he quietly inquired, Dean, is it appropriate to take them here on the very first day? Flender replied nonchalantly, remember, you are monsters, not ordinary people. Since you're monsters, you must adopt the training methods befitting of one. Thus, Saber could not approach the formidable Nepsp, guarded by countless tentacled monstrosities. However, the vitality of these tentacle creatures was remarkably tenacious, far exceeding that of human life by several magnitudes. Entering the restroom, he stepped into a cubicle, secured the door, and after thoroughly inspecting for listening devices, Feng Yin heaved a sigh of relief. This lethal maneuver was a variant of the noble phantasm, Wind King Barrier. Unlike the powerful wind pressure unleashed in his battle against Lancer the previous night to enhance his charge, this technique, Wind King's Hammer, emphasized offensive power and destructive capability. Subsequently, he planned to create a diversion, luring the enemy away while he destroyed the black-sailed boats and all vessels on the island during his confinement in the underground black market. At that moment, would he not be left utterly vulnerable, ripe for slaughter? Wang Shi's indifference left Min Yu astounded. After a brief moment of realization, he grasped Wang Shi's hand once more. This time, Wang Shi did not resist, lacking the strength to do so, while Min's parents exchanged awkward glances. Rest assured, my old man has already posed the same question to me. When have you ever seen me boast about high-tech products? Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. Yi gazed in disbelief at the scene before him, as a column of fire erupted less than 3 meters from the Lord's vicinity. Before he could contemplate the situation, a wave of force surged towards him. "Humph, I knew you wouldn't admit it," Qian Wanlin declared, closing the cockpit and stowing away his pistol, circling around Feng Luqing, scrutinizing him with his hands clasped behind his back. Consequently, the wealth of the powerful families in Yanjing had grown at a sluggish pace, barely maintaining the family's normal operations over the course of a year. Just as Chu Yu lay upon the bed, a discomforting sensation enveloped her head. Sitting up, she reached to touch her scalp, only to discover that the 2 hair buns remained intact. "Master, do not worry. Even if you do not speak, I am aware. You wish for me to avenge my father, do you not?" Master Lu could scarcely believe that he had not uttered those words, yet Feng Tianbao had deduced his thoughts. Thus, he remained silent, merely nodding slightly. Yet the 6-legged serpent, agile as it was, coiled its tail and swept it towards Yang Xuanhua's waist upon sensing its attack thwarted. This serpent, cloaked in azure scales, possessed a fortitude surpassing that of ordinary artifacts. Should a cultivator be struck by it, it would be akin to being struck by a magical treasure. The apparent constant change was attributed to the fact that the outdated costumes worn by the 3 groups were not from the same live performance. Thus, throughout the entire show, the 9 members appeared as though they were perpetually donning new costumes, continuously presenting fresh visages to the audience. Lisi waved her hand dismissively. "Oh, what are you worried about? I hardly give it a thought. What is she, anyway? We were discussing Fifth Brother, and I hardly had the chance to learn from you." The crimson crows in the sky hurriedly retreated before the azure aura could envelop them, and the surge of red crows near the valley's entrance diminished significantly. In a matter of moments, the number of crows in the air had decreased by 1/10. In his previous life, Yin Mu had endeavored to earn a living in the chaotic forest to fund his mother's treatment, undertaking all manner of menial tasks, but ultimately, he could not save her life. Jin Chan exited through the side gate of the villa, sprinting for a distance. He noticed no traces of blood on the ground. However, just as he pondered whether he had fallen into a trap, he unexpectedly discovered a faint bloodstain. The other cultivators grew increasingly intrigued and apprehensive. If the Yi family indeed conspired with the 3 great underworld kings and the heavenly dragon ghost master, how could the Hun Yuan flag be ignored? Upon hearing this, the radiance emanating from the deity intensified, seemingly on the verge of unleashing a formidable force. Even Baron and the others gripped their weapons tightly, their gazes icy as they fixed their eyes upon him. The old class leader had traversed many years, yet Kong found it difficult to recall. He only knew that he had transformed from a mere recruit into a seasoned soldier, witnessing countless new recruits evolve into veterans just like he once was. Only Jiang Chun remains. How do you think he will fare against the next challenger? The others began to speculate. Pei Jin did not exhibit much urgency, leaning casually against the sofa, his head tilted back as he closed his eyes to rest. As the banquet approached its conclusion, Wan Fangyi temporarily set aside her terrifying expression, smiling as she guided the guests towards the plum blossom garden of the Prime Minister's residence, contemplating how to orchestrate an incident involving Mu Shiqing without implicating herself or the Prime Minister's household. Soft against the hard against the reckless, and the reckless against those who fear nothing. Attempting to reason with the villagers of Tianjia, who would readily draw blades. What did Wang Baoqiao or Shui Pingue matter? Do you not believe? We shall settle this with our blades. Damn it, useless. I told you to hold them back, not to spout nonsense. The increasingly furious major shouted, leaving Long Huzi utterly bewildered. I'm fine, let us go. When Shuru shook her head, leading the 3 of them away from Weishan Valley. The next day, he unexpectedly arrived, resembling a leisurely visitor without a care in the world, accompanied only by a large cart and a translator, dressed in civilian attire. Swaggering into the police squad. Tulricon, have you forgotten the proper way to write? You should use your right hand. Just one hand will suffice. Try that. Fan Yunfeng gently advised. Murky rainwater flowed through the ditch dug by Zhang Yulin towards the village office, the walls of which had already been soaked by the rain. After escorting the children and others back home, fearing further misfortune for Feng Yang and Han Shui, Qiao Qing decided to investigate. As they still did not know where Qiao Xinran had gone during her disappearance, Qiao Qing suspected that someone might be secretly aiding her. Wang Qian couldn't help but chuckle. He feared not even a late-stage celestial-level martial artist, so how could a mere spirit-level martial artist possibly track him down? Moreover, as a cultivator, he possessed divine consciousness, which was exceptionally sensitive to energy signatures. With Muron Ku's presence, the two attendants following him seemed utterly inconspicuous. After accepting their tribute, Sima Yin granted them seats. Chapter 75, The Lioli Soul Settling Cauldron. Sister Yuquan, I wish to attend the Martial Soul Hall Academy too. Could you take me along? Xiao Xiao suddenly spoke, leaving Yuquan and Ning Rongrong astonished. Yuquan paused for a moment, glancing back to see Dai Mubai and the others still lagging behind, then quietly inquired, Xiao Xiao, have you truly made up your mind? I've noticed your feelings towards Shrek are quite complex these past few days. Surprised that Yuquan had noticed, Xiao Xiao smiled nonchalantly, originally. Yes. However, after the disfigurement incident, Chen Lin seems to have undergone a transformation, becoming more pragmatic and composed. Observing the bullet casings still clutched in the opponent's hand, Zhou Ziheo's fear intensified, causing the handgun he held to clatter to the ground. Dragon? That doesn't sound right. Besides, I also heard that cry. It must be some sort of beast. The shorter man chimed in, clearly disagreeing with the taller man's assertion. Yet, the most concerning issue for Nanxi arose when the reporters, unable to find a breakthrough with her, shifted their focus to Liang Xiao, bombarding her with a cacophony of questions, essentially transferring all inquiries directed at Nanxi onto Liang Xiao. The 9th-level lightning sword struck directly against the demonic energy summoned by the Dark Cultivator, producing a cacophony of corrosive sounds. In an instant, the demonic energy was consumed by the electric sparks emanating from the sword. Standing at the edge of the balcony, Anya slowly closed her eyes, her tears seemingly having dried up moments ago, no longer capable of flowing from her eyes. Indeed, although I possess no extraordinary abilities, I am fortunate to have a friend who does. Hence, I have been exposed to these supernatural phenomena. Kolo glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, speaking truthfully while also casting her a charming smile. Such thoughts had certainly traversed her mind as well. Liang Zhao's presence felt distinct from that of the spirit masters and spirit slayers. From his spiritual energy, one could faintly perceive remnants of divinity, alongside a hint of sinister, ghostly energy. Many exchanged puzzled glances, feeling an inexplicable chill creeping up their spines under the broad daylight. Had they encountered a devil? That is indeed a commendable suggestion, but can you assure me that you will remain uninvolved in the impending warfare between humanity and the divine? Fan Linqing inquired. Xian, what brings you here? I have been searching for you for quite some time. A gentleman approached. Zhu Xia no longer entered and exited alongside Zhao Ningning. When they encountered each other, silence ensued. One turned away, while the other treated the other as mere air. During meals in the cafeteria, they sat at opposite ends, completely avoiding interaction. Unlike the monotonous crimson outside, upon crossing the threshold of the barrier, one was greeted by a city brimming with technological marvels. Her mother, Li Xiangru, sat quietly in a room, discussing Wu Shasha's condition with a doctor who had returned from studying abroad. The vibrant flowers and lush foliage were obliterated upon contact with Lu Chen's blade aura. Swiftly and decisively, they were reduced to mere fragments. Zhao Ningning turned around, intending to enter the school, when a towering figure, Gu Yufan, abruptly obstructed her path. Recovering her senses, Jiajuna gazed at the familiar faces around her, now contorted in extreme anguish, as she helplessly collapsed to the ground. Impressive, truly impressive, Sorrow remarked, to be able to confine such a terrifying dragon so thoroughly. The dragon suppression technique is indeed excessively powerful. If the dragon spirit's soul, was once a battlefield, now his physical form served as the battleground, where energy clashed violently with the black flames. It was evident that the latter held the upper hand, consuming a fraction of energy with each collision. Confronted with a peak innate being, there was no chance for you. As Lu Wanning made her move, a scene of soaring dragons unfolded, and 2 pairs of dragon claws hurtled forth. Chapter 76, the first defeat in a 2-on-2 match. Amidst the skepticism, Xiao Xiao stepped onto the battle platform. Qingbao looked at Xiao Xiao with reluctance. Little sister, perhaps it's best for you to concede. I wonder if you were misled into coming here. I have no desire to harm you. Xiao Xiao mischievously blinked, a hint of grievance in her tone, But if I step down now, our teacher will scold me. He can be quite fierce and enjoys tormenting us. The expression of Flander, who had just placed a bet, darkened instantaneously. Old Lin hesitated to speak, yet it became evident that Qian and the others had already grasped the situation. Yi Chunxiao regarded her meaningfully. In a moment of crisis, this individual, deemed an exemplary backbone by the Special Affairs Department, exhibited a level of composure that was exceedingly disappointing. A task that initially seemed fraught with challenges was completed with remarkable tranquility after Qingji informed several key ministers in advance, without a single voice of dissent echoing. All accepted this reality, whether sincerely or superficially. Shrinking her neck, she sat on the sofa awaiting dinner, daring only to steal glances at his silhouette through the narrow gap deliberately left by Lung Junrui. Hua Chun had contemplated this as well. Being a person prone to overthinking, he always endeavored to consider every possible scenario. As the two recounted their experiences, some mysteries began to unravel. With Bai Yun deceased, it seemed that Shi Ji sought out Neza for vengeance. The stones had yet to be transported, and in the days following Bai Yun's funeral, Shi Ji had likely not found time to move them. Ouyang Feng then looked up as the array above began to coalesce into a radiant pentagram, followed by the emergence of a colossal vortex that began to whirl. Upon observing that preparations were nearly complete, Yin Tianxiu quickly sought a safe place to hide. While his shadow clones soared over the city, scattering talismans like a rain of flowers, triggering explosions within the city. Do not underestimate me. Once I begin practicing swordsmanship, I will rise early, much earlier than you, Ziyuan declared, extending her hands in a grandiose gesture. Players preparing for random matchmaking in the designated space would find a higher probability of encountering previously experienced but unresolved scenarios than new plot scenes. Lin Chen's heart stirred with a thought. Sensing a potential turning point, he exerted slight force, reducing the jade pendant to powder. The man's sword aura was already swirling around the blade, poised to strike. Yet he abruptly halted, cold sweat trickling down his brow, paralyzed with fear. This arena was not merely a conventional battleground. It possessed a uniquely complex terrain and cosmic environment, with parameters that were ever-changing. However, both parties were required to remain within a 100-kilometer radius. How is this possible? That person has breached the forbidden domain and obtained the legacy of divine power. No, that power belongs to me. Blood Emperor screamed in desperation, yet he dared not intervene, feeling that proximity to those three blood orbs would reduce him to mere fragments under the overwhelming energy. As for comrades like Geezer, Kolo, Luo Feng, and Hun Tiandi, what had become of them? Just moments earlier, a nuclear strike had claimed the lives of dozens of players, causing Li Yu's experience bar to surge dramatically, filling him with secret delight. The legendary Phoenix appeared before Qin Long, undoubtedly causing a profound shock, though on the surface. He merely displayed a fleeting hint of astonishment before maintaining his composure, standing with neither arrogance nor humility before the slightly radiant Phoenix. This was the sort of phrase one often utters when parting ways. Everyone knew, once those words were spoken, chances of sitting together again would be slim. Thanks to Glow's presence. Otherwise, given the city's defensive weaponry's meager vitality and armor, it would have likely crumbled under the enemy's overwhelming ranged assaults. Chapter 77. A letter from Bai Xuan. Having accomplished their task for the night, the three prepared to return early. Ning Rongrong was eager to review her performance with Yuquan, feeling quite dissatisfied with her earlier loss. Just as they were about to leave Soto City for the Spirit Hall, Yuquan noticed someone bearing the Spirit Hall insignia, signaling to him. This was a communication signal from within the Spirit Hall. As Qian Renxue and the esteemed elders had grown concerned about Yuquan venturing out alone for training. Thus, they decided to intervene. However, there was no other option. Had he been able to shoot Lu Yin, he would have done so directly. The higher-ups had commanded him to ensure Lu Yin was brought over alive. So his subordinates simply returned their weapons to their holsters and followed closely behind. Do not approach. The sharp tip of the third man's sword was thrust forward, mere centimeters from Zhang Xiaohong's throat, causing him to halt in his tracks, not daring to take another step closer. Lu Yin instructed his subordinates. I will wait for you at the cafe I visited earlier. Come find me once you finish your errands. On the day of mourning, not a single relative or neighbor visited, for they understood the gravity of the situation. Chu Ji was a death row inmate, and according to the law, a mourning hall should not be established. Their clandestine construction of a mourning pavilion in the courtyard was already a breach of propriety, compounded by the fact that Chu Ji's lineage had long been devoid of any distant relatives. If a story were fabricated, its subsequent developments would inevitably become increasingly absurd, straying from its original essence. a sentiment that could be sensed in just a few phrases. Why? Nangong Li's eyes widened in disbelief. She could no longer feel any power within her. Had she become an ordinary person? How could this be? However, as time elapsed, the warriors of the Celestial Empire began to master the rhythm of the sea beast attacks, adapting to their methods of assault, becoming increasingly adept in their defensive strategies. Liu Yin had never anticipated that he would sustain such severe injuries. Had he known, he would have never ventured forth. To him, he was not merely a strategist. They were sworn brothers. Despite occasional disagreements, the bond of brotherhood had remained steadfast. I have come to know various marine creatures, and I am aware of their native habitats and suitable living conditions, Hao proudly proclaimed. Get away, it's not what you think. At this point, I shall not conceal the truth from you. In order to prevent Li Xingyun from mistakenly believing he possesses such peculiarities, Li Kuang had no choice but to divulge the reality. Speak. I hope your reasoning will earn you my forgiveness. As for my enemies, those who wish to harm me shall not receive my mercy, Yi Yunin declared, adjusting the energy intensity of the luminous barrier that had erupted from his arm, alleviating the pressure on the air, allowing him to stand tall. Seeing Hong Ke about to rise, she felt a pang of anxiety. She wished to hear Hong Ke perform some popular songs. Although the previous two songs had been rendered beautifully, there was still a certain flavor that was lacking. Seizing the moment when they pushed me aside, I slithered out of their encirclement like a serpent and, with an iron grip, seized their handguns. Master Daba, a practitioner of the great Sun Zen sect, felt an inexplicable excitement upon witnessing the solar divine fire, even in its nascent form. After speaking, he waved his hand, causing 112 identity spirit tokens to soar into the air, each inscribed with a number. At this juncture, the night sky could no longer refuse. Yet he cast a worried glance towards Liu Hani. The instant the primordial purple aura appeared, the fiery crimson dragon egg, floating in the magma pool, paused momentarily before soaring skyward towards Lin Tianhan. A combat partner scroll required 1,000 gold coins and had a limited number of uses. Each scroll could only be employed 5 times. Once those 5 uses were exhausted, the attempt to capture a combat partner would be declared a failure, making it essential to prepare multiple combat partner scrolls, an expense not affordable to the average person. Chapter 78, The Killing Intent of the Ghost Spring. When the tiger does not roar, do you take me for a sickly cat? Dai Mubai could no longer suppress his fury. A formidable aura surgit forte, and his soul power erupted, sweeping towards the utterly unprepared Ning Rongrong. However, Dai Mubai did not harm Ning Rongrong, as all his soul power assaults were halted by Golden Cauldron. Xiao, are you also meddling? Dai Mubai inquired irritably. Meddling? Xiao stepped forward, addressing Ning Rongrong. Lin Feng, do you know? Last night, you were truly less than human, Li Xiaoxi whispered shyly, leaning her head close to Lin Feng's ear. Was Lin Feng subtly rejecting her? Did she, Xia Qinglian, not measure up to him? It was utterly ludicrous. He Chuan, who had previously studied psychology, noticed Zhou Xiaoling's odd behavior, but chose not to elaborate, holding a strong belief in her. Even so, we cannot camp 50 miles outside the city without engaging in battle. Wouldn't that merely squander our supplies? Bian Xiang remarked, lifting his teacup for a hearty drink. Lord Ongs did not keep Tig and the others waiting long and promptly sent a servant to summon the Lord's son. Lin Chong and the other military cadets, moving back 4 or 5 miles, spotted Gong Sun Sheng, Qiao Daoqing, and Fan Ruji lying on the ground, prompting Lin Chong to rush towards Gong Sun Sheng in alarm, while the cadets hurried to assist Qiao Daoqing and Fan Ruji. This signified that the auction would attract no fewer than several hundred divine realm powerhouses, an astonishing spectacle indeed. Yet, men are inherently competitive. The greater the number of rivals, the more they yearn to participate, for such victories are all the more gratifying. Enrique? Tig's brow furrowed once more. He was unaware of who Enrique was, but the title of Grand Mage suggested he was quite formidable. I am leaving. Take care, Liang Yunxin said without looking back, unable to bear the sight of her standing silently in the moonlight. The tranquil and gentle glow of the mid-autumn moon gradually soothed his once agitated heart. After breakfast, Lin Su still felt a slight twinge of nausea. Yet it was significantly better than before. She could manage this mild discomfort through the willpower she had cultivated over the past few days. Now, as the military lord, his normal sensing range was approximately 1 kilometer, but after merging his powers, he could employ this unique sensing method. After speaking for about a quarter of an hour, Zhou Shuxian finally turned around, as if just realizing Liemo Shan had not risen, quickly urging her to get up. Embracing Shangwan foamed tightly. Xin Yuan, Ye's eyes gradually returned to their normal hue. With matters reaching this juncture, Luo Qingrong could only take it one step at a time. After all, there was still a year and a half left, and there might yet be a turning point. Whether for emotional ties or survival, she could not detach from this man. Fortunately, making him happy was not a difficult task, and she, too, needed more support to thrive. According to Yenner, Chu Shang visited her before departing, looking rather hurried and merely instructing them to take good care of her before leaving. In the very center of the square stood two structures. One, a towering sculpture reaching several hundred meters, and the other, a monument. Furthermore, given Du Dao's character, if he appeared, he would undoubtedly target himself or those close to him. Yi Xiaofeng had initially intended to use the breaking dragon sword to propel himself out of the zombies' attack range. After finishing their meal, Louis Wehua began to tidy up the bowls and chopsticks while Han Jiaran and her younger siblings ascended the stairs. A naturally chaotic warrior, if thrust into battle, would undoubtedly wield decisive influence over the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shi-Nan exhibited a starkly different condition. He was not sent flying but rather ensnared. Perhaps the corpse-controlling sect and the rebirth sect were traversing an alternative path to longevity, akin to many practitioners traversing the realms of existence. However, at present, it seemed the rebirth sect had progressed further, achieving a certain degree of permanence. Chapter 79, Departure from Shrek. The chilling, killing intent of the ghost spring enveloped Dai Mubai, who struggled to stand upright, his eyes filled with resentment as he glared at the ghost spring. You hate me? Unfortunately, you won't have the opportunity to seek revenge. The ghost spring said coldly. Raising his right hand, dozens of milky white fireballs materialized around him. With a gentle wave of his hand, the fireballs cascaded down upon Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu quickly dodged. Tang Sen warned, pulling Dai Mubai along, his feet stepping on the ghostly essence. What is this? Jiang Chang could discern that this was a mysterious beast egg, yet he remained uncertain about the specific type of beast it belonged to. Moreover, how could Chang Shu have returned from his excursion with such a substantial egg? Consequently, Qin Zheng hastily summoned his weapon and lunged toward the masked man before him. Qin Zheng had no intention of involving himself in their affairs. He stood there in a daze, coldly observing the two. Without the influence of intellectual enlightenment or experiential familiarity, the notion of transcending two worlds and being reborn was utterly unfathomable to him. Even now, he could not be certain whether he had truly been reborn, feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. Shu nodded subtly, utterly astonished that an ordinary guard could conjure such elaborate thoughts. Gripping the hands of the four who were intertwined, Lady Su smiled contentedly, yet she couldn't help but cough a few times, prompting concerned glances from those around her. With the lives of their comrades at stake, she dared not act recklessly. The sense of frustration in her heart intensified several-fold after feeling threatened. It's a grave matter indeed. Yesterday, that administrator informed me that my VIP privileges had been revoked, and now my movements are severely restricted. Akiro's eyes blazed with indignation. Soul Map also perceived the masked figure's dwindling strength and angrily struck out at him, vowing to eliminate the individual. Luchuan glanced at the person beside him. Just stay where you were during the day. I won't stop you from coming out. A colossal hand, seemingly carrying an entire world, forcefully struck the spatial portal, producing the sound of shattering glass. The portal, which had transported countless lion kin, disintegrated into fragments, scattering like meteors in all directions. Yet, he appeared oblivious, not even attempting to wipe the dust from himself, continuing to bow repeatedly on the ground. Who do you think you are? Unless my father speaks. Your words are meaningless, the seventh young master scoffed. He Wei, commands it. The decree of Her Highness the Princess is absolute. Moments later, He Panrin stepped forward, bowing deeply, and proclaimed loudly. Han Wei and Fang Zhuang's fatigued expressions brightened with a flicker of exhilaration, invigorating their spirits. The soldiers under their command also experienced a surge of morale, feeling as though they had been infused with immense energy, propelling them to unleash formidable combat prowess. Having said that, Dongli did not overthink it. However, due to Shun Feng's earlier actions, she felt a profound sense of happiness, though she did not express it. Closing her eyes and drifting into slumber, Elderly sensed that he could not exert any force and fell straight to the ground. Ning Yu waved his hand, summoning the scythe, and without hesitation, hurled it toward Elderly. Ning Yu gazed into the distance. That sword evoked a sense reminiscent of that fateful palm strike. Even surpassing it in power, Liang Qin felt a twinge of pain in his head, but understood that he must endure. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dr. Wang, our dean wishes to see you. Please proceed. Just then, a young male doctor, drenched in sweat, squeezed through the crowd. The individuals on the bounty list are not necessarily heinous criminals. Some are targeted due to personal vendettas, while others seek lost items or missing persons, all of which may be posted on the bounty board. The person beneath the bed finally crawled out slowly, with hair resembling a bird's nest and a head that resembled an egg. Chapter 80. Departure from Shrek. You have harmed your classmates, Quan. Today, you must provide an explanation to everyone, or do not blame this dean for being unmerciful, Flinder said coldly, regarding Quan. An explanation? Quan sneered. This incident was instigated by Dai Mu by injuring my sister. I merely sought justice for my kin. Yet, all I witnessed was Tang San and Mu Bai being harmed. While Ning Rongrong and Xiao Xiao merely watched, Flinder retorted sternly. Suddenly, a flash of cold light appeared, and Heyoshiming quickly released his grip on the tree, executing a beautiful spin in midair before landing on the ground, where a flying dagger was embedded. Why is this happening? Qin Feng pondered. Perhaps it was due to his breakthrough to the mid-stage of the out-of-body realm that had enhanced his strength and resistance. He found a rationale within himself, seeking the convergence of the third layer of cold energy with this newfound power, and began his cultivation. You are all doomed. My grandfather will track you down using the golden silkworm incense. Zhang Xiaotian, his body half exploded, yet still clinging to a shred of life, glared with vengeful madness as he saw Jing Keshou and Huang Yuan succumb to the incense, as both sides prepared for the decisive clash that would determine their fates. The atmosphere grew tense, their gazes locked onto the two. Captain, with such a large roast, we could feast 3 times. The necromancer opened his eyes, drooling at the aroma wafting from the golden roast. Ingchun refrained from continuing her thought. She had intended to ask if Yuling wished to meet a similar fate as herself. Although Elder Lung valued Mu Tian, he never anticipated that after dodging his 2 strikes, Mu Tian could still unleash a powerful domain ability, which took him by surprise. Amidst the swirling clouds of dust and snowflakes, the battle between the 5-fold condensation Dan experts came to an abrupt conclusion. The lion serpent Omeng revealed its true form, and atop its colossal head rested a ferocious azure demon wolf. To be candid, there was a moment when the shadow snake immortal truly considered intervening to teach Song Mingting a lesson. Yet, he ultimately refrained. At this moment, Wushuang no longer harbored doubts. It was undoubtedly Chiba Wui. While the demon race could also employ wind manipulation, the spiritual energy left in the wind was minimal and exceedingly unstable. Wushuang quickly deduced that the user of the spell was either extremely unskilled or lacked the capacity to fully harness the spiritual energy within. Observing the chaos below, Wang Shun felt a headache coming on. This Yu Yixian was undoubtedly in his rebellious teenage years. When he acted up, he refused to heed anyone's words. In historical truth, even his father, Yu Fei, often found himself at a loss with his son, to the point of resorting to military law to threaten his life. The curly-haired boy flinched, clutching his stinging right hand, attempting to retreat, but the freckled face suddenly reached for her whip. As soon as the words left her mouth, a radiant light burst forth from the heavens, and 3 golden-armored deities descended, leading thousands of heavenly soldiers toward the ancestral witch hall. Senior Brother Ku is correct. The disciples of the fierce Beast Valley, in their quest to maintain peace in the Anning Valley cultivation world and eradicate the villains within, will surely assist the ghostly slaughter sect in capturing these cloaked figures, forcing them to reveal the whereabouts of the Assassin's Dark Alliance. Lin Shijue remarked with a faint smile. She awkwardly attempted to withdraw her wrist, only to find it gripped even more tightly. Why didn't you tell me? He asked flatly, his expression inscrutable. Chanting the Buddhist scriptures softly, he stepped toward the Een Mountain, with each step a golden lotus and each word a sacred sound, radiating immeasurable Buddhist light that enveloped all beings in the universe. Upon encountering a soul, one could not help but recite a Buddhist chant, transforming into a beam of golden light soaring to the Western paradise. Lin Zi meticulously reminded the patient of dietary habits and medication usage before proceeding to the next individual. Chapter 81. Xiao Zhao's Breakthrough. Soto City. Upon their arrival in Soto City, Quan and his companions sought refuge in a hotel to recuperate. Xiao Xiao and Ning Rongrong had endured a tumultuous evening, and although they yearned to converse with Quan about myriad matters, he insisted they rest first, promising to discuss their concerns after they had rejuvenated. The following morning, Quan arose early to procure breakfast, intending to share it with Xiao Xiao and Ning Rongrong before deliberating on matters concerning the Spirit Hall Academy. However, as they waited, the silver-white mech descended silently, akin to a drifting feather. Its position strategically blocked the path between the ominous black mech and Wenfeng, poised to intercept any sudden assault from the adversary. Xian, the golden mother of Yao Qi, along with the 7 princesses and the denizens of the Sun Fairyland, cast a glance at the flustered deities before Zhang Zilong proclaimed with authority. As Emperor Jing moved his hand, the spear he grasped suddenly detached and lunged forward, shattering all threats in its path and piercing Gabriel's body. Gabriel emitted a harrowing scream. His complexion drained of color. Luo Hong chuckled in satisfaction. The middle-aged steward, Li, demonstrated exceptional competence, justifying his position as the chief steward of the city lord's mansion. How did the matter unfold? Queried the man in white, elegantly turning away from the portrait, though the security captain had often engaged in banter with Chao Yin. The current deputy manager's disgraceful demeanor rendered him unworthy of attention. The one who struck was General Zhang, and the captain gleefully commanded the security personnel to stand at ease, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. A melodious voice resonated within the stillness of the room, as the yellow leaf in Xian's hand gracefully descended, finally returning to its roots. Next came a video of a spirit ability test, showcasing a standard Type 3 mech that leaped 30 meters in the blink of an eye, as though teleporting into another realm, before delivering a powerful kick that erupted with tremendous force, leaving chaos in the wake of its trajectory. After a harrowing weekend, when Feng returned to school, as customary, he gathered with Neo and others at Shenglan Garden for lunch, his resistance to delectable dishes non-existent, especially when someone else was footing the bill. Jiahao, come sit over here, commanded Cheng Yinzhong, who had been left out. Had by Fan remained inactive, the incoming spear of confusion would surely have inflicted grave injuries upon him, potentially claiming the life of this prodigious disciple of Sanyang's sect, renowned in the kingdom of Xinjiang. Yi Ji's gaze fell upon her crimson lips, her fingers caressing the 7-star bracelet she gifted him, yet he chose not to utter another word. Subsequently, the dim lights within the tent were extinguished, and mere minutes later, the rhythmic sounds of their breathing signaled they had succumbed to slumber. The figure before them towered at 3 meters, its body adorned with mottled black and green patterns. A serpentine tail tapering into a formidable, venomous stinger reminiscent of a scorpion's tail, while its head resembled that of a crocodile. Covered in grotesque protrusions that sent shivers down the spine, its presence evoking a sense of dread. A clash of energy waves erupted, producing a deafening roar as nearby beasts, unable to evade in time, were instantly reduced to a gory spectacle. From a moment they entered the blood abyss, Su Mu understood that certain cultivators, upon breaking through to the transcendental realm, often suppress their levels, only to ascend upon entering the blood abyss. Now, after 7 or 8 years, even if they had not reached the second heaven, they were undoubtedly within the transcendental realm, and such individuals were not in short supply. The Summer League was hosted at the New Vegas Arena in Las Vegas, where tickets priced a mere $15 allowed fans to witness a day full of matches, typically ranging from 3 to 4 games, making it an excellent choice for those eager to experience the thrill of live competition. Chapter 82. Encountering Shrek Again. Rong Rong, how will you handle the inevitable clash between the 7-treasure glazed tile school and the Spear Hall? Xiao Xiao whispered. Ning Rong Rong lowered her head, uncertain of how to respond. Naturally, she wished to assert that she would never stand against Yu Quan, yet she was merely the eldest daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, not even the junior leader. Despite her father's affection, he would never consent to her joining the Spirit Hall. Stop overthinking it. Let's eat first, Xiao Xiao encouraged. Unsure of how to comfort her, Mu Yi felt a surge of anxiety, unable to ascertain his relationship with the infant within the ancient bronze coffin. If it were merely coincidence, he would not believe it for a moment. Yet, aside from coincidence, how could he explain everything? I'll send the materials to your WeChat. You'll understand. Feng Yi swiftly transmitted the information. Z, disinterested in further conversation, turned his attention to Alona, only to find her fixated on him. Why not show us what you've got? Let's see how you measure up against her, Zhu Yingtai taunted. Alona was taken aback by Z's refusal to respond, feeling entirely disrespected despite being a robot. Doesn't it count that Brother Yuan is here? Lingdang questioned, puffing her cheeks. The words Zhai Qiuji appeared beside Tang Daoyuan, followed by Huang Du, both questioning. The law certainly recalled Z's powers being sealed and cast into another world by his teacher. In that moment, he felt as if he were confronting divine wrath, akin to a guillotine poised at his neck, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. Huzi chuckled and shook his head, realizing the situation was dire, prompting him to gather energy for a decisive battle. The gods of time and space wiped their brows, sensing the intense heat emanating from the flame sword. At that moment, the violet membrane was abruptly severed by the sword's light, while the iron cage ascended skyward. Jiang Chun looked up to see the sea above him, resembling a radiant white window, casting sparkling moonlight that stirred longing within him. Han Ning appeared unfazed, considering that even spiritual mushrooms could nourish cattle, seemingly indifferent to parting with such a fortune. Upon the return of the four from their mission, Jiang Heni promptly issued a gag order forbidding any disclosure. The golden sands, azure sea, gentle breeze, and the beauty surrounding Zhang Yunze made him wish that time could freeze at that moment, rendering everything worthwhile. Gang Ben, Shishen, and Zhang Kaiying felt a warmth in their hearts. As adults, they recognized Jiang Chun was protecting their dignity, leading to an outpouring of conversation among them. The remaining 9 armored sentinels, after a brief delay, responded with a chorus of roars. The man in the brocade garment finally discerned that Luo Wuxing's hand had been torn while pulling at the embroidered painting, explaining the splotches that were not merely blood. Emperor Xian's eyes widened in fury. He could tolerate the previous assault on Yi Gu, as it was not fatal, but the surging black droplets clearly indicated the dark tide, and he could not bear to watch Yi Gu perish silently before him. Strength was one of the most common extraordinary abilities within the martial arts academy. Numerous individuals possessed such power, and these practitioners found their training to be exceptionally fruitful, as long as their innate talents were not too lacking. The academy would eagerly recruit anyone they discovered. Could it be the fire ignited for the blood sacrifice? Sure, Xiaofeng's heart raced with panic, akin to an arrow released towards the source of the smoke. Yi Zhen's current emotions stand in stark contrast to those he once felt. Previously contemplating withdrawal from the competition, he now perceives his own allure as remarkably potent. Since he has nothing to lose, he decides to treat it as a casual diversion. Ming Fan, observing the silhouettes of the two, feels a pang of solitude. His thoughts are tumultuous, recalling the profound sorrow he experienced when his elder sister passed away. On that occasion, he wept, knowing that in the television drama, he had cried only once, and that was for the loss of his sister. Chapter 83. The Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. The following morning, Quan, Ning Rongrong, and Xiao Xiao set off together into the Stardow Forest. Upon leaving the town, the trio advanced at full speed, with even Ning Rongrong employing explosive strides. Exhausted from their soul power, they consumed a pill and swiftly reached the forest's edge. Xiao Xiao, have you considered what you wish your third spirit ring to be? Ning Rongrong inquired with curiosity. Reflecting on her past life, Xiao Xiao replied, Sister Yuquan, I wish to hunt for my third spirit ring. Although she was aware that all she had experienced was an illusion, it still caused her heartache. Shut your mouth. The Qi bellowed, aiming his weapon at Zhang Ziheng and pulling the trigger. The whistling bullet struck the snow, startling the other into a defensive posture. After they ended the call, Shun Mo returned to the dormitory, where he found the buzz-cut man inquiring about the events of the previous day. After assuming command, Leah immediately began to exercise her authority, starting with all the responsible parties. As Yin Ming withdrew his hand, He Jiayao had already become a lifeless corpse, swiftly transforming into a patch of dark, charred earth that permeated the entire corridor. The cries of the human race surged with overwhelming force, shaking the heavens and causing the earth to tremble as the sun and moon dimmed in response. Top-tier beings from all corners, stirred by the tremors of fate, emerged from their seclusion to investigate. Moreover, Lao San had declared on the spot that he had only taken a fraction of the $230 million from the Royal Purple Jade, leaving the substantial sum of $200 million to the young man named Shun Mo. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Tian upstairs erupted into laughter. Suddenly, he glanced at the seemingly indifferent Shun Mo, guessing that he had likely been the one to act just now, which deepened his regard for Shun Mo. Seeing the ferocity of Qin Jun and Hong Tian, Mo Jiang immediately urged his horse forward, brandishing his weapon and issuing a loud command. Implicit in his words was the notion that despite your stealth and cunning, you are nothing here. What your majesty says is indeed correct. Thus, the governor of Tianjin must be an individual of considerable experience. Someone interjected, and upon noticing, Chongjin identified it as the left minister Mao Shilong. Once the drum of war unleashed its formidable might, it would possess the power to annihilate heaven and earth, extinguishing the sun and moon. Initially, the man thought he had dialed the wrong number, but upon redialing, he was met again by the same coarse individual, who erupted in rage at the incessant calls. Yet, the man appeared utterly unconcerned, even wearing a faint expression of enjoyment. Subsequently, Yi Xian lifted his foot and cast a cool, disdainful glance at Xue Shua, a cruel smirk playing at his lips. There is no need to discuss this. What is rightfully theirs is theirs. Return to arrange their rewards promptly. Do not delay. Chongjin commanded. The force of destiny penetrated the final defensive barrier of the ancestor of humanity, calling out to the slumbering deity's consciousness. Moreover, it did not require the usual prodding from the rabbit wind, who had tirelessly urged Duo to rise each day, leaving the once prepared rabbit wind merely staring blankly. Oomph. Another mockery from the realm of the dead. Stone Muyun remarked with an expression of impassive indifference, devoid of any emotional shift. He was fully prepared, with his seemingly limp hand already brimming with a steady flow of vitality. Adjusting her foot's position slightly, she sought the optimal spot to launch her attack, and, seizing an opportunity when Murong Lingtian was distracted, she abruptly raised her foot and struck fiercely at his vulnerable point. Hasi chuckled lightly, remarking, while Jeb deserves it, the past is irretrievable. Heh, you do possess some backbone. In that case, I shall send a slightly weaker main deity your way, giving you a slender chance of overcoming me. However, whether you succeed depends on your apprentice's cultivation level, the god of revelation expressed, a look of appreciation crossing his face before he spoke. Chapter 84. The desire to kill Tang, Sandtime slipped away swiftly, and night soon descended. Watching Xiao Xiao, who had stabilized and found her footing, Quan felt reassured. With the aid of the three purities body, refining pill, and the fallen heart flame, it was merely a matter of time before Xiao Xiao absorbed the 10,000-year spirit ring, albeit it might take a while. Ning Rongrong, feeling a bit envious, remarked, I wish I could obtain a 10,000-year first ring. That would be marvelous. Yuquan affectionately patted Ning Rongrong's head, but remained silent. Mu Qianchuan had long since lost hope, dismissing Mu Ruiyun's words with a mere wry smile. All the cloaked figures were subdued by the dragon troops' preemptive strike. It was likely their leader, Mr. Chuan, could not have accomplished such a feat, as they were the last remaining 20 or so second-tier experts of the kamikaze camp, with the one recently slain nearing the first-tier standard. Yet, the officials who should have faced accountability secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Enduring 100 criticisms was far better than losing their lives along with their entire families. I sustained a severe injury on my back years ago. I nearly perished. Strike at the wounded area to avoid any mishaps, Lu Hao stated as he gazed up the 4 stories, wondering what formidable demons awaited him. Tian Feng and the others were also filled with curiosity regarding the rank of the Tian Xin bloodline. After filling the magical jade bottle with water, she transformed it into wondrous liquid, pouring it into the medicinal garden of the Jade Realm, yielding numerous herbs. She wished to exchange them for some gold, but each time, Xia Sun thwarted her efforts. Let's settle this quickly. Do not dawdle. Such a commotion will attract other beasts, and that will pose trouble. Zimei admonishid. Lu Hao suppressed his anger, realizing that the person before him was the second son of the divine Arrow, Xia Jiwen's elder brother. So, Yin Huang Tian has remained in the lower west continent for Jun Wuyue? Was his serious injury also due to Jun Wuyue? Does he truly harbor feelings for this ordinary and lowly mortal? Mi Tian chuckled gently, affectionately ruffling Nanshiu's hair and handing her the script. Once the Master's words concluded, discussions erupted among the attendees, indicating that this venture was fraught with peril. It remained uncertain whether they would return alive. Alas, who could deny it? Our luck is abysmally poor. Such topics circulated, although it seemed the Master's disciple was aware of the situation, as he did not partake in the discussions. Xiao Xiao stomped his foot in frustration, raising his gaze to the hazy moonlight above, which cast shadows of black fur across his body. I will handle this. Yin Huang Tian did not allow Jun Wuyue to approach. After performing a cleansing ritual, he emerged spotless, though his robe was torn in several places. Coupled with the surrounding devastation, the scene deeply unsettled Yifan. Had they truly come to his territory, seeking trouble? The token of the sect leader appears to be a symbol of authority, yet it harbors a trace of the sect's fortune. Should this essence be lost, the sect's destiny remains incomplete. When the Supreme Elder of the Sword Sect reached the divine form stage, he sensed an insurmountable limit to his cultivation, no matter how fervently he strove to transcend it. Lin Gu sat atop the carriage, observing the scenery of the streets, while beside him, Douluo guided the horses. Dixunen de Yunrode alongside, having already inquired about the finest tavern in the city, and were now en route to it. Thus, he had to maintain a certain distance from Fu Ling, ensuring that no one could find any incriminating evidence against him. He merely hoped to uphold his integrity, unafraid of shadows. He yearned for the day when Chun Yuru would return to his side. I cannot comprehend this. You must elucidate it for me, lest you find my actions ungracious, murmured Murong Xianglong, appearing rather insistent. As the door swung open, 2 burly men emerged, their muscular forms accentuated beneath their plain, fitted shirts. their brawn so pronounced that it seemed they could burst their garments with a mere flex. The black-robed specter, who had once sought to take his life, exhibited only fear, devoid of any trace of resentment, hinting at the formidable strength possessed by this ghostly young master. What are your thoughts on this matter? Emperor Huizong Zhao Ji found himself at a loss for solutions and thus posed the question aloud. When did you begin to call me Aaron? Ji Ran chuckled ruefully, already aware of the outcome, yet unable to suppress his curiosity. Not only were Luo Yueshi and her companions taken aback, even Yi Yun and Yi Chun exchanged glances, their lips twitching in disbelief. Upon hearing Zheng Wuxuang's intentions as the financial officer, Yu Daong immediately grasped the situation. Understood. I'll call Qiu Tiani to join us at President Zhao's headquarters for the supplementary agreement negotiations. Just a jest. Why take it so seriously? Yi Qiu'er shot him a glance before, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, playfully nudging him. By the time he turned back, she was already dashing away with her belongings. Not only did Emperor Huizong Zhao Ji praise it, but even the ministers within the court acknowledged the poem as exquisite. While it ostensibly addressed the emperor, it was actually meant for the Khitan envoy. Elegant and refined, it suited Bai Ye's temperament perfectly, a sentiment that the contemporary Jing Yuchen indeed held. The elder was taken aback. If it were merely ordinary metal, he would not be so alarmed, as his barrier could withstand it. However, this particular metal radiated with lightning, making him hesitate. It was not merely a matter of liking or disliking, but rather an intriguing detachment that warranted contemplation. Yet, she chose not to elaborate further. The seismic waves generated on the ground could reach the airborne warships, indicating the sheer magnitude of their power. In Chapter 85, titled Dragon Prince and Serpent Matron, unbeknownst to her, Quan had enveloped her presence with spiritual energy the moment she stepped into the starry forest. Unless provoked, the soul beast reliant on mere aura perception would struggle to detect her existence, especially considering that the demon spider before her was merely a millennium-old soul beast. As time elapsed, impatience gradually clouded Quan's eyes. For reasons unknown, she could dispatch a soul sect with a single strike, yet struggled with the likes of Tang San. Upon hearing her words, Long Kongjue, Long Kongmin, and Long Kongmingyu, the esteemed Dragon Clan geniuses, felt a tinge of embarrassment. His sorrow might be transient, nonetheless. Time will inevitably dull even the most profound anguish. Their bond will ultimately reach a definitive conclusion. The leaders of the Fuling clan stood momentarily stunned. How could the Holy Sun possess such a celestial weapon? Due to the Holy Sun of the Ascension Gate sharing the same cultivation level as Long Qingchun, he had not surpassed him, which meant that the mental control required would take at least 2 to 3 days for him to regain consciousness. At this moment, his cultivation had yet to fully recover, devoid of charms and arrays, while also needing to protect Luoyu. No, it merely carries the essence of our era. Even if utilized, it would not be associated with me, Hua responded. The Black Hawk leader and the 2 Eagle Kings regarded him quizzically, questioning the advantage of retaining that elder from the Tai Xian immortal sect. At that moment, a stronger gust swept across the lake, ruffling Yang Rongrong's oily hair, with several strands brushing against Nan Lichuan's nose and cheek. A wild wind dispersed the clouds and fog, revealing a mountain of corpses, their blood being consumed by a powerful force without a trace of spillage. He smirked derisively. How could the Empress be so benevolent as to grant him the opportunity to achieve greatness in the West Dawn? It was likely a mere performance orchestrated by her. Even so, he was determined to unveil her true nature. Zhuo Quan observed the warmly hospitable Persian Shah, bowing in return, "Your Majesty, please allow Zhuo Quan to lead the thousands of cavalry into Isfahan." Once over 200 tribes had offered their blood, the golden chalice brimmed with liquid, the stench rising to the heavens. The two conversed cheerfully until they reached the entrance of the cafe, where they spotted a Rolls-Royce parked outside. A middle-aged man, resembling a butler, leaned against the car, appearing somewhat anxious. Mo Lingyang remained rooted to the spot, his outstretched arms suspended in the air, yearning to embrace her and reassure her that all would be well. However, the burning hatred in her eyes radiated a cold hostility toward him. Then, with an inscrutable smirk, he found the situation exceeding his prior expectations. Lu Zishi extended his arms, and Luochu rested her head against his chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. And Luochu felt an urge to weep. Was this truly the embrace of siblings? She found herself at a loss on how to confront him, but couldn't bear to push him away. Perhaps this was for the best. He could find closure and seek his own happiness. "Dear mother, do you not pity your child? Will you not drink a little more?" Seeing Mu Qingyao finally take a sip of water, Qin Yu's voice brimmed with delight. Reporting to the general, I am uncertain of the details, but I just overheard a colleague say that one is our emperor while the other is an inconspicuous man who claimed he did not dare to speak of the emperor. The soldier hesitated for a long while, ultimately refraining from uttering what he had heard. Indeed, regardless of what the golden figure was contemplating for now, it did not wish for Lin Xingqian to perish. You truly lack understanding. Having enjoyed such a lengthy free lunch under Zilong's hospitality, do you not feel the need to express your gratitude? Zhao Lishui observed the awkward atmosphere and frowned as he admonished the village leaders. In Chapter 86, titled By Shuang's Life Hanging by a Thread, the subordinate of the Soto City branch, upon encountering Miss Yu Quan, conveyed a grave message. The high priest has sent word that Miss Bai Shuang is critically injured and on the brink of death. Please, miss, return swiftly. Yu Quan found it hard to believe the words spoken, recalling her gentle, kind-hearted sister who had eagerly anticipated her return in the last letter. How could she now hear of her sister's dire condition? Staggering back, she struggled to voice her concern. What did you say? What has happened to Sister Shuang? As soon as he entered, Yi Xiong released Feng Wu's hand, leaning against the door with arms crossed, his expression unreadable as he regarded her. After finishing her lunch, Xiao Fangyuan returned to her room, indulging in her phone for a while, and then listening to music before succumbing to a brief slumber. Upon awakening, she ventured into the living room to watch television. That one do. Outside, it's all about Ingo and Lu Chongqing, both of whom are related to you. If I depart from you, that be a path to ruin? The enigmatic monk Wu Hua stated without hesitation. Naturally, matters concerning Yin San were thus put on hold. Liang Si had previously sought my opinion, and I found myself in a dilemma, uncertain of how to decide. Initially unaccustomed to retracting her hand, Feng Wu ultimately relinquished her grip, allowing Fei Wen to lead her, cheerfully conversing, while Fei Wen maintained a gentle smile, occasionally responding. She understood that this farewell, barring exceptional circumstances, would mean she would not return here. She hoped this child would strive diligently. Only if she could gain admission to Zhonghua Business School would they have opportunities to meet often, enabling her to reclaim all that belonged to her. Please have a seat in the courtyard. I will join you shortly, Feng Wu said as she set aside her male attire and donned a set of her usual aquamarine dress, placing the day's clothing into the wooden cabinet before stepping outside. A fleeting kiss, as delicate as a dragonfly's touch, graced my ear, and the hand that had covered my mouth gradually withdrew. Soon after, under the dual onslaught of Tian Jingshan, both public and private, and with Zhang Qingshan happily rejoining his old unit, he was assigned to the 49th Regiment, becoming one of its 2 deputy commanders. Chu Yukai, with thoughts racing, realized that despite the ongoing battle, the decisive authority still rested with the adversary. He was aware that extraordinary particles could be utilized to develop superhuman potions, which could be inhaled to enhance physical cells and integrate into the mind to bolster mental strength. Shun Chaoga sensed that these 2 harbored secrets from him, yet he refrained from casting suspicion upon his uncle. Nevertheless, having reached this point, she offered a useful suggestion. If you are determined to advance, there are 2 pathways to promotion. One is to reverse engineer advanced intangible cultural heritage items to assess materials and routes. However, Jia Ren harbored an intense hatred for this pet-like dog enclosure, firmly ensnared by the yin-yang grinding wheel, unable to escape. After such a commotion, the attention of the crowd had entirely shifted, no longer fixated on the setbacks of their research and the difficulties of their experiments. In an instant, all gazes turned towards Tian Lingzi, eager to discern the whereabouts of the esteemed Elder Jia Run and the master of the Hunyuan Peak. The myriad paths of the 3,000 avenues were meticulously organized and interwoven, allowing the celestial realms to forge new paths, a spectacle that was truly astonishing. Following Prince Qiao Bei's address, Feng Hao also spoke in his capacity as Emperor Shi, both delivering mere formalities he had long since mastered. The exposed skin shimmered with a silvery hue, as something emerged from the back, sprouting a pair of fleshy wings. In the midst of contemplating the grand principles, Yuan Shi, cleansing his demonic nature, was pressed down by Qiao Mo's hand upon his forehead, enlightening Mithria's guidance. If you seek her life, you must pay the price. Mu Bei will not show mercy due to their blood ties. The moment she stepped outside, she would not only be besieged by numerous reporters seeking interviews, but also be at risk of a covert ambush. Shinbai's mind wandered back to the incident involving Inai Linga's mother. That day, Inai Linga had been negotiating business at her company. The original owner had no acquaintance with Mu Shi, but during her mother's persuasion for a marriage alliance, she had once shown her a debt note pertaining to Mu Shi. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qiqi wiped the beads of sweat from her brow, returning to her bed to resume her much-needed sleep. Chapter 87. Rescue by Shuang. According to Miss Yen, Bai Shuang had been diligently practicing and had recently reached level 40. The teachers at the Spirit Hall Academy had assisted her in acquiring a satisfactory fourth soul ring. Just as she was drawing attention from the Pope's entourage upon becoming a soul master, Shuang had mysteriously vanished. Because Shuang had a close relationship with you, the Offerings Hall had instructed the Spirit Hall to begin searching for her whereabouts, only to be informed a few days prior that her trace had been discovered. And for just a fleeting moment, she truly felt that Shidaming was perhaps not as detestable as she had imagined. At times, he even resembled a child, rather endearing. Respect and equality are aspirations sought by individuals across all strata and professions. And Li Jishua achieved precisely this. Perhaps he has developed feelings for me. Before the Gu family, Luo Yi harbored no semblance of concealment. I abruptly lifted my eyes, observing Wang Wanru and the chubby girl, their expressions seemingly flushed. Yet, strangely, I still heard that familiar tune. Over the years, Chu Yin's position had solidified. Defei had long since shed her youthful sense of insecurity. The sense of superiority stemming from her powerful backing rendered her less calculating than in her youth, making today's outcome not particularly surprising. Although she was not well acquainted with Ning Mingjie, she had recently noticed him smiling at her, leading G-Man to conclude that this man was rather easily swayed, becoming familiar after just one barbecue. Naturally, the swords and blades did not regard Ji Wanga as an outsider. Pulling a bamboo tube from his bosom, he tossed it into the sky, where star-like luminescence began to appear. Before long, similar glows illuminated the distant heavens. The group visibly paused, puzzled, until someone let out a whistle. 5 or 6 individuals then spread out, encircling them as they slowly advanced. My eyes suddenly turned crimson. I stared intently at Changsheng's honest face. With a wave of my hand, the slender black threads that had been binding souls immediately retreated into his body. Glancing over at Ahara towards Canyon, I recalled how someone had confidently proclaimed that they had never lost a game of rock, paper, scissors, prompting Mingmei to stifle a laugh. Yet, in such an ancient mountain, especially in desolate wilderness, the potential dangers posed by venomous creatures were significantly heightened. "What's the matter, Dr. Agasa?" Ken queried, raising his gloved left hand in puzzlement. Observing this tall figure holding a spherical object, his expression gradually twisted into a grimace. They resolved to slay the leader of the Asar god clan, sacrificing his life to honor the deceased god of light, Balder. Tao Bing, having gone hungry at school for an entire day, felt a surge of sorrow, believing herself abandoned by the entire world. Received. Gu Yuhong, seizing the opportunity while picking up the box, slightly moved her lips. In truth, he had been aware all along. After transferring money to his sister, Mo Changfeng had called Hua Yinduo, requesting her to keep an eye out for her. But unless they faced danger, he generally preferred they resolve their issues independently. Wow, it's really become even icier, and just perfectly so. Brother, how did you manage that? Mo Changfeng exclaimed after taking a sip. The allure in her gaze bore a striking resemblance to Yi Chuehong, possibly stemming from performer-esque training. Yet Huai truly had to admit it was indeed captivating. The two took a bus to Shaokei Wan, South Saikung Country Park, disembarking not long after finding themselves at a Buddhist cemetery. As Taya expressed her gratitude, the audience erupted into fervent applause, the cheers of the people of K Nation reverberating, causing the palace to tremble, a testament to their joy. With a forceful kick, the individual was sent face first into the ground, sliding a considerable distance before ultimately losing consciousness. She attempted to use silver needles to stimulate her acupoints, hoping to awaken herself. Perhaps she could delay the child's birth by a few hours, at least until the chaos subsided. I guessed correctly. The Sea God tribe indeed harbored conflicts with the Volcano tribe, even deep-seated animosities. Shanju appeared somewhat dazed, clinging tightly to me, trembling involuntarily in the face of formidable foes. In relation to this, the concepts of the virtual and the real have emerged, and the theory of their mutual generation has become a distinctive aspect of ancient Chinese artistic aesthetics. However, whether it is Yin Hanzhong or Wan Jinshan, they exhibit an audacious disregard for the dangers posed by one another. Just before Shiza could push the door open, it swung ajar, revealing a tall, fair-haired gentleman with an appealing visage. Su Manqing, who often found herself rather bored in the residence of the immortal lord, curiously approached this newcomer and inquired, only to discover that someone had offended Zhang Heng's subordinate, Guan Pingshan. Although the domains of Lonyuan Group and Sukeda Group differ, fostering amicable relations between them undoubtedly yields benefits. The span of 10 days here is merely equivalent to an hour in the outside world. Nevertheless, Fan Yu harbors a lingering suspicion that the decades spoken of by the old gentleman do not align with the passage of time in this realm. Fan Yu recognizes the monkey, as he is typically seen trailing behind the ship's captain. Witnessing the monkey's hasty entrance, clothes still unremoved, Fan Yu furrowed his brow. Apprehensive that something amiss had occurred, Liang Shi's cheerful demeanor faltered as she retrieved a key from her attire, handing it over before decisively turning away. Fang Tingting, in a fit of frenzy, relentlessly pounded on her husband, tears cascading down her face like a string of broken pearls. In truth, Lu Yuan had contemplated the method for enhancing energy control proposed by the old tortoise behind him. However, the environments within the Human Federation and Longting Star scarcely meet such standards, thus preventing Lu Yuan from achieving his goal of heightened energy mastery. Upon disembarking from the plane, Chen Zifan summoned a taxi and made his way directly to Sierra's law firm. The efficacy of the Zhang family group's products has significantly bolstered the comprehensive strength of the Cicada group, garnering greater optimism and support from all quarters. The newcomers have taken their places. The host, presiding over such a unique wedding for the first time, diligently continued with his speech. The research conducted by Qingluan's disciple has been underway for quite some time, undoubtedly leading to the pioneering development of equipment capable of functioning normally within the territories of the Human Federation, subsequently modified for proper operation in the Mist Realm. Chapter 88, The Awakening of Bai Shuang. The consumption of energy by Yu Quan was substantial, and upon awakening, it was already the following evening. As Yu Quan sat up from the soft bed, still a bit dazed, the rapid events of the previous day flooded back to her. Awake? Here, drink this medicinal broth to replenish your energy, Qian Rushua said, bringing a bowl of soup to Yochuan's bedside. A shui? Yu Quan exclaimed in surprise, astonished to find Qian Rushua at her side upon opening her eyes. Drink the soup first, then we can talk, Qian Rushua insisted. Regrettably, they are all of insufficient strength in their mature forms. If they were complete or ultimate forms, they would be far more worthy of study. The last trending event had not satisfied her, and now she sought to reclaim her standing with even greater fervor. This was her remaining dignity, not to be compromised. With such a master, not to mention any danger, even the possibility of suffering a slight loss was non-existent. Wang Wutai's head peeked through the door, and upon being called brother by Jiang Shun, he nearly succumbed to overwhelming excitement. What's going on? Zhang Xian released his control, feeling the ability to move again as the giant chicken beast gazed at Mimi and her companion, confusion evident in its eyes. Lang Yin, accompanied by Yin Kai, approached the exit of the secret passage and inquired, "Are there any enemies above?" Yin Kai glanced upward at the passage's entrance, sniffing several times before lowering her gaze back to Lang Yin. Moreover, it has become increasingly difficult to rediscover her former gentleness. She must await her own realization of such or other shortcomings. Master Yongri, witnessing this, could not suppress a cold chuckle, a fierce light flashing in his eyes as he began to chant an incantation. "Seize them," he commanded, turning to the ruins of the prison as he addressed a Fu and the others, knowing that Cheng Long and the others were still alive. The last time the celebrity's nostalgic photos had stirred quite a commotion, and now, the star had donned a flight attendant's alluring uniform in front of Lucien, igniting a fervor in his gaze, leaving him feeling flushed. Yet, having usurped Yu, how could one guarantee that no slip would occur? Bai Didi inquired of Nan Chao. Belial felt a strange sensation, as if Prince Gris understood the war wolf as intimately as his own confidant. Now is not my war. I dared not utter a word. Caught between Bai Yi and an old fox who kept his head down, finding it difficult to speak. The yin-yang refinement flower within his dantian began to stir, eagerly absorbing the vital energy, and Bai Didi dared not delay, promptly settling into a meditative position, guiding the energy into his body through his breath. Ronghua paused momentarily, as Wanlin's gesture unexpectedly reminded her of Bai Yanlu, who had similarly enjoyed such embraces in a previous life. Just as she approached the fissure in space, she suddenly sensed a pulse from the covenant with Junlin, momentarily disrupting her focus. Even upon realizing that this was merely an illusion conjured by the virtual beasts existing within the spatial storm, she still sustained injury. Ning Rong and Xiahou Yuan exchanged glances, their calm expressions betraying no emotion, silently gazing at one another. It appears that Bai Didi remains as unambitious as ever. Nonetheless, despite her lack of ambition, witnessing Du Beixing's brilliance filled her heart with bubbling joy. She longed to take Du Beixing along, proclaiming at every opportunity, "My disciple." Later, during Dong Zhuo's tumultuous reign in the capital, he devised a scheme involving beautiful women and intricate plots, compelling the fair Jiao Chan to submit to both Lu Bu and Dong Zhuo, thereby inciting conflict between the two. Hoju did not genuinely wish to eliminate Guo Lingyun, as he was not a villain. His reason for drawing Guo Lingyun close was that she was accompanied by 1,000 households. This action resulted in 1,000 households stepping forward in alignment with Guo Lingyun, slicing through the flames with a single strike. Yet she was equally formidable, deeply cunning and ruthless. Even leaders of other factions dared not encroach upon her domain. The Bandit King sat on the ground, feeling the cool desert breeze. Despite his thin clothing, he bore an expression of contentment. For one who had been imprisoned for over 20 years, the outside world was a realm of novelty. He had not seen the blue sky for over 20 years, had not felt the earth, nor experienced the sensation of fine sand slipping through his fingers. Chapter 89. The Mutation of the Martial Spirit. Outside the door, Quan gazed at the silent and downcast Zhuang Yinyin with a mix of irritation and uncertainty on how to address the situation. Zhuang Yinyin, Quan called out loudly, startling Zhuang Yinyin from a reverie. Are you intent on driving me to despair? Do you not realize that if it were not for my teacher encountering a similar situation in his youth, and the guidance left by a dear friend, Sister Shuang would not have survived this ordeal? Now that she has finally come through, what calamity are you about to unleash? Meanwhile, Ling Fidi pressed her soft bosom against Chen Chaopiao's left hand, the delicate sensation igniting a tumult of emotions within him. It had been half a year since their last encounter, and within the flowing light tower, a millennium had seemingly passed. Qiang remarked, his eyes filled with concern. In the past, even if Lu Chun stayed in the flowing light tower for an extended period, it was no more than a month or two, but this time, he had remained for 6 months, which was indeed worrisome. According to the rules of previous ranking tournaments, the top 300 would automatically qualify for the Dragon King Festival. However, this year with 5 seed contestants, only the top 295 would be admitted. We will certainly resolve the trouble and return, Naruto declared resolutely, his backpack slung over his shoulders. Naruto stood still, his expression devoid of pride or eagerness, embodying a serene calm. Let us discuss this again when you turn 20. Lume chuckled lightly, then closed her eyes, her crimson lips gently brushing against Chun Qianqian's. In these times, no one could offer assistance. Du Yunpeng lay unconscious on the ground, his fate uncertain. Meanwhile, Tang Xian found himself entangled with one of the 4 enigmatic men, wholly preoccupied and unable to divert his attention. Sister Ro? Very well. Henceforth, I shall address you as teacher at school, and Sister Ro at home, Chun Qianqian declared. After such a grand display, allowing the adversary to retreat unscathed was simply unacceptable for the Red Hall. Thus, they were determined to capture someone, whether it be one or all. For it was evident that the one remaining would undoubtedly face peril. A single remark from Yezi rendered the movements of the swallows motionless, prompting a hasty retreat as they scattered in disarray. As the echoes of clattering firearms filled the air, the guards of the Jaeger Club sighed in relief, bowing deeply in gratitude before dispersing like startled birds, vanishing from sight. Setting aside discussions of the supernatural, let us address the matter of affliction, which is not truly an illness, but rather a unique constitution or, as commonly referred to, a special ability. Concurrently, a group accompanying a girl named Jiqing gathered at the abyss, captivated by the discourse and exclamations of various ability users, their expressions reflecting astonishment. Sun Yao clung tightly to 2 trustworthy companions, leaning on Lin Xian's arm in a display of vulnerability. As for why the other party feared him sitting, it was likely because the owner of the vehicle was accustomed to reclining. However, such matters were of no concern to him, as he simply desired to rest peacefully for a while. The technique of the spring finger, governed by the essence of the liver wood, facilitated the smooth and vibrant flow of internal energy, resonating with the Sun trigram of the 8 diagrams, manifesting a subtle green hue within the spiraling energy akin to the wind. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiao and his companions returned to the Tianjin sect in a leisurely manner, unruffled and unaware of the extravagant stories Zhang Linner had spun behind their backs. They arrived at the rear courtyard, which housed a dedicated testing chamber, though termed a courtyard. It was in truth a confined space devoid of sky or earth. Upon completion of his words, the demon exhibited even greater prowess, transforming in mid-air into a multitude of fierce doppelgangers, aggressively charging towards the 5 figures. Lin Xin shook her head, dismissing the notion, asserting that this was indeed a recent revelation, merely speculation until now. Chapter 90. Nanxi. When Xue Qinghe carried Yuquan back to the prince's palace, she was already intoxicated to the point of unconsciousness. Xue Qinghe dismissed the maidservants, resigned to personally tend to this little drunkard. Shui, I miss you so much, Quan murmured, sensing the presence of Qian Renshua, clutching her hand, unwilling to let go. The action of Qian Renshua wiping Youquan's face momentarily froze before resuming its normal course. You ungrateful little one, you still remember to miss me? It seems that. Chun Qianqian pondered whether she was overthinking, feeling that there was a hint of resentment towards her within Xiao Fan's anger. But in an instant, she recalled yesterday's events. It was undoubtedly due to their shared bond with the soul servants that had agitated Lu Mang, who was distinctly different from the rest of their group, easily leading to his discomfort. Who would have thought that Yin Bao would press a claw against the large rat's head, closing his already obscured eyes? With a forlorn expression, Chun Qianqian entered the kitchen, only to find Long Dai had already prepared breakfast. Xiao Fan refrained from inquiring about the identity of the high-ranking official, as he preferred to maintain a respectful distance from matters of court intrigue. Well, I've thought it over, and it seems we are quite suitable for each other. For instance, you are beautiful. I am rather handsome. You possess great strength, and I am also formidable. You are an angel, and so am I. His muscles tensed instantaneously, hands guarding his head, knees shielding his abdomen, and his waist slightly arched. Zhu Jin sighed lightly. This time, I shall let it pass. She provoked you first. Should you persist in your aggression, do not blame this king for showing no mercy. Passers-by rarely encountered such a gathering of formidable individuals, stopping in curiosity at the purpose of the Yijian sect disciples' visit. Indeed, it is only under such a model that collaboration can deepen rather than be mired in mutual suspicion. Bixis chuckled. The members of the divine race were notably tall, most exceeding 2.5 meters, with some surpassing 3 meters, lining both sides of the road and exuding an immense pressure in terms of height. They were undoubtedly giants, compelling all to look up at them in the absence of mechanical power armor. Moreover, the atmosphere in Binhai had been tense these past few days, underscoring Duan Tinya's influence in the region, which was far beyond that of ordinary individuals. Given this, what more could they possibly worry about? Yuja observed this, and, recognizing the situation, swiftly drew a kitchen knife, placing it with the other equipment. Though the higher-ups had seen the knives many times before, they still couldn't help but shake their heads. The large man scratched his head, muttering his mother's admonitions, before finding a corner to sit down. Returning to the manor, Muramasa was preparing to return to his room for a nap when he noticed his son Xinwu emerging from Aji's room with an unusual expression, holding a letter. He was far more resolute than Ma Qianli, neglecting to gather any valuables, as his group had already fled 10 miles away by the time Ma Qianli departed for the afterlife. One could only wonder what expression Ma Qianli would wear upon discovering this in the netherworld. Bennington felt an urge to bang his head against the wall, realizing that seeking help from Chun Shi was a grave miscalculation. Yang He performed admirably, managing to placate the rebellious populace with the substantial silver saved by Emperor Chongzhen, stabilizing the situation in Shangxi within a mere few months. The main officials stood up in agreement, and Yang Bo retreated to allow the personnel from the Tunshan department to explain the supplementary details needed for city construction. Yin Yang's complexion turned pale, her body trembling. Seeing this, Mama Wang could not bear it any longer, approaching her to offer soft words of comfort. Before stepping into He Haoqing's home, Gu Qiao felt a tinge of apprehension. On the way, He Haoqing had briefly introduced his family members, a simple structure consisting of a wife and a child. Isn't that Wei Qingma? A sharp male voice interrupted Wei Qingma's thoughts. Recently, he had heard the news of her pregnancy, and though it brought him some joy, he indulged her, allowing her to stay at her mother's house instead of returning home, with ample opportunities for confession. Why did he choose this moment to confess to Wei Ying? Yichang glared. What do you mean, boss? Can't you just say it outright? Given the circumstances, Yichang was aware that he could not make a sound. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have to deal with Yilan. He turned to observe the diminishing black mist outside the car window, his brows knitting tighter. Wei Qingma was speechless. Master Chef, you are a genius. Who taught you that accounts can be settled this way? Noticing he was not being troubled, he exhaled in relief, wiping his forehead, which was slightly damp. Especially after recently delving into the circumstances surrounding the Asian World Cup qualifiers, it is evident that 6 rounds have already transpired, leaving 4 more to go. The previously vibrant, multicolored afro has vanished, replaced by long, sleek black hair cascading over his shoulders. His avant-garde attire, adorned with an array of patches and exaggerated hues, has also been discarded. In the realm of evolutionary games, one encounters a myriad of individuals, and Zero does not naively presume that all he meets are virtuous. Concealing his true abilities is of paramount importance. Hence, he dons sunglasses to obscure his eyes from prying gazes. Su Yu, whose head buzzes from his tears, continues to comfort him with unwavering patience, devoid of any hint of irritation. Flaw 2. When a threatening source of danger toward Zero is situated at a relatively distant position, he can only sense a general direction. It is only when the distance between them narrows to a certain extent that he can achieve a more precise location through his intuition. Compared to the brute force employed by a few ruffians, the boy's punches, though somewhat hasty, are executed with perfect precision, ensuring that while they do not result in death, they incapacitate the opponent. The Allied forces remain uncertain about how long they must linger in the ancient ruins. Stockpiling sufficient resources is their guarantee of survival. Within a short span, a series of unequivocal commands have been dispatched, granting Zero a fresh perspective on this cunning old fox. At the southern gate, upon arrival, he encounters the Black Bear spirit, who stands tall and imposing in shimmering silver armor, diligently on guard. His previously relaxed hand abruptly forms a fist, and as their gazes lock, an encompassing silence ensues. Shaking his head, he effortlessly leaps from the carriage and strides purposefully toward Lin Lan. Even if his true identity is one of the 7 war generals under the Lord of the Underworld, it does not afford him any leniency from the cold-hearted and merciless monarch. As Zero, with a grin, amusingly applies a layer of paint to himself, he suddenly notices his teammates staring at him with expressions akin to that of observing a monster, yet they remain motionless. After a moment of contemplation, he discerns the underlying reason. Upon inquiry, he learns that the first to discover the body, a boy now pale and supported by his roommate, is named Chen Yuka, a local from City B. Following Jingzi Tengdao's words, several bodyguards obstruct Park Tianxiu and his companions. Han Yu, filled with rage and ready to retaliate, is halted by Park Tianxiu's gaze. Park Tianxiu gestures for his companions to sit at a nearby table, adopting an air of intrigue as he watches the unfolding drama. Chapter 91. Ning Rongrong is punished. Yu Quan and Qian Rinxue remain sequestered in their quarters until evening before venturing out, initially intending to stroll through Tiando City together. They find themselves disappointed as the rain continues unabated. Qian Rinxue gazes at the gloomy sky outside, expressing her discontent. No worries, if not today, then certainly next time. Yu Quan reassures her. Have you received a letter? Did that girl named Xiao Xiao arrive? Qian Rinxue inquires, looking at Yu Quan. Yes, she replies. Hence, I feel entirely devoid of accomplishment. The family of 3 is already dining, enjoying Peking duck. With the rise of the samurai, the power of the Fujiwara clan gradually waned. Following the Genpei War, Minamoto no Yoritamo was appointed as the shogun, establishing the Kamakura shogunate and bringing an end to the era of regents, thereby commencing over 7 centuries of shogunate rule in Japan. Qian Hong and the general of Huangzhou, Chatten, lead an impressive force of 40,000 troops toward the southwest. Approximately 5 days later, they reach their destination. For Beck, currently navigating the magical wasteland, the emergence of yet another spell is a source of unparalleled joy, prompting him to urge the system to plant the recently synthesized magical seeds. After traversing Lumbini City, it would take merely 2 or 3 days to arrive at the territory of the Sanjit Kingdom. During previous diplomatic missions, they learned that while the Sanjit Kingdom is not large, it is quite prosperous, with healthy citizens and a wise king. How is the old king faring now? Almost there. Let us proceed. At this moment, Yu Zhao's pupils gradually open, casting a fleeting glance at the entrance below, where the power of the undead fire has weakened to its utmost limit. Subsequently, as Saladin consults with Tangda on how to deal with Beck and his companions, Hidurla, initially intent on confronting Beck directly, is intercepted by Saladin. He instructs Tangda to enlist some local ruffians to clear Beck and his associates out, which ultimately leads to the chaotic scene instigated by Terry and others today. In an instant, the icy realm collapses as if an illusion. The ice dragon and all things related to ice fail to unleash their full potential before shattering into oblivion. The recent scene, reminiscent of a dream, is effortlessly shattered. With the return of the black flames, it seems to carry a trace of remarkably pure energy, evidently derived from the soul powers consumed from the 3-headed water spirit snake through the power of the soul devouring talisman. However, Xiao Yin remains largely indifferent to it. Rosie glances at Lena, signaling her to take Shimuki Q outside. In Fonlai Village, a 14-year-old boy with thick brows and large eyes stands at the village entrance, observing a wealthy young master searching through various villages. Wu Tian is now the chief steward of Qiqing and Qingshui County, balancing his responsibilities in Qiqing while also making time to inspect Qingshui County, ensuring their grain supply remains adequate and that no unforeseen issues arise. Qin Shuelu nods in silence. grateful for her foresight in prompting the two to praise themselves early on, steering the conversation toward the wedding and minimizing discussions of family background. It appears to have succeeded, as they navigate topics they are uncertain about, redirecting them toward themselves. The next morning, Gu Qingwan visits Mei Yuan to pay her respects, but due to yesterday's events, the matriarch has begun to ignore her. Thus, when Gu Qingwan arrives to offer her greetings, she stands unattended for a quarter of an hour. Even families whose children are ill and lack funds for medical care can be seen fervently kneeling before the dilapidated tower, reciting prayers. The usually reticent elder, Shun, returns to his residence, a spacious courtyard enriched by a segment of a spiritual vein, allowing for a denser gathering of elemental energy, an exclusive privilege for elders of his stature. Chapter 92, Chilua Yuhua Pill. More important matters? Yuquan gazes at Xiao Xiao, perplexed by her mysterious demeanor. Xiao Xiao explains, Sister Yuquan, since you are affiliated with the Spirit Hall, you should be aware of the evident antagonism between the Spirit Hall and the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, though their relationship is not entirely harmonious. They merely maintain an appearance of superficial peace. Yuquan nods in agreement. Indeed, it is not only with the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, but with all sects, great and small, across the continent. From the beginning, Rong Rong. Upon entering the room, Yuquan spots Ning Rongrong, frail and lying on the bed. Sister Yuquan? Am I dreaming? Ning Rongrong rubs her eyes in disbelief. You foolish girl, what are you doing? How can you jest with your own health? Yuquan wishes to shake this silly girl awake, but, seeing Ning Rongrong's weakened state, ultimately refrains from doing so. Sister Yuquan, it's not just because of you. I truly care. Our cameras now, all touchscreens. I have always had a passion for photography, particularly various types of cameras. When I saw you handling it earlier, I found it quite intriguing. This model is well designed. Its weight and grip are perfectly balanced. As he spoke, he struck a pose for a photograph, attempting to gauge the sensation of it. Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, Qin Mingyan closed her eyes, and Lin Yu's hands began to wander restlessly once more. Listening to my words, Lei Mingxian halted abruptly, utterly perplexed by my statement. He scrutinized me from head to toe, his confusion deepening upon confirming he had never laid eyes on me before. Overnight, Chu Jing seemed to have been ravaged by a plague. The populace, in self-defense, barricaded themselves indoors, fearful that the malady would invade their homes. Despite such precautions, many still fell victim to the contagion, leaving the court powerless to intervene. Soon after, she regained her composure, recalling the visage she had seen in Cheng Jin's office. Indeed, it was Cheng Jin's office. Yet, seventh uncle remained unperturbed, his golden sword radiance shimmering as he frequently flickered about like a bolt of golden thunder, reciting peculiar ancient verses amidst the flames. With each appearance, he forcefully stomped down upon the stone slabs, and on his seventh emergence, he bellowed in rage. Augustine, 3, deposited the wages with me, promising to repay you tenfold when we return. Lucia articulated each word with deliberate clarity. Thus, despite the day's turmoil, it was still not yet midnight, and events had largely unfolded according to Yao Ran's design. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Kong Long would arrive tonight, or at the latest by tomorrow morning, to present his conclusions. The territory of the Fierce Tooth sect was considered the most opulent and expansive within the sacred land, being the first gang established in this realm. Steeped in history and profound strength, the late-night feast was filled with warmth. After the plates were emptied, Su Yuan did not rush to clear the table. Instead, she first tended to the corner of Li Juanxio's mouth, and then, like a nimble fish, nestled beside him, tightly embracing him through the thin blanket. With Painan Mountain's personal descent, the scholars understood that preparations for selecting disciples were about to commence. Lin Xiaoma playfully struck Mo Sure, and, as they frolicked, Lin Xiaoma was suddenly knocked down hard by someone. Upon hearing the piano, Lin Xiaoma glanced up at Mo Etienne, questioning if he intended for her to engage with the piano. If you merely wish to observe me, now that you have, you should take your leave and not linger here. You must realize that at this moment and in this place you are the focal point of the Eastern Divine Land. Muchinga expressed her displeasure. Her affliction, a lung disease, was merely a result of exhaustion. Had it not been for her body succumbing to blood coughing, discovered by Xiao Luo, she would never have sought hospital care before her brother's college entrance examination, fearing it would affect his performance, as her meager salary could scarcely cover long-term hospitalization. Yun Luo paused, calmly observing. If today she were to exchange him for the man ahead, would she still speak with such fervor? In her past life, having endured little adversity over 2 decades, her interactions were flawless, yet in matters of the heart, she found herself more fragile, sensitive, and prone to overthinking compared to the more carefree boys. Chapter 93. 9 Treasures Glazed Tower. Rong Rong. Upon entering the room, Quan immediately spotted the frail Ning Rong Rong lying on the bed. Du Guanzi, am I dreaming? Ning Rong Rong rubbed her eyes in disbelief. You foolish girl. What are you doing? How can you jest with your own health? Quan wished to rouse the foolish girl, but seeing Ning Rong Rong's weak state, she ultimately could not bear to do so. Quan, yeah, it's not just because of you. I truly care. More important matters? Quan gazed at Xiao Xiao, perplexed by her mysterious demeanor. Xiao Xiao explained, since you are from the Spirit Hall, you should understand the evident adversarial relationship between the Spirit Hall and the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect. Their relationship is hardly harmonious. They merely maintain a facade of peace. Quan nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was true not only for the 7 Treasures Glazed Sect, but for all sects, large and small, across the continent. If Ling Wu defeats this vice commander, how will we manage here for the next month? On that day, the prison's rules dictated that all participants would receive a share, and thus these 2 ingots of silver must be distributed. Even so, the business remained lucrative. Could the so-called impenetrable starry divine body technique, the starry indestructible body, do anything to Ling Chen? However, when Feng Yuan infused these essences into the marble world, he found no expansion of that realm. Huang Laosi clicked his tongue. By now, he had arrived at the main gate of the Sword Hexagram sect, which was closed. He shouted in a deep voice and leaped onto the rafters of the sect, then descended from them. A shadow, clad in black, removed its cloak, and the eyes within revealed both wariness and confusion. The figure beneath was not what he had anticipated. Here, suddenly, Qin Feng spun around and struck out to the left, unleashing a torrent of flames. Jiang Jiayin, despite her cunning, was just 15. So facing the entire school's faculty and students, she was terrified. Yet Qian Yulan, an adult, could not be easily frightened in broad daylight. Commander Holly, please continue with your duties. The Lord has already arranged matters concerning Della, as the old man D.E. and Tron descended from the air, bolstering the confidence of the private soldiers atop the wall. How could you not clarify? You startled me. It seems you've mistaken your dorm for home. Yang Tian was genuinely frightened, fearing that one day he would become one of them. His nature disinclined him towards mediocrity. There was no way Yunong could avoid labor for at least a month. She turned to the stream, cupping water to wash her face. The heavy makeup would not wash off easily in the dim light, but it did refresh her spirit. She gazed steadily into the water, unable to see her reflection clearly. Attempting to smile, yet only a blurred outline greeted her. Tong Xiaohua, mind your words. Situ Jian strongly admonished, having learned restraint through 2 months of summer internship. Yet his imposing aura remained. Su He and Metal Eye's gazes met in the air, seemingly igniting sparks. Yet none wavered or retreated. Huang Gai had no choice but to hold the fort, unwilling to merely defend a single domain. He sought to leave himself an avenue of retreat. Consequently, the Wanjiang Eastern Army of Wujuan chose to garrison 2 cities, one in Wu County and the other in Wucheng County. My lord, what do you think? If you are dissatisfied, we can make improvements soon. Zhuge Cheng approached Lin Feng, holding an umbrella while accompanied by soldiers, tentatively inquiring. Dear, your request is superfluous. If there are no other matters, we shall hold such gatherings here annually, and we can come together then, Lu Chen replied. This news genuinely exhilarated the merchants, prompting them to prepare thoroughly. Suddenly, Boswen remarked that Cheng Qijiang, President Cheng, and the 2 executive directors, Zhou Xiao and Wu Xiao, had yet to return from Jizhou province, asking Lu Chen whether he should promptly call them. Oh, I didn't expect you to hold her brother in such high regard, Liang Yanlong remarked sharply, yet obediently tossed the cigarette out the window. Chapter 94. Nirvana Battle Team. After bidding farewell to familiar faces, the 6 members of the Inquan embarked on their journey back to Wuhuan City. Will the young master not see off Miss Inquan? The porcupine Douluo inquired, glancing at Qian Rengshu, who stood silently by the window. Ultimately, parting is inevitable. If I were to see her off, it would only heighten my reluctance. I fear I may be unable to resist persuading her to stay, Qian Rengshu lamented. Young master, those from the Snowstar Kingdom have been using Miss Inchuan's situation to attack you, claiming that the Crown Prince has ulterior motives. While it is true that this village belongs to the Qingxian sect, to assert that it falls within their sphere of influence, preventing other cultivators from passing through, would likely bring the Qingxian sect to the brink of annihilation. Upon reaching their destination, Yu Xia discovered that the venue for their wedding was the very manor where Qi Mucheng had once celebrated her birthday. The neighbors were blissfully unaware, noting only the daytime silence of the mansion, which transformed into a beacon of light at night. Similarly, Yi Xiu had also reached the peak of the Great Ascension. merely a breath away from the tribulation stage. Qi Mucheng held her tightly in his embrace, her back pressed against his chest, allowing her to distinctly feel his warmth and heartbeat, steady and powerful. Why not generate some hype? Create a catchy headline, buy some trending topics, and draw attention. I refuse to believe those brands won't come back for more, her manager suggested, urgency evident in his voice. He hardly cared about such matters. In his view, it was entirely normal for his employees to forego their meals during peak hours, preparing something to eat only after the guests had departed, which he found rather reasonable. Just as they arrived at the entrance, their powers were manipulated, causing them to stumble awkwardly. He blinked in confusion, about to speak, when Shun interrupted with a booming voice. In a sect as large as the Wuxiao Mortal Gate, there are bound to be divisions. It was a feeling of recovering something lost, a desire to cradle it tenderly, while simultaneously fearing displeasure and discomfort. Zhao Chuani, contemplating this, instructed an underling to send the waiting ruffians in the back alley away. Qi finally regained his senses, observing the slight discrepancies in the footprints. The floral patterns on the heels and the outer sides were somewhat blurred, indicating some degree of wear, while the bloodied footprints were distinctly clear, suggesting a pristine soul. How many spirit stones can this endless expanse of spirit stone mines yield? Qin Fei realized that Zhou Xingxiao had spoken the truth. Wherever he went, people showed the utmost respect. Before him appeared two types of spiritual energies. One, a faint gray with hints of white, appeared weak and lifeless, resembling a spiritual vein that spread outward like a tributary. The personnel in the command center fell into a profound silence, just as Jiu Shi Zhiping was about to articulate an understanding of human fear. Josh's deep voice suddenly resonated. Jiayu, the chief commander of the imperial city, was a prominent official, as long as he agreed to shield Fu from scrutiny. As he had stated, the most he would face would be losing his position, possibly receiving only a suspension. In recent days, the two had been traversing villages together, treating the ailments of impoverished households. The Queen Mother remained unfazed by Feng Rui's interruption, maintaining her calm demeanor while deftly countering his assertions. After listening to the words of the insect mother, Yang Ming couldn't help but reflect on the terrifying nature of his Zac tribe, which seemed willing to resort to any means for evolution. Cui Xianfei, Hu Shufei, and others gathered around to entertain the children, particularly the son of the king of Bohai, who at just 2 years old, waddled like a little duck. Ji Yinju hurriedly exited the carriage, spotting Hua Wanwan also descending, and he promptly jumped down to greet her. Long Xiaoyun lacked neither internal strength nor martial skills. What he needed was a mastery of lightness techniques, and the divine transformation undoubtedly filled this gap. At that moment, Murong Shuishan stood frozen, having witnessed through the sniper scope the entirety of Yi Han's actions, from engaging to eliminating 2 burly men. The current Yi Han appeared so unfamiliar, cold, bloodthirsty, and brutal. Bai Hua, who had been comforting Zhu Guan, looked up in confusion when Lu Ren suddenly addressed him. The echoes of thousands of ships exploding resonated in Feng Rui's mind as a series of notifications from the Master God echoed. The steps to bring Hua Wanwan closer to the palace, then to nullify the marriage, followed by arranging a new one, were all meticulously orchestrated. Yin Hui displayed a hint of surprise upon hearing the steward's words, but quickly nodded in agreement. Though I may not embody the typical handsome types popular in Japan and Korea, nor am I the archetypal muscular man, beauty lies in the eye of the beholder. Perhaps she prefers my kind. Wherever Li Naixin roamed, countless vengeful spirits and malevolent beasts found liberation, shedding their burdens, journeying toward the river of forgetfulness in the underworld, sipping from the soul-stirring broth that allowed them to forget their past loves and grievances, seamlessly entering the next cycle of reincarnation. Just as Long Yin stepped into the elevator, Zhong Manlin, with a face full of rage and deep resentment, hurled a sharp remark at her. Gu Chun felt somewhat taken aback, wondering about the purpose of constructing such a seemingly useless prison. Were they merely toying with lives? Many individuals solely focused on refining their essence, immersing their spirits into energy points through arduous training, only to find their spirits ensnared within the energy, forming dead pills, at most achieving the status of a human immortal, while true self remained unformed, an unfortunate plight. Chapter 95, Quan meets Bibi Dong. Dugabo, still engulfed in the emotions of impending separation from Quan, unexpectedly found himself seized by her to serve as labor. The three arrived at the Sunset Forest, and with Quan's guidance, Ning Rongrong successfully hunted a soul beast precisely 10,000 years old for her 3rd spirit ring. Quan, similarly, hunted a fire-type soul beast aged 70,000 years for her 5th spirit ring. due to the smaller scale of the sunset forest compared to the Stardow forest. Indeed, half an hour later, the black and white 7 lines began to change color. The black line turned purple, and the whites were tinged with red, while the tower's brilliance surged once more, compelling those within to exert their utmost in a desperate bid to escape. Of course, Yang was aware that perhaps someone had hinted at this beforehand, as the report from the Hangzhou governor came 2 days prior. During this time, the crown prince, acting as regent, should have already conferred with the ministers. Yin Zhen continued to observe, discovering that at the 9th level of the transformation realm, the mana value stood at 0.9. Anzi swung his first axe, retrieving a piece of iron plate long used for barbecuing, its surface glossy with oil. After tracing it with his fingers, he placed a sun crystal at the center, calculating the position and arranging it accordingly, while his left hand's middle and thumb fingers sparked with golden threads, tapping lightly on the crystal as a beam of green light shot forth. "Yihai Chuan, you scoundrel! Are you coming or not?" Fan Xingyin exclaimed, a mixture of urgency and anger lacing her voice, tinged with a hint of tears. If they waited until sunset, when visibility was nil, descending the cliff would be perilous. They would have no choice but to endure a night in the cave, which was not what Liu Yu desired. Fighting you is like child's play. With their realms equal, Yihai Chuan needed no artifacts to engage. Fei Xian suddenly gasped, her eyes darting peculiarly back and forth, with her feet even involuntarily bouncing off the ground, leaving her momentarily suspended in the air. This unexpected display of emotion left Xiao Liangyun utterly perplexed. When Yihai Chuan departed from Anqi County, he had entrusted Niuke with a sum of red crystals. How could it be possible that he would need to repay a debt of 100,000 red crystals with his very being? Now, in front of Tang Yu, he was still posturing as if he were wealthy. Tang Yu found herself at a loss for words regarding this concubine, Li. As the shattered star domain condensed into a mere few dozen meters, the bizarre aura contained within had reached a truly alarming level. It felt as though the intricate knots of frustration that had been coiling within for days had suddenly unraveled, allowing Long Tai to breathe more freely. Zhou Xiao exhibited no signs of distress, casually mentioning a place name before leaning silently against the back seat. Hu Yubai's emotions were tumultuous. First, there was Nie Ruijin, followed by Sun Yun. If Sun Yun was killed for discovering Nie Rui's secret, what about her? She felt a sense of confusion regarding her own demise. Ever since Zhang Yuexin reacquainted herself with this world, despite the strangeness it held, she had continued to live on. Today, having styled her hair and donned a suit, she appeared remarkably vibrant, keeping a close watch on her grandfather and father. "Eldest brother, second brother, come forth," Tang Yu said softly. Earlier, she had instructed Yang Lu and the others to disperse. The expansive courtyard offered no hiding spots among the low flowers and trees, and Tang Yu promptly spotted the corners of 2 garments concealed within the thicket. Xia Ziqian felt both joy and worry. She was delighted at the prospect of Ensheng potentially forming a connection with Lung Nanxian, as it would afford her more opportunities to approach him. Yet, she was troubled at the thought of how to devise an excuse to meet Lung Nanxian again in the future. More than anything, she felt a twinge of jealousy towards Ensheng, wishing to take her place. Grandfather and father were aware that miracles could indeed occur if they heeded Zhuang Ziliang's advice, and thus they drank heartily. "I'm so tired, utterly drained. I must sleep now," Ning Mingyue declared, admitting to never having been so subservient, nearly swearing to the heavens. "Very well, I shall instruct them. However, relying solely on our Huajia fort will not yield much cashmere. I believe it would be more prudent for you to post a notice at the city gate." Hua Mulan acquiesced. A moment's inattention could attract a host of enmity. By heaven's conscience, she had never scorned anyone, valuing cleanliness and virtue. Did they not understand? Could it be that with Li Shuyu and the others present, if he were to reveal the location of the hourglass, it would lead to unforeseen complications? Such words seemed to suggest that no one wished to be near him, were it not for his threats, which he had needed to be so close. "If you possess the capability, remove it and see if I will still remain this close to you," she retorted. Lu Xinjia quickly nodded in response. "Perhaps I did not sleep well last night. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." As she lifted her gaze, she offered a friendly smile. Chun Feng spoke as he changed into his team uniform, and then from his bag, he retrieved a black spatial ring, inscribed with the characters for bronze, evidently containing the team's grand gift. The auction at the Beast Tower was unsurprising in attracting the royal family. After all, both the Crown Prince and Hua Xie had attended. Yet, Yin Zhan felt that some critical information had eluded her grasp. Just as elderly folks favor a round, egg-shaped visage, believing their rounded chin brings good fortune, This echoed the thoughts of the late Zhou Leoi. Is it not to enter the ancestral hall? Chunyu was taken aback, hastily rising from her bed to wash up simply before approaching to speak. Even Zhu Xiyun began to question whether her eyesight had faltered, aside from the less-than-ideal surroundings. How could this resemble confinement? Was it not a life of luxury? Ultimately, the chaotic energy currents inflicted no harm upon the three of them, nor did they even disturb a strand of hair or a thread of clothing, before sweeping back and vanishing without a trace. Having toiled in the fields, practiced diligently, produced oil, gathered numerous sea cucumbers, and bathed in the spiritual spring, Yin Wanyue finally emerged from the space, elated. Her stomach timely emitted a mournful groan, prompting her to cradle her hands protectively over her abdomen, forcing a somewhat contorted smile. Although the fox could not discern precisely what it was, it understood well that these individuals were undoubtedly there for revenge. Ningli had originally intended to request him to return all of this, but upon hearing his words, she silently swallowed the words that had risen to her lips. The individual examined the shield under the sunlight for a while, before remarking, "The master claims you are the foremost in martial arts. I shall not yield. One day, I shall have a proper duel with you. This shield can be repaired, but it will require a discount post-repair, and I shall also need to destroy a section of the celestial binding rope." As he spoke, he carefully removed the bundle of rope from Ming's shoulder to compare it closely. Chapter 96, Private Customization 1. Within the Spirit Hall Academy, the Nirvana team had assembled. Quan stood before the 6 members and addressed them. "Ladies and gentlemen, there remains less than 2 years until the Elite Soul Master Competition of the Continental Advanced Academies. We have several points to address. As of now, aside from Xiao Xiao, Rong Rong, and Nan Shi, who are Soul Emperors, the rest of you have reached the Soul Sect level. I shall begin with Sister Shuang and the other Soul Sects." Quan turned to Bai Shuang and inquired, "It is indeed Yi Tian, capable of perceiving all, who can navigate through all mechanisms and traps, traverse the aerial bridge suspended over the precipice, and subdue those venomous Moroccan cobras, ultimately arriving safely here. Mr. Gu is truly diligent in his work. Does he not intend to take a leisurely stroll in Nanshi before diving into work?" I chuckled as I settled onto the sofa. Look at this girl. She assumes everyone is as unruly as she is. With your arrival, aren't you embarrassing the 7th lady? Lady Ning laughed heartily. The first half of her statement playfully directed at Dai, while the latter half served as earnest guidance to Li Donruo. Upon awakening, she found the day had brightened considerably. She lay on a simple bed, the scent of disinfectant lingering in the air, and the sounds of movement could be heard within the room, though the voices were deliberately hushed. Listening closely, she realized the doctor was conducting rounds, inquiring about Qin Fongbai's condition. From afar, a chorus of cheers mingled with the sounds of firecrackers erupted, causing Jiang Yinming's heart to clench. The results had been announced. Ultimately, after much insistence from Di Long, Hui Jizwa finally escorted Di Long outside the mansion. Watching Di Long mount his horse and depart, he returned inside, aided by his servants, and collapsed in a bed, having undoubtedly consumed excessive alcohol that day. Yi Tian smiled with satisfaction, gently rotating the sculpture in his hand to display the signature on the side of the base before Betty's eyes. Su Yang had not anticipated that he would recognize her at a glance. Based on her previous interactions with Qin Fangbai, apart from having met Qin's mother, Qin Mingyao, and Rong Xian, she had not encountered anyone else connected to him. While Qin Fangbai dialed Shi Hangming, he steered the car out. Shi Hangming had returned to Lu City with him early that morning. He likely wasn't particularly familiar with the situation on the island. Yet he possessed more experience in dealing with such matters than Qin Fangbai. I counted, and there were approximately more than 10 of these creatures. Such monsters should be distributed according to tribes, with each tribe comprising merely a dozen, which indicates that there are still such tribes not far from here. U.S. anger led her to hurl the teacup beside her, striking Jean Xin squarely on the forehead, causing crimson blood to stream down her cheek. And Jean Xin's vision blurred, causing her to collapse. The demon eye emitted a green beam of light that directly struck Li Daolong, suppressing the power unleashed by the holy grail of fire. No one else is allowed to shout. You cannot call me a fool either. Wen Shang, anxious that Yu Chu might discern something, mimicked his previous nonsensical behavior, kicking his legs. Wang Sudong made a phone call to Zhang Xiaoyan, briefing her on the situation at hand. As Tsunade uttered these words, her heart was indeed heavy with concern, and a sense of trepidation enveloped her. This transformation of the sword's aura into corporeal strength had elevated her perception of the external world to an extraordinary realm. However, it merely allowed her to attain a clearer vision without the capacity to unleash her full potential, making evasion a significant challenge. Yin Qi once more lightly tapped the table. Gazing at the flickering candlelight, lost in thoughts of the late evening, the Qi family, and the enigmatic man whose identity remained shrouded in mystery. Even when struck down by Akihiko, they would rise again, resolutely re-engaging in battle. He was convinced that no opponent could ever surpass his elder brother, Yalan. A belief that had proven to be entirely accurate. The voice of Zhao Yinping lingered in the air, yet his figure had vanished without a trace. However, this time, the Cangshu had only managed to deflect one of her techniques. The remaining powder danced in the wind, soaring toward Junrui. Cangshu silently cursed his misfortune and hurriedly turned back, his hands moving swiftly to intercept the poison before it reached its target. In his heart, Tuatawa could scarcely believe it, yet the demon wielding dual swords was undeniably Reinhardt, albeit now cloaked in a disquieting illusion that amplified his prowess immensely. She stated that the sole way for Du Bian to survive was to allow his soul to flee from his body, for that vessel was destined to be utterly incinerated. The Taoist from the unnamed sect paused, helpless, deterred from confronting the Buddhist abbot, and could only turn away. Si Fing, utterly perplexed, imitated the tone in which Master Zhuge had once instructed her, saying, "Godfather, is there something amiss with my voice?" Her words were slow and heavy, devoid of her usual flair. Who would willingly become a slave or a beast of burden? The flames of humanity engulfed all of Europe as Professor Sure sang a nocturnal melody. Moreover, it was an exceptionally unique type, with a cultivation speed that far surpassed that of mortals. It could be said that while Zhuge Yintian might toil his entire life without attaining immortality, others had already ascended to the celestial ranks. Suddenly, a realization struck Evie, and just as she intended to act, it was too late. The radiant light emanating from Gabriel was inadvertently unleashed, shooting far into Michael's being. To his astonishment, there were only 4 races in the game Warcraft 3, and among the 3 brothers in their dormitory, they represented 3 of those races. In the eyes of the culinary moguls, the massive machinery resembled mere toys, stirring up dust as it landed. According to Ta, the dragon tamer, it was evidently no easy feat. His bare bronze torso was a mix of ash and perspiration. After the giants had vanquished their adversaries, they first beheld their leader gazing deeply into the eyes of his wife. A scene brimming with heartfelt affection, truly an unabashed display of love. She sat at the head of Wu Ryue's bed, her eyes wide open, fixated on Wu Ryu, occasionally reaching out to feel her forehead and check her breath. Seeing that her temperature remained steady and her breathing was calm, she finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. Whether it was commendable or meddlesome, Delang was the apple of the old lady's eye, and it was not her place to voice an opinion. Li and Bao received their greetings in kind and instructed Ziqin to guide them to their prearranged seats, leading to further exchanges of pleasantries. By the time Xinger hurried to the Qi family courtyard, the guests had already been waiting for the duration of a tea ceremony. Old Lady Yang, aware that he had acquiesced, was filled with joy, taking his hand and gazing intently at his face until her eyes grew misty. Fortunately, a single belt of 250 rounds from a machine gun could not last long. Merely a minute later, the cacophony of gunfire finally subsided. At the same time, a thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that the so-called empire on which the sun never sets truly possessed such formidable military might? Could they even overpower someone equipped with 130 artillery pieces? Chapter 97, Private Customization 2. Yu Qian continued to address Nan Shi, stating, "Tang Hao is now a titled Daw. If you seek vengeance, you must first attain the level of a titled Douluo yourself. Only then can we debate whether the hammer or the gun is superior. However, if you have already determined that your demon-slaying spear pales in comparison to the Haotian hammer, perhaps you lack even the qualifications to confront Tang Hao directly." Yu Qian's words were exceedingly stern, and Zhuang Yinyan and Kong Yuer, having spent significant time with Nan Shi, were well aware of her background. The young beggar was startled by the sudden appearance of a voice, turning to see Ku Wang rushing towards him in a flurry. Heartbroken at the sight of the trampled branches and withered fruits strewn across the ground, wishing to weep but unable to muster tears. The sinking body gradually descended to the ocean floor, and when Yu Jing steadied herself, a stone-paved bridge came into view, flanked by statues of grotesque demons. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt unusually relaxed in Li Sanlang's presence, speaking her mind without reservation. In contrast, she found it necessary to consider her words carefully when conversing with Wu Min. During the intermission, Bai Xiao stood rigidly in place, almost devoid of speech. The previously harsh image had vanished entirely, but a student who had been defeated by Bai Xiao in the prior match succumbed to his injuries post-match. The secondary level plant, even an ordinary root surface, was covered with a faint layer of greenish luminescence, exuding a divine aura. Abeo's character was well known to him, carefree and sometimes careless. Yet at times, she could be quite sensitive. While Quan engaged in a fierce battle with the demon clan at the ends of the earth, Hume appeared considerably more at ease. In the air, a gray streak silently traversed dozens of feet, directly assaulting Hun Tiandi, who stood atop the trees. Norus, could you first enlighten me about this head collector demon? Yu Jing inquired. Juju had already darted into the cave entrance, discreetly pocketing several communication stones adjacent to the central platform before departing from the peak cave. Huang Jia pressed her back against Mo Fan's chest, even hearing his heartbeat. Feeling the gentle movements of his hands, within that modest embrace, she experienced a long-lost sense of safety and warmth. Unconsciously, she curled herself closer to him. However, he had not slept for long before being roused by the sounds of a quarrel from next door. Although the noise was not loud, he could still hear it quite clearly. With a grunt, Meng Fan climbed out of bed, pushed open the door, and rushed to Duhan's room, only to find her standing at the window in her pajamas, swaying as if about to collapse. Dahong and Fong were taken aback upon meeting. Realizing the depth of the fairy's magic, recognizing the perilous situation and daring not to linger, ordering the soldiers to fight while retreating, strategizing for another battle. Lin Yume, you worthless fool, do you dare to look down upon me? Lin Qingxiang's voice abruptly ceased, as if someone had grasped her throat, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at Lin Yume. How is it possible? How could Lin Yume have advanced to the late stage of Spirit Master? This was beyond Lin Qingxiang's comprehension. Upon hearing this, Li Tianqi promptly stepped forward to assist when the bonfire ignited. They could clearly see that the axle on the right side had fractured due to prolonged wear, resulting in the wheel detaching. Lin Yume and Zhu Ke entered into a life and death pact, bound as combat partners, sharing an intertwined fate where their strengths complemented each other. When Lin Yume's power surged, she could elevate Zhu Chua's abilities at an astonishing pace. Conversely, when Zhu Chua's prowess exceeded Lin Yume's significantly, she could similarly enhance Lin Yume's strength. Upon returning to his chamber, Mo Fan grasped the silver howl Soul Flash, delving into its martial techniques. This profound martial art, categorized as Xian level, was nothing short of extraordinary, although it primarily focused on agility. It possessed the unique capability to assault the very essence of the soul. Observing that none of those struck by bullets had been fatally wounded, a mutual understanding dawned upon everyone present. Since their adversaries did not seem intent on taking lives, it would be prudent to refrain from firing recklessly until they were more assured. Upon hearing Gu Jiu's words, a sudden realization struck, prompting him to instantly teleport beside Gu Jiu, his expression earnest as he spoke. Sister Lu Qing, do not overthink. Everything will proceed smoothly. You've already endured a long day of travel. It's best to rest early. Xiao Yunfei murmured softly. Meanwhile, Sheng Wanxiong felt a surge of embarrassment and conflict, yet dared not express his ire, for the individual before him hailed from the esteemed lineage and was a master in his own right. Fortunately, they returned in time. Qingyu had not succumbed to the snake venom, and with the aid of Master Heilong's healing, she escaped the clutches of death. Lin Di understood that the fates of Liang Cixi, Zhou Qian, and even the fallen officers, whose names remained unknown, were intricately linked to her own appearance. From a distance, Ashung beheld a remarkably delicate and youthful countenance, seemingly no older than a mere teenager, her skin pallid to the point of illness. Upon receiving this news, Qingyu promptly sought out Qing Feng at the Sword Hall Palace to inquire about the events that had transpired, and subsequently ventured to the Sword Tomb to attempt her own efforts multiple times. For an ordinary individual, the mere mention of the War Demon Palace would likely evoke expressions of reverence or envy. This statement immediately incited a considerable uproar, leaving Yo Man and many disciples present in a state of shock. Each sweet potato danced in Qin Qingtong's hands, appearing as clumsy wooden lumps, yet possessing the agility of chubby sprites, utterly endearing. However, the local forces within the South Sea Forbidden Zone began to unite with the two great empires to besiege the 7th demon city of Yusheng. Hearing movement behind her, Hua Yuru turned to find herself nearly startled out of her wits. This was indeed the headquarters of the Hua sect, and to think that the Yin-Yang old demon dared to pursue her here was astounding. Feng Nanyang, appointed as the emperor's envoy, was taken aback when Su Feng paid him respects. Could it be that Su Feng was of royal lineage? Above, the colossal doors swung open, emanating a violet glow as a massive black vessel ascended, revealing one of the 3 ancient weapons, the dreadnought, Pluto, making its grand entrance. As this phantom materialized, Bai Qianqian's aura surged with fervor, climbing at an alarming rate. Long Zhou'er was utterly astounded that someone would dare to commit such shameless acts within the administrative building. Chapter 98, Thunder and Wind Body Tempering 1. At the back mountain of the Martial Soul Hall Academy, Sister Yer, I sense that Rong is on the verge of tears. Xiao Xiao whispered, currently perched in a tree with Kong Yuer, observing Quan conducting intensive training with Ning Rong. Rong possesses the weakest constitution among us. As a support type, she is the most vulnerable on the battlefield, and Quan is merely looking out for her. Kong Yuer remarked quietly, I can assist you both in practice. Would you like to give it a try? A voice chimed in from behind Xiao Xiao and Kong Yuer. Miao Qingho felt reassured by his manager's capabilities. Having arranged this matter, he confidently returned to his office. The tide of battle shifted dramatically. The enemy at the mountainside, once poised to attack, now sought to defend. The situation had taken a sharp turn, and Ding Daong felt remarkably at ease. With such solid currency, Huai County's prospect for development appeared exceedingly promising. Kuhan straightened his posture, elated at the thought. Chao Jingchun sat there, exuding an unspoken authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. The Black Demon Ball, 6th Master bellowed, as the Black Demon Ball hovered above him, infusing him with battle energy. With this newfound support, 6th Master S. Wolf Claw surged in power, causing the man's protective shield to crack instantaneously. After uttering this statement, Ning Hao abruptly hung up the phone. Li Xianming, recognizing the situation, refrained from calling back. Examining Lu En's appearance, he did not seem to be of significant stature. Just as he was about to unleash a tirade, he noticed Lu En's attire, which prompted Zhao Shiyue to hold his tongue. The 6th Prince, son of the current Yi Empress, was born into nobility, yet he displayed a disinterest in fame and fortune, preferring scholarly pursuits, an archetypal scientist. Given his lineage and the Yi Empress's familial background, the 6th Prince was also a contender in the power struggle. Haha, what is there to fear? Old Gutian, are you afraid? Finally, seizing the opportunity for ridicule, Li Yin laughed heartily. Indeed, Manager Tang gestured for his nephew. Oblivious to the situation, scampered over, ready to plead his case once more. Unexpectedly, Tang Sikong swung his arm, delivering a resounding slap to his face. The disposition of this tea set required consultation with a lay. The old imam smiled at Aldahan as he spoke. Unwillingness, jealousy, humiliation, and anger cause an imbalance in the psyche of the federal soldiers, fostering a prevailing sense of rebellion. How to choose? He could never abandon either Ziyuan or Zixue. As for Niu, he felt no particular affection for her currently, yet circumstances had shifted, and it was clear she desired to be with Su Feng. Luca nodded, his analysis astute and far more precise than the panicked Pierce, who, in a bid to evade, claimed that Shan Nei Pu lacked vision. Nearby, several key strategists from the Feiwei General's Manor, such as the marching commander Shang Tan and military law officer Wei Jin, were present. Qian reports, Lightning no. 7 is enduring a fierce bombardment. The shaking is caused by the energy from exploding weaponry. The warship is shielded, so it is not yet suffering damage. Wan Tong, a peak-level demigod from the Wanyan Wheel God clan, possessed innate advantages that far surpassed those of ordinary humans. How could Li Chongtian possibly be a match? However, the reality proved that Wang Yao had underestimated the resolve of Erda. His immature actions not only failed to dissuade Erda from vengeance, but instead incited him to become even more frenzied. Perhaps this is what one might call a case of good intentions gone awry. Upon seeing a delivery van bring in a massage chair and a healthcare worker, Chen Chanyu felt perplexed. Lucan hurried over to offer an explanation. The clan leader delivered a sharp slap to the Terminator, whose eyes glimmered with green light as a luminous shadow materialized above its elongated head. With that, I shall enter, Luo failing concluded, gently pushing open the door, her handsome face immediately furrowing in concern. Chapter 99, Thunder and Wind Body Tempering 2. Quan and Ning Rong sat cross-legged atop a massive boulder on the mountain peak. Gazing at the darkening sky, Ning Rong exhaled deeply, acutely aware of the tremors in her hands. Clenching her fists, she declared, Sister Quan, I am prepared. Quan nodded, leave everything to me. Your sole responsibility is to endure. Have you made up your mind? There is still time to back out. Ning Rong resolutely replied. Regret? Absolutely not. Freed from the oppressive grasp of the soul devourer, Lin Yi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The presence that had just manifested clearly indicated that a terrifying entity had once roamed this continent. After all, the authority to deploy troops in this great conflict lay squarely with her and Zhang Xinhuang. Otherwise, Zhang Xianwang would not have been the first to step forth to challenge me to a game of chess. Whether the generals and soldiers would fight to the death hinged entirely on the whims of the corpse-driving sect. In that moment, my bottom line was utterly shattered by Wang Huijin. If the Wang family was indeed but a pawn in our game, then Wang Huijin's family was the dagger plunged into that pawn, rendering it vulnerable regardless of the victor between Yunwen Temple and Kunlun Mountain. Tian Mo felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It wasn't that he lacked options, but should those options be employed, his remaining fragment of soul would likely be rendered utterly useless. Wei Jie's speculation was promptly validated as the sound of Xie Zhongling's discontented voice echoed from within the room. For the moment, there was no time to dwell on such matters. Since the Yin Fire had emerged to assist, Lin Yin naturally felt elated. So what if one was of average appearance? The stout captain looked quizzically at Zhang Yi, uncertain of the intent behind the inquiry. Ray did not believe my words. He resolved to personally visit the Xiang ship the following day. I felt a deep sense of failure. In response to the impending attack from a biker gang, there was no longer a need for a large-scale deployment. Approaching midday, 2 tank companies escorted several armored vehicles out of the tank regiment's base. After lunch, another tank company escorted a missile-equipped armored vehicle out. He chose not to comfort Ian, for the current situation was not conducive to consolation. It was well known that agents from the 6th Bureau were tirelessly searching for Ian, and his personal appearance at the airport to greet Wang Nanbei indicated that Nicole's disappearance had caused him considerable distress. For the past month and a half, the garrison in Shuxian City had remained eerily silent, neither engaging in battle nor surrendering, leaving us to wonder what schemes they were concocting. Young Lu Sun had made a brief appearance, but upon noticing Sun Su's absence, he said nothing and returned. Even if it was indeed one of my subordinates who had taken another sister, as long as she was returned safely, it would hardly be a matter of great concern. I can only say so much. This night demon was rather peculiar, answering ambiguously, leaving one even more perplexed. Wait, perhaps there is an even better solution, Gao Hong suggested, causing the group to pause. However, when Zhou Lin inquired about her idea, she admitted she had yet to devise one. The pirate warships, destroyed by the Helen fleet, transformed into debris scattered throughout space, impeding the navigation of other pirate vessels, leaving the Helen fleet unchallenged as they surged forward. Saint Qinglin observed the scene, releasing a breath of relief while a smile adorned his face. Truth be told, over the past 2 decades, despite their lack of concern for the breach of the Xian and Saint domains, they had nevertheless felt a degree of pressure. Currently, the 2 cavalry units formed a T-shape, with the rebels occupying the upper horizontal line, while the Wui army constituted the vertical line below. Gulu squinted, refraining from speech. He had encountered such ruthless characters accustomed to being cruel in his past life. Understanding that their twisted personalities relished in inflicting pain, he knew that once one spoke, they would only press for more, ruthlessly suppressing you to make you experience the cruelty of impending death. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Liao immediately charged forward, while Fan Chou found himself defenseless and chose to dismount. A sudden ring from his pocket startled Yi Zhusheng. Glancing at the phone revealed an unfamiliar number. In the southwestern corner of the Holy Martial Continent lay a patch of radiant secret soil, rich in the essence of heaven and earth. The expressions of those present were tinged with mockery, as they deemed this battle to be devoid of any suspense. The lines of evaporating diamonds were sufficient to drive any onlooker mad, yet they failed to rouse a single nerve in Ling Fan. Feng Wu gleefully cast a sidelong glance at Luo, who remained indifferent, fixated on Feng Yu. As the other party spoke, they subtly glanced at Song Ling Yu and Yu Ling Tianzuan, revealing a menacing grin that showcased their gleaming white teeth. We agreed to dine together with your sister later. Wouldn't that render your trip a waste? If Xia Fan Yuan were to leave, and I want to play with Su Yifeng, Gong Xianxian felt a twinge of guilt. Do as you must, Yin Ruojuan coldly uttered before grasping Mo, she, and departing. Dislike it? What can be done about a dislike? I have no choice. Once one develops feelings, it is not so easily undone. The Empress Green Yao whispered a few words into the ear of concubine Shu, who finally calmed her temper. With a subtle motion of her soft palm within her sleeve, a talisman quietly slipped from her grasp. Consequently, the fervor that had persisted for an entire fortnight remained unabated, and the cohesion within the sect soared to unprecedented heights, achieving a state of great perfection in 10 days. It might take even 10 months to accomplish such a feat. Particularly for Liang Xiaoi, ever since arriving here, his strength had not only stagnated but diminished, now barely equivalent to having just entered the 9th realm of the postnatal stage. Before the cold iron dagger made its debut, Hongfonger had already introduced several other rare exhibits. If only it were a tad stronger. Perhaps one of the 7 great young masters of Jinwu, the crown prince of the Tianfu Empire, would have perished the moment he was struck down. The bodies of the beasts would be the responsibility of Bailu City for cleanup. Correspondingly, today's adventurers who participated in the battle could each collect 2,000 crystal coins and some potions from designated points. Li Yong, Nian Chuanwu, and Nian Chioli exclaimed in unison. The name of Li Yong, a renowned saint-level alchemist, was indeed illustrious. They were well aware of his connections with the Lord of Demons and were astonished that their elder brother dared to covet his interest. The title of the successor of Snow Dragon Ridge not only bolstered reputation and status, but also served as a rare talisman for survival in certain circumstances. Thus, Tai Qingshan and Tai Qinghe begrudgingly retreated to the underground passage, their efforts to clear it progressing at a sluggish pace. Sui Bingjie nodded with delight, gracefully lifting her skirt as she elegantly settled into the passenger seat. Think carefully about this matter after you return. Once you have made up your mind, come find me. Edmund exuded confidence, as if he believed the other party could only seek him out. From a moment she learned that Shun Si would attend Yin's gathering. Xiao Ling had recognized it as bait, designed specifically to lure her in. Chapter 100, The Purgatory Gun Execution. When Yu Quan arrived, he found Bai Shuang engaged in a practical training session with Nanshi. Nanshi wielded the demon-breaking spear with a fierce flourish, exuding an imposing aura. The demon-breaking spear, belonging to the fire attribute, resonated with Yu Quan's own affinity for fire. Apart from the Xuanzhong ruler left by her teacher for cultivation, her favorite weapons were swords and spears, and thus, her collection of spear techniques was quite extensive. Yu Quan procured a technique for Nanshi entitled Purgatory Gun Execution, and it was hardly a challenge. Her sister's frequent visits were always welcome. Only after speaking did she realize the impropriety of her words. And Xiao Shu observed her sister's demeanor with trepidation, unexpectedly finding her unchanged, still refreshing and poised, her steps unwavering, allowing her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xiao Ying smiled with satisfaction, turning her head only to encounter those dark eyes that held no conversation with her, causing her heart to ache in silence. You've returned? He cast a glance at Xiao Cheng'an beside me, his eyes lighting up with joy as he approached with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Lu Chunxian had curled up into a ball, trembling uncontrollably, clearly gripped by genuine fear. Should young Master Jiang emerge victorious from this battle, or even achieve a draw, the upcoming hero conference would undoubtedly reverberate with acclaim, bolstering the morale of the Song dynasty's military and populace. Su Bai, attuned to the subtle undertones of music, immediately produced 2,500 taels in silver notes, retaining a mere 500 for himself. Earlier, he had exchanged a few words with the past, yet Sheng Nuan displayed no sign of concern, seemingly indifferent to whether others recognized their relationship. Observing these individuals, Qin Yu and Chu Yuqian exchanged knowing glances and erupted into laughter. As the door swung open, Zhu Wushuang beheld a young gentleman clad in blue sitting leisurely with a cup of tea, who greeted her entrance with a gentle smile. Shen, the deputy minister, furtively stole glances, averted his gaze, and fixated intently on the ground, silently contemplating his thoughts. Although Zhao Kai found it difficult to accept the intrusion of the octopus into his body, the ability to stave off mutation undoubtedly enhanced his chances of survival. Shortly thereafter, a portal opened above, from which Lu Mingze plummeted, screaming, and fell through another portal below. By the time Lu Mingfei regained his senses, he discovered the other 3 regarding him with peculiar expressions. You heard that too. It seems we've been laboring in vain. He Jiahui sighed, then continued. Earlier, Ocean Friends had paid to hire Chen Shuo and others to tarnish Yu Tian's reputation, and while Chen Zishe was conferring with Fang Mashuan on their strategy, Lu Baowei happened to overhear. He pressed his temples wearily. There had been an overwhelming series of events lately, from orchestrating the downfall of the Song family to attempting to salvage projects with Zhao Bo through alternative means, all while contending with fights instigated by other men. Chu Zihong had no intention of prolonging the discussion with Lu Mingfei on this topic, for he had a pressing matter to address with him. The fact that Lu Mingfei had reached out was merely serendipitous, as he had been preparing to seek him out regardless. Song Qinghan donned a black trench coat, the somber weather almost merging with him, entirely shedding his usual gentle and languid demeanor, replaced by an aura of chilling indifference. Beside him, He Jiahui managed a wry smile, reflecting on how Ma Junxian had just claimed there were no ghosts in the world, yet in the next breath sought protection from Guan Eryi, a contradiction indeed. Qin Yijing was acutely aware of how ruthless Yi Hongming could be. His hands were stained with blood. Over the years, as the Jiang family contended for territory, he had heard numerous tales in the capital, surely far more terrifying than those that had merely reached his ears. I had intended to turn dramatically and leave, yet I hesitated, reluctant to part with the knife. After picking it up and tucking it back into my clothing, I exited, leaving Su Jinzong speechless in astonishment. What on earth transpired? Could all of this be connected to Yang Yang? Who exactly is he? Shui Junyi pondered alone on her bed. Chapter 101. Changes. Time invariably slips away unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, a year had elapsed. During this period, with the aid of their respective cultivation techniques and the diligent efforts of each individual, everyone's soul power had experienced remarkable advancement. The Nirvana team consisted of 7 members. The leader, Nan Shi, wielded the demon-breaking spear, a level 41 assault-type battle spirit. The second, Bai Shuang, possessed the illusory spirit Ancient Mirror, a level 47 assault-type battle spirit. The third, Kong Yuer, wielded energy emanating from the fear of Oli surged like waves, rushing up the stairs towards Sang Ruo. At that moment, Sang Ruo unexpectedly noticed her dim stone ring beginning to glow, seemingly conscious of absorbing the energy that belonged to her. Chen Yuan, while speaking, gritted his teeth and abandoned Zhang Ge, initiating a video call with Zhou Situ through WeChat. After dinner, Luo Shuai was contemplating whether to visit her sister when her sister excitedly rushed to see her. "This is futile," Barton scoffed, then casually unleashed several sword energies, dispersing Aragon's entanglement technique and continued to charge at Aragon. However, Qiu Jing remained silent, while the old monk Yuan Ji adapted to the situation. The swordsman was a captive, and Mo Li was allied with Meng Qi's group. Everyone could only grit their teeth and follow along. Meng Yukai lay on the operating table, having completed the procedure. The so-called operation was nothing extraordinary. It merely involved a blood transfusion. "Mr. Duan Ku, I am so sorry. I will certainly punish him properly upon my return." Upon hearing Duan Ku's words, Li Wanli finally felt a few beads of cold sweat trickle down. He was seen with half-closed eyes, gracefully seated cross-legged, hands resting on his knees, silently absorbing the essence of the Bodhi tree. The anomalies in the central domain stirred a multitude of nightmare beings, who fled in panic, with even the nightmare lords hurriedly evacuating their families from the perilous zone. In Qingxi town, the most renowned establishment was the Hongyun Dim Sum shop, famous for its pastries, rice cakes, and fried cakes, which were irresistibly fragrant. The Tao is formless, lacking a fixed shape. Anything can be, and anything can be not. Qin Chuan's gaze gradually sparkled, growing resolute. Yet, how could the innocent and naive Jun Shun so fiercely protect her? Had Jun Muhuang also endured shameful treatment in the past? In the dead of night, Gu Lu Lu, who had been dozing at the bedside, suddenly lifted its head, bewildered as it surveyed its surroundings. The second bee slave was a 9th-tier martial artist, whose strength far surpassed his cultivation level. Otherwise, he could not have countered the bloodthirsty demon spider and the 2-headed cheetah. The bidding price kept escalating. Yet since we are here, we must give it a try, regardless of the outcome. Yin Zhongxing frowned as he observed the arena's battle. For a full 30 minutes, everyone returned empty-handed. Jin Hong knelt incredulously at the doorway of Yin Yin's bedroom, unable to fathom how hope had been obstructed by a single strand of hair. Though Duan Shucheng found it visually appealing, he felt little else. However, he was delighted to indulge Qi Manyun's antics, the couple laughing merrily as they shared dog food, causing Zhu Tian to feel that the buns in his mouth had suddenly lost their taste, overwhelmed by the flavor of dog food. It was absurd. How could he flaunt his defeat? Naturally, the deeper it was concealed, the better. But when 40, 50, or even 60 years pass, will you still witness her aging gradually until she finally steps into the grave? Zhouan had yet to reveal who it was when Lu Yin pointed a finger at Zhouan, scolding him. It was no wonder he was agitated, for moments ago he had been speaking, and it was evident that it was directed at him. His sudden interjection bore an element of preemption. Back in the day, the Yang family business and the Fengxian business joined forces to bloodily purge the Huashan business, nearly leading Xiao Huashan to ruin, a matter that had haunted him deeply ever since. Yi Feng, sensing the other party's tone was somewhat hesitant, spoke plainly. "Damn it, just because he is young, does he think it's easy to bully him? Let us see who takes down whom." Furthermore, he did not wish for the domestic racing industry to be managed by an outdated bureaucrat like Pei Yong, turning it into another version of the Chinese Football Association. Chapter 102. The Miraculous Fungus of the Heavens. In the rear mountains of the Martial Soul Temple Academy, 7 rather disheveled young women lay sprawled. "Fifth grandfather, Your methods are excessively ruthless. Yu Qian felt as though all her soul power and strength had been utterly drained. She currently lacked the energy even to lift a finger. Guangling shook his head as he sat on the massive stone, innocently asserting, "I've already shown leniency. This is merely the beginning, my dear children. You are still quite inexperienced, and the road ahead is long." Ha ha ha. Indeed, it is relevant, for I am the one who instigated this matter, as the originator. It is only fitting that I come forth to apologize to you. Moreover, my previous disruptions at your company were also my fault. He spoke candidly. Despite being reassured by Li Ji yesterday, Rongju remained uneasy, wishing he could teleport directly to Li Ji's side. How strange, Du Feng sighed. I can distinctly sense the unquenchable power within the skeletal framework, yet I cannot extract it. However, given the current circumstances, having discovered this iron, or if we cannot transform it into a tool, then our efforts over the past few days will have been in vain. Wang Ping seemed increasingly concerned about Wang Xiaoxiao. I understood what he wished to inquire and patted his shoulder. In the immortal water palace of Shanhai County, Wang Lanling returned from gathering inspiration and was about to enter her bedroom when she noticed Victoria standing at her doorstep. The audacity of seeking to rekindle a marriage with her, disregarding his current wife and son, truly revolted Li Rujin. Du Feng had long since dismissed the person behind him. After such a prolonged period of inaction, he was no longer a cause for concern. What he did not expect was Lu Qingyu's tenacity, refusing to yield even in the face of grave injuries. Was this the honor of the sect? Anthony grasped the tiger beast's hand, and the crowd beheld the secrets it harbored. Fully aware of his extraordinary strength and the thorough preparations made on his territory, he was ready. "Cici, are you all right? Not injured, I hope?" Su Lei squeezed through the crowd, concern etched on his face as he gazed at Song Qian, seated in a chair. Though he had rushed to her, his gaze uncontrollably wandered to Chen Luoxi, who sat nearby. Wu and Quan, sensitive to this, mused that Jiangzhou high-tech zone had only recently begun its development, with operations being quite unsystematic. Lin Ziyuan held excessive power, capable of determining land ownership with a mere gesture. It seemed he needed to cultivate more connections. Upon arriving at the estate, Li Yixiao encountered a fresh wave of challenges, contending not only with the skeleton general, but also its subordinates. Life was indeed full of surprises. However, as the mythical path unfolded, decaying corpses began healing at a visibly accelerated pace. This resulted in their synchronized platform losing all capacity to compete against the Starry Nation's esports platform. Unlike several others on the market, Hao Ian's divine body, a primordial witch's true form, was lawless, untouched by myriad laws, and impervious to all evil. Without hesitation, Yi Qian made a purchase. Others wished to do the same, but refrained due to the royal ties. Subsequently, the specific engineering details would be handled by professionals. In charge of the seaside construction was Hu Wan, with 27 single males from the Chinese faction temporarily assigned as technical advisors. It is I who engaged in this game with you, not my companions. Thus, the debt is mine to repay. Qin Ko's visage bore the weariness of time, his demeanor waning as the minutes passed. Old Peng, no need for excessive formality. Please, come in and speak, he said politely, turning to enter the grand hall. Although she now understood that Mo was not Peng Zhang, she still instinctively referred to him as Old Peng. His consciousness swept through the palace, finding nothing but emptiness. Save for the icy wall, he remained unhurried, strolling leisurely as if in his own home. Chapter 103, Mastery Achieved. The half-meter long, powerful tiger tail lashed towards Chun Yun with a crackling sound reminiscent of thunder, delivering a blow equivalent to that of a 4-star martial artist's full force. Although Zhao Xian could evade the deadly purplish-red rays and slay crocodiles, against such a massive serpent, despair enveloped everyone. This was an entirely different caliber of battle, capable of swallowing Zhao Xian whole. In truth, Yang Sudong understood this well, yet he could not maintain his composure. The mysterious figure had not been mistaken in asserting that his cultivation was still lacking. Yang Sudong recognized that at times, he acted too emotionally. To succeed, he must amend this detrimental habit. Within the deep space warship, there was a combat chamber that could suppress entrance to the same realm, compelling warriors to rely solely on skill and technique. Upon exiting, they would instantly revert to their original levels. However, after Yang Tsong fused with the heavenly Yin demon fire, he was astonished that it did not elevate his burning technique. Holding a bouquet of vibrant flowers, Yezi Chung furrowed her brow, pondering whether Su Wanqing had truly found a partner. To disregard his punch while adorned with glimmering scales, could it be that he too was not human? The meat targets were slaves purchased from the black market by martial arts families for amusement, their lives and deaths dictated by their masters. living in conditions worse than dogs. Lu Tailin, witnessing Chun Yufeng reclaim his domineering demeanor, felt a surge of joy in her heart, playfully beckoning him with a smile. He watched in disbelief as Qing Yu, expressionless, untied his tie and casually tossed it aside, unconcerned about where it landed, and continued to unbutton his shirt. Gu Pan recalled a time when, out of boredom, she perused Weibo and found a poll asking who the most desired male celebrity was. Zhao Yixing undoubtedly claimed the top spot. Bai Sheng turned and approached Su Yuxuan, who was lost in a daze, staring at a poster of Xia Mingzhu, the flower of great reincarnation. The chains in Murong Shui's hands transformed into a large snowflake, spiraling towards Zhang Yingdong. The expressions of the gluttonous beast were filled with disbelief as one claw pointed at Jiang Cheng and Yin Ji, who were holding hands, their mouths agape in astonishment. Shortly thereafter, a shadow soared into the air, heading south, while Mu Zhugong emerged from the woods, shaking his head repeatedly. Clearly, his conversation with Empress Ma had not gone smoothly. She had dashed southward, likely to seek trouble with Shaolin Temple. Qing Yu was left bewildered. Was it not said that this ghost preferred to lurk in the shadows? How could it so brazenly reveal itself, operating a base that resembled a bandit hideout? While the men that were mostly unruly, they were loyal and straightforward. This was also a measure of capability. If one lacked the requisite skills but devised such a plan, it would be impractical. Of course, this arrow was no ordinary projectile. Its tips were crafted from tungsten steel, capable of slaying even those in the Qi realm. Upon entering the central domain, Chun Xiling had donned a mask, while Jiang Li concealed herself with an artifact of invisibility. Sister Li contemplated that, as she was not destined to stay, Aunt Mei, having been here for several years, might genuinely be allowed to remain if she requested it. Additionally, Gu Angyi attempted to push open the door, but her lack of strength made it appear more like a coy resistance, and the scene inevitably spiraled out of control. Anisia's heart found solace upon receiving a message from Zhang Fan, yet she refrained from replying, uncertain of what to say. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yunjie was nearly struck dumb with astonishment. He could not fathom what madness had seized Yin Poyu at that moment, revealing his final trump card, only to subsequently strip it of its intimidation. Yin Poyu and Li Chong sat cross-legged at the summit of the icy mountain, where Li Chong retrieved from his backpack 2 bottles of potent liquor, a tin of luncheon meat, a packet of fried peanuts, and 2 salted duck eggs. In this desolate wilderness, the presence of such provisions was indeed luxurious. At this juncture, both Yin Poyu and Xiao Yunjie epitomized the indomitable spirit of Chinese soldiers. Yin Poyu returned to the shooting range, his knees slightly bending, while Xiao Yunjie raised his rifle, steadied by a deep and measured breath, elevating the weapon with the unwavering steadiness of a mountain. Within this secluded shelter, the water mage Gliss and Du Xiaoxiao were slightly more familiar with the surroundings, prompting him to volunteer to persuade Du Xiaoxiao not to disclose their impending departure to the survivors, in order to prevent inciting their panic. Had he been engaged in combat with Zhou Yi that day, even if Zhou Yi refrained from employing that kneeling secret technique, he would still have had a 70% chance of perishing at Zhou Ye's hands. Mo Qing reminisced, recalling how, apart from his cultivation, he had once sought to provoke himself in various ways. Thus, Du Zhen resolved to temper his pace. Concerning comics, aside from the works commissioned by the deities, producing 1 or 2 pieces a year would suffice. The remainder of his time could be devoted to further developing the value of his previous creations. It was of no concern. Premier League players often did the same. In his prime, York had even collaborated with the previous goddess of curves, Jordan, not the basketball player, but rather the one with the basketball prominently displayed. After all, they were a formidable collective, able to intimidate opponents merely through sheer presence. Not to mention the prowess of the fighters brought by Leopard Brother, who were all elite brawlers from the Qingfeng Hall. Yet, it was this utterance of husband that struck like divine thunder, instantly chilling the heart of the affluent young man, leaving him devoid of sensation. Why? His heart had been so thoroughly stunned that he felt naught. We shall choose to engage Barcelona in an offensive manner. Indeed, at the very least, we shall not remain in a defensive posture for the entirety of the match. This was Ferguson's conviction. He wished to engage teams like Barcelona in a proper battle. A true clash of offense. Nonsense. Who else could it be but you? Ing Si scoffed, his eyes gleaming with brilliance, radiating the unique aura of a second-tier chi-refining cultivator. The Deputy Minister of Justice sat upright before them. A plaque bearing a bright mirror hung above him, exuding an air of authority. In that instant, the man extended his dark, massive hand, shattering the void's prison, cradling Qing He and Yi Fan, and returning them to his side. Indeed, Humanity and elves shall unite to conquer environmental challenges, seeking the boundless energy we have lost. Moreover, Holy One, there are certain matters that may be uncomfortable to broach. Yet I find it necessary to address them here. He spoke with a veiled expression. This was a significant secret, but under the Heavenly Sovereign's directive, he could reveal it. Chapter 104. The Buddha's Wrath Reincarnated. Should a stranger drive down this street, regardless of his identity, he would meet his demise on the spot in the blink of an eye. See, I told you they have arrived. If not, why not come stay with me? Lin Yu offered, handing Mu Mingming a room card. I say, in the future, do not appear as if we have sullied your purity. It's merely a change of clothing. Is it truly that distressing? The fire surged, abruptly yanking me from my corner against the wall. The following day, as dawn broke with the sky lightening, Xiao Shan shed the apathy of the past taverns, regaining its former tranquility. Clad in dark green military attire, he stood tall upon the training ground, resurrecting the ironclad spirit of yesteryears. While I conversed with Tang Gong, the TPC had already arrived at the incident site at a depth exceeding 5,000 meters beneath the sea, illuminated by the dolphin's beam and the bioluminescence of other anaerobic organisms. Zhao Kai and the dolphin's pilot, Shun Hai, beheld the underwater splendor. Amidst overwhelming chaos, the remnants of defeated soldiers continued to crumble under the weight of terror and disarray, and due to the city's proximity, the collapsing forces could only rush chaotically towards the interior. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a mysterious fragrance, and his vision was engulfed in vivid crimson. Apart from this hue, nothing else was discernible, as if a scarlet curtain had abruptly descended before him. Upon the announcement of this news by the Celestial Alliance, the world trembled. No one had anticipated that the once thriving realm of cultivation had plunged into such dire straits. In an instant, all realized the shifts within the cultivation world, prompting a renewed focus on the initiation of this spiritual awakening method, leading to intensified research. However, Yan Xian's remarks served as a reminder to Lin Di. While a game could possess high degrees of freedom, it did not imply the absence of a background story. Subsequently, she cupped her palm over the outer wall of the cup, and a luminous energy began to swirl. In an instant, the water within the cup rippled, visibly vibrating. Droplets would occasionally breach the surface, only to fall back down. Within a mere 2 minutes, the entire cup of water transformed into a golden hue, resembling a bowl of liquid gold. Zhou Qian found merit in this proposal. Whether it was the gem bird or the mother tree effigy, they were designated spiritual plants, to be provided only upon request, rather than being displayed for unrestricted sale in the store. The only spirit plant available for unrestricted sale was the Star River Rose, which seemed rather meager. The last time she had exhibited such madness was upon learning of the Baijiang army's rebellion during a court performance. Master Miaoyan stood at the door, a figure of reverence as a monk, embodying the virtues of a highly respected elder, yet he was also mindful of propriety. After several attempts, Hua Tian ultimately sighed in resignation, abandoning his futile efforts. Devoid of spiritual energy, Hua Tian was no different from an ordinary mortal. Having just arrived at the village and completed discussions with Xena, he wasted no time in presenting his opinions directly to her. Wang Nanbei intended to lead a team to investigate the site of the incident in Carolera personally, almost pushed over by the forceful Wang Nanbei, who turned with mild discontent. He remarked, "I say, my dear, I am conducting a scene investigation. Why push me?" He winced, unsure whether his nose had sustained an injury, rubbing it vigorously, revealing that he had indeed collided with the floor. The proprietor chuckled, recognizing that such a lucrative deal was rare. A single transaction would nearly equal their profits from the previous 6 months. Yang Xiulian's expression stiffened. She had not anticipated that Zhang Lizhang would speak so favorably towards Liang Zhu. In an instant, her demeanor darkened. It felt as though all the benefits had been appropriated by Liang Zhu, while her own man had unreasonably leaned towards discarding that viper without any recompense. "Yes, esteemed sirs. Please." The steward led Yin Mo and the others into the inner hall, which, despite its designation, was merely a row of thatched huts. The following evening, just past 11, Yang Di boarded the 717 train heading to Guishi province. Shang Guanxi was adorned in white, sipping tea amidst the verdant bamboo, exuding an ethereal grace akin to a celestial being sent down from the heavens, leaving onlookers spellbound. Li Wei was uncertain of the credibility of Zhao Qian's words. It could not deny that they aligned with Xing Fang's perspective. I, Xian Mingfeng, felt a twinge of panic and a fit of anger. I had considered killing and shuling without contemplating the consequences. Li Jianbo glanced at the pouch in his hand, perplexed. Was this Li Wei's? Had she purchased it? Yet, it bore no label. Could it be that she had crafted it herself? Subsequently, Yin Feiyong lifted the armrest of the throne with his left hand, and a hidden compartment appeared, then put the note down. Don't say it, don't say it. Su Jinsi is on the verge of going to court, and his expression is also extremely rich. Apart from the occasional yellow light that appeared in Duan Kuen's eyes, there were several faint blue lights floating in the distance, which were hazy and elusive. Qingqing didn't know that the camel was trying to hit this bead, so he obediently held the bead in front of him and showed him more carefully. Not long after, both sides opened the client of the League of Legends game on the Chinese server and arranged to enter YY's voice room. Lin Chuang shook her head angrily. With a piece of cloth stuffed into her mouth and unable to speak at all, when her ancestors made the agreement, was the ghost city already a ghost city? She asked. She was wearing summer clothes brought over from Pengcheng, so she bought herself some autumn clothes. Moreover, the druid relies on the cover of vegetation and terrain, constantly changing his body. If it weren't for Jiang Muqing carrying most of the attacks for him, he would probably have been defeated. At this moment, the cries of those unknown beasts were extremely loud, as if they were happening in their ears. Dongji is an old brand private restaurant with several local chain stores in Pengcheng. They came to Dongji's old store. Chapter 105, Water Clouds and Fire. Today, when Wang Peng suddenly saw a trio of Huajibei, Lu Mei, and Guamimi, he felt that something was strange, but he couldn't say for a moment. He seemed to unintentionally glance at Jiang Chaoping, who was also looking at him, obviously confused about it. How could Mu Kuan not hear the obvious anxiety in Buzz's tone? But what he wants is that Bath can withdraw its troops and return to Batu, and return to the city of Jingzhou. The airport broadcast keeps broadcasting. Please send the assault team officers and soldiers to the Southwest Field Hospital of the airport for a physical examination. What do you want to do? Xiaoyu looked at the man and could imagine him wanting to kill Bai Li. Under the watchful eye of the Gate of Creation, there is actually a secret association. The slogan of the association is actually to overthrow the ruling power and restore the glory of the Gate of Creation. And that old man must be the current head of the Zhao family. If Yifeng's estimation is correct, the other man he doesn't know should be Zhao Tu's brother. Zhao Tu's older brother had a heroic expression on his face, giving the impression that he was a righteous person at this moment. At the moment when Han Shui'er called out Jing Mashuan's name, Jing Mashuan had already arrived in front of Han Shui'er, with a distance of less than 3 centimeters between them. Originally, this titanium alloy could forge divine weapons, which was something that Qin Laohan had done before, so there shouldn't be any problem in forging. Now it's just a lack of raw materials. Although Zhou Xiong spoke fluently and fluently, only he knew that after he finished speaking these words, he was already sweating profusely. Yifeng originally wanted to take a good stroll around here, but he didn't expect Zhao Tu to come here again. It can be seen that Zhao Tu is only in the lowest stage of being out of the body now. It can be said that the advanced out-of-body period did not come here either. They're all practicing in seclusion, pursuing higher realms. Jiang Ru'er is now in a difficult situation, and it makes perfect sense to say so. What the hell? I am quite agile in reaching out, houching. I'll leave Qing'er to you. Although Li Na's voice was calm, those who understood him could tell from his facial features that he was anxious. Li Mengda's cultivation is not low now, so these words are naturally impossible to say in public. They were spoken to Li Yuntian through voice transmission. This is precisely why Oberding said such words before his death, because he knew that when the true owner of the blood sword was found, Richard, who had taken the blood sword, would be crushed to pieces and go to the underworld to accompany him. Lina, do you want to come and sit in my room? Seeing that Lina finally calmed down, Lu Haoqing quickly took her to the place he thought was safest. Upon hearing these words, Tang Yin immediately grabbed Jinxi's other hand and helped her out with Panjia. Li Yuntian still has some estimation of the courage of the Shui family. At this moment, some ugly things still need to be said earlier. For Shuishan, it's not difficult to deal with Wang Jinxiang. If you personally take action, you can definitely capture it. However, such a task also carries certain risks. After all, the other party has gene medicine in their hands, and there are also experts in the coagulation period around to protect them. As for the 10-star rating, the system has not explained it to Zhang Miao, nor has Zhang Miao asked. However, in his opinion, a strong person at this level may no longer be called a ninja. I am quite certain about the ability of this guy on the tower to do things. Since he has already said so, I can basically guess that he will not have any problems or mistakes in this matter. Well, although it's not particularly neat, being able to reach this level in a hurry should already be quite good, right? Zhao Shukai, I watched the video and Xuechan said a few words to you. I hope you can tell me what these 2 sentences mean. Lu Qingxuang asked loudly. Li Yinshan, he wanted to save his son, but ended up throwing him deeper and deeper into the pit, which was not his intention. Such a big game of chess. Even Sun Wukong and Guanyin are just pieces in it. What do you consider yourself to be? If you get mixed up in a confused way, You won't even know how to die. Zhao Tianlei couldn't help but feel a twitch in his heart as he watched Han Yue being with these people and even drawing a knife to confront him at any time. Shen Nuyen stood up from the ground and struck his head with a punch. I jumped forward and dodged the punch. The snow on the ground was shaken open by the punch, revealing the rocks. The snow on Mount Hua was very thick, and Shen Nuyen broke through it with a punch, showing how strong his punching power was. George Soros will indeed come out this time, but he borrowed his name. Anyway, he and Robertson manipulated the Asian financial crisis once, and have already been criticized, so let's continue to take the blame. Shuzhen, who realized what she had caused the big fire, exclaimed in shock and hurriedly retreated. He fell out his police certificate and waved it in front of the black bear monster, which was exactly the same sign as the police badge in the video just now. Who exactly is this Mingdao? Is this the teleportation he mentioned? This secret technique is too terrifying, and I have never heard of such a powerful secret technique in the Bodhi lineage. At the end of that battle, he was also present and understood his own powerlessness. He couldn't even see their movement trajectory, and it was nauseating to think of the self-satisfied mentality he had gained a little strength before. Tang Rao stepped out, making a hissing sound wherever his right arm passed, as if the air had been ignited. When did you wake up? Inhaling the slightly cool night air into his lungs. Chen Yu pulled his palm with a bitter smile. Chapter 106 Goodbye Tang-san. Time gradually passes in the process of refining the strange fire in Yuquan. In the blink of an eye, there's only 1 month left before the Elite Soul Masters competition of all the advanced colleges in the mainland. During the period when Yuquan was practicing in the spring water of the ice and fire Liangyi eyes. This time, Duga Bo did not lead Tang-san into the eye of ice and fire. Instead, he merely expelled them from the Royal Academy of Tiando, a method that naturally garnered resentment from Tang-san and his companions. The fact that 9th-level mythic realm experts can traverse the barrier suffices to demonstrate that the barrier is not an insurmountable fortress in the eyes of those top-tier powerhouses from the Outer Realms. Suddenly, the young lady coughed and lunged forward, prompting Gray to hastily reach out to support her, only for both to tumble down simultaneously. The large entourage departed, leaving only Aunt Ma behind. Thus, Zhang Yi no longer needed to disguise himself, his gaze sharp and discerning. No matter how formidable a secondary power may be, their strongest member is merely at the peak of the 3rd layer of Qi cultivation. Currently, the Asking Heaven Alliance could effortlessly crush them with merely 1/3 of their strength, rendering them inconsequential. His tentacles' defensive capabilities were even inferior to those of the Armored Emperor, and in an instant they were pierced one by one by Li Tianxun, erupting with a resounding blast. Zhang Yi was now in no hurry to return to Meng Xianggui. After all, weren't the enemies spreading their nets to requisition supplies? One opportune moment for guerrilla warfare. My Lord Risher, what do you think? William nodded slightly, turning to inquire of Duke Risher. After playing with the child for a moment, Li Tianxun heard his father Li Yong occasionally humming nearby, which amused him. It was only after some time that he entrusted the child to his mother. He had indeed discovered clues left by Shennong in the Outer Realms, initially attributing them to the methods of the Flame Emperor Shennong and Fushi. However, it now appeared that they had left behind an informed individual in this universe, Earth Uncle. Particularly for the novice cultivators Nangong Yaoshua and Zhao Yuding, a sense of panic enveloped their hearts, were it not for Qiu Zishuan's protective barrier. They felt as though they could scarcely breathe. Luo Tam let out a sound of exasperation, turning away to hide his disdainful gaze. Comrade, Nangong Yaofeng, please adopt a more serious demeanor. It is time for your interrogation, Chen Beibei stated with a stern expression. For a powerhouse who revered martial prowess, one would never easily relinquish the opportunity to grow stronger. To engage in battle with Su Tong was but a momentary impulse, and upon realizing that the other party was not averse to combat, reason would gradually triumph over the blood's instinctive fervor. Even more delightfully, there existed a tranquil bay pool here, allowing the 4 from Tianfan Realm and Wanhua City to freshen up. Zhuge Xian readily agreed and promptly made his way towards the icy abode he had just exited. He always felt that his family was remarkably fortunate. His parents shared a profound love, his sister was exceptionally well-behaved, and he himself was so considerate. Bai Qingshan was startled and hastily removed his mask, opening another jade box that was empty, yet bore obvious signs of having once contained something. I have heard, he said, as the sovereigns conversed privately. Without preamble, Changsun Wuji cut to the chase, turning to Yifeng, who was the source of his irritation, and venting his frustration by taking it out on him, twisting his arms. Isn't everything under your watch, whether good or bad? Jiang Sihai smiled at Dan Lingzi. Your grandfather possessed only foundational strength at yesterday's auction, yet now wields the power of out-of-body. This indicates that your family SoulLand must have given him the snow lotus last night. Jiao articulated the thoughts lingering in Zhou Tian's mind. Do you truly believe that your subordinates can contend with me? At that moment, Shaoli was oblivious to when Feng Yao had appeared behind him, having just been in front a moment ago. Chapter 107, Punishment for Yu Shaojiang. Although sensing the murderous intent in Youchuan's eyes, Tang San remained unperturbed, as there were 3 soul saints on their side. Thus, he hypocritically remarked, the Eye of Ice and Fire is inherently a land without a master. Even if I claim it, what of it? Are you aware that any acquisition of rare treasures requires discretion? You are violating the rules, Quan inquired. Tang San found Quan exceedingly hypocritical. What I take is naturally mine. Ma Mashuan expressed some unease as he spoke to Lu Qian as the monarch of the Great Chu. It seems rather inappropriate for me to sit beside you, does it not? General Yin shook off the fatigue. Just as he parried the great iron spear thrust by Guan Yu, a gleaming long knife descending swiftly toward his face. Qin Muyan's cold voice interrupted her actions. Lin Xiang, go to the door, leaving her heart feeling hollow. Zhao Jijun's deep voice elicited a bittersweet smile from Yang Jinxin, a smile that unexpectedly carried a hint of relief. Fortunately, the master had yet to mature, and Abu was an honest man. Otherwise, if the master fell into the hands of villains, the consequences would be unthinkable. Upon hearing this, Ji Wuqing smiled. If my husband were disposed of by you, who would care for you? Therefore, once you recover, I shall certainly accept my punishment. Seeing her cease her tears, Ji Wuqing felt a weight lift from his heart. He dreaded witnessing the tears of his beloved. Prince Pingnan, Tang Wanyan, gazed at the man's face for a long while before suddenly recalling that this individual was the one who had recently led others away from the Ma family army to join the Great Chu military camp. Compared to these elegant and noble matters, what captivated her more were the assorted delicacies displayed on the sandalwood table. Upon seeing these pastries, her heart blossomed with joy, and without a second thought, she devoured the beautifully crafted confections with great fervor. It was already quite late in the evening. The sky remained clear and bright, adorned with resplendent sunset clouds that cast a golden hue all around. From the car window, the layers of towering buildings were gilded with a golden edge. This all-encompassing assault compelled the thunder to retreat, while 2 enemy machines promptly withdrew from the combat zone. Qin Chi touched his nose, picked up a large bundle from the ground, and walked into the house, turning to close the door. Perhaps due to the lessons learned in her past life, she particularly cherished this existence and diligently maintained the bond between husband and wife. The severed vines that fell to the ground writhed like snakes, appearing exceedingly terrifying. Suku replied with a simple good, resting her arm, as exquisite as white jade, on the table, awaiting Lu Jihai's challenge. Although Jiang Chun felt a pang of reluctance in his heart, he understood that in moments like this, Mo Yu had orchestrated this matter, and it must be of great significance. After all, Zhiyong now knew that Zhou Yunmei was not his biological mother. Should they not be together, it would be entirely justifiable to disregard Zhou Yunmei, and even public opinion would not dare to speak out. The Church of the Gods, which had long viewed demons and devils as mortal enemies, naturally had its defenses against the corruption of its members by demons. Even if someone truly succumbed to darkness under the temptation of the demon lord Mephisto, the Church of the Gods would undoubtedly identify these individuals with ease. Dailon felt a profound sense of reflection. The lingering apprehension had entirely dissipated. Jiang Chen's soul-sensing power extended outward, and within a radius of 1,500 meters. He detected no trace of Gu Hao. As she brushed past when Exen, she nodded slightly, acknowledging her presence. After all, they had previously collaborated. I haven't been busy with much, just idly passing time, Li Yi remarked, uncertain how to describe his current life. To call it entrepreneurship would be a stretch. It was more accurately described as merely getting by. Chapter 108, Tournament Regulations. 3 days later, Quan successfully rendezvoused with the residents prepared for the second team of the Wuhuan Temple in the Tiando Empire, along with Bai Shuang and the others. Months have elapsed, and although the ethereal spring is no longer present, none have slackened in their cultivation. At this juncture, the members of the Nirvana team have made substantial advancements in their prowess, and their soul power has also seen a notable increase. Nanshi, with the martial spirit of the demonic break spear, stands as a formidable level 43 assault system Soul Master. The second member, Bai Shuang, wields the martial spirit of the illusory ancient mirror, now a level 49 assault system Soul Sect Master. The young Linghu, Chong, has begun to shine, while the 4 esteemed undercover agents, Tian Di Xian Huang, have also revealed their brilliance. On the mountainside, shrouded in mist, A colossal rock spans the landscape, forming a solitary cliff that obscures both sky and abyss. You, my friend, still speak with such bravado. I surmise your divine consciousness is aligned with the path of water in cultivation? How fortuitous, for I possess an object that may aid you in solidifying your corporeal form. Today, my spirits are high, and I shall bestow it upon you. With a wave of his hand, Chun Lei released a pale blue light. Wang Zhutian attempted repeatedly to contact Feng Hong through the corner symbol, yet each endeavor met with silence. At that moment, Fei Zhu stretched languidly, her feline ears and tail emerging, and upon sighting Yi, she promptly leaped onto his back, playfully nuzzling him. Yi then advanced, executing a series of fluid strikes, a forward step followed by a diagonal slash, seamlessly linking into a thrust, then an upward flick culminating in a sweeping cut. It appears you are resolutely determined to claim this place. Michaela brandished his dual-edged sword, assuming an offensive stance. The spectral image of Snow Drink, the unparalleled sword, along with the newly manifested yet untested tempest of frost, disintegrated under the dazzling kaleidoscope of colors. In a flash of light, the two departed from the cavern of the White Dragon High Priest and returned to the dim, shadowy confines of the royal palace dungeon, beside the bound and imprisoned White Dragon High Priest. Upon hearing these words, Tao Man exhaled a sigh of relief. Being more acquainted with Satan Quinton than other demon lords, he discerned that the latter intended for him to exploit the Dark Castle to return to the demon realm to confront the rabble of heaven. The transparent birds seemed to relax in the warmth, their feathers gently fluffed, comfortably half closing their eyes. At this moment, Chang Hung, even a fool could discern her meaning. Ning Mei, Ning Mei. He could not help but call her name repeatedly, that tender invocation capable of completely melting Sang Ning Mei's heart. As for Auntie's ailment, Ma Jun understood that the illness afflicting Mama Xia held little hope for treatment. In truth, it was merely a topic everyone was reluctant to broach. The land met with an endless expanse of ice, reminiscent of the sea, save for this particular patch near the shore that remained unfrozen due to the warm winds. All that transpired was meticulously chronicled by He Qing-jin in a letter, which he entrusted to the subordinates of Rong Yi to return to Shilin Yu. Long strands of hair cascaded down, obscuring the man's visage, rendering it impossible to discern the events transpiring within. I cannot thank you enough, Bo Duo thought, grappling with words to express his heartfelt sentiments, ultimately surrendering his gratitude. Yuan Jiaqing knew that the residence of the old master Bai was not too distant, albeit the winding paths left him momentarily disoriented. Thus, he opted for a taxi home. To reap the fruits of your labor, one must perform virtuous deeds. Follow me, serve as my disciple, and assist me in my endeavors. When I attain enlightenment, it shall be your time of freedom, Zhang Tianci proclaimed. As he journeyed home, Chang Jiu reflected on the crown prince's words, fearing he might become yet another Wu Ho, the thought eliciting uncontrollable laughter that left his legs weak. Drawing curious glances from passers-by. Chapter 109. The Pre-Competition Conflict. The following dawn, in Tianfu City, the elite competition of soul masters from high-ranking academies across the continent officially commenced. Tianfu City hosted a grand opening ceremony. Before the sun had risen, the Grand Soul Arena was already filled to capacity. This competition truly deserved its status as a continental spectacle. To ensure its smooth operation, Qian Renxue, as Crown Prince Xue Qinghe, busied herself with myriad tasks, scarcely finding time to converse with the ethereal spring. Wait a moment. Allow me to explain the rules. First, no inquiries regarding the opponent's condition are permitted. Even if you were to ask, none would respond. Second, you must diagnose the ailments of the 3 individuals within 1 hour. Third, exceeding the time limit or providing an incomplete diagnosis will be deemed a failure, Ouyang fuming stated, positioning himself beside the secondary physician. What are you discussing? Are you embarrassed? If you intend to cause disruption, do not fear the laughter of others. Based on your actions, I could easily notify the authorities, Mei Shanjiao admonished. Lu Su Lang turned back, leaping onto the competition stage with clenched fists, his energy manifesting visibly upon his form. The might of royal-tier experts no longer differentiated by the color of their energy. All was now clearly perceptible to the naked eye. However, he hesitated to speak, realizing that defending his innocence would only entangle him further. It was common knowledge that Qin Yu was one of his own. Would anyone believe he was unaware of his being a spy? He risked being branded as the mastermind behind Qin Yu's treachery, effectively becoming a traitor to the Qin Yun sect himself. The leader of the Qin Yun sect, possessing a strength of the 9th rank of the Divine Emperor, especially on his own territory, could hardly be swayed by the forces of the Luo Lai Empire. As analyzed with Dong Lianzhu, Zhao Zilong indeed felt a tinge of disappointment regarding his indecision toward Wang Ruohua, and even though she was injured, he merely tossed her the ointment gifted by the old man and did not check on her again. Having already completed his cultivation for the day, he intended to retire early, yet before he could recline, he received a call from Lu Yu, informing him of her safe arrival at school and her settlement into the campus dormitory, no longer renting off campus. Once the red jade from the Buddhist realm is entirely procured, I shall exchange a few thousand merits to illuminate the last 3 talismans of the King of Hell as corpse command. At that time, should the yellow bird dare to return, I shall shatter it with the demon-repelling pestle. Jiang Sheng had initially prepared to serve tea to Zhao Zilong, but upon hearing his words, he was momentarily taken aback. This sensation resembled that of a bored youth unlocking a high-end electronic device, not necessarily for any specific purpose, but merely to alleviate the tedium by tracing a finger across the cold, sticky surface in search of a semblance of existence. Zhou Shun had keenly observed this aspect, and thus revealed his trump card before the crowd. Indeed, this is the grassland behind his hometown village, the place that brought him the most joy in childhood, now transformed into the nightmare that haunts his midnight reveries. In the mere act of confrontation, without any clash, Wang Yao had instantaneously simulated a wealth of enemy information and countermeasures, his insight remarkable. His adaptability in the face of adversity was nothing short of astonishing. Upon witnessing the nightscape again, he found himself unable to stand, his knees shattered, forced to sit in a chair. Jiang Lan released Arthur's hand, leaping down to stand before Jotun, as the crowd converged to remove the metallic protective shield, revealing the tall, slender assassin collapsed amidst a pool of vomit. That afternoon, the professor attended a company meeting while I remained in the hotel, completing the post-production work on the graphics. Suddenly, my phone rang. She was not coming for your Shenlong group. At this moment, in Africa, she simply could not spare the time to come over. Once you have revived Sister Ruaji, you must visit her in Africa to offer your condolences. Do you understand? She and Yalan gazed solemnly at Pan Yuhong. Behind them stood a BMW, from which emerged a man with golden hair and blue eyes, towering at nearly 6 feet, chattering incessantly. Chapter 110, The Grand Opening of the Competition. Chun Xin cast a dangerously piercing glance at Dai Mubai. Do you prefer a public or private resolution? The surrounding crowd pointed and whispered about the members of Shrek Academy. At this moment, Dai Mubai's expression was grim. He acknowledged his impulsiveness, yet as a prince of the Star Luo Empire, why should he endure such humiliation? Tang Sen stepped forward, smiling at Ning Fengji. Master Ning, I am Tang San, and this matter is a misunderstanding initiated by Ning Rongrong. Zhou Ming looked up, recalling that the assassin in his dream had been in a concealed spot on the opposite building of the Gu Group. As he glanced in that direction, he indeed spotted a shadow, and fury ignited in his eyes. For Zhou Ming, my city had long ceased to hold any surprises. He visited solely for her sake and continued to indulge her, although he no longer insisted on certain matters. After speaking, she felt a pang of guilt. It was she who sought out Xian Ran, yet now she used Lin Zihong as a shield merely to evade further questioning from Xian Ran. Meanwhile, Chang Jingfeng was also observing the entrance, his brows furrowed tightly, when a soft knock echoed from the office door. No matter how astonished they were, the reappearance of the chaotic universe before their eyes could not deceive anyone. It clearly indicated that I had indeed shattered the constraints imposed by the immortal emperor through these storms. Tang Chiuli meticulously scrutinized and compared the military map, contemplating the potential maneuvers of the Japanese Army's headquarters. This formidable group of over 200,000 troops would rapidly alter the battlefield dynamics, regardless of where they were deployed. If you have something to say, please speak frankly, said Wang Ku of the Kaitian Divine Sect, a legendary figure who had faced formidable foes even before joining the sect. Mu Feng had begun his training in various illusion arrays from a young age, but when a physical defect suddenly manifested, his father took him to seek medical help, causing Mu Feng to suspend his training in both physical and illusionary techniques. If those individuals had already discerned that there was a child in the car belonging to Huasiren, then the vehicle that drove away would offer no safety guarantee. In front of the company commander, he referred to himself as I, and, in his presence, he called himself father. Wasn't that a blatant display of contempt? I believe your death would bring me greater peace, Bai Yusha declared, her blade glinting ominously as it descended toward the stunned gaze of the servant. Mo, he. The wild and uncontrollable force was unable to rebound directly, and in an instant, it felt an overwhelming suppression of its spiritual energy, to the point where it could scarcely muster any. Several international police officers exchanged glances, reluctantly discarding their firearms, raising their hands to cradle their heads, and obediently lying on the ground. Upon returning to the living room after seeing Shi Jinyan off, Gu Qiqi encountered Shimaji, who wore a sorrowful expression as he gazed at her. Gu Qiqi, being exceptionally astute, immediately discerned the thoughts of the old master Shi. Tianxiang Duku was in the hands of Yan Lingxiao. How could he possibly part with it so easily? Gongyao City, he expressed concern that Yan Lingxiao is cunning. If he realizes they have a need for him, who knows what he might do? Yet, from her slender form, respectful demeanor, and somewhat pitiful appearance, it was easy to evoke sympathy. Moreover, Shimaji did not consider this a matter of great significance. Yimu remained silent, as the saying goes. A clear official finds it difficult to resolve family disputes, and he felt unqualified to judge whether Tang Yi or a Mei was in the right. Shi Jinyan found himself at a loss with her, refraining from further words. Fortunately, fortune smiled upon him. Shortly after reaching the roadside, a vehicle arrived. Today, I shall surely slay you, ridding the world of your menace. Li Shimon's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Grandfather, I can hear your voice, I exclaimed, yet upon looking around, I cannot find him. I was momentarily startled. How had my grandfather's attire transformed into that of a ruler of the underworld? Chapter 111, 1 Minute Versus. One person. As the Snowy Night Emperor announced the commencement of the competition, thunderous applause erupted throughout the venue once more. Once the applause subsided, the Snowy Night Emperor spoke again. Here, I hope all Soul Masters will fully exert their capabilities and achieve commendable results. You are the pride of the Heaven Do Empire. Shine forth for the glory of the Empire. The applause surged again, and at that moment, the seemingly motionless Quan and others stood out conspicuously, which naturally drew the attention of the Snowy Night Emperor. I have already devised a plan. If the level 3 Lord card remains unutilized before returning home, I shall pass it on to the dead eunuch. However, in these times, anything could happen, so I cannot guarantee it and have not disclosed this information to the dead eunuch. Past events have faded like the wind. You may call me Wuchen. The masked figure finally replied, yet his gaze swiftly converged upon the 10 elders of the Sword Gate. The directives regarding the long term must also be taken seriously. The inns and restaurants near the scenic avenue must undergo thorough checks. If we can locate the place where the deceased dined before the incident, we might uncover additional clues. Lin then added opportunely, what do you intend to do? Maya asked fearfully, retreating her body as if anticipating humiliation. Early stage of the 6th level of Lingyun? Although Shan Tsung's combat prowess was currently lacking, in terms of experience and other aspects, he far surpassed this realm, even with the use of compressed tools. His strength barely reached the mid-6th level of Lingyun. However, killing someone at the early 6th level would not require much effort. Only one of us can survive. Mo Xianzi declared angrily, resembling a madwoman, utterly refusing to heed any counsel. Meanwhile, Shun Shun had already departed from the concealed research facility, hastily making his way back to the tent. A considerable crowd had gathered around, undeterred by the heavy snowfall and slippery ground, as they stood in the snow, observing from a distance. All the Jin fan bandits donned bows and arrows, unleashing a barrage of long-range attacks before swiftly concealing themselves. At such a distance, not to mention the opposing archers being unable to react in time, even if they did, their arrows would not reach the target. Observing the treasure-hunting mouse's confusion, Shinsong burst into laughter. No wonder the treasure-hunting mouse had become almost invisible. With such intellect, surviving would be no easy feat. Han Feng, who previously served as the director of the construction office, had a considerable understanding of the terrain of Happiness Town. The following day, Li Hongzhang sent a letter to Prince Gong, Hexen, stating that the Japanese threat was ever looming and could become a perpetual menace to the Central Plains. They could either be enlisted for our use, or, if rejected, would surely become our enemies. She spent her time in the hospital room until the sun marked the appropriate hour, at which point she promptly exited. It seemed the other party relished this cat-and-mouse game, as they did not launch a pursuit at that moment, instead playing the classic villain role, leisurely explaining matters to them. The man scoffed, preparing to dry his hair with the towel in his hand, but as he lifted his arm, it tugged at the wound on his shoulder, forcing him to lower it. Meng Yin was a beast master from the Emerald Dreamland, and the changes he could undergo were unimaginable. Even achieving full recovery remained a formidable challenge. Li Chuntian was a veteran of the Jia Food Factory and the most trusted individual of Zhengyazi, so she had no doubts regarding his words. Recalling the agonizing screams of those launched back by the cannon, Su Qian raised her hand first after a moment of silence. An endless expanse of golden twilight materialized, as 3 resplendent golden lotuses gracefully descended from the heavens, landing upon the altar of sacrifice. These lotuses, entirely enveloped in gold, shimmered brilliantly, their surfaces undulating with auspicious golden rays. Indeed, the kingdom of Qi aspired to transform the newly independent kingdom of Ireland into a paragon for Europe, proclaiming to the nations of the continent, "Those who ally with Qi shall lead prosperous lives." "It's acceptable, I suppose," Qiu Shaozi remarked with a reluctant tone, feeling that despite the quality of the attire, something essential eluded him. Chapter 112. The Ethereal Spring and the Snow-Clear River. After the competition concluded, many present wore solemn expressions. While the Spear Hall Academy was merely a second team, the astonishing prowess they exhibited compelled all other academies to take them seriously. The countenance of the Snow Knight Emperor grew even darker. The performance of the Tianfu Royal Academy's second team had already left him deeply disappointed, compounded by the fact that Tang San, who had excelled at Shrek Academy, had been personally expelled by his own younger brother. Now, the Spirit Hall Academy was demonstrating exceptional performance in the Tianfu competition, overshadowing even the Tianfu Royal Academy. Why was it strange? The gift from Biwook was quite ordinary. Junlin had everything, and Edward's thoughts had already drifted outside, yearning to fly a kite. Recently, it had come to light that Lu Yongping had fought her brother and gone on blind dates with others. Alongside the earlier incident, at this moment, He Yushui finally felt disheartened. His gaze turned towards the command screen, which displayed 2 rockets being prepared for launch. Leaving other matters aside, he found it perplexing that, as their biological son, he was completely unaware of his parents' divorce. Ruanfu suddenly fell silent, seemingly at a loss for words. What was wrong with Feng Yunpei today? She appeared to be intentionally enigmatic, leaving him bewildered. Subsequently, they were merged into the 16 islands of the South Sea, under the jurisdiction of Nangong Qinyu's sworn brother, Dongfang Yuandao. Yet now, Yang Yuan was not playing by the rules at all. Should he become involved in the Skyward Plan and achieve a successful launch in 3 days, then all the framing and scheming would become nothing more than a farcical joke. Before her execution, Kong Jing specifically went to see the old monk, who, until his death, had never revealed a single detail about the Xian Kuan seal. She thought to herself that it was perhaps for the best that this secret remained buried forever. Clenching her teeth, she charged forward with determination, rolling to the ground as she seized Shin Yanchu. 3 true disciples had departed in succession, leaving only Luo Guantong isolated, alongside Lu Kan, who remained oblivious to the happenings around him. Upon hearing Lu Yulan claim to be Yi Fei's wife, Yishang no longer invested any thought into her. Having just overheard Pharaoh's mention of Qintian No. 4, even his proud self took little notice. "Young master, the matters have been mostly settled." Luan, wearing a mask, quietly appeared, landing mere 5 steps away from Luo Hua. Zhang Baiqian lowered his gaze, nonchalantly nodding in acknowledgement. It was only then that the guards began to push the 2 envoys out of the grand tent. "Worried you might lack an appetite. I've served you an extra bowl to share." He Zian smiled, casually placing the red bean soup before Long Ran. The words of Mie Jizi were largely truthful, yet the cultivators present were not inclined to believe him. Ji Huanjinren was the first to leap up, followed by others joining in the commotion. No one could make it disappear. It could never vanish from this world. Thus, astute politicians began to seek alternative methods to combat this dark force. The incident from the last Crown Prince contention, where you fell victim to Elder Jin's schemes, occurred 5 years ago. Although she was not well informed, that event remained vividly etched in her memory. The reality could not be disclosed, as doing so would lead to even more troublesome matters, such as revealing my origins. Indeed, the white mourning ribbon, the glossy black coffin, and the thick red candles in the corners all undeniably indicated that this was, without a doubt, a place of mourning. "Uncle Jioshu, your nephew possesses not such intricate thoughts," Lin Yong said, patting the back of his head with a simple smile. In a moment of peril, Sun Tianling's spirit flickered, and he swiftly retrieved an object from his ring, hurling it towards the distance with great force. Anyone with lofty ambitions, regardless of their starting point, inevitably incites changes in the current state of affairs, leading to tumultuous tides of blood. To hell with it. Gu Qingyang had not intended to speak, but Xiang Ting's unrefined behavior prompted a response. Yimunga also felt a twinge of curiosity. Purchasing a useless individual for 10,000 taels was quite bold. She expressed her intention to cling to such a wealthy patron, who seemingly had more money than they knew how to spend. Chapter 113. Nirvana Squad vs. Thunder Academy. After dining, Xueqing had departed alongside Ning Fengji. As Xueqing's close companion, Qianren Xue was already aware that Tang San was the biological son of Tang Hao, and thus, she felt compelled to make contact with Tang San to conveniently investigate Tang, Hao, and the whereabouts of the Haoyin clan. Under the pretense of apologizing on behalf of the avalanche, Xue Qinghe visited Shrek Academy to offer condolences. Time slipped away unnoticed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, ushering in the second round of the preliminary matches. Su Jianchuan nodded with a smile. Though an odd intuition stirred within him, this bracelet did not seem particularly difficult for Busu. Lightly inhaling the lingering scents in the air, Jia Li keenly sensed that what was acting strangely. Yet being youthful, she could not grasp the intricacies at play. As cultivators and warriors, each must be prepared for the possibility of death at any moment. Yin Nanshan possessed this awareness as well. The award ceremony had specifically invited major media outlets, and had even aired a report during the primetime news broadcast at 7 o'clock. It was evident that the military was rectifying Yu Pingxing's reputation. With 6 million received, the promissory note was returned, and Busu handed over the pre-prepared receipt. The jade material transaction from the previous night concluded flawlessly. The more Chun Feng pondered, the more perplexed he became. Exchanging greetings with Xia Lulu before heading downstairs in search of Aisha. Upon exiting the private room, he spotted He Chun, who held a glass of wine, feigning to pass by the doorway. If it bothers you, then simply refuse it. Broaden your horizons. There are plenty of men around. Zhong Shuang felt he was merely voicing Wu Ling's innermost thoughts. After several consecutive days of tossing and turning without proper rest, Si Muji remained conflicted over his stance. Was it a betrayal of family ties or of love? What you ingested back then was not poison, but clay. Tang Feng remarked lightly as Chioli set down his teacup. How odd. Why can't I enter? Are you hiding a man? Zhao Shuiyan chuckled at her mysterious and anxious demeanor. The girl, however, grew increasingly displeased. Did having connections grant one the right to arbitrarily dictate the fates of others? Could one haphazardly expel people? It was evident that she was now irate, disregarding her surroundings as she began to speak passionately. Furniture and supplies were not luxuries. Without millions, one could hardly achieve such a setup. Such decor was not uncommon in the outside world, but its presence deep within these secluded mountains was truly astonishing. Jiang Jiai glanced at the man, recognizing his actions were unintentional. Yet, she could not help but feel puzzled. This fellow was quite perplexing, continually bullying others and spouting nonsense, only to end up heartbroken. Is there recruitment here? Luo Tianqing arrived at a particularly dilapidated inn, which served as the task center in Qingyang City. Akin to a mercenary guild, frequently posting tasks for those capable of completing them, with corresponding rewards upon successful completion. For the third and fourth formations, the 100 puppets continued to respond seamlessly, each movement devoid of any flaw. With their formidable armor and defensive posture, they successfully thwarted every assault from the cultivators. After a moment of contemplation, approximately 10 minutes later, he spoke again, his expression rife with frustration, never having anticipated such a dismal fate for himself. Rest assured, Director Gong, I will do my utmost to accomplish this task. I still have a few trustworthy brothers in my bureau. However, it would be prudent to transfer a few from the grassroots level to ensure a clean execution of the mission. It's truly difficult to discern who in the bureau has no ties with them, Zhao Lin suggested. Everyone had witnessed the North Sea city, built upon the emerald waters, engulfed in flames, yet the fire emitted an unusual hue, a sinister black-red, reminiscent of the ghostly flames of the underworld. Chapter 114. The Nirvana Squad Triumphs. Bai Shuang, with Ning Rongrong's assistance, unleashed her crowd control ability, the Mirror Prison. Bai Shuang's Mirror Prison bore some resemblance to Tang San's Blue-Silver Prison. Both were crowd control techniques. While physical attackers could quickly break free, agility and control-type practitioners would find themselves momentarily hindered, whereas support-type practitioners would be entirely ensnared within the prison. Unlike the Blue-Silver Prison, which was merely a cage formed by blue-silver grass that confined opponents, the Mirror Prison possessed a more complex nature. How foolish this is. If the prince has no other matters at hand, I am exhausted, Li Yu remarked as she pushed Mu Yang out of the room. It was indeed absurd. Not only was it questionable whether the demon lord would remain lucid during sleep, but the sheer intensity of that demonic energy was unmistakably distinct. It was impossible to misidentify. Are they gossiping about me again? Jean Xiaonyang pondered as she enjoyed her breakfast. With nothing else to do, she recalled her elder brother's request for her to keep company with her sister-in-law. So she arrived, only to find laughter resonating from within the house as she stood outside. Those with outstanding completion rates could still draw cards, acquiring highly useful ones that could be traded, transforming an ordinary individual into a superhuman in an instant. A sensation that was profoundly delightful. Zhuang Mingdai suddenly broke into a cold sweat. She indeed possessed an ID card, but given the time frame of 20 years prior, she wondered how her ID would appear. However, Ning Xian had exhausted her life force, nearly fainting from fatigue as she yearned for her freedom, steadfastly enduring until the present moment. Restlessness continued to surge within her. She lifted her face, furrowed her brow as she stood beneath the shower, turning on the cold water. As she changed her clothes in preparation for shower and rest, her shirt slipped partway off when her hair unexpectedly got caught, pulling painfully with any slight movement. Ayu, this isn't about money. It's about your shouting at him, which serves no purpose. If he likes that bracelet, he can take it. As long as the auction proceeds support the refugees, that's what matters, Xiao Qing implored, her eyes earnest as she gazed at Xiao Yu. She promptly added a few more bites of noodles from her bowl into his and placed the soul egg into Sidu Xing's bowl, burying it beneath the noodles. Flame Plaza, situated near the outskirts, thrived with crowds during the day, yet after 9 in the evening, it became nearly deserted. Young Master Huan, filled with resentment, produced a handful of poisonous sand, more vibrant and luminous than before. Qin Mo's Hang paused momentarily before a smile crept onto his lips, his dark eyes brimming with unshakable tenderness. Here they come, stop knocking. If you keep at it, you'll break the door. A series of footsteps echoed, followed by a creak as the door slowly opened, revealing an elderly gentleman with a head of silver hair before Wang Chongyang. The production team remarked, with her rising harem, there's no need to worry about her. Not even 10 seasoned Yuans can challenge her. As if seeking courage, he momentarily paused, leaning against the chair's back, turning to sip the remaining wine from his glass, savoring the taste as he swallowed slowly. The minister who had previously sent the Li family to the crown prince as a concubine had confessed after being interrogated by the Zhu family in the Ministry of Justice. Qin Jinyu would eventually acknowledge her relation to Emperor Wei and restore her identity and status. Should Defei discover that Wei Qingwan was not the legendary Phoenix Princess, her life would be in grave danger. Su Wushuang, intrigued, snatched the phone to examine the photos he had taken, nodding in satisfaction before shifting her gaze to Gu Shi. Young Master Jiu, the brothers have gathered. We are ready to depart at any moment, Ma Tianyu declared as he set down his phone. In the original work, to enhance realism and convenience, intestines were replaced with fresh pig intestines rather than relying on props that required post-editing to appear realistic. Chapter 115, Shrek vs. Elephant Armor Academy. As the Wuhuan Temple Academy emerged victorious, the audience erupted in thunderous applause, including Bishop Salis and Ning Fengji in the noble seating, as well as Gu Rong and Hu Yanzhan. Upon witnessing Ning Fengji's lack of engagement or explanation, the fury in the eyes of the Snow Knight Emperor seemed about to manifest physically. Bishop Salis, ever the instigator, remarked to Ning Fengji, "It appears Miss Ning's martial soul has evolved into the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda." Conversely, she was somewhat taken aback to find Zhao Yijing's face ashen, with subtle traces of injury on his visage. He appeared to be in a deep slumber. Following the winding mountain path, she entered a mountain trail at midday, and after searching several times, she finally discerned traces of footsteps, subsequently venturing into a sloped forest. Earl, of course, recognized that Sang Rua's earlier demeanor was merely a manifestation of her nightmare doppelganger, yet he was momentarily taken aback by the sight, feigning surprise to mask his own shock. Upon discovering someone beneath the ruins, Emoli wasted no time in clearing the debris to rescue the individual. When Lily finally entered the room and beheld Song Ming's condition, her heart ached deeply, and she rushed forward to greet him, noticing his furrowed brow. Lu Lanqi, however, displayed a carefree smile, seemingly unconcerned about the impending peril he had invited upon himself. When Li Yuanjia rose to wage war across the realm, he found himself overshadowed by talented peers, ranking merely 7th among strategists and maintaining a similar middle ground among generals. She perceived their hesitance, akin to two love-struck individuals scrambling for an excuse. With the suppression of the Langia prefectural seal lifted, Chun Santian and the others regained their human forms. Li Xiao ambled over with a smile, albeit limping, while Zhou Yao followed closely behind, leaving the rest of the brothers to await the commencement of the competition. The Emperor has always prohibited our interactions with the martial world, fostering clandestine forces. Should he discover that we have established a direct connection with the Jiang and martial community, he would certainly rebuke us. Coupled with the suspicions aroused by Wu Shan's incident, we may very well be accused of treason, Shiman Yidao cautioned, for someone as wild as Lei Yu. This was the first time Snow God had encountered such a character, deepening her curiosity about his abilities. 2 years prior, Bai Xiaoyu escaped from the Golden Triangle, making her way to Hong Kong. Alone and unsupported, she began her studies at a nursing school, fortuitously meeting Zheng Su. which eventually led her to secure a position at the highest-rated private hospital in Hong Kong. Long Lai and the strategist nodded, because Aoyan's analysis was basically the same as theirs. Okay, whenever Princess Yu of our family wants to eat, I will take you there to eat. Shang Wan said with a proud smile. Bai Xiaoyu tried hard to pull out her arm, but as soon as she exerted force, her arm, which was being reversed by Fu Qin Xiao, immediately convulsed with pain. The Châtelet Square, located in Paris, France, is a popular tourist destination for visitors from all over the world. On a winter afternoon, the warm sunshine fills this ancient city. Everything is leisurely and lazy. It's okay, I don't want these anymore. After hearing the detailed report from Tu Gu about these situations, he was simply incredulous. Zhang Weiguo is a person with a hot temper. Although he suffered a loss just now, he is not the kind of person who easily surrenders. Well, let's wait for Yuan to finish the work and then come back to take over the position of the palace leader. Yuan Temple has been handed down for 2,000 years and can't be cut off like this. Kitata Daisuke. Until the twilight wars of the Bronze Age, the entire world of Sita was completely shattered. 8 beggars who were barely clothed ran in first, covered in bruises, and the old beggar shouted a Huang Rong as they entered. Chapter 1:16. Nanshi Solo Challenge Elephant Armor Academy. But in front of her was Mu Yi. Mu Yi was not unaffected by her charm, but he had that mysterious jade pendant to protect his body. When that charm tried to erode Mu Yi's soul, it would always be blocked by that mysterious jade pendant. So Mu Yi was not tempted by her charm. The 9-Cur Dragon Song has already started. It's not that easy to leave. Hao Qian Yuanshen fled into his own body and gave Yen Wu a palm, which struck Yen Wu from the dragon's mouth into the 9-curved dragon song formation. Mu Yi looked at LVU's hands and found that not all of them had become crystal clear, but some were still the same. He immediately understood that LVU could not fully utilize the power of lower martial arts. The voice of the madman, the heavenly lord, echoed continuously in Mu Yi's heart, becoming the only thing he could rely on in this terrifying thunder bombardment. The words of Zero Do, Night Demon, and others think very much. Even Nangong Mo's eyes twitched with agreement in his heart. After all, I'm not familiar with the Gama Empire. Speaking politely, I even bowed to Princess Yufei after speaking, as this is a form of politeness. Obviously, Zhou was also quite satisfied with this result, and he couldn't stop laughing as he listened to the occasional praise from around him. Kinnair didn't understand and timidly followed Huayu, turning right and right. The warm fragrance was overwhelming, and she had already arrived at Wen Yuko's room. So, it's your turn to get engaged this time? Chewing brewed a cup of flower tea for her friend and didn't panic at all when she heard the red bomb dropped by her friend. The road to reaching immortality, one step at a time, one illusion at a time, one choice at a time. Since it is a way of climbing, one would definitely not attempt to fly by. Lei Chun tried to quickly use the vest talisman, but found that he couldn't even use the technique of walking on the ground. Make it clear that you should climb the mountain honestly. Long Luo did not leave to find Jin Yin, but simply sent a message to Jin Yin and left on his own. Here, Lu handed over to him. Although Jin Yin also wanted to go with Long Luo, he knew that Long Luo would never let him follow him no matter what. Emperor Yuanwu looked at Wang Jiannan with a complex expression in his eyes. Yin Qingyu lowered his head and said, Emperor, can we let him go? He actually doesn't want to stay here at all as a light bulb. What if he hears something he shouldn't hear? On the second floor of Hanyan Inn, in a guest room, Wen Xin, who was sitting cross-legged on the bed, woke up from his practice. He first looked out the window and saw that it was pitch black. Obviously, it was already nighttime. That's all. Wang Wan still didn't have a good face toward Han Fei. She wasn't afraid of him anymore. She thought he was very powerful, but in the end, he was just strong on the outside and weak on the inside. Tai Rou stared at Han Fei like a mouse seeing a cat, and Wang Wan didn't like him. The rise of Master Fu Judo suddenly changed his blade style, shaking his single blade in his hand, and suddenly transformed into 8 shadows to counterattack from all directions towards Xiangyang Yunhan. It was Master Fujiu who repeated his old technique, using his sword to transform his gun and employing the 8-sided ambush technique of the Overlord Spear to counterattack. Before he could finish speaking, Lao Pan rushed straight forward with his hands holding the Jianyue sword. Mr. Jiang flashed and hid behind me, and 4 Hell police officers stood up in front of me. Dongxing Group is indeed quite strong. With a printer on hand, once the drafted contract is printed out, it is confirmed by both parties and any necessary changes are corrected. I won't be able to make it onto the top 100 list in the short term, but what about the combat power list? May I see where it can be placed? I'm very confident in my own combat power. The fresh air squeezed in through the slightly open car window, giving people a feeling of joy and relaxation. Xia Jian doesn't know why Wang Yihua came here to set up a beef farm. But at this moment, he only knows that this place is really good. Xinjiang Jiang has been in Shuiyuan City for so long, and when she came to see me, She thought it was because she missed me too much, but unexpectedly, she came to report her work to me. I'm really sad. Laura Stewart didn't wait for Shun Kuaihua to finish her words, but she immediately showed a look of grief and sorrow. I saw him wearing a white doctor's coat and a mask, with a pair of sunglasses on top. A series of events, such as throwing a solid ball, 200-meter sprint, 800-meter mid-range run, long jump, high jump, repeated cross jump, arm strength, grip strength, sit-ups, pull-ups, sitting, and bending were all tested for them in one class. The guide Quan was sitting on a stone, drinking a few sips of wine when he heard Han singing. He widened his eyes and suddenly stood up, throwing the wine jug and hugging his head, ready to run away. At the same time, Qian Xingyi rushed to the counter and took out a handcuffs, which he handcuffed to the hands of Lupin III, accompanied by the sound of sand rubbing against each other. The person on the back of the third prince also seemed to have sharp eyes, especially the tears beside her, because she had fought against that ninja before and knew very well the strength of that ninja in her heart. In this world, everything is very busy. Although Wang Yong also enjoys this feeling, the two of them do not have much leisure time alone. Ji Feng's memory of this passage is very deep. After all, she thought she would be annihilated by the other party at that time, but in the end, there was a 380-degree reversal. In the blink of an eye, Ishuaiwed disappeared in a burst of exclamation, leaving only Long Chun standing there suddenly exclaiming. I took out my phone again and talked to the Prince of Lonling about the difference between his time and now. I thought it would be better to persuade the Prince of Lonling to come with me and stay by our side than for him to go out and cause trouble on his own. Just as the soldiers were preparing to jump down the secret passage one by one to pursue them, an exceptionally magnificent carriage arrived on the street outside the alley. As for the chubby young master, it was even more unbearable to see. His cheeks were swollen high, and the overlapping red palm prints were clearly visible on his chubby face. Hudwa, I can take you away, but you must give up this month of the Fox Clan Holy Land. Please discuss this matter with your clan members. After Zhu Qi finished speaking about this matter, he led the people of Jiejiao into the world of journey to the west. Emperor Yongli smiled and nodded incessantly, clearly satisfied with his idea. In the realm of Yunming, the prowess of the Soul Master was at the nascent stage of soul gathering, while the corpulent Lu Qing had reached the latter phase of foundational establishment. Thus, if one were to speak candidly, it was Su Yang who possessed the weakest strength among them. Nevertheless, the sound blades predominantly targeted Lu Qing. Before the 7 members of the Xiangjia Academy could react, Nanchi had already materialized before their weakest member and unleashed her first soul skill. Despite the remarkable defensive capabilities of the Academy's students, a Soul Master could hardly stand against a level 43 Soul Sovereign like Nanchi. With her inaugural Soul technique, she forcefully dislodged the student from their ranks. Her second Soul skill, Breaking Army, manifested as a spear akin to a dragon, striking in but an instant. Following this, Roman Reigns raised the iron chair in his grasp and once more brought it down with great ferocity upon Li Tianzi. Nana, I must step out for a while. Mu Qingli expressed concern for her son's safety, prompting her to venture outside. We can certainly empathize with the people's police. After all, they serve the populace and embody exemplary conduct. Now, the attitude of Elder Li had undergone a complete transformation, turning to commend the police. Ouyang Bingshu lamented. I have parted ways with him. With those words, she fainted, collapsing into Feng Fei's arms. Ouyang Bingxue retrieved a white cotton handkerchief adorned with an embroidered peony and dabbed at her fragrant perspiration. The Holy Emperor's divine might forge celestial legacies. As the imperial capital rose into the air, encircling the central land and the 4 seas, with celestial rain descending to benefit all beings. Very well. You of the Fan family may employ any means at your disposal. I shall continue to respond. However, I intend to ensure your demise, making you regret ever coming into this world and betraying your kin. He sneered. Agreed, but we must place a wager first. Are you bold enough to stake your meager 2 or 3 pounds of white peony? Inquired the head of the island. Longhao's face bore a bitter expression, one that would have been inconceivable on the countenance of this once confident prodigy. Yet ever since encountering Mu Tian, such expressions had become commonplace. Dressed in our attire, she linked her arm with mine, and we descended the stairs in a tender embrace. Lele, I believe it is a splendid idea. After all, a free labor should not be wasted. Lin Zian exclaimed opportunistically. Shortly thereafter, a group of 7 or 8 youths armed with machetes and pickaxes surrounded the fallen Gung Aliang, unleashing a torrent of blows upon him. Damn it, I've been electrocuted. Chen Yun erupted in a fit of expletives. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Zhang Yu, her initially concerned expression morphing into one of bewilderment as she gazed upon him. Upon returning home after school, Zhao Hui pondered while completing her homework. Licheng's smile is quite unique. I wonder if I truly harbor feelings for him? Hee brother Fa. Do you think you could remedy my little rabbit-ass troubles right now? Do Shantao inquired with an ingratiating demeanor. Tao Gongyi and Gao Ming remained as spectators. And upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Gao Ming was left dumbfounded, reflecting, what on earth is happening? Why are our own people fighting each other? He contemplated intervening to inform them of the robbery of the silver box, yet hesitated, mindful of Tao Gongyi's presence, caught in a dilemma. It seems we truly resemble strangers. Memories flood back, where once there was familiarity and joy, now only estrangement remains. Contemplating this in my mind rendered me less fearful, as I believed that Zhan Tianshu would not inflict any harm upon me. However, this ghostly cultivator, having been rendered ineffectual by Su and soul technique, could be utterly annihilated with a mere grasp and expulsion of his essence. Yet, Suwin suddenly discovered that within this ghostly cultivator lingered a miniature heavenly axe, forged from the essence of resentment. This diminutive axe spun incessantly emitting waves of resentful energy. I have not forgotten this insinuation along my journey. Desperately seeking a way south, Suwin seethed internally, realizing he had been blinded by the Elder's esteemed reputation. Nevertheless, one aspect did leave me somewhat astonished. The blood sacrifice was merely a subordinate branch of the Galactic Alliance's lowest echelon. If even the lowly protector of this branch possessed abilities akin to a 6th-tier psychic after utilizing the blood sacrifice's transformative power, one could only speculate on the immense strength of the entire Galactic Alliance.